I was originally a worthless D-class awakened boxer, enduring endless mockery. But thanks to the system, I persisted in training for 999 days and finally underwent a second awakening to become an EX Class 1 Punch Man. Acquired the divine trait, limiter removal. Attributes increase automatically by +1 every day, growing infinitely. Moreover, there's the heaven-defying skill of unleashing a punch with tenfold explosive power. Testing combat power instantly breaks through 100, slapping the face of my S-rank genius teammate who looked down on me, and receiving an invitation to team up and challenge the unexplored dungeon no one could conquer. Yet, what terrifying entity lurks behind this portal that even masters are powerless against? Can my infinite growth truly crush everything? Chapter 1, Awakening the One Punch Man. Sanging City, 7th High School, on the large playground. 100 years ago, portals appeared, and the bizarre creatures that once existed only in myths, legends, or strange tales flooded into Blue Star, plunging the world into chaos. However, as the gods' most accomplished and beloved creation, humanity was blessed with divine mercy. The gods bestowed gifts, granting them the power to resist the monsters from the portals. Until now, humanity has entered an era of universal profession transition, where everyone can obtain a unique profession of their own. And you, my children, as students of Qizhong, will face the most important exam of your lives in 2 months. Before that, I hope you can continue to work hard, constantly improve your levels, and hone your combat skills. Principal Baitali stood on the podium, his gaze shifting downward to look at the senior high school students below. They were almost all visibly excited and exhilarated, with the sole exception of Suhan, who hung his head low, his eyebrows drooping with obvious drowsiness. Baitali glanced at him, unable to hide a tinge of pity in his eyes. Before entering high school, Suhan had already been a household name teenage prodigy in their city. At just 15 years old, his pre-awakening assessment metrics had already reached the highest possible values attainable at that time. Everyone was certain he would awaken an S-class profession, but during the freshman awakening ceremony, when a red light flashed from the awakening stone, to everyone's surprise, Suhan awakened the most useless profession possible, a pugilist. Those who awaken this profession will remain at level 1 for their entire lives, with no growth in their attributes. Apart from 2 seemingly impressive skills, their potential for late-game development is virtually non-existent. After that, no matter how hard Suhan tried, he couldn't overcome the profession's inherent weaknesses, eventually fading into obscurity like everyone else. The legend of the unparalleled genius in Sanging City also faded away. Some even took pleasure in comparing Suhan's current state of destitution to the confident and radiant youth he once was, just to mock him with a few extra words. Ding-ling-ling. The school bell rang. Suhan, who had been hanging his head low, immediately raised it, his eyes clearing up as he swiftly left the assembly ground, taking 3 steps in one. Seeing this, Baitali didn't stop him, only watching his retreating figure with a sigh. The other students weren't surprised by this either, as they had witnessed this scene far too many times before. Suhan left and went straight to the school gymnasium. He took off his heavy school uniform jacket, changed into his training clothes, and started running laps around the gym. Detected that the host has started today's exercise, automatic statistics tracking has been activated for you. A feminine voice that only Suhan could hear echoed through the gymnasium, while a pale blue panel flickered into view at the corner of his vision. That was the profession panel that came with the system, allowing him to better understand his current status. Occupation, boxer, not second awakened. Days of exercise, 999 over 1000. Daily mission, 10 kilometers run, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats. Awakening mission, repeat the daily mission 1000 times to unlock the second awakening. Looking at the information displayed on the panel, Suhan's expression remained calm as usual. As a seasoned transmigrator who had crossed over to Blue Star over a decade ago, apart from earning the title of genius through his own effort and talent before the awakening day in his first year of high school, this system that appeared only after he awakened his profession was also a crucial reason for his persistence until now. A man cannot get rich without windfall wealth, and a time traveler cannot become strong without a system. It was because of the system's appearance that he was able to quickly recover from the shock of awakening a garbage-tier profession and consistently follow the tasks it provided, attempting to grasp this last lifeline. Although in others' eyes, he was merely someone who couldn't accept reality and chose to numb himself through training. But only Suhan himself knew the true purpose behind everything he did every day. Coincidentally, today is the day the awakening mission is about to be completed. Minute by minute, time passed, and by dusk, there were still only a few people in the gymnasium. Most students choose to go to more professional awakener training centers after school, with few still using the outdated sports facilities. But as someone who had awakened the boxer class, Suhan's visits to the training gym were futile. The host has completed today's daily tasks, with a cumulative completion count reaching 1000 times. Secondary awakening can now be unlocked. The emotionless voice continued. Detecting suitable awakening path for host. Detection complete. Secondary awakening will commence. With the system prompt, a surge of heat rapidly flowed from Suhan's abdomen to his limbs, then spread throughout his entire body. That airflow continuously assailed his body, as if intent on grinding all his bones to dust and completely churning his internal organs into a pulp. The scorching sensation was unbearable, forcing Suhan to writhe in agony on the ground, drenched in sweat. After 15 minutes, the excruciating pain gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. The second awakening has been completed. Congratulations, host, on awakening as an EX class profession, One Punch Man. Open the panel to view detailed information about the new profession. Name, Suhan. Occupation, One Punch Man. Level, 1, non-upgradable. Strength, 10. Speed, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Occupational trait, limiter release. Limiter release, having broken through human limits, you have shattered the constraints of being human. From now on, you will grow stronger every moment. Trait effect, the awaken's four-dimensional attributes increase by +1 daily. This effect cannot stack with various elixir effects. Class skill, serious punch. Skill effect, a single punch unleashes force 10 times greater than the lowest attribute point. Constant effort yields success. Suhan lay on the ground, panting heavily. Although his current attribute panel remains in its pre-awakening state, with just the two overpowered skills and traits, limiter removal and serious punch, he can bridge the gap with high-level awakened individuals. In the later stages, when his attribute points expand to unimaginable heights, he might even achieve invincibility. Thinking of this, Suhan stood up contentedly, composed his emotions, and prepared to conclude today's training. Starting tomorrow, he would also bid farewell to the gymnasium. In preparation for the upcoming college entrance exams, he decided to venture into some lower-level portals to train and improve his combat skills. Just then, the gymnasium door was pushed open, and a girl with a high ponytail burst in. She was tall, with a healthy wheat-colored complexion and strikingly white eyes that left a deep impression. The girl glanced around and, upon spotting Suhan, walked straight towards him. Chapter 2, Facing Doubts. Suhan, have you finished today's training? It's over. Suhan looked at the girl. She was Yi Wanqing, the young heir of the prestigious White Tiger Yi family from Sanjian City, and also the class monitor in his class. From a young age, she had shown exceptional talent, and during the awakening ceremony, as expected, she awakened the S-class profession of White Tiger Warrior, representing the Yi family. Just now at the big playground, the principal mentioned that there will be a joint examination among 3 cities organized by our city and 2 neighboring ones 1 month from now. Although it won't affect college entrance exam scores, as the last major test before the actual exam, it follows the same format and standards as the college entrance exam. The final results will be highly indicative, and the top 10 teams will receive additional rewards. Yi Wanqing continued speaking. I got it. Thank you for taking the trouble to inform me of this news. Suhan replied. He had left the previous playground gathering early. As for the details of the 3-city joint exam, he naturally knew nothing about it at all. You're welcome. Yi Wanqing was slightly taken aback, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. Since the awakening ceremony, as the class monitor, she had witnessed everything Suhan had done. For this genius's circumstances, she felt more admiration and sympathy. This joint exam requires a team of 5. I'd like to invite you to join my team. Snapping back to reality, Yi Wanqing directly stated her purpose. This isn't appropriate. Suhan didn't agree directly. In such an important exam, a teammate who awakened with a garbage profession could become the entire team's burden. She couldn't possibly be unaware of what profession she had awakened. I know what you're worried about, but I, Yi Wanqing, have never been the type to judge by appearances. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Your efforts are obvious to everyone, which is why I'm inviting you to join my team. After all, I'd rather choose someone with strong determination than a waste with a good profession. Yi Wanqing explained. I didn't expect you to hold me in such high regard. Suhan expressed surprise at this. But just because you don't mind doesn't mean others won't. If I join your team, what would your teammates think? I'll explain it to them clearly, but the key is your own thoughts. Yi Wanqing patted her chest and promised earnestly. Alright, I'm willing to join your team. After not deliberating for too long, Suhan made his decision. Since he had already completed his second awakening, the days of being mocked and scorned by others were gone for good, and he no longer needed to be overly cautious in his actions. Besides, in a month's time, his four-dimensional attributes would improve, and with the skill Serious Punch, handling a Tri-City joint exam shouldn't be a problem. I knew you'd agree. Hearing Suhan's reply, Yi Wanqing was delighted, her white pupils gleaming with joy. I'm going to take you to meet the other teammates. She grabbed Suhan's hand and without a word led them away from the gymnasium. This is the place. The two stopped in front of a private room within the school's exclusive training facility. Upon pushing the door open, they saw 3 people inside. 1 male and 2 females. The young man, named Chung Shan, had awakened a B-grade profession called Mountain Warrior. With a robust physique, he served as the class's sports committee member. The other 2 were female students whom Suhan wasn't very familiar with, and he knew little about their professions. Monitor, is this the so-called most suitable final member for our squad that you've been talking about? Chung Shan stepped forward, not bothering to conceal his disdain for Suhan. Before Yi Wanqing brought Su Han to the private room, he had always assumed she was going to team up with another S-class awakened named Su Hongtao from their school. Unexpectedly, she brought back a good-for-nothing. That's right, Su Han is the final member of our team. Yi Wanqing raised her head to meet Cheng Shan's gaze. She detected the dissatisfaction in his tone but paid it no mind. With all due respect, Cheng Shan pointed at Su Han with his index finger. Although this guy was once recognized as the city's top genius, that was before the awakening ceremony. Now, he's nothing but a deadweight dragging our team down. Someone like him shouldn't be in an elite squad like ours. Su Han is a team member I personally selected and someone I approve of. Are you suggesting my judgment is poor? Yi Wanqing demanded angrily. A wave of anger enveloped and spread between the two, making Cheng Shan involuntarily shiver. This is the natural aura suppression that higher-level professionals exert over lower-level ones. But even so, adhering to his belief in strength above all else, he would never acknowledge someone weak, no matter if they had a backer 10 times more powerful than himself. Cheng Shan suppressed his fear and forced out a sentence through gritted teeth. I'm not questioning the squad leader's judgment in selecting people, I'm simply doubting this guy's capabilities. If you force someone into the team without distinguishing right from wrong, even if we yield on the surface, we won't truly accept it behind your back. Do you all think so too? Yi Wanqing looked at the other two members of the team. Though they remained silent, the disgust in their eyes was unmistakable. It seems Su Han was completely right. Just moments ago, she had confidently guaranteed it to others, and now she's immediately proven wrong. If I can prove my strength is sufficient to stay on the team, will you stop making a fuss about me joining? As the atmosphere grew tense, Su Han stepped forward from behind Yi Wanqing. Exactly. But everyone at our school knows your situation, so you'd better withdraw from the team voluntarily. Cheng Shan nodded, not expecting that the once genius had now become so smooth, knowing how to find a way to save face for himself. I won't quit the team. Su Han shook his head. He walked toward a combat power testing machine in the private room, which still displayed the value from the last test. Combat power, 4-5. This was left by Cheng Shan during the recent test, equivalent to a level 7 B rank awakened. If the number I score is higher than 45, I'll stay on the team. If it's lower than 45, I'll voluntarily withdraw. Su Han glanced at the numbers on the machine, his tone brimming with confidence. Since you're asking for trouble, I won't stop you. Cheng Shan scoffed. Su Han, don't force yourself. I'll make sure you stay on the team. Seeing this, Yi Wanqing felt somewhat guilty. If it weren't for his own invitation, Su Han wouldn't have encountered such an embarrassing situation. It's fine, I've got it under control. Su Han waved his hand. With the divine skill, Serious Punch, at his disposal, he wasn't worried at all. Enough talk, let's see what you're made of, oh great genius. Cheng Shan urged impatiently. Su Han ignored him, took a deep breath, and focused intently on the combat power tester in front of him. With his left fist clenched and knees slightly bent, he swung forward with all his strength. Chapter 3, A Serious Punch. A Serious Punch. Su Han silently repeated to himself, and the atmosphere around him abruptly shifted. Crackling. A powerful force accompanied by a piercing wind sound erupted, freezing the unsuspecting four in place. Thud. The moment the fist struck the combat strength tester, the numbers on the display began climbing rapidly. 1, 10, 20, 50, 100. Finally, the fluctuating digits settled at a solid 100. How is this possible? Everyone present, including Yi Wanqing, was stunned into silence by the scene before them, staring blankly at the tester. So, do I qualify to stay in the team now? Su Han withdrew his fist and looked at Cheng Shan, speaking calmly. No problem. Coming to his senses, Cheng Shan stammered for a moment before finally squeezing out the words. The combat strength tester's logic displayed the tester's strength value within the 4 dimensions. Before reaching level 10, S-class awakened ones gain 7 attribute points per level, A class gains 6, B class gains 5, with the amount decreasing sequentially thereafter. Typically, every 10 levels, an awakened one undergoes a breakthrough, doubling the attribute points gained afterward. Even for an S-rank awakener specializing in strength, achieving a raw 100 strength value without external aid required reaching at least level 15. Even he, a level 10 B rank awakener, could only muster 45 points. Cheng Shan couldn't fathom how Su Han, who had awakened a trash class and was even permanently stuck at level 1, could achieve a staggering 100 strength points. Since I've proven myself, now it's your turn. You must apologize for your earlier actions. Su Han stared coldly at Cheng Shan. He wasn't some saint, on the contrary, he held grudges. If someone looked down on him, he would find a way to make them pay. Therefore, he wouldn't budge until he heard Cheng Shan's sincere apology. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Cheng Shan's face flushed red, but he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Su Han, his apology sincere and earnest. After all, he had been the one to question Su Han's abilities earlier. Even if part of it stemmed from fear that Su Han might hold the team back, a mistake was a mistake. Now that Su Han had proven his worth, whether to preserve team morale or to curry favor, bowing his head in apology was the right thing to do. Knowing when to bend and when to stand tall, you're not half bad. Su Han nodded, gesturing for him to rise. As soon as Chang Shan lifted his head, Yi Wanqing seized the moment and spoke up. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, let's have our team members introduce themselves. No problem, no problem. The girl standing beside Yi Wanqing, dressed in what looked like ninja attire, seemed eager to lighten the mood and responded enthusiastically. My name is Qin Bing. My awakened class is AB rank Flame Ninja, currently at level 9. Bai Yuyao, a rank Holy Light Priest, level 12. Another girl with long hair spoke up. Chang Shan, B rank Mountain Warrior, level 10. Yi Wanqing, S rank White Tiger Warrior, currently level 15. After they finished speaking, their gazes turned to Su Han in unison, their eyes brimming with unspoken anticipation. My name is Su Han. My awakened profession is Fist Master, level 1. Su Han looked at the group. Secrets never stay hidden forever, and he certainly wasn't foolish enough to casually reveal his second awakening to others. The 4 others understood this perfectly well. Alright, we need to hurry over to the teacher's place to register for the joint exam. As the team's initiator, Yi Wanqing naturally assumed the role of leader. After finalizing the 5-member squad, they still needed to fill out the joint exam registration forms at the school's academic affairs office to officially complete the process. As for subsequent training and advancement, that would depend on the specific circumstances of each squad member. Teacher, we're here to register for the joint entrance exam. Upon arriving at the academic affairs office, they found a young teacher wearing glasses named Bai Jian seated inside. The joint exam registration forms are over here. The team leader should fill out the basic team information, and each team member must also complete a basic information form. Bai Jian looked up, adjusting his crooked glasses. When his gaze fell upon Su Han, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Who would have thought that former prodigy would join the team of one of the school's only 2S rank awakened? It seemed he hadn't given up yet. Got it, thanks, sir. After filling out the forms, the group left the academic affairs office. Watching their retreating figures, Bai Jian pulled out his phone and dialed Principal Bai Tali's number. Dad, I have something to report to you. Go ahead. On the other end, Bai Tali's voice sounded slightly hoarse. That student you've been keeping an eye on, Su Han, he took the Tri-City joint exam alongside our school's prodigy, Yi Wanqing. Bai Jian stated directly. Alright, I understand. With that, Bai Tali hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Yi Wanqing and the others had returned to the entrance of the training hall. I need to go in and practice a bit longer. Contact me later if there's any team training. Chang Shan waved his hand and walked into the training hall on his own. I'm heading home to practice my shuriken and the new ninjutsu I just learned. See you tomorrow. Qin Bing said the same. I'm going to the church to pray. Bai Yuyao followed close behind. What about you? Yi Wanqing turned to look at Su Han. I finished my training for today and should be heading home early to spend time with my family. Su Han replied. Are you free tomorrow? Not sure. Besides my regular training this month, I'm looking to join some ad hoc squads to try tackling lower level portals and gain some real combat experience first. If you haven't made plans yet, how about teaming up with me to farm a secret realm portal? This portal only appeared within the last month. It only allows novice awakened individuals below level 20 to enter in pairs, and so far, no one has successfully cleared it. If no one's cleared it in so long, isn't the danger level way too high? Su Han replied. You must have better options for a teammate, right? After seeing your performance today, I think you're the best choice. Besides, Qin Bing and the others are all busy with their own training schedules. You're the only one with time to team up with me. It'll also help build team chemistry early on, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Wanqing explained. Besides, risk comes with reward. If we succeed in the mission, the payoff will be worth every bit of the effort. On top of that, I'll prepare 2 escape gems. If we ever face an insurmountable problem, just shatter the gem to exit the portal. With you putting it that way, how could I possibly refuse? Su Han didn't hesitate any longer. When the rewards far outweighed the risks, hesitating even a second felt disrespectful to the generous payoff. I'll send you the exact coordinates tonight. Meet at the portal precisely at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Is that okay? No problem. With that, the conversation concluded. The fading sunlight bathed the world, casting its glow upon the 2 figures and reflecting the dawn of hope and the future. Chapter 4, Family. Weaving through the bustling streets, Su Han finally came to a halt before a residential building. Opening the door, he found his family already gathered around the dining table, having waited for quite some time. I'm home. After slipping on his slippers, Su Han naturally took his seat at the empty place. Beside him sat his gifted younger sister, Su Muyu, a freshman in high school. Their eyes met, yet neither spoke, an unspoken understanding between them. Ever since Su Muyu awakened her S-rank profession, the Frost Archer, the relationship between the siblings had grown awkward. She was too busy leveling up to interact much with Su Han. Rumors even circulated that she looked down on her own brother. Her parents could do nothing about it. Su Han's back. Let's hurry and eat. Mother Yang Jishio said in a gentle tone. They knew their son's situation, but out of concern for him, they didn't blame him. Right, let's eat quickly. Father Su Woming chimed in. Throughout the meal, his gaze kept drifting toward Su-han. Son, there's something your mother and I have been thinking about for a long time. We've decided we need to explain it to you clearly. What is it? Su-han looked up at his father. Because of my and your mother's incompetence, you ended up with a trash profession. You faced ridicule at school. We owe you an apology. To make it up to you, I've used my connections to secure a position at a company. If you're willing, we can start right after you graduate high school. The pay might be a bit low, but it's stable. Su Woming took a sip of wine. Of course, if you insist on pursuing the path of an awakened one, we'll support you with everything we have. After speaking, his parents turned to look at Su-han, waiting for his response. They knew all too well the heartache and sweat their son had poured into pursuing the path of an awakened one. Therefore, they resolved to do whatever they could within their means for their son. Su-han listened intently to his parents' words, his eyes brimming with emotion. His gaze lingered on his father. The man who had always been the stern head of the household now bore several strands of gray hair, unnoticed until now. I choose to continue as a professional awakener. Finally, Su-han made his decision. Actually, my profession has undergone a second awakening, allowing me to level up normally like everyone else now. I know this is a difficult choice. We can give you some time to consider. Su Woming's words of comfort were abruptly cut off as he forced himself to swallow them back. He leapt up from his seat in surprise. Are you sure you're not pulling Dad's leg? Absolutely, it's the absolute truth. Su-han's lips curved upward as he answered firmly. So, I want to try taking the Awakener College entrance exam to get into university. Good. 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 Su Woming exclaimed with delight. His son had always excelled in both character and academics. Faced with this unexpected turn, he could only choose to trust Su-han unconditionally, instinctively sharing in his son's joy. Since you've already decided on your path, your mother and I should do something to show our support. Su Woming pulled a delicate little box from his robe with a look of satisfaction and slid it towards Su-han. This is the Fire Spirit Pill. It will grant you a significant amount of experience points needed for leveling up. This. Su-han was momentarily speechless. The standard market price for a single Fire Spirit Pill was 100,000 universal currency. For their modest, non-affluent family, such a precious elixir required years of their parents' hard work to afford. Its value was beyond measure. But he couldn't accept it. Despite completing his second awakening, he still couldn't level up. Thank you, Dad. Glancing at his parents, whose faces were filled with anticipation, Su-han ultimately chose to accept the pill. They had sacrificed so much for him, and he didn't want to break their hearts again. Besides, even if he couldn't use it himself, he could pass it on to his sister later or sell it to buy some equipment. Either way, it would be put to good use. I'm full. After Su-han put away the elixir, Su Muyu suddenly set down her chopsticks and bowl, returning to her room expressionless. Mom, Dad, I'm almost done too. Sensing his sister's mood, Su-han also stood up and said. Get some rest early. Whatever you do, know your limits. Li Zhongho advised. Poor Xiaoyu has suffered so much. It's all because we two old fools are useless. Yang Jishio tidied away the bowls and chopsticks, gazing at her daughter's tightly shut bedroom door with a tone heavy with self-reproach. Their daughter possessed extraordinary talent, yet she couldn't access resources that matched her potential. Xiaoyu is a sensible, good child. She'll understand us. Li Zhongho offered comfortingly. Late at night, when all was quiet, both parents had retired to their rooms. Su-han, holding the elixir, knocked on his sister's door. Come in. Su Muyu's cold voice came from inside the room. He pushed the door open. The girl was leaning against her bed, holding her phone. What do you want? Su Muyu didn't even bother to lift her head, her eyes fixed on the phone screen. She believed that because of her parents' favoritism, Su-han had received what should have been hers. She was clearly the one with the greater talent, yet they had given everything to her brother, who had awakened a worthless class. Though she tried to understand her parents' reasoning, she was still just a 16-year-old girl. Even if she wanted to comprehend it, jealousy and resentment inevitably took root in her heart. Su-han walked over to his sister. Xiaoyu, I think this Fire Spirit Pill should be yours. But Mom and Dad prepared it for you. Why give it to me? At his words, Su Muyu finally lifted her head. She hadn't expected Su-han to knock on her door just to transfer this precious spirit pill to her. I just feel that the pill should be in the hands of someone who can maximize its value. Su-han placed the box on Su Muyu's bedside table. He knew his parents had worried themselves sick over him, and his younger sister Su Muyu had suffered collateral damage. It was truly heartbreaking that she had to endure such unfair treatment at such a young age. That was why he wanted to give the pill to his sister. But what about you? Haven't you already decided to take the Awakened High School entrance exam? Without the elixir, how will you close the gap with others? You're gambling with your own future. Su Muyu stared at her brother, her flickering gaze tinged with confusion and anger. She had endured so much humiliation for him, yet now this irresponsible jerk was just giving up? She would never accept charity from anyone, not even her own family. Don't worry. I've found another way. If I had no backup plan, do you think I'd give you such a precious elixir for free? With that, Su-han turned and left the room without giving Su-muyu a chance to respond. Watching his retreating figure, then glancing down at the elixir on the bedside cabinet, Su-muyu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She turned her head toward the foot of the bed, as if something were there. You can't take this. A cold female voice suddenly echoed. From the direction Su-muyu had been staring, a woman clad in blue and white robes slowly materialized. She sat cross-legged, her entire body suspended in midair, yet her form remained faint and indistinct. Her name was Bai Bing. In her previous life, she was an awakened practitioner of the SSS tier profession, the frozen goddess Bao, possessing power comparable to a deity. The world revered her as the frozen goddess. However, when ancient gods invaded the future, the deities who should have intervened turned a blind eye. The world was plunged into ruin. Despite her desperate resistance, she could not escape the clutches of the old gods. In the end, her companions, clinging to the last shred of hope, pulled their power to send a fragment of her soul back 10 years to a time before the apocalypse had erupted. They sought to alter destiny. Yet traversing time and space defied the very fabric of existence. Her fragmentary soul could not withstand the distortions of the timeline, and by the time she reached her destination, she was gravely wounded. Determined not to betray her comrades, Bai Bing drifted aimlessly through the world. On the brink of death, she discovered Su-muyu. This young girl possessed exceptional talent, and her class traits perfectly complemented her own. Therefore, she chose to possess Su-muyu's body and accepted him as her disciple. While recuperating, she guided Su-muyu in his cultivation. Though the girl had only awakened an S-class profession for now, with her guidance, her young disciple could one day attain power as formidable as her own. She might even surpass her and become a true deity. As for Su-muyu's brother, it was clear he cared deeply for his sister, even going so far as to lie about having completed a second awakening as a fistmaster. However, it was later confirmed that fistmasters were a special class incapable of undergoing a second awakening. Still, his luck seemed to be holding. Bai Bing happened to know a hidden path to strength for fistmasters. When the opportunity arose, she could lend a hand to this young man. At the very least, in this cutthroat society, possessing a modicum of power could prevent him from being swallowed whole by the masses and ultimately meeting his demise. He won't be lost in the vast sea of humanity, doomed to perish. Master, why can't I eat? Su-muyu shot Bai Bing a pleading look. As a future supreme master, her words must hold profound wisdom. Your innate constitution is indominant, while this pill possesses fiercely potent properties. Even if it proves effective in the short term, the latent heat within the pill will erupt when you're most vulnerable and take your life. Bai Bing explained earnestly before stowing the pill away, intending to keep it safe for her disciple. When the opportunity arises, find a time to return this pill to your brother. If he refuses it, sell the pill and exchange it for spiritual items of a different elemental affinity. I understand. Su-muyu replied. She hadn't planned on consuming the pill anyway. Compared to herself, her useless older brother needed this sort of thing far more. Chapter 5, The Bet. The next day, Su-han headed out early for his workout. Even though she had completed her second awakening, the daily tasks assigned by the system continued as usual, though the rewards had changed to 3 different items. Daily tasks completed. Please select your reward. 3 lines of text appeared on the system panel. Random attribute points, mysterious gift box, and secret realm key. After a moment's thought, he selected the secret realm key. Due to his class traits, he had no shortage of attribute points. The items from the mysterious gift box were too unpredictable. Better to choose the secret realm key. Perhaps he could obtain potions or gear to boost his combat power from the realm. Secret realm key. Level, unique. Description, a mysterious key of unknown origin. A simple twist unlocks a special secret realm. This item is bound to its owner and can only be used by the bound individual. Due to its extreme difficulty, it is recommended that the bound user attempt it only after all 4 primary attributes exceed 100. After reading the description, Su-han silently placed the key into his system inventory. To meet the challenge requirements, he would have to wait over a month after the college entrance exams. Given such daunting challenge conditions, the rewards after clearing it must be exceptionally generous. The road ahead is long and arduous. He sighed softly before heading back home. His parents were at work, his sister was at school, the house was empty except for him. After showering, Su-han followed the location sent by Yi Wanqing to a forest on the outskirts of town. There, before an oval-shaped blue portal, a crowd had gathered, all eager to conquer the secret realm. Su-han, I'm here. Yi Wanqing waved her hand and stepped out from the crowd. She wore a pair of gauntlets that emitted a faint white glow, clearly expensive at a glance. Who's this? What wind blew our city's prodigy out here? Before Su-han could speak, a high-pitched, sarcastic voice cut in. A red-haired boy in a custom white suit fiddled with the ring on his right index finger as he sauntered toward them with affected airs. Su-hong Tao, what did you say? Yi Wanqing traced the source of the voice and saw the person who made her feel sick to her stomach. She shot back without hesitation. If you want to return to school with a black eye, I can make that happen for you. We're both S-class. Do you really think I'd be afraid of you? Su Hongtao retorted defiantly. Yesterday, I came to you with good intentions, wanting to team up with the Tri-City exam and get a good ranking. But after you rejected me, you turned around and sought out that good-for-nothing Su Han. I demand to know what that's all about. Isn't it obvious? You're nowhere near as impressive to me as Su Han. Yi Wanqing chuckled mockingly. Her family and the Su family had never gotten along, let alone Su Hongtao, a bully in their social circle who relied on his family's influence to lord it over others. So naturally, she gave him nothing but a cold shoulder. You'll regret this. Su Hongtao's face darkened as he twisted the ring on his finger. A crimson magic array suddenly materialized, and over a dozen basketball-sized fireballs hovered in the air, poised to strike. Su Han stood ready, poised to strike back at any moment. Su Hongtao had just called him a worthless piece of trash, and he'd heard every word clearly. If the other side dared to strike first, his serious punch would definitely not be a pushover. Please, everyone, stop. As the tension thickened and battle seemed imminent, a man in a black uniform suddenly appeared between them, halting both sides. Getting into a fight before tackling the dungeon isn't exactly a wise decision, the man declared. He was a staff member of the Awakened Association, specifically responsible for matters concerning portals. To outsiders, his strength was also formidable. Now, all the Awakened nearby were drawn to the commotion, their eyes turning toward the trio. Had he not intervened, it could have tarnished the association's reputation. You two are lucky. The brawl interrupted mid-fight. Su Hongtao snorted coldly as the magic array in the air gradually dissipated. Yi Wanqing and Su Han no longer stared at each other tensely. Seeing the situation calm down, the staff members breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their posts. Su Hongtao, since you called me a good-for-nothing, how about we make a bet? Su Han stared at the other's arrogant expression. To avenge himself, he spoke up. You're just some waste of space with a useless awakened class. What exactly do you have to bet? Hearing this, Su Hongtao burst into laughter. Or do you think just because you managed to land a sugar daddy, you've suddenly become a phoenix perched on a branch, daring to on my head? I'm built tough, no chance of living off someone else's money in this lifetime. But someone else here is different. Pampered daily with elixirs and potions, hogging the best resources yet lacking real strength. Still relying on family to clean up their messes. I wonder if they even feel ashamed. Say that again if you dare. Su Han's words carried a devastating sting. Su Hongtao's face flushed crimson as the ring on his finger spun once more. Stop putting on airs. One question, are you betting or not? With staff present, Su Han knew his opponent wouldn't dare strike, and even if they did, he wasn't afraid. Poof. Su Hongtao sneered contemptuously. Since you're asking for trouble, I won't stop you. What do you want to wager? Make it clear up front I won't use money as stakes. After all, you come from a commoner family. Even if you sold your entire family, it wouldn't be worth as much as a single piece of my gear. Let's wager on who conquers this secret realm portal first. Su Han felt a surge of anger. Insulting his family was like touching his sore spot. He was determined to make Su Hongtao pay a heavy price. Suppressing his rage, he said. If you lose, you'll kneel here and apologize, calling me dad 3 times. Plus, whenever you see me at school, you'll have to go out of your way to avoid me. If I lose, you can make me do anything you want. Deal. Su Hongtao agreed without hesitation. In his mind, Su Han was a complete waste of space. There was no way he could lose. Plus, for this challenge at the secret realm portal, he'd even enlisted powerful enforcers through his family connections. With this double insurance, he'd already begun fantasizing about Su Han kneeling on the ground, wailing like a child. Hope you don't back out then, ha 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 ha. Su Hongtao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Han, are you sure about this? Yi Wanqing was a bit worried. Although his opponent was a weakling who couldn't even beat him with his family's full backing, he was still officially an S-class awakened, and his professional strength was undeniable. 100%. Su Han replied. Don't you want to punch that arrogant face of his? True. Yi Wanqing nodded. It was undeniable. So I can lose to anyone but that bastard Su Hongtao. Su Han clenched his fists. With his god-tier serious punch, he was utterly confident he could win the bet. Alright, then let's work together toward it. Seeing Su Han's resolute expression, Yi Wanqing felt her own determination grow. Chapter 6, Goblin Lair. The two arrived at the secret realm portal. Su Hongtao had already begun his assault ahead of them. However, the secret realm portal differed from ordinary portals. Each squad operated independently within the realm. Upon successful completion, rankings and completion times would appear above the portal, making it immediately clear who was fastest and who was slowest. Accompanied by a slight dizziness, Su Han and Yi Wanqing were transported into a tunnel. Pitch black, they couldn't see their hands in front of their faces. Yi Wanqing conjured 2 torches out of thin air, lighting them to gain a faint glimpse of the tunnel's surroundings. According to intelligence, the first wave of monsters in the secret realm are ordinary goblins, roughly around level 5. Surveying their surroundings, Yi Wanqing addressed Su Han. Planning a dungeon run was a meticulous and rigorous task. Before arriving, she had asked her father to send her all the relevant information about this secret realm. They explored deeper into the tunnel, maintaining constant vigilance. Arg! After passing through the first tunnel entrance, a deep, guttural roar suddenly echoed from nearby. Monsters are coming! Yi Wanqing raised her torch, pointing it straight ahead. The faint light revealed the goblins' ugly, ferocious faces. Armed with crude wooden clubs, they charged toward the two. Serious punch. Su Han swung his fist. His fist was simple yet deadly. The goblin flew backward like a piece of paper, slamming into the tunnel wall and punching a hole through it. Yi Wanqing also unleashed a fierce punch. Her white glowing gauntlet struck the monster's green heads, sending stars dancing before their eyes. Using the momentum, she rolled forward, dodging another goblin's attack. Her left foot delivered a powerful kick, striking the goblin that had just attacked. It spat blood and quickly lost its life. In an instant, only two goblins remained, frozen in place. Seeing the situation turn against them, they dropped their clubs and tried to flee. But Su Han and Yi Wanqing's fists wouldn't let that happen. Before they could even turn around, let alone take a step, both goblins found themselves back in their comrades' embrace. The first wave of level 5 monsters proved relatively straightforward to handle. After clearing the regular goblins, the tunnel will branch off. At that point, we must split up. Otherwise, even if we reach the boss room, we won't get to see the boss's true form. Yi Wanqing's hands trembled, spattering green blood from her gauntlets onto the ground. Additionally, later on, you'll encounter slinger goblins and goblin priests. They're ranged monsters, roughly levels 7 to 9. They're tough to deal with, so you must be careful. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Su Han replied confidently. The two reached the fork in the path and began their separate missions. Lifting his torch, Su Han advanced alone. After about 5 minutes, a soft glow flickered from the cave ahead. Stepping out of the cave, he was met by a dazzling sight. The tunnel ceiling was densely studded with sparkling stones. These stones were embedded in the rock walls, serving as the tunnel's light source. Arg! The exact same cry echoed through the air. Su Han looked up just as an ordinary goblin leaped out from the blind spot of his vision, swinging a wooden club. With no time to dodge, he raised his torch overhead, blocking the blow aimed at his head. The two wooden weapons clashed, producing a sharp crackling sound. However, compared to the monster's makeshift club, Su Han's torch was clearly more fragile. In the blink of an eye, black splinters began falling from the torch. They stood locked in this standoff. Suddenly, a stone smashed down from the darkness, hurtling straight towards Su Han. The hard object flashed past, grazing his cheek. At the same moment, the fragile torch could no longer hold out, snapping clean in two. Seeing this, Su Han quickly leaned backward, dodging the club's attack. Then, acting on instinct, he discarded the broken torch and charged at the goblin. He knew he couldn't stop, or else he'd be ambushed by the stone-throwing goblin lurking in the shadows. Serious punch. He silently chanted the incantation, activating his divine skill. Setting aside their treacherous tactics, the weak goblins possessed virtually no ability in one-on-one combat. Caught off guard by Su Han's close-range assault, it offered no resistance, letting out a wail before meeting its end beneath his fist. Arg! After the first goblin fell, several more cries echoed. The remaining 8 goblins, hiding in the shadows, now emerged one by one. 3 of them hunched over, each carrying a basket of stones on their backs. Leading them was a goblin priest, clad in tattered ceremonial robes and wielding a staff made of rotten wood. Arg! The goblin priest raised his staff, conjuring a crimson magic circle beneath his feet. A fireball the size of a human head materialized from thin air. The stone-throwing goblins also retrieved rocks from their baskets and hurled them at Su Han. The remaining 4 ordinary goblins charged forward like madmen, swinging their wooden clubs. Facing the horde of monsters, Su Han showed no sign of panic. He planted his feet and leapt out of the fireball's range. Then, he swung his iron fist at the goblins charging toward him. The punch, packed with immense force, made intimate contact with one goblin's midsection, sending it flying through the air. The momentum carried over to the other 3 goblins, dragging them down as well. Their bodies landed precisely beside the goblin priest. Ah! The goblin priest, the only intelligent one among the monsters, let out a wretched howl, as if mourning the loss of his fallen comrades. Su Han wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. Taking advantage of the priest's momentary daze, he sprinted toward the stone-throwing goblins with all his might. By the time they reacted, reaching for stones in their baskets to fight back, it was too late. Su Han had already closed the distance. Punch. Death. One fluid motion. Now, only the goblin priest remained. As a mage, it had no time to cast spells in defense once the enemy closed in. Its final fate was sealed by Su Han's 2 punches. Arg! As he drew his last breath, the goblin priest fixed his gaze upon the enemy who had invaded their territory, his cries filled with bitter resentment. Its corpse dissolved into a white light and slowly dissipated, replaced by a weapon. Weapon name, Goblin Scepter. Grade, C. Effect, Spirit +5. Description, every goblin priest deeply cherished his kin, vowing to protect their lives and their territory with his staff. Don't come back as a goblin in your next life. Suhan picked up the staff, stowed it in his system inventory, and murmured to himself. Chapter 7, The Colosseum Battle. Through the second tunnel entrance, glowing stones replaced torches, illuminating the remaining sections of the secret realm. Suhan traversed tunnel after tunnel until he emerged onto a circular, arena-like clearing. Looking up, he saw at least 8 or 9 layers of cliffs stacked above the ground he stood on. The cliff walls were densely packed with countless goblins. Their forms varied wildly, their faces a repulsive jumble of flesh, emitting wicked, cackling laughter. Armed with weapons, they gesticulated wildly, as if performing some grand, sinister ritual. As the goblins' gaze swept downward and they spotted an intruder in their territory, they erupted into excited howls. Suhan instinctively clenched his fists. He waited several seconds, yet none of the goblins attacked him. Their expressions screamed a desire to tear him limb from limb, yet not a single one leapt from the cliff's edge to engage him in battle. Arg! A howl echoed from the opposite cave on the same level. The shockwave sent a shower of rock fragments tumbling down the cliff face. Suhan looked up to see a burly goblin, spear in hand and strikingly human in form, striding toward him from the far end of the cave. Aya! As this goblin made its entrance, the others on the cliff face raised their arms in cheers. Their eyes gleamed with excitement, anticipating the start of the battle. Warrior goblins were second only to the goblin king within their species. Possessing human-like intelligence and physique, along with growth potential equivalent to a human B rank awakened. Novice awakened ones below level 20 invariably face a grueling battle when encountering such monsters. Some low-level awakened even chose to abandon their quest upon encountering a warrior goblin. But Suhan clearly wasn't one of them. The scene, echoing with the goblin's piercing shrieks, mirrored that of an arena, stirring excitement in both combatants. Arg! Savoring the cheers of its kin, the warrior goblin raised its spear, pointing it defiantly at the enemy across the field. Then it twisted its ugly mouth into a disgusting sneer of contempt. Suhan remained speechless, launching his attack instead. He lunged at the warrior goblin, his divine skill, Serious Punch, already activated. Seeing this, the warrior goblin refused to be outdone, thrusting its spear straight toward Suhan's forehead. A cold glint arrived first. The spear held a clear distance advantage over the fist. Before Suhan's fist could even touch the monster, the spear's tip had already arrived. The sharp spearhead grazed his temple, missing by a mere centimeter from piercing Suhan's skull. But danger sometimes meant opportunity. The momentum from swinging the spear caused the warrior goblin to lean forward excessively, throwing him off balance. Seizing the moment, Suhan wrapped his right arm around the spear's wooden shaft while swinging his left fist at the monster. The power of a serious punch was terrifying. Seeing the sandbag-sized fist closing in, the warrior goblin frantically released his right hand from the spear and leapt backward with all his might, narrowly evading Suhan's iron fist. The powerful fist wind stirred a cloud of dust in the enclosed tunnel, eliciting gasps from the spectators lining the cliff walls. This was goblin instinct. Much like orcs, they cherish their kin while simultaneously revering the strong. When the dust settled, the standard result was smoke without injury. Both stood in opposite corners of the arena, yet the warrior goblin's gaze towards Suhan had shed its initial contempt. After just one round, it could clearly sense the gap between them. This human before him was someone it could never defeat. What's the matter, coward? You were so cocky just a moment ago. Suhan looked at the warrior goblin, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He understood that the warrior goblin was no match for him, but to win his wager with Su Hongtao, he had to speed up his progress through the secret realm. If he wasted too much time here with the warrior goblin, who knew what complications might arise later? Arg! The warrior goblin roared furiously at Suhan. The spectators on the cliff echoed the cry, cheering on their kin in the arena. Arg! As if injected with adrenaline, the warrior goblin suddenly charged forward. Fueled by his comrades' cheers and Suhan's taunts, the double buff gradually robbed him of his senses. However, the gap in strength between them was too vast. Even armed with its weapon moments ago, the warrior goblin couldn't defeat Suhan. Now, stripped of its weapon, the idea of it winning through hand-to-hand combat was nothing short of a fairy tale. With a casual flick of his wrist, Suhan delivered a punch to the charging warrior goblin. The creature staggered backward over a dozen steps, as if struck by a blunt weapon. Pressing his advantage, Suhan leapt forward with a powerful kick, landing before the warrior goblin. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow landing squarely on its target. Unable to dodge, the warrior goblin could only shield its head with both arms to avoid severe injury. But Suhan's fist struck like heavy hammers, each blow crushing down until the goblin could barely breathe. Serious Punch activated once more. This time, it aimed for the warrior goblin's midsection. The moment the fist connected with the paper-thin body, the warrior goblin spat blood and flew backward, crashing to the ground. Arg! The goblins on the cliff roared wildly, celebrating the victor's triumph. Suhan approached the defeated warrior goblin, preparing to end its life. Arg! As if sensing its impending death, the warrior goblin closed its eyes willingly. At least it had died in a battle worthy of the name. Serious Punch struck once more, and thus the second-ranked warrior goblin of its clan completed its life. Like the goblin priest before it, its body dissolved into specks of light vanishing into the sky, leaving behind only the emblem symbolizing its status. Item name, symbol of the warrior goblin. Grade, B. Effect, transforms an ordinary goblin into a warrior goblin. Description, to the victor in the arena: if you are a fellow goblin, congratulations, for you shall gain formidable power. If not, alas, this emblem may bring you misfortune. After reading the item description, Suhan was suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. He looked up. The goblins who had been watching the duel from above now stared at him with eyes brimming with greed. Or rather, they were staring at the badge in his hand. So after the one-on-one, it turns into a brawl, huh? Suhan had long since given up complaining about the labyrinth's relentlessly interconnected traps. Chapter 8, The Shadowy Corner. Arg! The tense atmosphere in the air turned into reality with a piercing howl. The goblins, as if their nerves had been struck, swarmed down the cliff in a frenzy, launching a full-scale assault on Suhan. No matter how many ants swarm, they remain mere ants. Even if they fight to the death, they cannot shake the elephant's position. Surrounded by the dense swarm of hideous faces, Suhan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He had even briefly felt sympathy for the dead goblin priest earlier, a thought that now made him sick. Monsters were monsters, after all. Suhan unleashed his focused punch. Each skill activation wiped out 5-10 goblin monsters. Even goblins, renowned for their reproductive prowess, couldn't withstand such rapid attrition. Gradually, the number of monsters dwindled until, in the end, every last goblin present was utterly annihilated. Suhan's breathing steadied as he surveyed his surroundings. Countless severed limbs and monster corpses piled up around him. These corpses slowly began to fade into transparency until they vanished entirely. In their place lay scattered weapons and equipment on the ground. Looks like most of the previous challengers fell at this stage. Suhan sat down for a brief rest, paying no heed to the nauseating bloodstains left by the monsters nearby. The sheer difficulty of this stage had even taken him, with his divine skill, some time to overcome. For ordinary newbie awakened ones with nothing else, it would be even harder. Even an S-rank professional awakener like Yuan Qing would likely need twice as long just to barely make it through. Wonder how Su Hongtao is doing over there. Soon after, Suhan stood up, remembering his wager with Su Hongtao. Determined to win, he swiftly gathered the equipment dropped by the monsters and exited the goblin arena. The light sources on the stone walls still shimmered like moonlight. Yet goblins, being cave-dwelling creatures, should be more accustomed to moving in darkness. Just like the ordinary goblins that ambushed him when he first entered the lair, these glowing stones seemed to rob them of their advantage. Not sure if he had just wiped out every goblin in the tunnel during the arena fight, Suhan explored along the path but encountered no more monsters. Wah! Suddenly, a mournful wail pierced the air, snatching his attention. Suhan instantly grew alert. He scanned his surroundings, pinpointing the source of the sound. Following the sorrowful wails, he arrived at a cell-like structure. Outside the cell, 2 ordinary goblins stood guard, and the sound emanated from within. Amidst the wails, the goblins' wicked laughter echoed through the chamber. Suhan hid in the shadows. This area felt colder and darker than the rest of the tunnels. The only light came from a few faintly glowing torches hanging on the wall above the cell. So he stepped out boldly into the open. The 2 goblins, spotting the intruder, immediately charged forward like madmen, weapons raised. Unfortunately for them, they were far too weak. With 2 swift punches, Suhan disposed of the monsters guarding the cell, not even giving them a chance to call for help. A key dropped from the bodies of the 2 goblin guards. Suhan pocketed the key. But the moment he stepped outside the cell, the scene before him left him speechless. In the dim stone chamber, women of various races lay scattered haphazardly. The goblins grinned lewdly, sprawled atop the women, writhing their lumpy bodies. The scene was nauseating. The violated women, their eyes vacant and bellies swollen, had become nothing more than breeding tools for the goblins. The dust-covered floor was smeared with unspeakable filth, littered with newborn goblin infants and the corpses of women, their bodies ripped open, faces frozen in utter despair. Suhan stared silently at the scene before him, clenching his fists. Rage, pity, confusion, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. Finally, it drove him to open the cell door. These twisted, dark-dwelling creatures now met their end amidst darkness and depravity. Suhan smashed every goblin's skull to a pulp, sparing not even the newborn goblin. Blood splattered across the women's faces. The cries and screams ceased. Everyone stared blankly at the man before them. Every goblin in this lair, except the boss, is dead. You can escape safely now. Suhan addressed the women. His gaze was clear, devoid of any hint of malice. Yet no one answered him. Even after being saved, the women's faces still lacked the normal spark of life. Suhan sighed inwardly. They had lost all hope of living as normal human beings. Perhaps death was their only true salvation now. Please kill me. A woman fumbled on the ground, retrieving a dagger and a map, which she handed to Suhan. Originally, it had been her last hope for escape, but now she chose to use it to end her own life. Suhan took both items. The map clearly marked the layout of the goblin lair. The place was far larger than he had imagined, and reaching the boss room would take considerable time. Have you thought this through? Suhan tucked away the map and asked the woman one last time for her opinion. Carrying a map and weapons, she might have been an adventurer who originally intended to conquer the secret realm. My companions all perished at the hands of goblins, and I myself suffered greatly. I have no face to return to my former life. Therefore, please kill me. Her resolve was unwavering. And it wasn't just her. After she spoke, the eyes of every woman in the cell shifted noticeably. They too were determined to die. Very well. Suhan nodded, feeling a solemn respect for the women before him. They were pitiable, yet resilient. He felt he should honor their wishes. After you die, I will carry your bodies away, so you may rest in peace. Suhan said sincerely. After completing the secret realm quest, there would be 15-30 minutes of free time. These minutes wouldn't count toward the quest completion time. He would have ample time to return and retrieve their bodies. Thank you. After Suhan agreed to their request, the women finally managed to force a smile. The dagger slit their throats. Every victim present, though their lives had clearly reached their end, only revealed expressions of release in the very instant of death. After completing all this, a blinding white light suddenly erupted from nowhere. A sphere of light, enveloped in the white radiance, appeared before Suhan. Chapter 9, Hidden Reward. You have fulfilled the hidden conditions within the secret realm, triggering the reward mechanism. A mechanical prompt sounded. This world was one protected by the gods. In the minds of humanity, it was the gods who had granted them the right to awaken. In certain secret realm instances or ancestral relic instances, fulfilling specific conditions might trigger hidden rewards. People regarded these as gifts from the gods, remnants of the ancient divine will. Yet these hidden rewards are rarely consistent. Those with lesser talents might gain nothing more than a fragment of a vision. Those with exceptional talent, however, often awaken corresponding skills or abilities from these hidden rewards. Suhan touched the light sphere. Two flashes of imagery surged into his mind. One depicted a monkey clad in golden armor, crowned with a golden diadem, wielding a staff, and traversing the skies atop a rainbow cloud. The other showed a man engulfed in blazing flames, white wings sprouting from his back, charging fearlessly toward his foes. You witnessed the monkey soaring through clouds and mist, gaining insight. From this, you grasped a skill. You witnessed the man commanding flames and were profoundly inspired, awakening a skill. The voice sounded again. This confirmed Suhan's talent was absolutely top tier among awakened ones, otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened two skills at once. Skill name, Master of Sparks. Rank, B. Effect, attacks inflict a burning effect. Description, the chosen one feels no heat from flames, thus remaining untouched by fire. Your attacks become coated in flames, granting them immense power. Skill name, Gather Form, Scatter Chi. Rank, A. Effect, permanently increases speed by 20%. Activate to briefly become invisible and increase the damage of your next attack to 200%. Description, an essential divine skill for murder and robbery. Hidden rewards distributed. The text on the screen flickered and faded away. Surrounded by bodies strewn haphazardly before him, Suhan felt an overwhelming sense of heaviness. He pulled out the map and followed the marked location toward the boss room. Now, it wasn't just about winning the bet with Su Hongtao, it was about letting these resilient women rest in peace as soon as possible. The goblin lair contained numerous tunnels. Even without monsters to obstruct his path, the winding journey itself added a new layer of difficulty to the secret realm. Suhan traversed one tunnel after another. Upon reaching his destination, the space within the lair became strangely distorted, and a powerful wave of dizziness washed over him. He looked up to see a massive stone door standing before him. At its center was carved the enormous, hideous head of a goblin, emanating an inexplicable sense of oppression. Before the gate stood a stone platform. Suhan approached the platform, where a shallow groove remained. Its shape perfectly matched the badge left behind by the warrior goblin after his death. Beneath the groove, 2 lines of text were engraved. Among the goblin clans, there are 2 mighty warriors. Only they possess the right to audience with the great goblin king. These 2 warriors bowed to the king's wisdom and might. Only when they appeared together did they find the courage to stand before the king's majesty. These 2 sentences read more like fables, hinting at the method to clear the secret realm. The first line informed challengers that possessing the warrior goblin's insignia was essential to gain entry into the boss chamber. The second sentence warns challengers that they must enter the boss room together, otherwise, they might not even catch a glimpse of the boss monster. However, most awakened participants fell in the Goblin Coliseum. Even those strong enough to survive the mob fights often stumble on the requirement to enter with a partner. After all, the 2 who entered the secret realm were forced apart from the very beginning. If the power gap between teammates is too great, they might not even reach the boss chamber. The difficulty of this quest is self-evident. No wonder, despite the secret realm being discovered so long ago, no one has ever completed the strategy. What should be done next? The dilemma now lay before Suhan. If they rushed in recklessly, there was a risk of failure, which could mean losing the wager. But not going in would mean wasting all the time spent preparing for the challenge. He recalled the man engulfed in flames from the hidden reward earlier. Even if faced with 1,000 soldiers, he still dared to muster his courage, charge toward the enemy, and swing his sword at them. If he could do it, why couldn't he? He had sworn to become the strongest. If he hesitated in the face of danger, how could he possibly live up to such a grand ambition? In the end, Su-han decided to enter the boss room. Among the hidden rewards he had obtained earlier was a skill that granted invisibility. Perhaps he could use this ability to achieve a flawless escape. Without further hesitation, Su-han placed the badge upon the stone platform. The stone door, engraved with a grotesque head, slowly swung open from the inside. Before he could step inside, a raspy voice boomed out in feigned solemnity. "Who dares disturb the great Goblin King?" He looked ahead to see a goblin, a life-sized replica of the hideous face on the stone door, sitting on a specially crafted golden throne, his massive form propped up by his hands as he rested his chin on his palm. Beside the throne lay a 2-meter-tall flail. This was the Goblin King. His massive, 10-meter-tall body was curled up on the shoddy golden throne, looking utterly content. Su-han remained silent. To avoid detection by the boss, he immediately activated concentrate and dispersed energy, entering stealth mode. The Goblin King waited a moment. When no one answered, he opened his eyes to look around. Though the stone door stood wide open, his gaze swept the area yet found no sign of anyone. The Goblin King instantly grew wary. The stone door was only opened when warrior goblins came to pay their respects. Its unexplained opening now meant an intruder was definitely present. He slammed his palm onto the armrest and bellowed. "All who seek an audience with the king must kneel." An invisible pressure swept through the entire space, the force of the rules. Yet the Goblin King's furious command had no effect whatsoever on Su-han, who remained cloaked in invisibility. It seemed this power required the caster to clearly see their target in order to take effect. Am I overreacting? The Goblin King sat upon his throne, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Could it be that he had overthought it? Perhaps the stone door had simply opened on its own due to years of neglect? He dismissed the thought and closed his eyes once more. As the saying goes, lowering one's guard invites opportunity for the enemy. Su-han had to inflict substantial damage on the Goblin King before his invisibility wore off. Otherwise, bound by the rules, he'd likely not escape unscathed. Silently, he approached the Goblin King, clenched his fists, and swung with all his might. Just as his fist was about to strike the boss, the Goblin King raised his right hand, blocking the attack at the last moment. Damn it! Su-han looked up and realized the Goblin King's eyes had opened. He hadn't noticed when it happened. Chapter 10, Boss Strategy. To seek an audience with the king yet refuse to show your face, clearly a cowardly incompetent. The Goblin King sneered, gazing at the empty space before him. Though it still couldn't see Su-han, its instincts allowed it to block sudden attacks. Su-han understood he hadn't been detected. So he unleashed a flurry of punches. The potency of Serious Punch needed no explanation. Paired with Master of Sparks and Focused Energy, it proved devastating against the boss. Flames climbed up the Goblin King's body, searing heat radiating from every limb. Even a powerful boss couldn't endure it. It roared, leaping to its feet and snatching the mace beside the throne, wildly swinging it at the air. "You cowardly lurker! Dare you show yourself and face me in fair combat?" The Goblin King gradually lost his sanity. The club in his massive hands, driven by his colossal frame, smashed the ground into pits of varying sizes. Su-han couldn't help but wonder if the secret realm contained manga novels from a certain island nation, for the giant before him seemed to speak with a distinctly adolescent tone. Of course, he had no intention of revealing himself. Timing the end of his shape-gathering, chi-dispersing spell, Su-han halted his attack early. He immediately retreated outside the door, leaving only the Goblin King, scorched by sparks, raging impotently within the chamber. But Su-han didn't relax for a moment. This boss battle wasn't as easy as it appeared on the surface. The stealth skill had a time limit. Entering and exiting repeatedly like this, slowly chipping away at health, would inevitably consume far more time than a standard strategy. Therefore, relying solely on himself, it was difficult to swiftly defeat the thick-skinned Goblin King. Ironically, this very fact made him less concerned about the outcome of the wager. Su Hongtao was merely a spoiled rich kid who'd artificially boosted his abilities with elixirs. Compared to Yuanqing, his combat skills were weak by more than 2 tiers. Both were S-rank awakened, yet Yuanqing hadn't even reached the boss chamber, let alone Su Hongtao. According to the stone platform's fable, both members of a team must complete the Colosseum trials to enter the boss room. No matter how strong Su Hongtao's partner was, they couldn't compensate for having such a useless teammate dragging them down. After all, the rules of the secret realm were laid out plainly. Not everyone was as fortunate as Su-han, who had fulfilled the hidden conditions and gained powerful skills as a result. Once Yuanqing cleared the trial, they could proceed with a standard strategy and win the wager hands down. For now, while his partner was still absent, he could fully exploit the earlier tactic to chip away at the boss's health. The cooldown for shape-gathering, chi-dispersing, was 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, Su-han repeated the cycle of entering and exiting, unleashing waves of attacks on the Goblin King. After doing this 3 times, he toyed with the boss like a puppet. The Goblin King's chubby cheeks were so puffed with rage they seemed about to burst, his eyes bloodshot and utterly devoid of reason. Su-han stood outside the door, quietly observing the enraged Goblin King inside. Clearly, his tactic was working perfectly. Gradually, the Goblin King even stopped resisting attacks it could have easily blocked before, inadvertently speeding up Su-han's progress. Moreover, the nature of the boss prevented it from leaving its territory. Earlier, Su-han had seen the Goblin King furiously pounding the stone door with his wolf tooth club, desperate to break through. But the next second, an invisible force had flung him back. Bosses within the secret realm were bound to their respective chambers, a natural constraint imposed by the realm itself. Fortunately, this mechanic existed. Otherwise, he would have had to let the boss leave the room, which would have made the challenge exponentially harder. Time slipped by unnoticed. Just as Su-han prepared to re-enter the chamber, Yu Wanqing finally reached her destination. Her hand clutched the warrior goblin's badge tightly, her body covered in countless bloodstains. It was clear reaching this point had been no easy feat for her. "You've been through a lot." Su-han walked over to Yu Wanqing. Now all they needed to do was place the badge on the stone platform, and the two of them could enter the boss room through the conventional method. Yu Wanqing looked at Su-han, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Even she, an S-rank awakened one, had arrived at this destination covered in wounds. How could Su-han show not a single sign of injury? Judging by the situation, it seemed he had been waiting here for quite some time. Could it be that he had concealed his true strength during the team recruitment test? Yu Wanqing found this utterly unbelievable, but she didn't press further. Afterward, Su-han briefly explained the current situation to her, solidifying her suspicions. "We need to hurry and take down the boss," Su-han said to Yu Wanqing. After placing the badge on the stone platform, the two entered the room together. This time, Su-han did not cloak himself. The Goblin King, still reeling from the chaos, froze momentarily upon seeing 2 humans emerge from the stone door. Staring at them, he roared angrily. "You despicable, treacherous humans! How dare you mock the noble king? You shall pay dearly for this." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the monster raised his wolf tooth club and charged towards Su-han and Yu Wanqing. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other instantly. One to the left, one to the right, they planted their feet and dodged the Goblin King's charge. The Goblin King, carried by his momentum, slammed into the stone wall, leaving himself dizzy and disoriented. Now! Seizing the moment, Su-han unleashed his serious punch, driving it hard into the Goblin King's midsection. Yu Wanqing followed immediately, unleashing a full-force punch with her ironclad gauntlet. Only when the searing pain returned did the Goblin King realize who had caused him to lose his senses. He glared at Su-han, seething with hatred, wishing he could tear the man limb from limb. "So it was you, you despicable little bastard." The wolf tooth club in his hand came crashing down. Mid-swing, Su-han activated, shape-gathering, she dispersing, once more, slipping into invisibility. The furious blow missed its mark once more, and the Goblin King roared in rage. At the same time, the massive wolf tooth club, driven by the boss's reckless attack, embedded itself into the floorboards of the room. As he reached to retrieve his weapon, Su-han's double damage punch slammed into his body. Arg! The pain elicited an instinctive cry from the Goblin King. Yu Wanqing leapt forward, white energy enveloping her legs as she delivered a powerful kick, sending the boss's weapon flying far away. Unable to retrieve his weapon, the Goblin King was forced to resort to hand-to-hand combat. But that little pest tormenting him vanished once more, so he shifted his target to Yu Wanqing. "Die! You're no better than that little creature, you don't deserve to live." The Goblin King interlocked his fingers tightly and swung his fist down toward Yu Wanqing's head with all his might. The blow came so swiftly that Yu Wanqing had no time to dodge. Chapter 11, Conquering the Secret Realm. At that critical moment, Su-han landed another punch on the boss. The pain made the Goblin King's clenched fingers release their grip, giving Yu Wanqing a chance to dodge. She quickly rolled sideways, tumbling into the open space on her left. The boss's massive palm swept past the edge of her body as it came crashing down. Su-han seized the moment to press his attack. As the Goblin King sustained increasing damage, the frequency and effectiveness of his attacks gradually improved. 10 minutes later, while cloaked in invisibility, Su-han delivered his final punch. He was exposed to the monster once more. Only this time, the Goblin King knelt on both knees, his eyes vacant, both arms hanging limply at his sides, long since stripped of his initial vigor. Who would have thought that its legendary reputation would be shattered by a coward who dared not show his face? It could not bear to face its own kind. "If the gods grant me one more chance, I will break every bone in your body and force you to kneel before me." With these final words, the Goblin King closed his eyes in humiliation. Perhaps goblins had their own beliefs, but this held no sway over the outcome of the battle. The boss's massive form dissolved into specks of light, gradually coalescing into a golden treasure chest. With that, every monster within the goblin lair had been utterly annihilated. This secret realm, never conquered before, had now fallen to the two of them. Su-han and Yu Wanqing approached the golden treasure chest together, reaching out to open it in one fluid motion. Inside the chest lay several pieces of equipment and a few spirit herbs with special effects. Then came the question of how to divide the rewards. I'll take just one spirit herb. You can have the rest. Yi Wanqing broke the silence first. During the boss battle, Su Han had done most of the heavy lifting, while she, the nominal team leader, had ended up playing a supporting role. With her contributions being minimal, she felt awkward taking too many rewards. Moreover, ceding the rewards from the secret realm to Su Han would be an indirect way to win over a prodigy. Thus, both professionally and personally, she felt this was the right course of action. Since the class monitor says so, I won't stand on ceremony. Su Han collected all the rewards, leaving behind only a single spirit herb. Even if he couldn't use these items himself, he could pass them on to his younger sister or sell them for money to buy what he needed. Either way, he wouldn't lose out. If you find any gear you don't need, feel free to contact me. I'll buy it back at a price slightly above market value. Yi Wanqing picked up the spirit herb and said to Su Han. Since she'd already decided to invest, spending a little extra money wouldn't matter. Thank you. Su Han replied. If Yi Wanqing was willing to help, it would save him a lot of trouble. At least he wouldn't have to go to great lengths to find a buyer. Let's go. After completing the quest, a return passage appeared in the secret realm. Yi Wanqing walked to the entrance and said, Hold on a moment. I need to return to the lair to take care of something. Su Han waved his hand dismissively. What is it? Yi Wanqing looked at the boy before her with confusion. Having defeated the boss and confirmed the rewards, what else could possibly need doing in the secret realm? Need my help? If you're willing, then yes, I do. Su Han told Yi Wanqing about the situation with the women. Those goblins deserve to die. Learning of the women's ordeal, Yi Wanqing was furious beyond words. At the same time, she felt a twinge of sympathy and respect for those women who had chosen to die with such resolve. Whether it's to grant them peace or to help you, I should go with you to retrieve the bodies. The two returned to the cell together. Seeing the bodies lying on the ground, they said nothing, only silently lifting the women into their arms. Let's go. Each carrying several bodies, Su Han and Yi Wanqing stepped through the portal. Time rewound to before the quest was completed. A crowd stood outside the secret realm portal, surrounding the area for 10 miles in every direction. They were all awakened who had either failed their challenge or had yet to begin their secret realm trial. Since entering the portal required prior reservation through the management department, most people would likely choose only one portal per day to attempt. Those who had failed their challenges often lingered outside the portal, idly watching to see who might succeed that day. This phenomenon was particularly pronounced at the secret realm portals. Now, 2 hours had passed since Yi Wanqing and her companions entered the secret realm. To endure this long within the secret realm places them among the top performers among all awakened who have attempted the challenge. Everyone was filled with anticipation about whether they could successfully conquer the realm, with some even setting up betting pools specifically for the outcome. 2 hours is impressive, but I recall the longest anyone lasted in this realm was 2.5 hours and they still failed. I'm sure these guys will fail too. Not necessarily. The two teams entering this time are no ordinary bunch. Their captains are prodigies from our city's most powerful families. If they can't succeed, I honestly can't imagine who could. Fair point. I'll bet on the team with the guy and the girl making it out alive. I'm betting on the redhead. Reason my ass. Geniuses falling from grace is nothing new. Haven't you forgotten about that prodigy Su Han from our city 3 years ago? I'm betting on failure. The heated discussion raged on. While they were still chattering away, the secret realm portal before them suddenly glowed blue. The next second, Su Hongtao and his partner stepped out from within. He was panting heavily, cold sweat pouring down his face. After exiting the secret realm, he scanned his surroundings but saw no sign of Yi Wanqing or Su Han. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Did any of you see a man and a woman come out of that portal? Su Hongtao demanded, his face darkening as he addressed the onlookers gathered around. His privileged upbringing had shaped him into someone with lofty ambitions but limited capabilities. He looked down on these commoners anyway, so his tone was naturally anything but pleasant. Seeing Su Hongtao's disheveled state, coupled with the absence of a timestamp above the portal indicating mission completion, instantly realized that this arrogant young master had failed his mission. A wave of silent mockery rippled through the crowd. Though restrained by his aristocratic status, no one dared show it openly. Yet none responded with flattery either. Seeing this, Su Hongtao snorted coldly. He had originally pestered his father into bringing a powerful awakened individual to accompany him into the secret realm. But in the boss room, that damnable Goblin King had completely ignored his melee companion's attacks, instead flailing wildly with his wolf tooth club and hammering Su Hongtao relentlessly. All he'd done was mutter a few extra words at the monster while activating his skill. How could anyone be so petty? Fortunately, before the wolf tooth club crushed his skull, he activated his return stone. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. And that awakened one his family had paid a fortune to hire? Utterly useless. He couldn't even draw a boss's aggro. What a fraud. He'd definitely report him to his father when he got back. But even if the raid failed, he refused to believe Yu Wanqing could outperform him with that deadweight Su-han in tow. She must have known she couldn't beat him and fled with her tail between her legs long ago. At this thought, Su Hongtao's mood, which had plummeted to rock bottom, instantly brightened. But the reports he needed to file? Not a single one could be skipped. Just as Su Hongtao prepared to leave, the teleportation gate behind him flared to life once more. Before anyone could emerge, the surrounding awakened ones gasped in astonishment. Chapter 12, Winning the Bet. Look, everyone! Time is appearing above the portal. Someone pointed toward the top of the secret realm portal, speaking in disbelief. I see it too. Who would have thought someone could actually complete the secret realm challenge? That's a true genius. How long did it take? Could someone up front share the time? Awakened individuals positioned further back, hearing the buzz ahead, craned their necks in eager anticipation. Don't push. Don't push. I think I see it 1 hour and 45 minutes. But why is this time so odd? It doesn't match when they entered the secret realm. The awakened ones wore a mix of expressions. Surprise, confusion, anger, admiration. A tangled web of emotions made Su Hongtao, standing before the portal, feel extremely uncomfortable. Typically, discrepancies between portal entry and dungeon completion times only occurred when the conquerors lingered inside the dungeon after finishing their quest. This meant Yu Wanqing and Su Han had not only won the wager but also had the leisure to engage in activities unrelated to the quest within the secret realm. To him, this was tantamount to ting on his head in utter disgrace. Excuse me, could you move aside? You're blocking the exit. As Su Hongtao remained frozen in shock, Su Han's voice echoed from behind him. He shuddered and stiffly turned his head. There they stood, each holding several female corpses, right before him. Good dogs don't block the path. Don't stand dumbly in front of the portal, it affects others' moods. Su Han recognized the face before him as Su Hongtao and, unsurprisingly, wore a grim expression. What did you say? At those words, Su Hongtao flew into a rage. He glared fiercely at the couple before him, as if ready to unleash magic and cause a scene at any moment. You're going to fight? Yu Wanqing lifted her head and shot Su Hongtao a cold, piercing glare. Su Hongtao, whose mind had been clouded by rage, snapped back to his senses. Spotting the association staff poised to intervene, he reluctantly held back, turning to leave. Where do you think you're going, Mr. Su? Su Han gently set the bodies on his back down on the ground. I recall someone swearing up and down they had this bet in the bag. Now that they've lost, they plan to renege and just walk away? You? Su Hongtao's rage boiled over at Su Han's smug, contemptuous expression. But with awakened ones surrounding them and association staff watching intently, he couldn't act. He forced himself to suppress his emotions. I'm ready. Start calling out. Su Han urged with a look of utter disgust. Don't push your luck. That single sentence shattered Su Hongtao's composure. Forgetting all about the association and the awakened, he conjured a fireball in his hand and hurled it at Su Han. Young Master Su, as a scion of this city's distinguished families, even if you don't consider yourself, you should think of your family's reputation. Don't let anger consume you. The fireball was intercepted mid-flight by an association staff member. He turned to the attacker across from him and issued a calm warning. You two are ganging up on me, aren't you? Su Hongtao pointed at the staff member's nose and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Please watch your language. Hearing Su Hongtao's words, the staff member removed the black gloves from his hands, his gaze instantly sharpening. Young Master Su, you must stop this nonsense. At that moment, the awakened one who had been standing beside Su Hongtao spoke up to restrain him. The words poured over him like a bucket of cold water, dousing the raging fire within his heart. Jolted back to reality, Su Hongtao glanced around. People stood nearby, their faces twisted into mocking expressions, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. They whispered and murmured among themselves, but the occasional glances they shot his way were undeniably filled with contempt and disgust. Only his status prevented anyone from voicing it openly. You're lucky today, kid. Forced by the situation, Su Hongtao could only spit out a parting threat before storming off with the awakened he had hired, fleeing the scene. Good boy, remember to give me a wide berth if you see me at school. Su Han delivered one final blow to the retreating figure. Ha 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 ha. The moment Su Hongtao vanished from sight, the surrounding crowd erupted in hearty laughter. For ordinary awakened like them, witnessing a spoiled brat get his comeuppance felt incredibly rewarding. Especially when it came to scum like Su Hongtao, a good-for-nothing who lorded his power over others, the joy was multiplied tenfold. Hello. After dealing with Su Hongtao, Su Han addressed the staff member before him. Hello. The other person replied politely. Then, pointing to the body lying on the ground, Su Han recounted the events that had unfolded in the secret realm, hoping to secure assistance from the association. I understand the situation. The association has specific protocols for handling unexpectedly deceased awakened individuals within the secret realm, ensuring they receive proper rest. Please wait a moment, we will dispatch personnel shortly to transport these bodies. The staff member patiently explained. Professional portal guides were a high-risk, high-reward profession. Death is a common occurrence for them. In truth, countless awakened souls were not as fortunate as the women. Even after dying without a proper burial, they could only sleep eternally within the portals. Thank you, Su-han said gratefully. If possible, I hope to attend their funerals when the time comes. Of course, no problem. The staff member gave Su-han an admiring look. We'll send someone specifically to notify you then. Could you please tell me your name? My name is Su-han. Understood. The conversation ended, but its contents sent ripples through the crowd. The name Su-han sounds familiar somehow. Someone wore a puzzled expression. That name. Wasn't the prodigy who fell from grace in our city 3 years ago also named Su-han? Could it be a coincidence? I thought that prodigy Su-han vanished 3 years ago? But he teamed up with Yi Wanqing, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, to tackle the secret realm. I recall that Su-han should be from the same school as Yi Wanqing. Regardless, it seems our city is about to witness the birth of another legendary prodigy. The crowd erupted into heated discussion about this suddenly emerged figure named Su-han. But one thing was certain, after today, his name would undoubtedly spread throughout Sanjing City once more. Time passed, and before long, professionals dispatched by the association arrived at the scene. After confirming the details with Su-han, they loaded the women's bodies into their vehicle and sped away urgently. The bodies have been handed over to the association. There's nothing more for me here. I'll be taking my leave. Yi Wanqing watched the vehicles carrying the bodies disappear into the distance before addressing Su-han. Thank you for your help today, Captain. Su-han nodded. It's my job. If there are any more portals that need a team to tackle, I'll contact you again. With that, Yi Wanqing boarded the shuttle home. Please wait a moment. Just as Su-han was about to leave, a staff member from the secret realm called out to him. Is there something else? Su-han turned, a look of confusion on his face. My name is Wu Yong. I'm an A-class awakened one assigned by the association to scout talent. I'd like to ask, are you interested in joining our city's Awakened Association? Chapter 13, Petty Revenge. I recall the Awakened Association headquarters recruits graduates from major universities every year. I'm just a student who hasn't taken the college entrance exam yet. I probably don't qualify to join the association directly, right? Su-han was somewhat surprised, not expecting to catch the attention of an association staff member. That's generally the case. But in reality, every local Awakened Association selects talented local Awakened individuals for investment before the college entrance exams. The investment requirement is that the individual must return to their hometown association for employment after graduating from university. Wu Yong explained. Could you give me some time to consider? Su-han didn't rush to give an answer. Possessing limitless growth potential, he saw no reason to confine himself to a remote second-tier city like Sanjing. International metropolises like the capital or the Magic City were where his future belonged. Thus, while he outwardly claimed to need time to consider, it effectively amounted to a polite refusal. Of course, no problem. Wu Yong didn't press the matter. He understood a profound truth: the scenery of a small pond could never hold a carp determined to leap over the Dragon Gate. With that, Su-han turned and stepped through the portal. The crowd gathered around watched as he instinctively cleared a path for himself, their voices still buzzing with endless discussion about this mysterious, awakened genius. Back home, his younger sister Su Muyu stood in the living room, talking to herself. Upon seeing her brother, she immediately stormed back to her room with a dark expression. Su-han paid it no mind. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, sorting through the loot from today's secret realm raid. Equipment name, Goblin King's Club. Grade, B. Effect, strength plus 15, small chance to inflict bleeding on target. Description, the Goblin King's most cherished weapon, its form is astonishing. Lifting it may require immense strength. This mace looked impressive, but unfortunately, it didn't suit his class. He'd have to sell it. If he were to use a weapon, Su-han would prefer gauntlets like Yi Wanqing's. As for the other non-weapon items, they were all useless to him. He'd have to trouble Yi Wanqing to help sell those off as well. He decided to keep the remaining spiritual herbs for Su Muyu. Since she had awakened an S-rank profession, these items could help solidify her foundation and provide experience. I'll send someone to collect the gear tomorrow. Yi Wanqing sent the message. Got it, thanks. Su-han replied. Immediately after, he picked up the spiritual herbs and knocked on his sister's door. What do you want? Su Muyu opened the door and asked impatiently. Take these spiritual herbs. Su-han forcefully shoved the herbs into his sister's arms, leaving her no chance to refuse before turning and heading back to his own room. Staring at the spiritual herbs in her hands, Su Muyu froze. How could her useless brother possibly have such precious spiritual herbs? Had he stolen from someone's treasury? Or had he engaged in some unsavory scheme? In mere seconds, Su Muyu raced through every possible scenario in her mind except for the simple truth that Su-han might actually possess the strength to earn such treasures. That kid must be living off someone else's money. It's probably that class monitor you told me about. Bai Bing remarked coldly as she pondered. She distinctly sensed a faint aura of a white tiger warrior emanating from Su-han. And in the three-watch market, the only white tiger warrior he knew was Yi Wanqing. It was easy enough to connect the two. I see. Sumuyu realized with a flash of understanding. She wondered why her brother had suddenly become so generous with his spending. Turns out he was living off someone else's money. At this thought, she couldn't help but feel contempt for Suhan. He'd even lied about achieving the nearly impossible second awakening, only to end up riding a sugar daddy's coattails. Still, these low-grade spirit herbs are indeed top-notch quality. Seems your brother treats you pretty well after all. What good is that? All he does is scheme and plot. Bang! Sumuyu slammed the door shut. Back with Suhan, he remained completely unaware of the conversation between his sister and her master. At that moment, he was busy booking tomorrow's raid dungeon on his phone. Due to the nature of his profession, he couldn't level up, and he grew stronger naturally even while lying idle at home. Thus, the typical portals that granted experience offered little benefit to Suhan. Within the secret realm portals, however, the equipment and spiritual herbs he acquired held value whether resold or kept for personal use. Additionally, one must consider the hidden rewards contained within the secret realms. Generally speaking, the more dangerous or alluring the secret realm, the higher the chance it held hidden rewards. Thus, acting in his own best interest, he logged onto the official Awakened website and found a secret realm that seemed suitable. Secret realm name: want to play hide and seek? Level: unpredictable. Recommended party size: 1-5 players. Awakener level restriction: none. The unpredictable tier refers to those secret realms with unique conditions that cannot be conquered solely through combat-specific methods must be discovered to complete them. This portal on the official website has remained unconquered for 3 years since its initial appearance. Difficult and unique, it perfectly matched Suhan's criteria for selecting secret realms. Without hesitation, he immediately reserved tomorrow's access rights. Then he fell into a deep sleep. A bright moon hung high in the sky and stars shone brilliantly, yet such dazzling light could not illuminate the dark corners of the human world. Inside an office, Su Hongtao sat on the guest sofa. Across from him sat his father, Su Ke, the head of the Su family. Behind Su Ke stood a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a black suit. Father, you must stand up for me. I followed your advice today and went to conquer the secret realm, only to run into those two scumbags, Yuan Qing and Su Han. They provoked me without any reason, using reverse psychology to get me worked up and bet against them. After I lost the bet, that bastard Su Han even demanded I kneel and call him dad. How could you possibly tolerate that? Su Hongtao looked at his father, tears and snot streaming down his face as he recounted today's ordeal, hoping to get him to deal with Su Han. Are you sure you didn't do anything wrong? Su Ke shot his son a sideways glance and countered. Su Hongtao was a piece of work. His father knew him inside out. He undoubtedly shot himself in the foot. If it weren't for the fact that he had only this one son, Su Ke would have given him a good beating. I'm absolutely not at fault. Su Hongtao shouted excitedly. It's not just them, even that awakened one you hired for me, Dad, is useless. If it weren't for him, how could I have lost the bet? Sigh. Su Ke watched his son's unreasonable tantrum and sighed inwardly. After all, he was the scion of a prestigious family. How could he be so vastly different from that girl from the Yi family? I'll handle this matter for you. For the next few days, you stay home and reflect on your actions. Su Ke addressed his son. Dad, I'm your only son. You have to stand up for me. Su Hongtao's expression turned sinister, his words dripping with defiance. I'll make Su Han kneel and apologize to me. Not only that, but I'll make sure his family suffers too. All right. Su Ke agreed. Thank you, Dad. Satisfied with the response, Su Hongtao finally relented, then walked out of his father's office with a broad smile. Su Ke watched his son's receding figure, his expression darkening. Then he beckoned. The man behind him immediately bent down and leaned in close. Find out everything you can about that kid my son mentioned. Then have someone break his limbs. Make sure it's done cleanly. Understood. The man nodded in agreement. Chapter 14, The Star Squad in the Spotlight. The next day, Su Han woke up early for his usual workout and encountered Su Muyu in the living room. She glanced at him with a look of contempt, saying nothing. Su Han felt utterly baffled, but he didn't dare say anything. He sat at the dining table, eating the bread his parents had prepared, then asked his sister. Did you take the fire spirit pill I gave you the day before yesterday? No. Su Muyu replied with just 2 words. Ever since learning that Su Han had become a freeloader, she had developed an instinctive aversion to using anything her brother gave her. Even if the spirit pill had been prepared by their parents. If not for her master's persuasion, she might have sealed away those items last night. What you do with the things given to you is none of my business. I have only one request, don't sneakily return them to me when I'm not around. Su Han understood his sister's stubborn nature and knew she wouldn't easily relent and use the things he'd given her. So he settled for the next best thing, at least letting her keep the items for now. She's such a pushover when she's out there, but at home she's all tough. Su Muyu muttered under her breath, careful not to let Su Han hear. Perhaps her brother truly cared for her as their master had said. But she still couldn't accept the fact that her brother had chosen to live off others. What did you say? Su Han stared at her in confusion. Nothing. I said I understand. She glanced at Su-han and replied casually. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell interrupted the siblings' conversation. Su-han got up and opened the door. Hello, we're here to purchase equipment on behalf of Miss Yuanqing. Two burly men in black suits and sunglasses stood at the doorway. The gear is all here. Su-han retrieved the gear obtained from the secret realm yesterday from his system backpack and laid it out before the two men. Since they were sent by Yuanqing, he felt no need to conceal his use of subspace-like technology, fearing no ill will. After carefully inspecting the gear on the floor, one of the men spoke up. For this gear, we can offer you 1.8 million universal currency, a price 20% above market value. Given that a single B-grade item typically fetched around 1 million credits on the market, coupled with a few minor freebies, this offer was remarkably fair. The two promptly transferred the funds into Su-han's bank account, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. It was our pleasure to serve you. Handing Su-han a business card emblazoned with the characters Yiz Forge, the pair turned and walked away with the gear, leaving without a single glance back. Staring at the business card in his hand and the transaction confirmation text, Su-han couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. With this 1.8 million, he could not only purchase the items he needed on the market but also use the remaining funds to support his family and repay his parents, killing two birds with one stone. Closing the door, he returned to the living room. Inside, Su Muyu saw her brother's beaming expression and felt a wave of resentment welling up inside her. To avoid confronting Su-han, she finished breakfast, quickly tidied up, and left for school with a cold expression. The house was once again left with only Su-han inside. He leisurely cleaned up the leftovers, changed into his workout clothes, and headed out to complete his daily tasks. The secret realm portal he'd reserved yesterday was scheduled to open at noon, leaving no conflict with his morning workout. Everything proceeded as usual. For today's reward, he chose the instant recovery ability, usable anytime, as a safeguard against exhaustion during the secret realm's conquest. Time slipped by unnoticed until noon arrived. Su-han changed his clothes and headed to the location of the secret realm portal. He had originally planned to buy equipment at the market before tackling the dungeon. But after checking online, he discovered that the awakened equipment market was closed for the entire day today, not even open. Thus, he couldn't purchase any gear. Fortunately, the escape gem Yuanqing had prepared yesterday hadn't been used yet. He didn't need to worry about life-threatening danger. Arriving at the entrance to the secret realm, he found it already surrounded by awakened ones. As a secret realm that hadn't been conquered in 3 years, it shouldn't have had so many reservations. But somehow, despite everything being normal the night before, opening his phone that morning revealed today's slots were suddenly completely booked. The latest reservation information even showed the queue extending into next week. Did you hear the news? Apparently, the two neighboring cities teamed up with our Sanjing city to form a squad led by an S-rank awakened one, with every member being a rank. They're specifically targeting the secret realm that's remained unconquered for 3 years. Yeah. And I heard this dungeon run is going to be streamed live for everyone to see. But hasn't this secret realm been around for 3 years now? In that time, numerous teams of comparable scale have attempted to conquer it, only to return in utter defeat. Don't they fear making fools of themselves before the public? Or is there something different about this attempt? They must have obtained reliable intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't recklessly restart an attempt on an unexplored secret realm like this. A squad with this caliber ranks among the best in all of Huaishi province. And with Yang Jian, the guild leader of our Sanging city, personally leading the charge, there's no reason they shouldn't succeed. That makes sense. We support Ghost Bao Yang Jian leading the charge. Let's conquer the secret realm now. Listening to the discussions around him, Su-han finally understood why so many people had suddenly booked the secret realm. It was because a city-level star powerhouse was leading the charge. He scanned the area and noticed that besides the usual eager awakened gathered before the dungeon entrance, a group of media personnel armed with microphones and cameras had also appeared. They were gathered around a 10-person squad, led by a middle-aged man carrying a glowing wooden bow-shaped weapon. Mr. Yang Jian, with you personally leading this challenge into an unexplored dungeon, are you absolutely confident in success? The reporter's microphone was practically pressed against Yang Jian's lips, reflecting the intense media interest in the event. I am confident in leading my team to conquer the secret realm that has remained unfinished for 3 years. I hope everyone will trust us. We will deliver the best possible outcome to repay your support. Yang Jian answered with unwavering resolve in his eyes. Have you uncovered some crucial intelligence? Can this intelligence be shared publicly? Or must it remain confidential until after the expedition? Yang Jian handled the barrage of questions with ease. Finally, the reporter concluded. Mr. Yang Jian's words are truly reassuring. Now, let us all look forward to their performance. With that, they retracted the microphone and signaled the nearby livestream crew to follow them into the secret realm. What do you think? Will they succeed in their quest? The awakened watching the livestream outside the secret realm once again engaged in lively discussion. Of course they can. That's Ghost Bao Yang Jian, the pride of our city's awakened association. I believe Mr. Yang Jian will complete the secret realm challenge. I believe it too. I believe it too. Cheers erupted in waves around them. Nearly everyone present believed Yang Jian's team would succeed. However, all this commotion was temporarily irrelevant to Su-han, for he too was about to enter the secret realm. Chapter 15, The Yellowed Diary. Wishing you smooth sailing on your secret realm journey. The staff of the Awakened Association activated the rainbow-glowing secret realm portal for Su-han, who entered the realm shortly after Yang Jian's Ghost Bow Squad. In truth, the difficulty level of the portal could be discerned from the color of its aura. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet from front to back, they corresponded to portals ranging from difficult to easy. A multicolored halo signified an unpredictable, special portal. Look, someone followed Yang Jian's team into the secret realm. The gathered awakened ones gasped as Su-han stepped into the realm. It's definitely some jerk trying to ride Yang Jian's coattails during the livestream. How could he possibly conquer this secret realm alone? Yeah, if it were that easy, no one would have failed to clear it in 3 years. Su-han remained utterly unaware of everything outside the secret realm. He was simply following his own plan. After the familiar dizzying sensation, Su-han was transported outside a Chinese-style detached villa. The villa's exterior was entirely clad in redwood, its surfaces carved with vivid dragon and phoenix patterns. Within the villa's inner courtyard, meticulously tended flowers, plants, and trees stood in perfect order. One could sense the owner's dedication through these details. But upon closer inspection, Su-han noticed a dry well standing alone in the corner of the courtyard. He leaned forward and peered into the well. The skeletal remains of a body, its gender indistinguishable, lay scattered within the well, appearing to have fallen to their death. Approaching the villa's inner door, he pushed it open with a creak. The moment the door swung open, countless voices echoed from every direction. These staccato sounds, like rusty wind-up robots, echoed a call to the newcomer. Come play hide and seek with me. Find me, and I'll give you a reward. Su-han scanned the room, discovering the villa's interior littered with wooden dolls, each about 10 centimeters tall. Their mouths opened and closed, endlessly repeating the same phrase. The game begins. Come find me. As the words faded, the dolls scattered, hiding in every corner of the villa. I need to hurry. Su-han looked at the empty living room and immediately set off to search for the dolls hiding throughout the villa. After booking his appointment, he specifically looked up basic information and related details about this unexplored secret realm on the official website. He learned that entering the villa automatically triggered a hidden countdown roughly 2 hours. Before the timer ended, he had to find the one genuine puppet doll among tens of thousands of dolls to successfully clear the dungeon. Moreover, according to the rules, every fake doll found would subtract 10 seconds from the dungeon's countdown, making the already tight time frame even more critical. These harsh conditions explain why no one has conquered it in 3 years. Yet after reviewing the online information, Su-han couldn't shake an inexplicable sense of unease. Before he could figure out why, he had no choice but to trust the official website's information. Found you. Upon reaching the kitchen on the first floor, Su-han discovered 5 dolls there. Ha, you guessed wrong. Their mouths mechanically opened and closed. Then, the puppet dolls' bodies suddenly burst into flames. The fire consumed their small forms, and within seconds, the dolls were reduced to ashes. Su-han had anticipated this outcome. He had researched all of this beforehand on the Awakened Association's official website. He didn't stop searching. From the kitchen to the bedroom, from the bedroom to the bathroom, he searched the entire 3-story villa relentlessly for half an hour. Yet all he found were fake dolls. Time was running out. If he kept stumbling around aimlessly like this, he'd end up accepting failure as his only outcome. Could the official guide method be flawed? Su-han pondered, suddenly realizing why he'd felt uneasy earlier. Finding the true secret realm boss among tens of thousands of dolls is like searching for a needle in a haystack, virtually impossible. The official research must have been misguided. The true solution remains undiscovered. But what exactly should I do? He sat quietly on the sofa in the first-floor living room, contemplating a solution. Lifting his head, Su-han noticed a black and white photograph hanging on the wall directly opposite the living room. It depicted a middle-aged woman in a cheapao, adorned with 2 strands of jewelry made from mutated red beans around her neck and right wrist. Surrounding her stood a group of children barely waist-high. The photograph was held in place by an enormous frame, and every face in it wore a radiant smile of happiness. Su-han stared at the photograph for a long time, a vague sense growing within him that this item must hold great significance. A woman and a group of children. It didn't look like a normal combination. Usually, this kind of composition would only appear in places like orphanages or kindergartens. Was the woman in the picture a kindergarten teacher, or perhaps the director or staff member of an orphanage? Su-han couldn't say for sure. He reached out and ran his fingers along the frame's edge. He traced along the edge, moving from left to right, examining the photograph closely. His movements made the wooden frame creak. Suddenly, Su-han instinctively pressed down hard. A metal key fell out from behind the frame. He bent down to pick it up. Though he had no idea what this thing was for, he knew that wherever there was a key, there must be something it was meant to unlock. And his intuition told him that finding whatever it unlocked would be crucial to his mission. Once he figured it out, he immediately began searching again. From the bedroom door to the wardrobe boxes, he tried every lock that required a key. If he encountered any hidden wooden dolls during his search, he paid them no mind whatsoever, simply leaving them to remain quietly where they were. Strangely enough, when he stopped paying them attention, they seemed to become curious little observers, their eyes following Soo-han as he rummaged through the room without uttering a sound. Finally, after half an hour of relentless searching, he unlocked a cabinet in the bedroom desk with the key. Inside lay a quietly resting, yellowed diary. Soo-han opened the diary and began reading its contents. My name is Manhwa. My name is Wonner. My name is Urdu. My name is Sijuan. These are the names Mom gave us. The first page of the diary was densely covered with names of varying sizes and distinct handwriting. It seemed this diary wasn't written by a single person. Chapter 16, Let's Play Hide and Seek. From the moment I became conscious, Mom has always been by my side, protecting me. I am her most cherished child. Mom treated me as well as if I were her own flesh and blood. She taught me to read and write, and even showed me the art of embroidery. Not only that, but she gave me a beautiful name, Wonner. We loved playing hide and seek with Mom. Every time, she'd volunteer to be it just to make us laugh. Mom is the kindest and strongest woman in the world, showering us all with boundless warmth and love. But Soo-han read the diary intently. Turning to a page in the middle, a huge but filled the entire page. Turning further, the warm words from the first half abruptly turned into something shocking. Why were the villagers screaming to kill us? Why were they beating Mom relentlessly with their sticks? Why were they holding torches? The villagers came again, spewing vile words and shouting for Mom to come out. Mom called us into the bedroom and smiled as she said, "Do you all want to play hide and seek? Mom will be it. Hide quickly, and don't come out until I find you." We were thrilled. It had been ages since Mom played hide and seek with us. Everyone scattered excitedly, hiding in secluded corners of the house, waiting for Mom the Seeker to find them. But why hasn't Mom found me yet? The diary abruptly ended here. Soo-han felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He turned to look at the wooden dolls hiding motionless in the bedroom. At that very moment, they all turned their gaze toward Soo-han, yet remained frozen, making no move. Though the diary was incomplete, the scattered fragments suggested something terrible had happened here. Based on what he knew, Soo-han pieced together a version of the story. The mother in the diary seemed like a loving angel, and the children she had adopted were her wings. For reasons unknown, such a kind-hearted person had become the target of her fellow villagers. In the end, the mother met a tragic fate, forced to use the children's favorite method to temporarily shield them from the disaster. He placed the diary back in the cabinet and rose to return to the living room on the first floor. Gazing at the photograph before him, a pang of sadness welled up in Soo-han's heart. Previous players had focused solely on swiftly locating the one correct doll, overlooking the deeper meaning embedded within the numerous dolls scattered throughout the villa. The flames were spreading through the villa. Over an hour had passed since Soo-han began playing hide and seek. If he couldn't figure out a way to complete the challenge soon, this attempt would end in failure. Big brother, did Mommy send you to play hide and seek with us? Soo-han pondered his next move. Just then, the puppet doll's stuttering mechanical voices reached his ears. He looked up to find the entire interior of the villa, the living room, kitchen, and hallways on every floor now filled with puppet dolls. They stood amidst the raging flames, their once cold eyes now filled with anticipation. He recalled the diary's contents. The children's innocent words and their mother's kind, loving face came together in that black and white photograph on the wall. How could the bond between them not move anyone? Yet now he must watch helplessly as this fire consumes it all, leaving no trace behind. He couldn't bear it. That's right, Big Brother was sent by your mom to play with you. Your mom has flown up to heaven and become an angel. Will she come back? A little girl doll in a dress wobbled over to Soo-han, tugging at his pant leg as she asked. No. Soo-han shook his head. But if you can all finish this game of hide and seek with me, you'll become angels in heaven just like your mom. Then let's start right away, Big Brother. Cover your eyes. All right. Soo-han covered his eyes with his palms. As the countdown echoed through the villa, the wooden dolls hid once more. 1 minute later, he opened his eyes and began the game. Gotcha. Placing his right hand on the doll he'd found, its body swiftly engulfed in flames just as before. Thank you, kind Big Brother. The doll's skin slowly shattered. In the instant before it vanished, Soo-han thought he saw a smiling child tearfully thanking him. Remember to catch up with Mom up there. Soo-han endured the searing heat, gently rubbing the doll's head as he spoke with a tender smile. Until the doll turned to ashes before his eyes. This was redemption for the children who had become monsters. Time continued to flow. One doll after another turned to wood shavings in Soo-han's hands. The flames had engulfed the entire villa. If he didn't leave now, he might be the next to be consumed by the fire. Is this as far as it goes? He felt a pang of reluctance. At least let him and the dolls finish this game. You have triggered a hidden condition within the secret realm and obtained a hidden reward. The flames were closing in on his body. In the critical moment, a ring of light appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Suhan seized the light ring. An image of a man engulfed in flames materialized in his mind. The blazing fire on his body appeared ferocious, yet the man remained utterly unmoved. He walked expressionlessly along a desolate road. You have witnessed the man who fears no flames and awakened the skill. Skill name, Fire Immunity. Rank, A. Effect, immune to fire damage. Description, as a master of fire, ordinary flames cannot harm you. Suhan's choice fulfilled the hidden condition. Having acquired the fire immunity skill, he no longer needed to fear the villa's blaze. He had finally earned the qualification to complete this game with the dolls. Thus, the game began anew. Until he sent the last doll in the villa to heaven. Big brother, my name is Warner. Thank you for playing this children's game with us. Actually, I know Mom will never come back. That day, out of curiosity, I peered through the window and saw the villagers push Mom into the big well in the courtyard. They killed her. As she sent off the last doll in the villa, she suddenly spoke to Suhan. Red Bean Mom was the kindest person in the world. She played hide and seek with us and made sure we never went hungry. But her love for us never earned the villagers' understanding. Big brother, can I ask you a favor? After you see me off, please go to the villa's courtyard. There's one last doll hidden there. He was the one among us children who loved Mom the most. I promise. Suhan suppressed his pain and agreed without hesitation. Thank you, big brother. Upon receiving his promise, the doll named Wainer visibly pulled a faint smile before ascending into the flames, reuniting with her mother in the heavens. He braved the raging flames and stepped out of the villa. The courtyard outside had long since become a sea of flames. Suhan looked toward the well. A child was leaning against the well wall, head bowed, silent. He approached, knelt on one knee, and gently placed his right hand on the child's head. Then he spoke to the child before him. I found you. Chapter 17, The Story Behind the Secret Realm. Big brother, thank you for playing hide and seek with us one last time. I must go to heaven now to see my mother. The doll's body began to shatter into pieces, and a single tear rolled down his blank, lifeless eyes. It was a tear of gratitude for Suhan. The next moment, the doll's body dissolved into a white light that surged into Suhan's forehead. A flood of memories washed over him. Mommy, do you love me less now that you have other children? A little boy clutched the hand of a woman who looked exactly like the one in the photo. He lifted his tear-filled eyes and asked, his voice trembling with sorrow. Silly child, you're my own flesh and blood. How could I not love you? The woman crouched down, ruffled the boy's hair, and said with a smile. Once they come into this home, they're all our family. My Nangwa understands what I mean, right? Nangwa always listens to Mom. We're all family, and we'll be together forever. The little boy nodded at the woman, his words firm. Mom, today I heard the adults in the village calling us useless bastards who only waste the village's grain and can't even work. Mom, are we really like what the adults say? Little Nangwa tugged at his mother's skirt, recounting today's ordeal with hurt in his voice. How could that be? You're all Mom's little angels. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. You're the most useful little ones in the world, definitely not the useless trash they call you. Her mother's voice soothed little Nangwa, yet as he watched her leave the house, a heavy feeling settled over him. Mom, why are all the adults outside shouting that they want to burn us alive? Did we do something wrong to make everyone angry? Xiao Nangwa gazed out the window. The villagers, their faces sallow and gaunt like withered trees, now surrounded the villa tightly, torches in hand. You heard wrong. They just want to play a game with us. The woman saw the scene outside too. While comforting her son, she pondered a plan. Finally, she continued to Nangwei. Sweetheart, how about we play hide and seek? Go get everyone together, let's play as a family. Yes, yes. Little Nangwa, thrilled by his mother's words, dashed out the door and gathered all the other children into the bedroom. Let the game begin. Village chief, if you're going to arrest someone, arrest me. Don't hurt the children. Xiao Nangwa hid in the grassy patch of the courtyard, peering through the gaps in the flowers as he watched his mother confront the adults of the village. Hongdo, don't blame us for being heartless. The mountain god has decreed that on the first day of every month, we must send one child up the mountain to become his apprentice. None of the other families in the village have children of the right age. Only yours do. Sacrificing one is for the greater good. The oldest looking man in the crowd stepped forward and addressed the woman. Why must we be the ones to sacrifice? The blacksmith's family, and Wang Er's family, and even your own son, village chief, don't they have children too? Would you be willing to part with your own? Village chief, I beg you, spare them. I'll go up the mountain in their place. As the woman spoke, she suddenly collapsed to her knees with a thud, sobbing and begging the elder to spare her children. Village chief, at this point, why are you still spinning tales to deceive this widow? I say we just kill them outright, burn this house to the ground, and use the cleared land for farming. The village is starving. Food is already scarce. Their family occupies such a large plot of land, yet they don't grow grain. Not only that, they keep bringing orphans back to share our rations. Even if the king of heaven himself came today, this would be unacceptable. A tall man stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at the woman's face as he cursed. You lot think I'm easy to bully just because my husband died young. I treated you all with herbs from my garden for free, and you acted like you owed me a debt of gratitude. Now that famine has struck the village, not only do you demand I hand over the children, but you want to burn down the ancestral home my family left behind. You've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. Realizing these people would not spare her or her children, the woman knew they meant to harm them. She sprang to her feet and lunged like a madwoman at the village chief standing at the front. You don't even want to hear the truth. Seeing this, the man grabbed the woman with one hand, hoisted her up, and ruthlessly tossed her into the well in the courtyard. Splash! The woman hit the water. Shrieks of agony rose from the depths, yet no one moved to save her. The villagers stood at the well's edge, watching the drowning woman with cold indifference. Until her cries finally ceased. What are you doing? Stop it! Stop it! My mother will die. Xiaonanhua, witnessing the man throw his mother into the well, could no longer contain himself. He leapt from the grass, wailing as he tried to stop him. The man saw Nanguo running toward him but paid him no mind. He signaled the surrounding villagers, who beat Nanguo relentlessly with wooden sticks until he had no strength left to cry or resist. Set the house on fire. The man waved his hand, directing the villagers to set the villa ablaze with torches. In an instant, thick smoke billowed, and the once imposing house was engulfed in a sea of flames. His younger siblings, heeding their mother's words, had even stayed inside the house obediently. Even as the flames outside raged out of control, there was no sign of them escaping. Xiaonanhua watched the house, filled with cherished memories, turn to ashes, tears streaming down his face in anguish. This house will burn for a while yet. Let's head home first and send 2 people to take turns keeping watch. The man addressed the villagers as he stared at the towering flames. He ignored Xiaonanhua, who lay beaten and barely conscious. People gathered together by evil intent, committing atrocities, yet faced the reality of murder with such casual indifference. The wicked mob departed in groups, leaving only Xiaonanhua. Covered in wounds, she lay sprawled on the ground, yet struggled to crawl toward the well in the courtyard. Mom, you always told me not to worry. But why must the kind among us meet such a tragic end? The recollection ended. Having witnessed the tale behind the secret realm from a third-person perspective, Suhan felt only boundless sorrow. Red beans grow in the southern land. In spring, how many branches will sprout? May you gather them often, for this token holds the deepest longing. As the memory surged, the raging flames within the secret realm ceased to burn. He turned around. All the dolls he had played hide-and-seek with had now transformed back into their original forms, standing before him. Their faces bore smiles of relief and happiness. Thank you, kind big brother. The children thanked him in unison. In the next instant, their bodies dissolved into white light, coalescing into 2 treasure chests, 1 gold, 1 silver. Outside the villa gates, colorful return portals appeared simultaneously. This signified that Suhan had successfully completed his quest within the secret realm. Chapter 18, Conquest Failed? He approached the gold and silver treasure chests and opened them, revealing 2 items. A skill book and a bracelet. Skill book name, Hide and Seek Universal. Grade, B. Effect, the user can transform into any non-living object. If detected or attacked, they revert to their original form. Description, Mom loved playing hide and seek with us. Equipment name, Red Bean Bracelet. Grade, A. Effect, absorbs 1 lethal attack from an awakened being below level 50. Description, within the bracelet lies a mother's unwavering resolve to protect her child. Both items proved invaluable to Suhan in his current state, effectively adding extra means to stay alive. He stowed away his spoils, cast one final glance at this hidden realm steeped in sorrow, then stepped into the portal leading back. Outside the secret realm, countless individuals from diverse backgrounds and professions eagerly anticipated whether Ghost Bao Yangjian's squad could conquer this challenge, one that had eluded successful completion for 3 years. Human nature craves spectacle. Though the uncharted realm of hide and seek posed immense difficulty, typically attracting only 2 or 3 reckless souls to attempt it. Yet now, seeing a famous figure leading a team to conquer it, people swarmed to fill every available reservation slot. All for the chance to witness a historic moment. Media crews held microphones, cameras perpetually trained on the portal entrance, poised to interview Yang Jian's team the moment they emerged from the realm. Then they'd show off their city's guardian to the live stream audience. Of course, with such a crowd, discussions inevitably erupted. Some even set up betting pools specifically for this event. I'm betting on Mr. Yang Jian conquering the secret realm. He's the pride of our city. If even he fails, I can't imagine who could succeed. Count me in. As a native of Sanging City, I've got to root for our Ghost Bao Yangjian. I'm betting on failure. This secret realm has been around for 3 years. Over that time, plenty of powerful awakened have led expeditions, but didn't they all end up returning empty-handed? Mr. Yang Jian is formidable, but those awakened aren't exactly weak either. Conquering this secret realm won't be that simple. Have you all forgotten? Besides Yang Jian, there's also a youngster inside the secret realm now. Amidst the clamor of discussion, someone mentioned Suhan. Are you seriously expecting some attention-seeking clown to clear the dungeon? That's pure fantasy. Exactly. How could someone like that even be compared to Mr. Yang Jian? You're way too high on that kid. Please spare us these laughable remarks. I'm still betting on Yang Jian's success. The crowd's murmurs rose and fell, some optimistic, others pessimistic. But one thing was certain, not a single soul believed Suhan would be the one to conquer the secret realm. Look, someone's coming out of the portal. After an unknown amount of time, a flash of white light erupted from the portal as several figures slowly emerged. The crowd eagerly anticipated Yang Jian's triumphant return. Not only would it add a glorious chapter to his personal resume, but it could also become a resounding calling card for the third watch market. Under countless burning gazes, the figures gradually came into focus. Indeed, it was the much-anticipated Yang Jian squad. Yet their current state starkly contrasted with everyone's expectations. Blood stained the corners of Yang Jian's mouth, and his high-grade equipment was charred black. He limped out of the secret realm, supported by his teammates. The others also bore varying degrees of burn marks on their bodies. Standing before the teleportation gate with heads bowed, Yang Jian's face bore an expression of regret. Before he could speak, the sight of their condition made the outcome of their raid painfully clear to everyone. Silence fell over the crowd. Media cameras trained on the battered squad, exposing their disarray to the entire nation. Mr. Yang Jian, what is the outcome of this mission? The host standing at the front, lacking the authority to cut the live broadcast, could only steel himself and hold the microphone up to Yang Jian. The team members all turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Only Yang Jian remained. He took the microphone, his eyes fixed intently on the camera, his lips moving. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. Our attempt to conquer the hide-and-seek secret realm has ended in failure. The specific details will be explained at a later press conference. All I can say now is that hide-and-seek is fundamentally different from other secret realms. It's not something we could conquer solely based on our past experience. With that, Yang Jian waved his hand, and the livestream connection was abruptly cut. Yet those final words before the broadcast ended had already reached every viewer's ears, and they would spread across the internet at lightning speed. What did Ghostbao Yang Jian mean by that? Some viewers were deeply perplexed by Yang Jian's words. Simultaneously, his words sent shockwaves through those present. What else could it mean? The strategy failed, that's what. He made such bold promises before going in, yet now he's shifting blame and acting all wronged. If even Ghostbao Yang Jian failed the quest, just how difficult must this secret realm be? No clue, but I know from now on, hide and seek will only grow in people's minds. Few will dare venture in again. Let's get out of here. If even the top teams can't clear it, what's the point of us hanging around? Panic spread among the crowd, and all hope of conquering this secret realm vanished. Wait, did you notice that kid who went in after Lord Yang Jian? He hasn't come out yet. As the crowd grew despondent, someone glanced at the portal and voiced the question. Seriously? You think a secret realm that even a high-level S-rank awakener leading an all-rank squad couldn't clear would be conquered by some random kid who popped up out of nowhere? Someone in the crowd retorted. Exactly. That kid's probably cowering in some corner of the secret realm right now, trembling like a leaf. He might even be dead inside already. God, how are we supposed to conquer a secret realm this difficult? Yang Jian's failure plunged everyone into confusion. Yet they refused to believe an unknown figure could conquer hide and seek. Mr. Yang Jian, the association has sent a special vehicle to pick you up. The gate administrator approached Yang Jian and whispered in his ear. Not far from the portal, several black sedans waited under the shade of trees, poised for instructions. Thank you for taking the trouble to look after someone as useless as me. Yang Jian patted the staff member on the shoulder, preparing to leave the scene with his team. One failure means nothing. You are the legend and pride of the Awakened Association of Sanjing City. It is our honor to serve you. The staff member placed his right hand on Yang Jian's shoulder, steadying his unsteady frame. The group of 11 shuffled forward, moving toward the parked vehicle. Though the mission had failed, Yang Jian had long become an iconic figure in the hearts of Sanjing City's people. A single setback wouldn't cause them to turn on him. As all attention remained fixed on Yang Jian and his companions, a faint glow reappeared at the teleportation gate behind the team. Chapter 19, Mission Accomplished. This time, Su Han emerged from within. Simultaneously, the completion time for the strategy appeared above the portal. Seeing this, everyone froze in shock. No one could have imagined that the secret realm, which had remained unconquered for 3 years, would actually be conquered by an obscure nobody with no notable reputation, especially after the failure of a powerhouse like Yang Jian, the Ghostbao. The stark contrast left the surrounding awakened and media minds blank. He conquered hide and seek. He conquered the secret realm. Seconds later, an exclamation from an unknown source ignited the crowd. Host! Host! Snap out of it. Get up there for the interview, don't let this headline slip away. The on-site director in charge of the live broadcast reacted swiftly, urgently urging the host forward. The crowd, which had been in panic just moments before, quickly closed in around the portal once more. They all wanted to see what this person who conquered the high difficulty, uncharted secret realm looked like. What's going on? Members of Yang Jian's team, positioned opposite the dungeon exit, remained utterly bewildered. Hearing the shouts, they turned around and saw the time displayed above the portal. The realm has been conquered? The squad members could scarcely believe it. This was a special secret realm they couldn't defeat even by giving their all. Could it be that some level 70 powerhouse had stepped in and forcibly cracked the puzzle? Hello, I'm a host from Sanjing City Television. May I ask your name? Having successfully cleared a dungeon that remained unconquered for 3 years, do you have any special thoughts? The sudden interview left Su Han feeling flustered. He was just a high school student who had never encountered such a chaotic scene before. You look so young. What method did you use to conquer the secret realm? What are your thoughts on the team led by Yang Jian, who surpassed the Ghost Bow in this event? The host continued firing questions relentlessly, the microphone practically pressed against Su Han's face. Sorry, no comment. Faced with such unreasonable behavior, Su Han felt irritated. All he wanted now was to leave immediately. You. The host selectively ignored Su Han's mood, attempting to pry out some information. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by an association staff member pushing through the crowd. We apologize, but this interview must conclude now. For details regarding this strategy guide, please stay tuned for our upcoming press conference. Alright, understood. The host looked at the stern-faced staff member before him and shot a pleading glance toward the on-site supervisor. With the Awakened Association backing the staff member, the on-site coordinator dared not challenge them, even if they had the courage of a tiger or a leopard. They could only instruct the host to cease further action. Everyone, all reservations for today's hide-and-seek secret realm are suspended. If you have a reservation for the dungeon run today, it will be rescheduled for tomorrow. If you do not have a reservation, please leave immediately. The staff member then addressed the surrounding awakened individuals. What gives you the right to do this? Does completing a secret realm mean others can't explore it? Or is this person connected to your association? Some awakened ones, fired up by Su Han's success, were now eager for a challenge. Hearing the staff's dampening words now, they grew visibly agitated. Please give me some face. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Yang Jian, supported by his teammates, returned. He approached Su Han and addressed the crowd. Whatever you wish to know, we will address all questions at the press conference in a few days. But please refrain from becoming overly emotional, lest it negatively impact the protagonist of this incident. Hearing this, the crowd calmed down. They respected Yang Jian and held him in awe. Since this young man had earned their respect, they saw no point in making further trouble for themselves. Soon, under the guidance of staff, the crowd dispersed. Among those dismissed were the television crews dispatched by the city. The chaotic scene was finally brought under control. Hello. Yang Jian faced Su Han and extended his right hand politely. Hello. Su Han, who held Yang Jian in high regard as a local celebrity, returned the greeting with equal respect. Young man, might we step aside for a moment? Yang Jian inquired. Certainly. After that, they moved to the sedan that had been prepared in advance. Young man, my name is Yang Jian. You should know me. Yang Jian and Su Han sat in the back seat, with the driver and the staff member from earlier in the front. Of course I do. You're the guardian angel of our entire city. Su Han looked at him sincerely as he replied. Indeed. Yet today, this guardian has been surpassed by a younger generation. Yang Jian looked back at Su Han, trying to gauge his reaction. You flatter me. I was just fortunate. Your contributions to Sanjing City over the years, however, are undeniable. Ha 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 ha. Yang Jian burst into hearty laughter at Su Han's sincere words. Anyone could tell he was genuinely delighted. Young man, what's your name? My name is Su Han. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? As he spoke, a hint of scrutiny flickered in Yang Jian's eyes. Sorry, no thanks. Su Han declined without hesitation. Although the man had helped him escape the mob of unruly media and awakened individuals, they had only met today. He couldn't possibly accept a stranger as his master. Even if this man was highly respected. Not interested? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. Do you know how many people beg to be my disciple? I wouldn't give them the time of day. Of course I do. Then why refuse? This is a golden opportunity for both fame and fortune. Because I don't believe I'm exceptional enough to truly impress you with just one successful secret realm conquest. Su Han spoke bluntly. Besides, today is our first meeting. I simply can't bring myself to take on a stranger as my master purely for profit. Unmoved by worldly greed, this response significantly raised Yang Jian's estimation of Su Han. As the other had said, his earlier words were meant to test whether Su Han was truly worth the effort of him and the association. Had Su Han agreed without hesitation to become his disciple, Yang Jian would have looked down on him instead. Once the press conference for this secret realm concluded, they would have no further dealings. Conversely, he and the association could extend their support to Su Han after the event. This, to some extent, was an investment in a prodigy. Chapter 20, Reactions from All Sides. Ha 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 ha. Yang Jian stared at Su-han, finding the young man sitting across from him increasingly to his liking. To be honest, I'm genuinely tempted to take you as my disciple right now. Please stop joking around like this. Su-han quickly interjected. The Yang Jian he'd seen on TV programs before was always serious and highly responsible. How could the real person be so completely different? Turns out, the personas people put on for TV shows are just tricks to fool kids. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Yang Jian's mood shifted effortlessly. One moment he was joking, the next he could instantly turn serious. I won't pry into how you cleared the secret realm. Whether you choose to share is entirely up to you. However, I must insist you attend the press conference in a few days. He reminded him earnestly. Su-han had conquered a secret realm that had eluded all attempts for 3 years. And by sheer coincidence, he had made himself the backdrop for it. This was something impossible to conceal. With so many eyes watching, news of the hide-and-seek dungeons fall might spread throughout the city by tomorrow morning. Along with it would come details about Su-han's personal circumstances. Moreover, he had personally guaranteed to the crowd that Su-han would attend the press conference to disperse the crowd. If Su-han ultimately failed to attend the press conference, not only would he lose all face, but more critically, it would tarnish the association's reputation. I trust you're a reasonable person, so I must ask for your cooperation. Whatever demands you have afterward, the association will do its utmost to accommodate them. I agree to attend the press conference. Su-han knew he had no other choice. Since fame was inevitable anyway, he might as well make a bold, public statement at the press conference. That was far better than being exposed online later. He was determined to become the strongest man in the world. A mere press conference wouldn't deter him. Moreover, attending the press conference would also serve to uphold the dignity of the Sage City Awakened Association. Plus, he'd receive compensation from the association afterward, a win-win situation. With benefits to be gained, why wouldn't he do it? Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Yang Jian said with relief. This young man before me not only possesses the ability to clear uncharted dungeons, but also carries himself with an unflappable confidence and fearlessness. He is destined for great things. Let's exchange contact details. I'll inform you of the press conference's time and location later so you can prepare in advance. No problem. Su-han pulled out his phone and entered Yang Jian's number. After this press conference, I'd like to ask you for an unconditional favor. Su-han stated. He knew exactly what he needed. While elixirs and money were certainly important material things, for him, the favor of a high-level awakened one held far greater value. Of course, no problem. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll do my utmost to assist you. Yang Jian was somewhat surprised, but he didn't refuse. Just as he had anticipated, this was an investment in a prodigy. It seemed Su-han possessed not only ability and courage, but also considerable intelligence. After all, the favor of a high-level awakened held far greater value than ordinary material support. Thank you for agreeing to my unreasonable request. Su-han smiled and said. Let's work together. Pleasure working with you. Their conversation concluded there. The gears of fate began to turn, and their destinies became intertwined at that very moment. At the same time, news of Su-han's successful conquest of the hide-and-seek secret realm spread like wildfire online, just as they had anticipated. An awakened present at the scene had secretly snapped a clear photo of Su-han's face and posted it online, accompanied by the caption. Shocking. A supernova emerges in Sanjing City, single-handedly conquering a 3-year unsolved secret realm challenge. King-tier powerhouses reduced to mere backdrops. King-tier referred to awakened individuals between levels 50 and 60. As the news rapidly gained traction, Su-han's name once again entered the public consciousness. Judging by the photo, he looks under 20. Could he be a recent graduate from some elite academy out to see the world? Commented an uninformed netizen. If that's true, he'd have to be among the top 10 graduates from Peking or Tsinghua. How else could he match a king-tier powerhouse, especially our strongest one, Yang Jian? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know what you're saying. I recognize the guy in the photo. He's our school's notorious problem student. He's a senior this year named Su-han. He awakened the trash class of Fist Master. This is definitely some unscrupulous media's sensationalist news. I don't believe it anyway. The OP clearly didn't watch the livestream. I was there when the secret realm was conquered. I'd stake my head on it every word the original poster said is true. I heard the Awakened Association in Sanjing City is holding a press conference about this incident in a few days. It should be live-streamed in full, right? Mr. Yang Jian assured us the person in the photo will attend the press conference. Then we'll see for ourselves whether the story is true or false. In the internet age, the speed of information dissemination is truly remarkable. Unsurprisingly, several keywords related to Su-han trended locally within hours, with Sanjing City residents passionately voicing their opinions online. Of course, some people weren't exactly thrilled to see these news stories about Su-han. We can't take this job. In a dimly lit room, a man wearing a leopard mask lowered his voice, his gaze steady as he looked at the person across from him. Why? The secretary was puzzled. He had received orders from Suko to find someone to deal with Suhan. This mission couldn't be botched. He's just a high schooler who awakened a worthless class. Breaking his limbs shouldn't be too difficult, right? Are you genuinely unaware, or just pretending? The high schooler you speak of is now likely under the special protection of the Sanjing City Awakened Association. The man pulled out a phone and tossed it toward the secretary. A video about Suhan was playing on the screen. He's the kind of guy Yang Jian personally vouched for. I hope you understand his value. What do you mean by that? The secretary glared coldly at him. Hearing this, the man extended his hand, mimicking the motion of counting money. What I mean is, you'll have to pay more. 2 million yuan to break his limbs. If you refuse, there are plenty willing to take the job. The secretary gritted her teeth. If it weren't for the big boss's request, he wouldn't even bother meeting these money-grubbing scoundrels. Deal. The man heard the quote. Without a second thought, he agreed. In 3 days, you'll receive photos of the target with all limbs broken. At Suhan's residence, Sumuyu came across today's trending news report. Isn't that my useless brother? Spotting a familiar figure in the trending photos, she clicked through. After reading the report's details and the netizens' discussions, she still couldn't quite believe her eyes. He's actually strong enough to rival Yang Jian, the ghost Bao? Sumuyu was filled with doubt. Her brother was clearly a useless loser who de-awakened a trash class and couldn't adapt. How could he suddenly become strong enough to be mentioned in the same breath as a king-tier powerhouse? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Yi family must have given him the secret realm strategy. That Suhan, all he thinks about day in and day out is winning women's favor. He's a complete and utter bastard. Sitting nearby, her form concealed, Bai Bing remained silent. She stared at the message on her disciple's phone, lost in thought. She had some recollection of this secret realm, hide and seek. In her memory, it seemed this secret realm had been conquered 2 years from now. The one who conquered it was a prodigious young genius who had emerged out of nowhere at the time, Gu Yangguang, later known to the world as the Flame Emperor. Moreover, he had only barely succeeded by leveraging his innate class trait of immunity to all flames. From that point onward, he skyrocketed to prominence, sweeping through opponents to become a peerless powerhouse on par with her. But the Suhan in the reports was clearly not the person she remembered. The fist master profession didn't possess such a game-breaking trait. How could he suddenly appear and snatch the credit that rightfully belonged to the Flame Emperor? Could it be that my journey back in time triggered a butterfly effect? Bai Bing couldn't be sure. What she could be certain of, however, was that the situation was far more complex than her disciple imagined. It seemed Suhan had undoubtedly gained some kind of opportunity. Alright, stop refreshing the news. It's just a special secret realm. Once you grow stronger, conquering such realms will be a piece of cake. Now, get back to your cultivation. Bai Bing dismissed further thoughts and turned to urge Sumuyu. A secret realm that required a measure of luck to conquer? This empress paid it no mind. It was merely the discrepancy between established facts and her own memories that had surprised her. Even if Suhan happened to seize this opportunity, the limitations of his fist master profession remained. At best, he might shed the label of being a failure, but he would never become an awakened equal to her. Understood, master. Sumuyu nodded. Returning to her room, she sat cross-legged. She began practicing the cultivation method exclusive to the entire profession of the Frostbow. This cultivation method would help her condense cold energy faster and more effectively, strengthening the fundamental power of her profession. Suhan remained unaware of everything unfolding behind the scenes. After returning home yesterday, he concealed his profession and briefly explained to his family why he had appeared on the trending topics. While his sister walked back to her room expressionless, his parents were genuinely pleased for him. He didn't dwell on it much. He believed that things would work themselves out eventually, and that Sumuyu would understand him sooner or later. Suhan, I saw the news. Congratulations. Yi Wanqing sent Suhan a text message on her phone. The news had been trending in the city for so long there was no way she hadn't seen it. When they tackled the goblin lair together before, she'd only thought Suhan was exceptionally skilled. But after seeing the news today, she realized the gap in their abilities might be far greater than she'd imagined. Thanks, class president. Suhan replied politely. Are you free this afternoon? The rest of us want to gather and run a few low-level dungeons to build teamwork among squad members. Yi Wanqing sent another message. No problem. After finishing his daily training, Suhan changed clothes and headed to school to meet up with the rest of the team. Upon seeing Suhan, everyone greeted him warmly. They had, of course, seen the news trending on the hot search list. While some exaggeration might be involved, they now had their first tangible glimpse of Suhan's true capabilities. Everyone's here. Before we tackle the dungeon, I need to distribute something to all of you. Yi Wanqing conjured several black boxes out of thin air. These contain portable combat suits. While they don't offer the same stat bonuses as regular gear, each suit is equipped with a life-saving device. In life-threatening situations, the device will activate automatically. It should be more than sufficient for handling lower-level dungeons. Everyone turned their gaze to the black boxes Yuan Qing was handing out. A single portable combat suit was worth at least 2 million credits. Yuan Qing produced 5 sets at once, truly befitting the heiress of the Yi family. Her wealth and generosity were staggering. They opened the boxes and fastened the wristwatches around their wrists. With a light press, the watches emitted a faint white glow. Slowly, a black and white combat suit enveloped each person's body. At the chest position, a white tiger head emblem, the Yi family crest, adorned each suit. Let's go! Yuan Qing led the group to the first teleportation gate they had reserved for today. The awakened individuals waiting in line before the portal cast envious and reverent glances at the family crest on their chests. This was the power of a clan. Look at that guy, doesn't he resemble that supernova trending on the hot search today? Before entering the portal, someone recognized Su Han, but dared only whisper about it to their companion. Yesterday, Yang Jian, the president of the Third Watch City Awakened Association, had publicly and forcefully endorsed him. Ordinary awakened like them dared not act presumptuously in front of others. Chapter 21, Assassination. Could he have joined the Yi family? Seeing the emblem on Su Han's chest, people couldn't help but speculate. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this news spread rapidly online. They're just talking nonsense without knowing the facts. Don't pay them any mind. Yuan Qing turned her head and locked eyes with Su Han. She heard the whispers around her, yet felt no joy whatsoever. Su Han hadn't joined the Yi family. If such misunderstandings caused him to develop resentment toward their family, it would be a loss far outweighing any gain. It's fine. Su Han shook his head. He was about to attend a press conference. How could he possibly dwell on such a minor matter? The group stepped through the crimson glowing portal together. This was a level 10-15D rank goblin portal, not overly challenging, making it perfect for a rookie squad like theirs to build teamwork. The 5-member party was divided by class: 1 tank, 2 warriors, 1 support, and 1 assassin. The composition was relatively well balanced. During combat, Cheng Shan would draw fire up front, allowing Su Han and Yuan Qing to deal damage. Xin Bing would strike at opportune moments to finish off enemies, while Bai Yuyao focused on buffing and restoring health. Mountain's Blessing. As his class skill activated, a thin layer of rock armor covered Cheng Shan's body. He charged headlong into the fray, striking the monsters first. Clack clack clack. The goblin, enraged by the assault, glared at Cheng Shan before hoisting a stone in its hand and hurling it at him. But these things, thrown at Cheng Shan, whose defense had been boosted by his skill, were like tickling, utterly ineffective. Su Han and Yuan Qing followed closely behind, each delivering a punch to a goblin's head, sending 2 of them flying backward. God bless mankind and grant them mighty attack power and speed. Bai Yuyao chanted from the rear. Through the system interface, Su Han clearly sensed his strength and speed increase by about 10%, reaching 14 points. My buff skill lasts a maximum of 30 seconds each time, but with a 45-second cooldown, that leaves nearly a third of the time uncovered. To better coordinate the assault, Bai Yuyao applied buffs while explaining to her teammates. Immediately, the squad's final member, Xin Bing, flickered into position behind the 2 flying goblins. She drew kunai from her waist and plunged them through the monsters' throats. Gurgle. Clutching their necks with both hands, the goblins stiffly twisted their heads before meeting their end with a final, reluctant gasp. The first skirmish concluded. For the rest of the campaign, they would maintain this formation and standard. At the 10-20 level stage, advancing a single level required clearing at least 3 5C rank or lower portals. Moreover, each time an Awakened One advanced a certain number of levels, they had to undergo a special secret realm trial specific to their class for a breakthrough. Failure in the secret realm challenge meant level progression would halt completely, regardless of how high their initial class level was upon awakening. Some may struggle their entire lives without breaking through the level 50 barrier. This is precisely why those above the king tier are so invaluable. Yuan Qing had scheduled 5 low-level portals today. Besides building team chemistry, she wanted every squad member to level up. With Su Han present, there was no need to worry about failing such a low-difficulty dungeon run. Let's do this, everyone! After defeating another wave of monsters, they stood before the dungeon boss. The giant goblin differed little from the previous monsters, except for its higher health pool and stronger attacks. They employed their previous strategy and launched their assault on the boss. It didn't take long before they successfully took it down. Following this approach, the 5 of them cleared the remaining 4 dungeons. Unfortunately, they didn't obtain any equipment or spirit herbs. Ordinary portals couldn't compare to secret realms. The drop rates for such items weren't nearly as high. Still, they didn't complain about it. That's it for today. Meet at the school again tomorrow at the same time. After a full day of intense combat, even Yuan Qing felt exhausted. Captain, you and Su Han are seriously amazing. Cheng Shan was utterly awed by their prowess. Their slaughter of the monsters was pure, visceral violence, a thing of beauty. You're right. Thank goodness you brought Su Han along, Captain. I feel sure we'll score high in the joint exams this time. Xin Bing's lips curved upward, revealing her adorable fangs. They'd spent the entire day together building teamwork, and Su Han and Yuan Qing's performance had been witnessed by all. Thank the gods for guiding me to meet you both. Bai Yuyao pressed her palms together in prayer, her devotion evident. Sometimes, forging friendships is just that simple. After all, the strong are always welcomed wherever they go. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would maintain this team dynamic for the next month. Building good chemistry now would also benefit their upcoming joint exams. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out, Su Han said to the others. Afterward, he planned to head to the market to buy some gear suited to his needs. Alright, be careful on your way. After exchanging farewells, they each headed home. Su Han walked toward the equipment market. He had no idea that at this very moment, two people were quietly following behind him, observing his every move. Brother, didn't we decide to move tomorrow? Why are we following this kid now? Hiding in the shadows, Hei-er couldn't understand his older brother Hei-Yi's actions. The brothers were members of the assassin organization Black Hill, both B-rank awakened beings in their 20s. Originally, we planned to gather more intel on the target before acting. But we just overheard that he might be moving with his companions in the coming days. So we'll have to find another time to strike. Hei-Yi wore a Tengu mask, the emblem of their organization. Why not just kill them all? We can always make it look like an accident later. The boss specifically instructed us not to leave any traces. Doing so would arouse suspicion from the Yi family. If it gets traced back to the organization, the cost would outweigh the benefit. Hei-Yi explained to his single-minded younger brother. Got it. Hei-Er nodded and drew a dagger. Both uttered incantations as their forms gradually merged with the void of darkness. The scene shifted back to Su Han, walking alone through the night, utterly unaware of the impending danger. Now! The brothers, concealed in the shadows, had silently approached Su Han from behind. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange before the daggers in their hands plunged mercilessly into both of Su Han's shoulders. Clang! Just as the blades were about to pierce his soft skin, a blue circular shield materialized behind Su Han, deflecting the sudden attack. The collision erupted in a blinding shower of sparks. Chapter 22, Speculation on the Mastermind. A serious punch. In the next instant, Su Han snapped back to his senses and swung his fist fiercely at the assassin. A loud thud echoed as Black 1 and Black 2, unable to dodge in time, were sent flying 3 or 4 meters backward. Even though they weren't primarily strength-focused awakened, their level spoke for itself. They'd already allocated over 50 points to the strength attribute. In terms of raw strength alone, they were easily on par with a level 15 B rank awakened. Compared to a high school student with a useless awakened class, that should have been more than enough. Yet now, not only had their ambush failed, but they had been knocked back by their target. This was absolutely not the kind of strength a fistfighter could possess. If the ambush failed, then we'll have to go in head-on. As members of Black Hill, the brothers would never allow their mission to end in failure. I am darkness. They chanted the incantation once more, their bodies gradually fading away. Su Han frowned, scanning his surroundings warily, daring not to let his guard down. Though he didn't know who had sent the assassins, after their brief exchange, he could clearly sense they were no pushovers. Even if the assassin's strength fell short of his own, the other 3 fundamental attributes were undoubtedly far superior to his current stats. Gather form, disperse energy. To prevent any surprises, Su Han wasted no time, activating his skill to enter a state of invisibility. Black 1 and Black 2 watched their target vanish from sight. Realizing something was terribly wrong, they instantly teleported to the position where Su Han had been before going invisible and launched their attack. Just as they had anticipated, Su Han had already used the acceleration from focus form, scatter chi, to create some distance between himself and them. The target's actual situation doesn't match the intelligence provided by the employer. Mission failed. We'll return first and report the news to the Kill Master. Their forms reappeared as they stared at the empty alley, their eyes burning with rage. Damn it! That brat not only possesses extraordinary strength, but also has the same stealth escape skills as us. The employer claimed he was just a high school kid who couldn't lift a chicken? He's a straight-up con artist. Hei-Er spat on the ground. This time, we're going back to make him pay up. It was indeed unexpected. Based on the target's demonstrated strength, we might need an S-rank awakened of our own caliber to handle this. Compared to his younger brother, Black 1 remained considerably more composed. What should we do then? Should we seek out Heizetsu? Hei-Er felt utterly frustrated. She's currently on a mission. If we ask her to intervene, we won't see a single cent of that 2 million reward. Our assassination attempt has already failed. Getting a second chance to strike would be as difficult as climbing to the moon. Hei-Yi patted his brother's shoulder and offered reassurance. We can't earn that 2 million. Better to let someone more capable take the chance. After all, life matters more than money. With that, the two leapt high into the air and gradually vanished into the moonlight. Finally gone. Only after the assassin brothers vanished completely did Su Han reveal himself. Due to the difference in their levels, the enemy's senses were far more acute. Had he fled rashly, they might have detected him. To avoid discovery, he chose to hide nearby. Had the brothers lingered just a few minutes longer, the invisibility effect of shape-gathering, chi dispersing, would have worn off. He could only attempt to deceive them using the disguise from hide and seek. If exposed, he would have no choice but to use the red bean bracelet he had acquired just yesterday to save his life. Fortunately, after the failed assassination, they chose to leave the scene immediately. Who could be trying to kill me? Su-han had no clues for the moment. He had only caused an uproar on the city's internet yesterday, and today he faced an assassin's attack. Could it be that someone was jealous of his achievements? That person must have way too much free time. Could it be Su Hongtao? After much deliberation, Su-han could only think of one person. Their feud stemmed from a bet, and given his vindictive nature, such an act wasn't beyond him. If it really is Su Hongtao, I'll make him pay a heavy price. Su-han pulled out his phone and dialed Yang Jian's number. Kid, calling me this late? What's up? Yang Jian's deep, gravelly voice came through the phone. Mr. Yang Jian, I need to ask a favor of you. Yang Jian's warm, reassuring voice put Su-han at ease. He felt fortunate to have crossed paths with this man. What do you need? Hearing the serious tone on the other end, Yang Jian adopted a similarly serious demeanor. I was just the target of an assassination attempt and nearly lost my life. I'd like you to discreetly investigate the identities of these assassins. Su-han quickened his pace as he spoke on the phone. His plan to go to the market for supplies was definitely ruined. He even felt he couldn't linger outside too long now, lest it lead to further complications. What did you say? Yang Jian instantly sat up straight. Who would be bold enough to attack a key target of our awakened association? Precisely because I'm a key target of the association, whoever wants me dead must be someone with significant connections. Su-han voiced his conjecture. Have you recently crossed paths with any wealthy young heirs? Yang Jian inquired. He wasn't stupid, he'd just been momentarily overcome by emotion and reacted a bit too strongly. Su Hongtao. Su-han stated only a name. I see. Yang Jian fell silent for a moment. He knew Su Hongtao. His father, Su Ko, was the head of the Su family, one of the three most prominent clans in Sange City. Powerful and from a distinguished lineage. But the man himself was indeed a spoiled, uneducated playboy. Why don't you stay at the association for now? I'll have people protect you in the shadows until we uncover the truth. No need. Su-han shook his head. This approach will only alert the enemy and make it even harder for you to uncover anything. But staying outside the association puts your life at risk. I refuse to let our Sanjin city lose such a brilliant young talent for nothing. Yang Jian's tone was solemn and sincere as he revealed his true thoughts to Su-han. Alternatively, I can arrange your schedule for the coming period. Then you can head to the teleportation gate we've secretly arranged for you to level up, with my people discreetly protecting you. This way, your freedom won't be overly restricted, yet your safety will be maximally protected. All right. After a moment's consideration, Su-han agreed to the proposed plan. But I must also trouble you to send people to protect my family. I fear that if the mastermind behind this doesn't get the results they want soon, they might turn their attention to harming my loved ones. No problem. In the office, Yang Jian glanced at the weapon, Ghostbow, which never left his side, and agreed. Chapter 23, Yi Wanqing's Thoughts. Thank you. After everything was arranged, Su-han exhaled deeply. He hung up the phone and returned home. He didn't tell his family about the recent incident, mainly to avoid causing them panic. After all, once the association staff brought them inside the compound and ensured his family's safety, there would be plenty of time to explain later. He went back to his bedroom, took out his phone, and sent a message to Yi Wanqing. Captain, we might need to change locations for tomorrow's joint training session. Why? Yi Wanqing had just finished showering and was drying her dripping wet hair with a towel as she looked at her phone in confusion. Didn't we settle everything before parting today? I already sent the booking details to the association. To avoid any misunderstanding, Su-han told Yi Wanqing everything that had happened earlier, including his suspicions about the mastermind behind it all. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, she wouldn't have to worry about anyone causing trouble for her. Moreover, Su-han needed someone to play along with his act to reassure the team members. To achieve his goal, he couldn't think of anyone more suitable than Yi Wanqing, the team captain. What about you? Su Hongtao's father dotes on his precious son, he won't let this go easily. Yi Wanqing had changed into a pure white cotton flannel pajama set and was leaning back against the headboard. Don't worry about me. I've already called Mr. Yang Jian. He agreed to help me. Oh, alright. For some reason, as she stared at the message popping up on her phone, Yi Wanqing felt a pang of guilt and disappointment. After all, Su-han had become enemies with Su Hongtao because of her invitation. Since the other party dared not target her, a member of a prestigious family, they could only resort to bullying Su-han, a commoner's son. If she hadn't made Su-han a member of her team back then, he wouldn't have faced this retaliation. And then there was this, although she'd learned about Su-han's feat of clearing the secret realm through trending news, and knew he was acquainted with Yang Jian. But when trouble struck him, his first thought wasn't of her, it was of Yang Jian, whom he'd met only once. This left Yi Wanqing with a strange, uneasy feeling in her heart. Anyway, I'm counting on you. Su-han's message arrived again. Yi Wanqing rose from the bed, stood before the mirror, and smoothed her nightgown from top to bottom. Then, turning the doorknob, she approached her parents' room. Though Su-han had assured her not to worry, she felt she should share this risk with him. At the very least, she had to do everything she could to help him. Knock knock knock. Yi Wanqing knocked softly on the door. Before long, the door slowly opened from the inside, revealing a head of red hair that came into Yi Wanqing's view. My dear daughter, why aren't you resting at this hour? Is something important troubling you? Yi Wanqing's mother, Yi Fingxia, gazed tenderly at her daughter and asked affectionately. Mom, there's something very important I need to tell you both. Yi Wanqing stepped inside, her gaze catching her father, Wang Chuanhu, lying on the bed playing with his phone. Take your time, there's no rush. Yi Fingxia moved to the bedside, patting the space beside her on the quilt, gesturing for her daughter to sit down. Wang Chuanhu noticed the commotion, put down his phone, and prepared to hear what could possibly be so important that it had stirred his mature daughter to such excitement, even prompting her to knock on their door in the middle of the night. Yi Wanqing sat beside her mother and got straight to the point, recounting exactly what Su-han had just told her. So what you're saying is, you want us to step in and help this male classmate of yours? Wang Chuanhu bared his teeth, deliberately emphasizing each syllable of the word male classmate as he spoke. That's right. Yi Wanqing shifted closer to her father and looked at him earnestly. Dad, this whole situation started because of me. Now, asking someone from a humble background to bear the brunt of the Su family's wrath, it just doesn't feel right, does it? You make a valid point. Wang Chuanhu nodded in agreement. But after hearing your account, I'm not worried about that boy's safety. Instead, I'm curious about who he is, someone who could have my daughter so completely smitten. Dad! Yi Wanqing shot up from the bed, her beautiful face flushing visibly. Stop teasing our daughter. He's talking about serious matters here. Yi Fingxia shot her husband a glare and smacked his broad back with her right hand. Ha 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 ha. Wang Chuanhu seemed oblivious to the pain, his mouth stretched wide in a booming laugh. I already know the ins and outs of the situation. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll send people from the guild to investigate the whole affair and ensure that Brat and his family's safety. Thank you, Dad. Yi Wanqing thanked him happily. She wanted to hug her father, but remembering his earlier teasing, she held back the urge. All right. Go back to your room and rest. Don't you have plans tomorrow? Yi Fingxia smiled as she stood up and escorted her daughter out the door. No way. Once this is over, I'm going to see for myself what that little brat is up to. Once Yi Wanqing was gone, Wang Chuanhu's eyes instantly turned fierce. The thought of some unknown brat causing his precious daughter to act so absurdly filled him with rage. He couldn't even bring himself to check his phone. Young people's affairs we parents shouldn't meddle. Trust our precious daughter's judgment. Didn't you see the news too? That kid seems pretty outstanding. Yi Fingxia pulled back the covers and lay down beside her husband. You don't understand. You can't judge a book by its cover. Ability is secondary. What I value is character and integrity. What if that Su-han kid isn't nearly as outstanding as the news portrays him? What if he even has violent tendencies? How could I possibly feel at ease? Wang Chuanhu turned to look at his beloved wife, his eyes brimming with affection. He himself had come from humble origins before climbing the social ladder to marry Yi Fingxia. He knew all too well how many two-faced individuals sought to climb the social ladder by courting his daughter, hoping to transform from a commoner into a phoenix overnight. Precisely because of this, Wang Chuanhu was exceptionally cautious about his daughter's romantic affairs. Then once this matter is settled, invite him over to our house for a visit. That way, he can help us assess our daughter. That makes sense. We're not trying to block anyone, it's mainly for our daughter's happiness. The couple exchanged words back and forth, discussing matters concerning Su-han and their daughter. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 24, Selecting Equipment, Luring the Guest into the Trap. The day after the assassination attempt, Su-han's door was knocked on early in the morning. The people sent by Yang Jian escorted them to the Awakened Association. The family was startled to see uniformed staff at the door. After Su-han explained the current situation, his parents expressed deep concern. You let him sponge off us, and now you're getting your comeuppance. Su Muyu muttered silently from the sidelines. However, despite her disdain for her brother, blood was thicker than water. She still didn't want him to face mortal danger. Your brother will be fine. Don't worry. Bai Bing whispered telepathically. In a small place like Sanjing City, there naturally wouldn't be any powerful figures capable of ignoring the association's influence. With the association intervening, Su-han's life was essentially guaranteed. The group followed the staff to the residence arranged by the Awakened Ones Association. Yang Jian personally escorted Su-han through the association's three-story building, arriving at the warehouse specifically designated for storing equipment. You may select one piece of A-grade equipment and 3 pieces of B-grade equipment from here for your use. I will vouch for you as the association president. Yang Jian stated. Association personnel couldn't constantly focus on protecting Su-han, so his own self-defense capabilities were also crucial. To enhance his self-defense capabilities, high-quality gear was equally indispensable. Though Suhan said nothing outwardly, he silently acknowledged Yang Jian's kindness. Take your time selecting. Don't hold back because of the price. These items are just sitting idle in the warehouse anyway. Only when they're used can they truly fulfill their purpose. Yang Jian encouraged Suhan. He scanned the room. The gear displayed behind glass protective cases all emitted faint, subtle glows. It reminded him of his early days at the guild, when the late old guildmaster had similarly taken him to the armory to select weapons. It was during that very visit that he had obtained the ghost bow, the primary weapon that would accompany him for the rest of his life. Good equipment has a soul. I hope you find gear that resonates with you. With that, Yang Jian turned and walked out of the warehouse. Suhan was left alone, weaving through the dazzling array of gear. His gaze swept over the gear as he contemplated what he truly needed now. After conquering the previous 2 secret realms, he possessed the life-saving artifact, the Red Beam Bracelet. What he truly lacked now was a weapon that could fully unleash his potential. Given his class traits, gauntlets naturally became his top choice. Thus, Suhan focused his attention on the 3 scarce A-grade gauntlets in the storage room. From left to right, they emitted 3 distinct colors of light: red, green, and blue. The faint glow emanating from the weapons actually helped awaken one's discern the skill effects of the equipment to some extent. The 3 colors represented berserk, recovery, and endurance respectively. He lingered before the protective shield for a long while, his gaze flickering between the 3 pairs of gauntlets, yet he remained undecided. Something feels missing. If only there were a weapon that could fuse these 3 traits together. Suhan was thrilled to have the chance to obtain such exceptional gear, yet despite the dazzling gauntlets before him, he felt no sense of satisfaction. He withdrew his gaze, intending to search for gear more suited to him. Yet, after scouring every piece of gear in the warehouse, he still couldn't find anything that truly satisfied him. In the end, he could only return to the 3 pairs of gauntlets. As the protective casing closed, Suhan reached out and retrieved the crimson glowing frenzy gauntlets. Equipment name: Berserker Gauntlets. Grade: A. Effect: Strength plus 10%, increases all skill damage dealt by the wearer by 5%. Description: True to its name, it boasts a striking appearance and a frenzied aura. Those lacking inner resolve may be unable to unleash its true power. Equipment has a soul. Suhan wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. When he slipped on the frenzy gauntlets, the gear seemed to actively respond to him, radiating heat. Yet, after a few seconds of excitement, the gloves quickly fell silent. Not a single sound remained. Hope we can get along well from now on. Suhan flexed his fingers back and forth, savoring the comfort the gauntlets provided. He then selected 3 additional pieces of leather armor: a chestplate, boots, and a cloak, all designed to enhance defense and speed. Then he stepped out of the warehouse. Finished picking out your gear? Yang Jian leaned against the wall, then walked over to Suhan and gave him a thorough once-over. All set. Suhan replied. He then showed Suhan the gear he had chosen. Items rated B grade or higher automatically adjust their size to fit the user's physique, making them incredibly convenient to use. However, certain specialized gear would express its emotions in unique ways. Like the heat emanating from the Berserker gauntlets just now. Once you've made your choice, you must see it through to the end. Yang Jian looked at the Berserker gauntlets in Suhan's hands and felt deeply gratified. He had worried that after so much time inside, Suhan might not find an item to his liking. But the moment he saw the frenzy gauntlets, he knew his worries had been entirely unnecessary. I'll put it to good use. Suhan gazed at the weapon in his hands. Perhaps it wasn't the most suitable for him, but it had still chosen to respond. Even with this gear, you still can't afford to let your guard down. Yang Jian guided Suhan through the guild building, offering earnest advice to the young talent he believed in. I can only guarantee your safety outside the portal. But within the portals, due to the dungeon's level restrictions and the numerous reservations from awakened individuals, I cannot assign overly powerful personnel to accompany you through lower-level portals. That could leave openings for assassins to exploit. I've actually thought of a solution. Suhan said to Yang Jian. Since they can only act within the instance, we can turn the tables on them. Let's reserve portals with wider level restrictions and deliberately let them in. You mean lure them into a trap? Yang Jian grasped Suhan's intent the moment he finished speaking. Unable to act outside the portal, the assassins would have to follow him into the instance to complete their assassination. Then, when the target let his guard down, they could deliver the fatal blow. At that point, Yang Jian would only need to infiltrate a few guild staff members of suitable levels among Suhan and his teammates, posing as free agents entering the instance alongside the assassins. They could then intervene promptly during the enemy's actions and offer assistance to Suhan and his group. You're a quick thinker, kid. Yang Jian brought Suhan into his office and teased him. You flatter me. My little tricks are nothing compared to yours. Suhan replied modestly. The two exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. They both knew exactly what lay ahead for each of them. Chapter 25, Playing Along. Time passed. Suhan finished his daily training at the association's training ground before heading to school to meet up with his squad members. When he arrived at the designated spot, only Yuan Qing was waiting for him. Neither mentioned yesterday's text messages, their silence an unspoken agreement. Where are we heading for our joint training today? Yi Wanqing asked. Yesterday, Su-han had only informed her of the situation, not where they would practice afterward. I'll send you the portal coordinates right away, Su-han said. He pulled out his phone and sent over all the portal information arranged by the association in one go. Once Cheng Shan and the others arrive, I'll need your assistance, Captain. No problem. It's my duty. Yi Wanqing looked at Su-han. The guilt in her heart made her want to help the boy before her. But for now, aside from playing along, she can only wait for her father's investigation results to determine what she could do for him. Before long, the squad members began arriving at the school one by one. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Under Yi Wanqing's guidance, they carried out their coordinated drills just as they had the day before, and the day passed in this manner. In today's itinerary, Yang Jian had indeed arranged 2 portals with significant disparities in their level requirements, but no danger had materialized yet. Su-han remained unhurried about this. After all, if the assassins still intended to target him, the portals were their only option. He simply needed to wait and see. Another day passed, and Su-han's 4-dimensional attribute points had all reached 15. With the enhancement of Serious Punch, the power of his basic attacks could now rival that of a level 21's rank awakened one who specialized in strength. If the assassins didn't act soon, not only would the mastermind behind them be exposed, but these individuals would cease to pose any threat to him. This is the last portal reservation for today. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Yi Wanqing led her team to the portal glowing with an orange light. This was one of the stages specially arranged for the assassin by Yang Jian. As the group stood before the portal, association staff naturally assumed the roles of lone adventurers, scouting for teammates around the portal. I am a level 35, a rank awakened professional. I have secured the right to lead the next portal raid and am now inviting independent awakened individuals between levels 25 and 35 to join my team. Before long, the staff had assembled the group for the portal. 2 men in red attire, a woman wearing a mask and spiked combat gear, and another guild member arranged by Yang Jian. Together, they formed a party with an average level of 30. Their levels are so high. If we follow them into the portal, won't we just be tagging along to watch the show? Cheng Shan felt uneasy as he looked at the group of solo adventurers about to enter the portal with them. It's fine. There are countless ways to tackle portals in this world. I booked this portal not to actually conquer it, but to hone our teamwork and coordination. Yi Wanqing glanced at the solo group across from them. When she spotted the familiar red robes, a barely perceptible smile touched her lips. Those 2 men were guild awakened ones her father had arranged to protect them. The captain is right. Although the level requirement for this portal is extremely high, if we're allowed to enter, there must be a way for lower level awakened to conquer it. Qin Bing remained optimistic. After several days of joint training, they had developed a strong sense of trust in each other. Even seemingly impossible tasks now inspired them to try. This was largely thanks to the formidable combat prowess of Su-han and Yi Wanqing. Believe in yourselves, we're the best team out there. Su-han encouraged them. He held out the back of his right hand and looked at his teammates. That's right, we are the best. The other 4 exchanged glances, then reached out and placed their hands on top of Su-han's. Youthful spirit, perhaps, is the fearless courage and the cherishing of one's companions. At least in this moment, carried by the atmosphere, the 5 of them believed in each other. Let's go. Yi Wanqing turned and stepped into the portal alongside the other 4. The pre-arranged group of solo adventurers, seeing them begin their assault, followed closely behind. After the familiar dizzying sensation, Su-han and the others were transported into a vast palace. Hey, kid. A staff member from the guild approached the free agent squad and struck up a conversation. My name is Xiangzhua. What's yours? Su-han. You don't look old enough. What brings you here to throw your lives away? Xiangzhua pretended to scrutinize Su-han for a few seconds, adopting a condescending air. The weakest monsters in this dungeon are at least level 20. Any of you little kids over level 15? What we do is none of your business. Qin Bing, unaware of the full situation, couldn't help but retort at Xiangzhua's mockery. Forgive my bluntness, but you should mind your own business. You might end up getting beaten to a pulp by monsters and come crying to us for help. Exactly. Mind your own business. Cheng Shan chimed in. He clenched his fists, looking down his nose at the middle-aged man before him. Within the group, Su-han, who knew the full story, silently observed the state of the rogue squad members. He discreetly scanned back and forth between them. Suddenly, a gaze met his. The masked woman met Su-han's gaze with a scrutinizing look. Her gaze was as calm as still water, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Su-han felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, their eyes met for only 3 seconds before the woman turned her head and withdrew her gaze. Could it be him? Su-han's instincts screamed danger was imminent. Then, his eyes locked with those of the leader, Xiangzhua. Let's go, let's go. I'm magnanimous enough not to stoop to the level of a brat. Xiangzhua put on a convincing act. He waved his hand dismissively, feigning impatience, then led his team in launching their assault. Don't let some fool ruin our mood. We'll stick to our usual plan. Yi Wanqing addressed her team. Exactly. With so many people in the world, you're bound to encounter some weirdos. Su Han chimed in. He then began surveying the dungeon's surroundings. A colossal crystal palace, with floors made entirely of crystal. The crystal-clear floor reflected light from an unknown source, illuminating the entire dungeon. A long corridor stretched ahead, its end lost to the eye. Numerous rooms dotted both sides of the corridor, occasionally emitting tinkling sounds that constantly drew the attention of the awakened ones, attempting to lure them inside. The group approached the nearest door. Chapter 26, Plan in Motion. The doors within the dungeon differed in design from the doors of their homes in the real world. The crystal-encrusted door reflected the youthful faces of the group. Su Han stepped forward, pressing both hands flat against the door. He pushed inward with all his strength, trying to open the ornate entrance. The door shifted slowly. Arg! The moment the door opened, a deafening roar filled their ears. They looked up to see three dog-headed monsters clad in crude armor, axes in hand, bursting into view. Prepare for battle. Yi Wanqing clenched her fists together, and a ring of white energy suddenly appeared on her gauntlets. This was the exclusive skill of the White Tiger Warrior, White Tiger Battle Chi. It significantly amplified the destructive force of the user's attacks. Then, she charged toward the dog-headed creatures. At the rear of the group, Bai Yuyao's buff activated simultaneously. Chang Shan bent his knees slightly, then leapt forward with a powerful bound. Clasping his hands around his knees, he curled himself into a ball. Heartstone covered his body, and the powerful momentum propelled him forward, colliding with the dog-headed man first. A woof! The pain shot through his body, but the attacked dog-headed man didn't retreat. Instead, he raised his axe high, poised to cleave Cheng Shan's head in two. The weapon hung overhead, but Cheng Shan's speed was too slow to dodge. In the critical moment, Yi Wanqing's powerful fist struck the dog-headed man's ribs before the axe could land. The White Tiger Battle Chi pierced through the ogre's armor, burrowing deep into its body. Inside the monster's frame, it surged wildly, wreaking havoc. Arg! The dog-headed man howled in pain. It hadn't expected these humans before it to possess the ability to ignore its armor and inflict direct damage upon its body. To save its life, it instinctively retreated. But Yi Wanqing wasn't about to let the monster slip away right under her nose. She immediately sprinted forward, catching up to the panicked goblin and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Killed a dog-headed man, gained 200 experience points. 5 minutes later, accompanied by the goblin's unwilling roar, its life came to an end. Having dealt with the monster, Cheng Shan and Yi Wanqing turned to find the other two dog-headed creatures in the room now lying motionless at Su Han's feet, their eyes long since devoid of any living spark. Su Han was formidable. This was the unanimous opinion among the party members. Over the past few days of dungeon runs together, he'd routinely wipe out monsters with just a couple of punches. So even when facing dog-headed men far stronger than themselves, the others believed Su Han could maintain his recent performance. And indeed, that was the case. In fact, they sometimes found themselves wondering if Su Han was growing stronger every single day. How else could he leave them feeling utterly out of his league, completely unable to fathom his true capabilities? Does anyone need a break? Su Han asked with concern. The monster beneath his feet slowly dissolved into a white light, leaving nothing behind. I don't need to. Yi Wanqing still had ample White Tiger battle energy within her, enough to sustain her for another stretch of combat. We don't need it either. Su Han, your strength is insane. With 4 of us against 1, we barely lifted a finger. The squad members approached Su Han and said, "Then let's continue." After that, the 5 of them pushed open one door after another, systematically eliminating the monsters inside. As they advanced deeper into the dungeon, the monsters' levels gradually increased. What had started out relatively easy now required a rest to recover stamina after breaking through each door. Though their pace slowed, they still advanced methodically. In contrast, the solo player squad led by Xiang Zhuo adopted a far more straightforward and brutal approach. Due to their superior levels and attribute points, the dungeon monsters posed little threat to them. On average, they dispatched a common goblin in under 10 seconds. Even the more capable elite goblins couldn't last 10 rounds under their coordinated assault. Guys, you're all so strong. After clearing a room of monsters, Shanzwa sat atop a goblin corpse, grinning as he joked. You're not half bad yourself. 2 men clad in red leaned against the room's walls, meticulously cleaning the blood splattered on their bodies. The sole woman in the group, the masked one, merely gave Xiangzwa a flat glance before silently wiping the blood from her dagger. Does she look like an assassin to you? The other person assigned by the guild stood beside Xiangzwa, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Not sure, but Mr. Yang Jian instructed us to fully cooperate with Su Han. He seems to think there's something off about this woman. We can't rush this. We have to wait for the killer to slip up. Xiang Zhuo appeared lighthearted on the surface, but inwardly, he kept a watchful eye on everyone in the group. Those 2 men are also suspects. Their eyes keep darting around. Plus, their skills match ours perfectly. We need to keep our guard up. Understood. The conversation ended. Once the ogre's corpse vanished, Xiangzhua rose and led his team out of the room, heading toward their next destination. However, he failed to notice that behind him, the masked woman's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness that others would struggle to detect. 2 million yuan just to kill a high schooler. I wonder if this target will bring me any enjoyment. Following the group, the woman's right hand instinctively rested on the dagger at her waist. Her true identity was Heijue, an S-rank awakened one of the Black Kill organization. After the brothers Black 1 and Black 2 approached her yesterday and shared information about Su Han, Black Absolute accepted their request without much hesitation. Judging by their fight, Su Han's strength wasn't even on par with the brothers, and she could easily defeat them both working together. Thus, this mission seemed like pure money-making to her. All she needed to do was sever the target's limbs with her dagger during the boss fight, when others weren't paying attention, and the mission would be complete. Now, she was biding her time, waiting for the moment they crossed paths again. Blame yourself for messing with the wrong person. Heiju recalled Su Han's handsome appearance when they entered the dungeon. How satisfying it would be to see despair etched upon such a face. Her status as the ace of the Black Kill organization stemmed not only from her extraordinary skills but also from one crucial trait, her almost perverse desire. Witnessing the despair etched on her targets' faces as they met their end filled Black Absolute with an overwhelming thrill and delight. As she followed the team through the dungeon, her urge to kill Su Han grew more urgent by the moment. Her cheeks even flushed with anticipation. But Heijue remained unaware that she was already stepping deeper into the trap Su Han had meticulously laid for her. Soon, when they met, the moment she made her move, her 4 teammates would instantly turn on her and capture her. Then, through interrogation, they would stop at nothing to pry the information they sought from her mouth. Chapter 27, The Knoll King. The operation continued, though each member of team left harbored ulterior motives, deliberately slowing their advance. The Yi family guild members deliberately increased the frequency of their punches, missing their targets. Xianzua's own swordplay was limp and lackluster. As for Heijue, her purpose here was to assassinate Su Han. To reunite with him, she couldn't possibly give her all. Thus, through their masterful acting, they all arrived at the boss room simultaneously with Su Han and his group. All that holding back was worth it. Finally, I've got you. Seeing Su Han arrive almost simultaneously with them, Heijue tensed her legs, ready to explode at any moment. You little brat, I never expected you lot to be quite so capable. Xiangzhua maintained his flamboyant persona, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. But the final boss is no ordinary monster. I advise you to give up now. Making it this far is commendable enough. Success doesn't depend on smooth talk. Once we're inside, we'll each rely on our own skills. Su Han replied confidently. Though he was playing along to catch the killer, he wasn't about to abandon his goal of clearing the dungeon now that he'd come this far. That's gutsy. Hope you won't regret it later. Xiangzhua murmured his admiration as he pushed open the massive crystal door marking the boss room. Who goes there? A hoarse, deep voice echoed through the chamber. They looked up to see a giant dog-headed man clad in golden armor seated upon a crystal throne in the distance. Surrounding it were ornate, palace-like columned structures. Without a word of hesitation, the 10 individuals present moved as if rehearsed, seamlessly shifting into combat readiness. The final boss was the level 40 Doghead King. His formidable stats combined with several unique skills made defeating him a headache even for a full party of level 35 players. If only Su Han's 5-person squad were in the dungeon, they would absolutely never choose to enter the boss chamber. Kid, don't slow me down. He shot a glance to his left at the high schooler standing beside him, his knight's longsword erupting in a dazzling golden glow. Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, he charged toward the massive monster. Holy judgment! Sacred energy surged from the blade. The sharp edge, infused with divine power, struck the boss's golden armor, sending sparks flying. Unfortunately, it was useless. So it's just a bunch of shameless thieves. The Goblin King sneered with contempt. He barely lifted an eyelid, utterly disinterested in the humans who dared attack him. You are too weak. So weak that you are not worth my effort. Then, before the others could strike, the boss raised its head and let out the Goblin clan's signature howl, directed at the palace ceiling. A dozen elite dog-headed men suddenly descended from the sky. They glared fiercely at the humans who had invaded their territory, their faces twisted in rage. Heavy axes gripped tightly in their hands served as weapons. My loyal subjects. Let these despicable intruders witness what true power truly means. The Goblin King swung his massive hand, delivering a powerful blow to the left attacking foe. A palm the size of a man slammed into his thick arm, a blow powerful enough to pulverize a person into mincemeat. Xianzhua had no choice but to release his sword hilt and dash toward his teammates, narrowly evading the boss's assault. Cowards can never stand before the might of a king. The Goblin King sneered without restraint. He closed his eyes once more, completely ignoring the group. Arg! A dozen elite goblins loyal to the king charged furiously toward Xianzhua, surrounding him. One serious punch. As a dozen axes swung high, Su Han's fist, crackling with sparks, suddenly slammed into the snout of one of the monsters. Purple-red skin collided with the fist, revealing the dogman's face to be far more fragile. Before it could even let out a howl, its entire body flew backward along with its head, landing on the ground and rolling several times. Oof! The other monsters froze in place, stunned by the sudden attack. Within mere seconds, as they regained their senses, attacks from the other members of both teams followed in rapid succession. Su-han, no matter how strong you are, you can't just go around doing things like this. Yi Wanqing stopped beside Su-han, her fist also striking a dog-headed monster's body. The other 3 members of their squad joined forces to take down an elite monster. As for the remaining elite dog-headed man that was left to Xiangzuo's makeshift squad. Thanks, kid. Xiangzuo had somehow produced a long sword again. He looked at Su-han with gratitude. If the other hadn't suddenly barged in, buying him a moment to breathe, that monster's axe might have truly come down on his head. It was nothing. Don't mention it. Su-han quickened his pace, charging toward the elite dog-headed man who had taken his punch. Immediately, his fists rained down like a storm. Within mere seconds, the monster was left barely clinging to life. Seeing this, the others wasted no time and resumed their assault. With their superior gear and skills, dealing with these goblins equal in level but lacking in intelligence proved relatively easy. Except for Changshan and his 2 companions, everyone else finished their battles quickly. Before long, all of the king's loyal followers had met their end. The monsters' corpses lay scattered haphazardly across the opulent palace, starkly out of place in the surroundings. You shameless creatures will face divine retribution. Only then did the Goblin King rise from his throne. A massive axe gripped in its hand, its eyes blazing with fury. Step by step, the boss descended the golden staircase leading from the throne. Each time its massive paw struck the ground, it sent a thunderous rumble through the floor. Standing tall with chest thrust out and head held high, it displayed the absolute majesty of a race's supreme ruler to the invaders. This boss is incredibly powerful. I might not be able to fight while keeping you all safe. I suggest we call it quits here. Su-han turned to his companions, his expression grave. He couldn't possibly leave if the assassin escaped without a target, all their painstaking preparations would be wasted. We understand. The remaining 3 members of the team nodded in agreement, except for Yi Wanqing. They weren't reckless fools. Though these past few days of joint training with Su-han and Yi Wanqing in various dungeons had given them an illusion of invincibility. But when facing monsters with such a vast level gap, they didn't even have the right to intervene. Staying here would only become a burden to the team leader and Su-han. Without further delay, the trio crushed their return stones and swiftly exited the dungeon. Not far away, Heijue watched their retreat, his hand gripping the dagger trembling slightly. She desperately wanted to charge forward and slit their throats. Yet, the remnants of her reason ultimately overpowered her impulse. It didn't matter. 3 people escaping was no big deal. As long as Su-han remained, she still had a reason to stay. I should probably make my move soon. Heiju fixed his gaze on Su-han, his eyes brimming with a twisted possessiveness. In her eyes, this was the highest compliment for a prime target. The more exceptional the assassination target, the more she felt compelled to act swiftly. You shameless scoundrel, submit to your judgment. When the Doghead King reached a position 10 meters away from them, he swung his weapon and charged toward the group. Chapter 28, Plan Success. Everyone scattered instantly. The Ogre King's massive battle axe slammed into the crystal floor, gouging out a huge crater. Xiangzuo gripped his longsword tightly and swung it down hard toward the boss's weapon-wielding arm. The sharp blade left only a shallow scratch on the monster's powerful arm. I can't break through this guy's defense. Xiangzuo spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated to avoid the boss's sudden attack. I'll give it a shot. Another guild member swung his massive hammer high, leaping into the air and bringing it crashing down with all his might onto the monster's spine. Arg! Bone proved far less resilient than muscle. The Doghead King instinctively let out a wailing cry of pain. Seeing this, the group instantly realized that against the Doghead King, blunt strikes proved far more effective than slashing blows. 2 men in red robes from the rogue squad exchanged glances before charging toward the boss's calf. Red energy enveloped their fists as they delivered powerful strikes aimed at the Achilles tendon. The powerful iron fist slammed into the rock-hard Achilles tendon, causing the Gnoll King excruciating pain. Its eyes blazing crimson, it furiously raised its right foot, intent on crushing the ants that dared ambush it. But as it lifted one foot, the man beside its other foot launched another attack. Gritting his teeth in pain, the boss lowered his massive foot and swung his battle axe at the ground beside it. Meanwhile, Su-han and Yi Wanqing weren't idle either. Though their lower levels meant they couldn't inflict significant damage on the boss, their constant harassment hitting and moving irritated the monster while leaving it powerless against them. Heijue stood at the rear of the party alongside Xiangzuo, delivering finishing blows to the unarmored areas of the Doghead King. Both wielded sharp weapons, yet they couldn't pierce the dog-headed man's skin. Yet even the smallest wounds, when accumulated, gradually became unbearable. The tiny wounds on the boss's body deepened, slowly oozing a trickle of blood. Cowards who only know how to run for their lives. Accept the curse of the gods. After a while, the Goblin King could no longer endure their relentless barrage. Then, from its mouth, it uttered a pretentious incantation. Everyone present instantly felt their bodies grow heavy with exhaustion, making even the slightest movement an agonizing struggle. "Everyone, get down!" He roared to the left, his body suddenly bursting with holy light. He clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and prayed devoutly. A massive cross materialized overhead, forming a colossal protective barrier that enveloped the group. This was his unique skill as a paladin. The Goblin King's battle-axe swung down once more, striking the shield. The entire body was ruthlessly flung backward by the shield's force. Yet the person inside the dome remained completely unharmed. The power of the gods isn't something a mere beast can easily shake, Xianzhua declared arrogantly to the boss whose attack had been blocked. Warm holy light bathed the group. As the protective barrier slowly faded away, their conditions returned to normal. This skill is seriously impressive. If I ever get the chance, I'll have to get something similar. Suhan charged in one breath to the back of the goblin, who was thrown into a panic by the divine power. His flaming fist swung toward the back of the goblin's neck. The others followed closely behind. They launched a coordinated assault on the boss. Perhaps the earlier weakness skill was a limited-use ability reserved solely for the boss. Thus, in the ensuing battle, it could only drag its heavy body through hand-to-hand combat against the humans who had invaded its territory. The final outcome was predictable. After an unknown span of time, Xianzhua and Heijua's weapons finally sliced through the monster's hide completely. Blood gushed from the wounds in great quantities. Suhan's fist slammed once more into the dog-headed king's instep. This blow sent the boss staggering, crashing awkwardly to the floor. Now, it could barely stand, let alone fight back. The group swarmed forward, unleashing a barrage of mindless attacks on the helpless dog-headed king. They only ceased their assault when the massive body beneath them dissolved into specks of light and vanished. Not far from the group, a golden treasure chest slowly materialized before the throne, signifying their successful completion of the dungeon. "I'm dead tired." Xianzhua glanced at Suhan and plopped down onto the crystal floor. "Kid, you're pretty good. I admit I underestimated you before." "Same here." Suhan sat down on the floor as well, panting heavily. While speaking to Xianzhua, his attention remained fixed on the masked woman within their group. Their gazes met. Xianzhua slowly shifted his stance, gradually moving closer to Suhan's position. "Soon, we'll complete the mission soon." Heiju could no longer contain herself. Beneath her mask, her face had long since contorted into a look of madness. The Doghead King's formidable combat prowess made it impossible for her to split her focus perfectly. To ensure a one-hit kill and prevent Suhan from using the escape stone to retreat if the assassination failed, she even abandoned the chance to strike during the boss battle's lull. Instead, she waited until after the battle, when everyone was utterly exhausted and had no strength left to resist. This approach guaranteed the assassination's success rate while allowing her to retreat unscathed. Instant recovery. Suhan stared at the suspected assassin, Heiju, as he approached her step by step. He activated the reward earned from completing his daily quest in advance, instantly restoring his body to peak condition. The others were also secretly monitoring Heiju's actions. The moment she made her move, they would pounce and subdue her. "Breaking your limbs will net me a 2 million reward." Heiju stepped before Suhan, drew a dagger from her waist, and thrust it toward his shoulder. "Despair. Scream. Let me see that look of utter disbelief and terror on your face." As the dagger flew toward its target, her mind was already filled with visions of Suhan trembling in fear. Her hands trembled slightly as Black Setsa's twisted psyche reached its peak. "Gotcha." Unexpectedly, just as the dagger was about to pierce his shoulder, Suhan lifted his head and gave her a meaningful smile. He suddenly unleashed his strength, delivering a powerful punch to Heijua's left kidney. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Heijua had no time to react. She could only scramble sideways, using her agility to roll several times on the ground, narrowly dodging the attack in a disheveled manner. "I miscalculated." Heiju hadn't anticipated Suhan still having the strength to fight back. After her first failed strike, she was certain the others would react and join forces to counterattack her. Now, to fight for a sliver of survival, she had to make one desperate gamble. Black smoke enveloped her body, causing Blackja to gradually vanish from her original spot. "Don't move." Just as she was about to vanish completely, Xiang's sword unexpectedly pressed against her throat. "If you dare activate another skill, this blade will sever your head." Chapter 29, Capturing the Assassin, Attending the Funeral. Her gaze shifted downward, and Heiju caught sight of the sword's sharp edge. The icy touch forced her to dispel the black mist surrounding her body. "That's more like it." Xiangzhuan nodded with satisfaction. He appreciated those who knew when to be practical. But he did not withdraw the sword. Instead, he gestured with his eyes for Suhan and the others to step forward. Seeing this, the others approached, surrounding Heiju in place. Now, surrounding her were a long sword, an iron hammer, and 4 pairs of gauntlets. "There's no escape now." Watching the others rubbing their hands together in anticipation, Heiju abandoned all resistance. "So we're all in the same line of work." I knew something felt familiar about everyone's behavior during the dungeon run. Turns out we were all just putting on a show. Xiangzhua turned to the two men in red robes and said. They nodded in agreement. Su-han produced a pair of silver handcuff special equipment designed to restrain awakened criminals. Ordinary individuals would need to be at least level 40 and have completed a secondary breakthrough to break free from their restraints. Remember to use your power for good in your next life. Su-han said as he locked the cuffs around Heijue's wrists. The cuffs emitted a faint milky white glow, indicating they were actively suppressing his abilities. Heiju felt all his strength instantly drained, unable to use a single skill. Once everything concluded, Xiangzhua retrieved his weapon. He escorted Heiju out through the teleportation gate. The other 5 followed closely behind. I'll take this man back to the association for interrogation. Once we extract useful intelligence, we'll inform you immediately. Yang Jian, who had received the message, arrived at the scene. He looked at Heiju, whose mask had been torn off to reveal his true face, and said to Su-han, "Thank you for your trouble." Su-han replied. After the assassination attempt failed, the mastermind behind it would undoubtedly be notified. By then, it might be difficult for him alone to find evidence proving the other party had hired an assassin. Now that the association was willing to assist, he was naturally grateful to accept their help. One more thing, Wu Yong reported that you plan to attend the funeral for the women rescued from the goblin lair. The funeral time has been set for the morning after tomorrow. The press conference is scheduled for the afternoon after that day. After attending the funeral, you'll need to prepare and rush over for the conference. When faced with any rude questions from reporters, you may choose to remain silent. I'll handle it for you. Understood. Su-han nodded in agreement. To prevent any further assassins from coming, you and your classmates should continue practicing in the portal arranged by the association for the next few days. No problem. Su-han and Yang Jian's conversation ended there. He turned his head and saw his teammates. I knew you two wouldn't have any trouble with your skills. Shang Shan's voice drifted over. That's exactly right. Qin Bing interjected. But what exactly happened in the dungeon? How come some people were being escorted out? That person was an assassin. Su-han and Yi Wanqing exchanged a glance before deciding to share everything that had transpired over the past few days with their teammates. So you're saying all the dungeons we've tackled these past days were actually arranged by Mr. Yang Jian all to uncover the assassin targeting you? Hearing this, Qin Bing looked utterly astonished. Such a plot twist was something she'd only seen in movies and TV dramas. That's exactly right. Su-han replied. Then you should have told us sooner. Now the 3 of us feel like complete fools. Bai Yuyo complained. Their actions made her feel a lack of trust between them. We mainly didn't want to involve everyone else and add to your mental burden. Yi Wanqing explained. We're teammates. Teammates should share risks together. I hope you won't keep things like this from us in the future. Bai Yuyao's tone was particularly stern. She looked at Su-han and Bai Yuyao, hoping they would give her a promise. I understand. From now on, I'll share everything honestly with everyone. Su-han nodded. So, are we still meeting at school tomorrow? The 5 chatted sporadically until Chang Shan voiced a question on everyone's mind. Yes, same time tomorrow, same place. Got it. A cheerful atmosphere spread through the group. Su-han felt that they had already developed enough rapport and bonds. This feeling was deeply satisfying. They were sure to ace the upcoming joint entrance exam. Time slipped by unnoticed until the morning of the funeral. A light drizzle fell from the sky. Su-han and Yi Wanqing, dressed in the black attire they had prepared in advance, shared an umbrella. Watching the priest pray for the deceased women, their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. They were all brave warriors who sacrificed themselves to conquer the secret realm and protect the world. If not for those damned monsters, they might have enjoyed a beautiful life. May your souls rest in peace. As the priest concluded the prayer, the dozens of mourners present instinctively formed a long line, each offering a white chrysanthemum to the deceased. These were mostly the deceased women's family and friends, their sobs echoing through the rain-drenched sky. A wave of sorrow washed over the crowd, leaving the 2 of them speechless. Are you Mr. Su-han? At the end of the funeral, a woman holding a black umbrella and wearing a black veil called out Su-han's name. Yes. Su-han looked at the woman, unable to recall ever meeting such an elegantly poised lady. Wonderful. Upon hearing his reply, the woman forced a smile onto her previously expressionless face. My name is Jean Ingman. I am the mother of one of the women who passed away at this funeral. The association staff informed me that you were the one who brought my daughter out of that deadly secret realm. Therefore, I must repay you. You flatter me. They were all admirable warriors. I only sought to give their souls a peaceful resting place. Su-han understood Jean Ingman's actions, but he had never brought the women out of the realm for any reward. Please don't refuse. Jean Ingman pulled a gold-embossed business card from her handbag, bearing her name and contact information. Here is my card. Should you ever require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. I will do my utmost to help within my capabilities. Without waiting for Su-han to respond, she turned and left the funeral site. What a decisive woman. Suhan watched Jiningmon's retreating figure and tucked the card away. At that moment, Yu Wanqing, standing beside him, explained the woman's background. The Jin family is the most powerful force in Sanging City, second only to the Yi and Su families. Jiningman is the head of that clan. Suhan, it seems you've inadvertently gained the favor of a major figure. Chapter 30, The Press Conference, Explosive Statements. If we're talking about big shots, isn't there one standing right beside me? Suhan turned to look at Yu Wanqing, a faint smile playing on his lips. Even if Jiningmon's background and connections were formidable, he wouldn't reach out to her proactively. Because when he carried the women's bodies out of the secret realm, his heart was filled only with respect for them. Accepting gifts from others would only tarnish his pure goodwill. What are you talking about? Yu Wanqing playfully slapped Suhan's shoulder, her cheeks flushing slightly. I have training this afternoon, so I'll be heading out now. With that, she conjured an umbrella out of thin air and hurriedly fled the scene. Suhan remained rooted to the spot, watching her retreat in silence. He had learned from Yang Jian yesterday that those two red-clad awakened were actually sent by the Yi family guild. And aside from Yu Wanqing, the young miss of the Yi family, he couldn't think of anyone else who would mobilize them to protect him. The sun hung high in the sky, and before he knew it, the clock had struck 2 in the afternoon. The press conference venue was already fully set up, and the media seats below the stage were packed with people who had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Are you ready? Yang Jian stood tall in his black suit. Standing in the entrance corridor, he anxiously checked on Suhan's condition. Of course. Not a trace of nervousness could be seen on Suhan's face. Rest assured, I'll deliver a result that satisfies the public. While confidence is a virtue, you must remain cautious, and then some. After the recent series of events, Yang Jian felt he had gained some understanding of this young man before him. He was exceptionally talented and sharp. Precisely because of this, he should be even more mindful of his words and actions. Don't let unscrupulous media dictate the narrative. There's one more thing I need to tell you up front. Yang Jian suddenly changed the subject. The assassin we captured the day before yesterday revealed their organization's hideout after interrogation by our personnel. But he never revealed who commissioned the attack before he died. So I've decided to personally lead a team tonight to swiftly round up every member of their organization. Isn't that too aggressive? What if she wasn't telling the truth? Suhan questioned. Our association's interrogators possess skills akin to soul searching, capable of extracting memories from assassins. He's already confirmed it beforehand. There won't be any mistakes. Yang Jian explained. Soul searching is a specialized skill that verifies a subject's memories and extracts desired intelligence from them. However, this technique only works on those without resistance abilities. Moreover, the subject dies instantly after the skill is used. Speed is of the essence in warfare. We must act swiftly to achieve our objectives. Otherwise, once the assassin organization reacts, the hard-won clues will be useless. Yang Jian continued. I wish to participate in tonight's operation as well. Suhan looked up at Yang Jian. This concerned him personally, so naturally he wanted to be involved. Fine, but you must take responsibility for your own safety. When the operation begins, none of the staff present will have the capacity to look after you. Yang Jian knew he couldn't dissuade Suhan, so he simply gave him a specific warning. No problem. Their conversation ended abruptly. They adjusted their attire in the hallway mirror. Then, one after the other, they walked straight into the press conference venue. The press conference is now officially in session. Yang Jian sat in the center of the stage, with Suhan to his left and the staff member responsible for managing the secret realm to his right. Mr. Yang Jian is Suhan, who completed the Secret Realm Challenge alone, the successor secretly cultivated by you and the Awakened Association? And how do you feel about becoming a backdrop for the new generation? No sooner had the conference started than a reporter stood up and fired a pointed question. First, I can honestly tell you all that Suhan is not affiliated with our association. Our entry into the Secret Realm that day was purely coincidental. Yang Jian adjusted the microphone position directly in front of him, delivering a flawless response that silenced the reporter. Of course, regarding the matter of being a backdrop, I personally don't mind it. The emergence of a prodigy like Suhan in Sanjinshi is a shared blessing for all our citizens. I am equally delighted to offer him my support. Then may I ask Mr. Suhan, what are your thoughts on conquering a secret realm that remained unsolved for 3 years? Do you agree with what Mr. Yang Jian just said? Another reporter pressed. I wholeheartedly agree with what Mr. Yang Jian said. However, regarding the completion of the hide-and-seek secret realm, I do not believe it is something to boast about. Why would you say that? That's a secret realm countless awakened have tried to conquer over 3 years without success. How many geniuses have perished within it? Surely you must be delighted? The reporters below the stage wore expressions of utter astonishment. With sharp professional instincts, they simultaneously pulled out pre-prepared voice recorders and phones, ready to capture Suhan's remarks. Rather than joy, what I felt most after conquering the secret realm was a profound sense of sorrow. Suhan scanned the media crowd below the stage. Every head was tilted upward, eyes fixed on him in eager anticipation. Behind, hide and seek, lies a heartbreaking story. If you wish to know its details, I will entrust Mr. Yang Jian to publish it online. What is your relationship with Mr. Yang Jian? We understand that since completing the dungeon, you and your family have been staying at the association headquarters. A reporter raised their hand to ask. The moment this question was posed, everyone's eyes lit up. Mr. Yang Jian and I share a relationship that is both mentor and friend. Su-han turned to look at Yang Jian, their gazes meeting at that very moment. This classic moment was captured by the journalists' cameras. They intended to use it as the cover for their news reports. He has given me tremendous support, and I will never forget this kindness. The statement sent ripples through the entire venue. Whispers and murmurs filled the air as everyone frantically scribbled, afraid to miss a single word. I have one more question for Su-han. A reporter raised his hand. Though you present yourself with great humility, your achievements are undeniable and widely recognized. After this press conference, you're bound to become the prodigy everyone in Sanging City knows by name. Faced with this situation, what are your thoughts? Do you have the confidence to become the most dazzling presence in Sanging City? As far as I know, Sanging City has many individuals who could be called geniuses. Take Yi Wanqing from the Yi family, for example. Not only is she exceptionally gifted, but she also works incredibly hard. Su-han stared at the reporter who posed the question. But whether it's Yi Wanqing or anyone else, none of them could conquer the secret realm alone. I did. Moreover, I won't stop here. In the days ahead, I will spare no effort to challenge those secret realms that have remained unconquered for years. I am confident that I will not only become the brightest star in Sanging City, but also the sun that illuminates the world. This is my goal, and it is the career I will dedicate myself to achieving. Su-han's response instantly ignited the room. The reporter's expression shifted from anticipation to shock, then disbelief, even tinged with a hint of admiration. His words carried immense power. They heard youthful vigor and unparalleled confidence in the teenager's voice. Without a doubt, with this interview, the young man's name would dominate tomorrow's trending topics. His remarks had gone viral. Chapter 31, Secret Operation. You little brat, that speech just now really had my old style. After the press conference, Yang Jian pulled Su-han aside to a corner. His hoarse voice couldn't mask the joy radiating from him. The youthful spirit and ambition were vividly displayed in this young man before him. Yang Jian had always believed that one's personality should match their age. This was precisely the kind of reckless passion expected from someone like Su-han. Combined with his earlier words of mentor-like advice, Yang Jian found himself growing increasingly fond of the boy. However, while your speech was flawless, it might also invite resentment and jealousy from certain petty individuals. Especially those who already harbor ill will toward you. They might well fly into a rage upon hearing your words. Yang Jian continued. If I feared such consequences, I wouldn't have chosen to make such bold statements at a press conference. Su-han's eyes brimmed with confidence. His capabilities fully justified his words. I hope you can maintain that confidence going forward. Yang Jian smiled as he gave Su-han a light pat on the shoulder, then added. Once we uncover the mastermind behind the assassination attempt, the association's doors will remain open to you anytime. Thank you. Su-han bowed to Yang Jian, expressing his deepest gratitude. Also, tonight at 7, I'll lead the association's elite members to raid and wipe out the assassin organization's stronghold. Just be there on time. Understood. Su-han replied after noting the time. Afterward, he headed to the association's training room to begin his daily regimen. Just as the media had anticipated, the contents of the press conference ignited citywide discussion that very evening. Su Hongtao sat in the private office his father had arranged for him, scrolling through the press conference coverage. Seeing Su-han's triumphant photo on the screen, his forehead creased into a deep frown. Veins bulged on his hands as he lashed out, smashing his tablet into smithereens. What is this? What is this? Explain to me, what do these news reports mean? Didn't you tell me just days ago that Su-han would never walk again? How is he now appearing perfectly fine at a press conference, even going viral online? Su Hongtao roared furiously at his father's secretary. With a flick of his wrist, the water glass on the desk flew toward the secretary's head, smashing against the wall and shattering into pieces. Young master, please calm down. The secretary flashed a sycophantic smile. Think about it, if the other guy unexpectedly lost his life right when he was riding high, that would be the most devastating outcome, wouldn't it? The assassin might be thinking the same thing, which is why they've kept him alive until now. That does make a certain amount of sense. Su Hongtao pondered for a moment before continuing. Go find the leader of Black Hill immediately and get a clear answer. We agreed on 3 days, yet so much time has passed. Why haven't they crippled his limbs and brought him before me? Understood. Stealing a glance at the unreasonable young master before him, the secretary stood up and walked out of the office. At 7 o'clock that evening, Su-han arrived at Yang Jian's office as promised. You're here. Yang Jian stood up and pointed to the 15 staff members in black suits standing nearby, introducing them to Su-han. These are all the members for tonight's operation. Won't their attire hinder combat? Su-han looked at Yang Jian with confusion. This outfit isn't just the association's uniform, it's also specially designed combat gear. Yang Jian explained. Moreover, every member I selected is a B-rank awakened individual above level 30 with extensive combat experience. You can rest assured. I see. After hearing Yang Jian's words, Su-han's worries dissipated. Subsequently, the group of 17 split into 4 teams and arrived at the assassin organization's base one after another. This location was a dense forest on the outskirts of Sange City, home to all manner of birds and beasts. Trees at least 3 men tall formed a dense canopy, completely enclosing an area spanning dozens of miles. There were almost no signs of human habitation here, making it indeed a suitable place to hide a hideout. See that over there? After walking together for over 10 minutes, Yang Jian pointed to a spot several dozen meters away and said to Su-han. Su-han followed the direction of his finger and saw a 3-story wooden house. That villa is the Black Killer's stronghold. According to the soul-searching information, these assassins have set up a detection array around their base. Anyone approaching the villa will trigger an alarm. What should we do? Su-han inquired. The captured assassin provided us with a way to bypass it. I'll have our team deploy specialized jammers to disrupt the surrounding magnetic fields. Once the array is neutralized, we'll breach the doors and eliminate every assassin inside. Yang Jian methodically commanded the association's elite team members. Teams 1 and 2, follow me and Su-han inside to take down the assassins. Team 3 stays outside to prevent any stragglers from escaping. Aye. The team members responded in unison. Then, they retrieved the jammers and began their operation. Yang Jian drew the ghost bow strapped to his back, positioning himself at the rear of the formation, ready to strike at any moment. They moved slowly, creeping closer to the villa's perimeter without realizing it. Today, you must give me an explanation. Just as they were about to move, a roar pierced through the wooden door, echoing in their ears. We clearly agreed to complete the mission within 3 days. Now so much time has passed, and the target is still alive and kicking, appearing in the news. This is outright fraud. Hold on. Recognizing the familiar sound, Yang Jian gestured for the others to hold their ground. Sir, there must be some misunderstanding. We at Black Kill are the finest assassin organization in the 3-shift market. Our creed is absolute failure is not an option. A man deliberately lowered his voice, speaking in a deep, husky tone. I don't care about your rules. I'm giving you 3 more days. If there's still no news after that, you'll face the wrath of the Su family. Clatter! Something shattered on the floor, and the conversation abruptly ended. The client who ordered the hit is inside. Outside the door, having overheard the entire exchange, Su-han and Yang Jian instantly realized this was their best chance to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Move out. At Yang Jian's command, all the team members drew their weapons, smashing the defenseless wooden door to pieces before charging into the villa. Chapter 32, Finding the Evidence. What's going on? Why didn't the villa's alarm go off? The assassins inside the villa were startled by the sudden commotion. Upon recognizing the association uniforms worn by the intruders, they instantly reacted, grabbing their weapons and rising from their seats. At the circular table in the villa's center sat 2 figures. One wore a Tengu mask and a black cloak, appearing to be the leader of the Black Killers. The other was Su Ke's secretary. He stared at the scene before him in utter shock. Upon entering, Yang Jian wasted no words. He drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and launched an attack. The swift, hard arrows emitted a faint silvery glow, moving so fast they were impossible to dodge. Seeing this, the masked man frantically drew a dagger from his waist, attempting to block Yang Jian's volley of arrows. The 2 weapons clashed point to point, sparks flying wildly through the air. Suddenly, the light coating the arrow intensified, blindingly bright, and the arrow exploded. The explosive force overwhelmed the masked man. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the dagger slipping from his grasp to fall to the ground as he was sent flying backward. Yang Jian drew his ghost bow once more, aiming its tip at the remaining assassins. Another arrow flew, impaling several assassins like skewered candied haws, pinning them together to the villa's wall. They had no chance to resist. Chaos erupted. Fighting for their lives, the remaining assassins charged desperately toward Yang Jian and his group, hoping to use their numerical advantage to carve a bloody path through the defenders. The remaining association personnel followed closely behind, launching their own assault on the assassins. Su-han blended in among them, coordinating with the staff to encircle and eliminate the assassins present. The battle did not last long. Yang Jian's team, with overwhelming superiority, wiped out every member of the Black Hill organization without expending much effort. After all, their leader, a level 45 or rank awakened one, couldn't even withstand a single arrow from Yang Jian. For the rest of these lowly scum, escape was utterly impossible. Was it really that easy? Given that the group was reputed to be the strongest assassin organization in Sanjin City, Su-han had expected a fierce battle. He never imagined it would end so easily. The masked man Yang Jian had shot down didn't seem that weak to him, yet he too had been finished with a single arrow. For the first time, he truly grasped the sheer power of an S-rank king-tier warrior. As a practitioner of the One Punch Man profession, Su-han's future strength would undoubtedly far surpass Yang Jian's current level. This thought opened up endless possibilities in his mind. President, what should we do with this guy? Someone in the squad dragged the secretary, who was still frozen in terror, over by one arm. So it's you. Yang Jian scrutinized the man for a moment before recognizing the secretary's true identity. Catching you here today is a stroke of luck. You must have done plenty of dirty work for the Su family, right? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go immediately. Facing Yang Jian, the secretary knew he absolutely couldn't admit to hiring someone to kill. Otherwise, before he even faced the association's men, Suko would send someone to silence him. Whether you admit it or not is irrelevant. All I know is you're illegally infiltrating a regulated assassin organization and were caught red-handed. If you don't want to spend the rest of your life in prison, you'd better spill everything you know sooner rather than later. Yang Jian warned sternly. Combining this with the conversation overheard before the raid, he was now 100% certain that the Su family father and son were the ones plotting to kill Su-han. As Suko's secretary and their confidant, he surely knew plenty about the father-son duo's shady dealings behind the scenes. This was a golden opportunity to hold leverage over the Su family. He had to seize it. Chairman, while searching the entire villa earlier, we discovered a large stack of ledgers and transaction records left behind by the assassins. A squad member emerged from a corner of the villa, clutching a large stack of paper files. Let me go. Let me go. The secretary struggled even more violently at the sight. Who knows? Those ledgers might contain information about him. Do you think, once these ledgers are made public, Suko would rather protect his biological son or you his trusted confidant of over a decade? Yang Jian casually flipped through the ledgers, their contents truly shocking. His words instantly silenced the secretary, who had been in an emotional uproar. Seems you know deep down that old fox Suko will definitely choose his son. Yang Jian looked at the secretary, his gaze calm. Given that, can you still willingly serve as their lackey? Without waiting for a response, he waved his hand, signaling for the team to escort the prisoner away. The operation was officially concluded. From that night onward, the city's underworld lost a criminal organization that had threatened public safety. The investigation into the mastermind behind the plot to kill Su-han also made a breakthrough. After the matter was concluded, Yang Jian specifically summoned Su-han to his office. The masterminds behind the attempt on your life are the Su family father and son. I trust you're now certain of this. Yang Jian interlaced his fingers, resting both hands on the desk, his expression grave as he spoke. Su-han nodded. But we still lack sufficient evidence to prove their crimes. Yang Jian stared intently at the youth standing before him. Rest assured, once Suko discovers that Black Hill has been eradicated by the association, he won't dare make any rash moves in the near future. Then how do we proceed from here? Su-han asked. If Suko and his son weren't convicted soon, he and his family would inevitably face retaliation. Actually, the association has been conducting investigations and manhunts targeting Suko himself for quite some time now, but he's managed to slip through their grasp each time. Yang Jian replied. But this time is different. We've captured his right-hand man and have a chance to secure evidence of his crimes. Will it be dangerous? Rest assured, we've decided to conduct this investigation covertly. We will find Suko's weakness. Yang Jian's tone was unwavering. For the time being, focus on preparing for the upcoming Tri-City joint exam at the association. As Sanjin City's most renowned prodigy, you mustn't disgrace our city in the joint exam. Understood. Su-han replied. If you ever need assistance afterward, or wish to hone your combat skills and gain real-world experience, feel free to come find me at the association anytime. Victory in combat doesn't depend solely on the quality of your profession. Skill and experience are equally crucial. Yang Jian's gaze towards Su-han brimmed with admiration. He had already recognized the young man before him, who had just come of age. And, deep down, he yearned to take Su-han as his disciple. However, he understood the boundless potential within Su-han. As merely the head of an association in a remote small town, how could he possibly claim the right to restrain a car poised to leap through the Dragon Gate? Perhaps maintaining their current relationship part mentor, part friend was the wisest choice. Watching Su-han's retreating figure leave the office, Yang Jian found his emotions tangled in a complex mix of feelings. Chapter 33, The Joint Exams Approach. Dad, Mom, things are mostly settled now. After leaving the office, Su-han headed to the residence the association had arranged for his family. Mr. Yang Jian said he'll handle the follow-up investigation. Our family can choose to stay at the association or return home. We are so grateful to Mr. Yang Jian. Not only did he protect your safety, but he also granted your sister unrestricted access to the association's training equipment. We don't know how to repay him. Yang Jishou clasped Su-han's hands, her words brimming with gratitude. Mr. Yang Jian is truly a man worthy of respect. You must cherish this connection, young man. Su Woming nodded in agreement. I understand. Su-han took his father's words to heart before continuing. Then let's stay at the association for now. Once the mastermind behind the assassination attempt is brought to justice, we'll move back home. No problem. You're old enough now to make your own judgments. I trust you have your reasons for saying this. Su Wuming replied. As the head of the household, his lack of objection meant his mother and sister wouldn't object either. After all, at the association, they had no worries about food or clothing, their safety was guaranteed, and Sumuyu could even train using the association's equipment on an exceptional basis. It was safe to say there was no better place to live than here right now. What a stroke of luck. His sister shot Suhan a disdainful glance. She remained convinced that her brother had only conquered the hide-and-seek secret realm by freeloading, and that Yang Jian had simply misjudged the situation when he happened to be present and supported her useless brother. I really don't know how Mr. Yang Jian got tricked by him. Su Muyu muttered under her breath. Empress Bai Bing, concealed in the shadows, remained silent. The more she thought about it these past days, the more unsettled she felt. If Suhan had snatched away the opportunity meant for the Flame Emperor due to some butterfly effect, preventing the Flame Emperor from growing stronger, wouldn't she lose a powerful ally in the impending apocalyptic war? In a conflict of this magnitude, the absence of a god-tier powerhouse who had awakened an SSS-class profession would have consequences far too grave to be dismissed with a few words. It could very well lead to the world's destruction once more, betraying the expectations of the comrades who risked their lives to send her back in time. Yet, Bai Bing sensed not a trace of the Yin Emperor's profession emanating from Suhan. This puzzled her. Therefore, to set things right, she resolved to secretly observe Suhan while cultivating Su Muyu. She needed to figure out exactly what had happened to him. If he had truly snatched the Yin Emperor's opportunity and become an SSS-tier awakened professional, then she would have to bring Suhan into her own camp. Over 20 days later, outside the guild's training hall, Yang Jian and Wu Yong stood at the entrance, waiting for Suhan, who had just finished his training session. The joint exam is tomorrow. Are you nervous? Yang Jian looked at Suhan, his concern evident. What's there to be nervous about? In my current state, I don't think any opponent in the joint exam stands a chance against me. Suhan declared confidently. Yang Jian didn't disagree. Over the past 20 days or so, he had clashed with Suhan several times. Suhan's current strength made handling the Tri-City joint exam a piece of cake. That may be true, but you must remember, never let pride get the better of you. Yang Jian cautioned. As a seasoned veteran who had witnessed too many prodigies falter mid-career, he naturally didn't want this promising young talent before him to follow the same path. I understand. Suhan replied sincerely. Earlier, the head of the Jin family sent someone with some items, specifically instructing me to deliver them personally to you. Yang Jian flashed a satisfied smile and signaled Wu Yong to bring forth a box containing 7 or 8 pieces of B-grade or higher equipment. You really can't refuse these. The head of the Jin family personally called me about them. If you don't accept them, it would be a bit of a snub to him. Then please convey my gratitude to the Jin family on my behalf. Hearing this, Suhan no longer refused. Knowing he wouldn't reach out to her, Jin Ingman sought alternative ways to repay the favor. He couldn't say much in response, so he chose to accept her kindness. A simple phone call could have settled this minor matter. Yang Jian patted his chest and continued. But tomorrow's joint entrance exam will have admissions officers from several universities attending to scout promising candidates for their schools. You wouldn't be considering the special admissions route, would you? Of course not. Suhan shook his head. His goal, no matter what, was to secure a spot at one of the nation's top 5 universities. Ideally, he aimed for Tsinghua or Peking University, the finest institutions for awakened individuals in the country. Anything less than that was simply out of the question. Ever since that press conference ended, rumors about you have been swirling non-stop in our city. People say you're a prodigy on par with Long Yushan, the second son of the Long family from the capital. If you end up choosing just a special admission spot at an ordinary undergraduate program, imagine how many people would be disappointed. Even those who once praised you would turn against you with harsh words. So you must think this through carefully before making your decision. I'm certain your sights aren't set on those ordinary awakened universities. Yang Jian spoke earnestly. He truly treated Suhan like his own son. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Suhan replied with a smile. I won't take the special admissions route, but the top spot in this joint entrance exam will definitely belong to our same city. Excellent. Ha 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 ha. Yang Jian departed the scene with a hearty laugh. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Wu Yong to stay behind and clean up the mess in the training room. When Wu Yong opened the training room door, the sight of pitted craters scattered everywhere and stones strewn haphazardly inside still left him utterly stunned. Though he'd been restoring the training room to its original state daily these past days. But the strength displayed by Suhan, an 18-year-old high school student, was utterly unlike what one would expect from someone his age. Calling him a monster wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thanks for your help, Suhan said to Wu Yong from behind. They'd been meeting frequently lately, so they'd developed a bit of a bond. It's the least I could do, Wu Yong replied. Their conversation came to an end. Suhan returned to his room and opened his character panel. After so many days of growth, his 4 core attributes had now reached a truly terrifying level. Name, Su-han. Awakened class, One Punch Man. Level, 1 cannot be upgraded. Strength, 42. Speed, 48. Stamina, 40. Spirit, 40. Combined with the divine skill, Serious Punch, Su-han's casual strikes now rival the damage output of a level 34 S-class awakener who focuses solely on strength without using skills. Dealing with these classmates who haven't even reached level 20 is a piece of cake. Chapter 34, Mobilization for the Expedition. Son, come eat. His parents' knocking sounded from outside. He stepped out of his room, and the family of 4 gathered around the dining table, eating and chatting together. Son, your parents aren't much to speak of. We can't offer you much help. Su Woming took a sip of white liquor, his gaze fixed intently on his son. But we all know you're the hardest worker. Heaven has blessed you with a second chance at awakening. You've proven yourself worthy. Not only has your power grown rapidly, but you've also earned Mr. Yang Jian's admiration. So no matter the outcome of tomorrow's joint exam, our family will stand by you every step of the way. Son, keep fighting. Yang Jishio encouraged him. Her gaze towards Su-han brimmed with pride. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'll bring home the top spot for our family and make us proud. Su-han patted his chest in assurance. Having such a wonderful son is our greatest blessing. The family atmosphere was warm and joyful. His younger sister, Su Muyu, didn't interrupt. She kept her head down, eating quietly while listening to her family's conversation. First place, my foot. Without Yi Wanqing, he'd probably get eliminated the moment he stepped in. She dismissed Su-han's words with disdain, but refrained from voicing her thoughts out of consideration for her parents' current mood. In any case, even though she didn't believe her brother's words, it didn't affect the positive atmosphere that should be maintained within the family. In this atmosphere, they shared their final meal together before the college entrance exams. Yet as the saying goes, while some rejoice, others grieve. While Su-han basked in warmth, others faced far less pleasant circumstances. For the time being, keep your head down. Stop obsessing over revenge against Su-han. In the Su family guild's office, father and son sat facing each other on opposite sofas. Su-ka sternly warned his son. Why? Just because that brat Su-han made it onto the trending list a few times, I'm supposed to let someone who bullied me get away scot-free? Su Hongtao clearly bristled with defiance, his hatred for Su-han burning so fiercely he wished he could tear him limb from limb. We're in a critical period. Our secretary's been detained by the association. If you make a foolish move now, even I, your father, won't be able to save you. Su-ka's stance was unyielding. If he didn't take this stance, his foolish son might not even know how he ended up dead. The association's people are nothing. Su Hongtao scoffed at his father's words. Dad, this is Sanging City. With our family's influence here, why would we fear the awakened association? Shut your mouth. Su-ka's palm smacked across Su Hongtao's face, leaving a vivid red handprint. He couldn't fathom how his illustrious legacy could have produced such a good-for-nothing son. No matter how diminished the association had become, it still represented official authority. Everyone had to pay them respect in public, let alone now that they'd been caught red-handed. Not ending up in jail for interrogation was already a concession on their part. In any case, you are absolutely forbidden to cause trouble during this period. If I find out you've been secretly doing anything wrong behind my back, I'll make sure you suffer the consequences. Got it. Su Hongtao was stunned after his father slapped him. Seeing how furious Su-ku was, he could only nod obediently in agreement. He shot his father a resentful look, held it for 3 seconds, then stood up and walked out of the office. If you won't help me, I'll figure it out myself. Su Hongtao was furious. Even his own father had turned his back on him. So no matter what, he had to make Su-han pay. The upcoming Tri-City Joint Entrance exam presented the perfect stage. He resolved to personally end Su-han's life during the joint exam. You started this. Su Hongtao's eyes burned with fury and resentment as he muttered to himself, almost like a madman. Just wait. I'll make you regret ever crossing me. Outside the window, torrential rain poured from the sky, pounding the ground with a steady patter. A storm was brewing. Today, the long-awaited Tri-City Joint Examination had finally arrived. As a flagship event for Awaken Education in Huainan Province, the Tri-City Joint Examination was a grand undertaking jointly organized by the Awaken Education departments of Sanging City, Maple Leaf City, and Ginkgo City. A total of 50,000 graduating high school seniors from the 3 cities participated in this mock assessment, affectionately referred to by the people as the mini-college entrance exam. Testing locations are typically assigned to one of 3 government-controlled portals within the 3 cities. These portals have no specific level restrictions, allowing authorities to deploy personnel to ensure examinees' safety. Monsters within the dungeon varied widely in level, ranging from level 1 to level 40. The strongest monsters could easily rival the Goblin King Su-han had previously encountered, and might even surpass it. Thus, throughout the history of the joint exams, no candidate has ever successfully hunted the strongest monster within the instance. Though some overconfident candidates have attempted to challenge such beasts, their fates invariably ended in failure. Suhan, aren't you nervous? Yuan Qing stood beside Suhan, her gaze drifting among the students lining up on the field. Her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Nothing to be nervous about. It's just a little exam. I've got this in the bag. He extended his left hand, aligning his index finger and thumb vertically with a gap of about an inch between them, mimicking a pinching gesture. Before coming, I asked seniors from previous years. They said students from our same city always rank dead last among the 3 cities during these exams. Sometimes we don't even have a single team that can squeeze into the top 100. Xin Bing darted out from behind Yuan Qing, her voice tinged with worry. Though she knew full well the formidable abilities Su Han and Yuan Qing possessed, when exam day actually arrived, her mind couldn't help but wander to all sorts of worries. Don't worry. This time we'll definitely break the record and get great results. Su Han reassured her. His optimistic attitude spread to the teammates around him. At the school gate, dozens of buses were already standing by. They would transport the students of number 7 high school to the venue for the joint examination. Principal Baitali followed the students onto the playground. Taking the podium, he adjusted the microphone and began. Children, I don't intend to deliver overly sentimental platitudes. But as members of Sanging City and outstanding students of number 7 high school, our performance in the Tri-City joint exams in recent years has indeed been less than ideal. Are we inherently inferior to students from the other 2 cities? I don't believe that. We have classmates who have awakened S-class professions, and others who can solo clear secret realms. We have always possessed an indomitable will. For this reason, we have never ceased striving. So give it your all, everyone. May you achieve results in the joint exam that you can be proud of. Her impassioned speech ignited a surge of enthusiasm among the assembled students. As Baitali delivered her final words, every pair of eyes instinctively turned towards Su Han's direction. The trending news had been circulating online in the city for so long that they had, of course, already seen the reports about Su Han. Regardless of whether the reports were true or false, the news alone was enough to fill the students with immense anticipation for this joint exam. Perhaps they could truly bring home the top spot in the joint exam for Sanging City. Though some harbored lingering doubts about Su Han's abilities, they believed these reservations would vanish after witnessing his performance in the upcoming exam. Chapter 35, Oppressive Atmosphere. The bus cruised steadily along. Outside the windows, the sun shone brightly, spring was in full bloom, and the scenery was beautiful. Yet inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was thick with tension and solemnity. Students sat silently in their seats. It felt as though the destination ahead was an abyss, a graveyard. The reason for this mood was simple. Just as Qin Bing had stated on the playground, Sanging City had consistently ranked last in the joint exams among the 3 cities over the past few years. As the senior students representing Sanging City, they had consistently been outperformed by their peers from the other 2 cities, forced to endure the mockery of students from those other cities. Over the years, their confidence had been completely eroded. Some even believed the results of the Tri-City exam had negatively impacted their performance on the college entrance exam. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere, Su Han sat quietly with his eyes closed, gathering his thoughts. Unlike the others, he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. So no matter how oppressive the atmosphere became, it had little effect on him. The bus slowly rolled out of the city and finally came to a stop outside a military base in the suburbs. This was the testing site for the Tri-City joint examination. Soon, senior high school students from the 3 cities would enter the portal managed by this base to take the joint examination. Everyone disembarked and made their way to the base's parade ground, which was already packed with fellow examinees. Though clad in diverse school uniforms, their respective cities of origin remained easily distinguishable. Those chatting and laughing along the way, their expressions relaxed and carefree, were the students from Maple City, consistently ranked number 1. The students from Ginkgo City stood in orderly rows, solemn and serious. Finally, sighing and scattered in their formation, were the candidates from his own city, Sanging City. Their pre-exam demeanor reflected, to some extent, the educational achievements of their respective cities. In Sanging City, aside from Su Han, everyone else had been affected to varying degrees by the results of the annual joint entrance exams. The atmosphere around them was extremely tense. Under such circumstances, the final exam results were naturally unlikely to be anything to write home about. We're done for. This year's exam site is the military base's portal, the most challenging of the 3 locations. How can we possibly compete with students from the other cities? Even before the exam began, some candidates from Sanging City were already burying their heads in their hands, cursing their fate. The dungeon within this portal not only features an extremely harsh environment, but the monsters inside become even stronger at night. In the decades-long history of the Tri-City exams, the number of times this location was chosen as a testing site could be counted on 2 hands. And no matter which city's candidates make it through, even if they end up first, their scores won't be ideal. Sigh, with such a difficult dungeon, we're probably going to get eliminated early again this time. Su Han listened to the students from other schools in Sanging City chattering away. Most were predicting doom for this exam, with hardly anyone stepping forward to declare they'd aim for a top spot. Even though the test site isn't ideal this time, someone's bound to be at the bottom for us anyway. No need to panic at all, ha ha ha. Similarly, students from the other two cities were discussing the exam content. But their expressions were far more relaxed compared to those of the Sange City students. Some even openly mocked Sange City, showing no attempt to hide their contempt. Seeing is believing. Don't get cocky just because you've achieved some insignificant results in recent years and look down on your opponents. Who knows when they might roar awake like a sleeping lion and snap their jaws wide open at you. A smooth, masculine voice cut through the surrounding jeers, sounding jarringly out of place. Yet this remark, neither loud nor soft, easily lost in the crowd, made the previously arrogant crowd fall silent. Suhan followed the voice and saw a youth clad in white. Though clearly male, he sported a head of jet black, lustrous hair. A white ribbon gathered his hair into a long, high ponytail. Beyond that, the most distinctive feature was the expensive-looking long sword tucked at his waist. He resembled a gentleman from ancient times, reserved yet sharp. Who is this? Suhan turned to Yi Wanqing, asking curiously. He's the top prodigy from Maple Leaf City next door, known as the Young Sword Immortal, by Zihong. I heard he awakened an S-rank profession, the same level as mine. Yi Wanqing replied. No wonder he has such a unique aura. Suhan nodded. So, what are your chances against him? 60-40 in my favor. I'd say I've got 40%, he's got 60%. Yi Wanqing paused briefly before giving her answer. Based on the intelligence she'd obtained from his father, there was a gap between her and Bai Zihong, but it wasn't significant. So is he the strongest candidate this year besides me? Suhan asked. Yes. Besides him, there's another candidate who's slightly weaker but on par with me in strength. Who is it? What's his name? Su Tong, the genius from Ginkgo City, an S-class professional awakener. Alright, I understand. Suhan asked no further questions. Based on current intelligence, even the strongest tier of candidates in this joint exam might not survive his serious punch. His strength held a staggering lead over the rest. The playground returned to its previous clamor. An untimely voice chimed in after Bai Zihong, retorting. Bai Zihong, I think you're just too cowardly. Could it be that the brat who's been trending non-stop in Sanjingshi lately has really scared the hell out of you? The voice belonged to Su Tong from Ginkgo City. He looked like a burly brute, and his voice was equally coarse. I don't stoop to arguing with fools. Bai Zihong looked at Su Tong and said indifferently. Better a fool than a coward. Su Tong retorted. Talking to a wall. With that, Bai Zihong withdrew his gaze. What did you? Su Tong was about to erupt when another deafening voice boomed out. Silence in the courtroom. Those four simple words had an astonishing effect. The tense standoff between the two had nearly spread to the other students in both cities. But that single command instantly silenced everyone present. A burly man in military uniform strode onto the parade ground and made his way to the central podium. A black eye patch covered his left eye. All eyes were drawn to him. Good day, everyone. The man adjusted the microphone on the podium, looked out at the tens of thousands of students below, and began to speak. Chapter 36, The Joint Exam Begins. My name is Lei Li. I am the chief administrator of this Tri-City Joint Examination and the overall commander of this military base. Before the exam begins, I need to go over some important instructions for all of you. Lei Li's voice carried an innate military authority. The students couldn't help but feel tense. Not a word was uttered. If Bai Zihong and Su Tong commanded admiration through sheer strength, the aura radiating from Lei Li felt like facing a king-tier beast utterly terrifying. This was a sense of oppression forged only through battles fought amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The joint examination will commence once all participants enter the portal. The examination period spans 3 days and 3 nights. The examination site is within a special portal managed by this base. The dungeon area is divided into an outer ring, an inner ring, and a core zone. Monsters in the outer ring generally do not exceed level 10. Each monster below level 10 killed grants the team +1 point. Monsters in the inner ring range from levels 11 to 20. Killing them yields 2 to 5 points. Finally, the core area. Monsters residing there start at level 21 and can reach as high as level 30 or even 35. Here, I must warn everyone, if you haven't prepared a means of escape, you absolutely must not enter the core zone. Lei Li's expression was grim. With your current strength, encountering a group of monsters all level 21 or higher would be certain death. Then if we manage to kill one of those level 35 monsters you mentioned, how many points would we earn? Suhan stood below the stage and raised his hand to ask. Given his abilities, he wouldn't confine himself to areas outside the core zone during the exam. He was determined to venture into the core zone to hunt stronger monsters. If he had the chance to encounter the level 35 monsters Lei Li mentioned, he would certainly want to attempt hunting it. Hearing Suhan's audacious remark, everyone present turned to look at him, their expressions ranging from bewilderment to surprise. Some looked puzzled, others surprised. But most, even those who recognized him as the prodigy who had burst onto the scene in Sanjing City, still dismissed him as a clown seeking attention. Brave words indeed. Lei stood on the podium, his gaze immediately landing on the arm raised high in the crowd. He looked at Su-han and answered his question earnestly. Though your question is rather foolish, the core area is indeed within the exam scope. I naturally have an obligation to inform you of this content. Kill a level 2130 monster to earn 2100 points. Kill a monster above level 30 and receive a flat reward of 1000 points. If anyone can defeat a boss level monster within the dungeon, they will receive 10,000 points. That high? At this, the students erupted in excitement. High risk came with high reward. If they could hunt down some high-level monsters, the points earned would be more than enough to secure a top spot in this joint exam. Driven by the lure of profit, many hearts were stirred. Lei's words were practically tempting them to commit a crime. Foolish. Bai Zihong looked at his classmates, who were already itching to act after just one sentence. Even he could barely handle monsters around level 20, let alone the level 30 or even level 35 boss monsters beyond that. After all, once players reached level 20, they had to complete their class-specific dungeon to continue leveling up. These special dungeons were generally more difficult than regular portals and required solo completion. Thus, very few high school seniors managed to break through the level 20 barrier before entering university. Most students were still stuck in the 10-20 level plateau when they took their college entrance exams. He was no exception. Silence. Lei's thunderous shout, amplified through the microphone, instantly reined in the situation that had begun to spiral out of control. He then continued. Before the exam begins, we will distribute a badge to each of you. This badge is equipped with automatic scoring and emergency call functions, enabling real-time tracking of your score rankings. Various supplies will also be distributed during the exam to ensure your basic survival needs over these 3 days. However, note this, if your team encounters a monster it cannot defeat and someone uses their badge to call for help, those rescued by the examiners regardless of whether they lost combat ability will be automatically eliminated. Badge distribution begins now. Lei waved his right hand, and soldiers from the barracks drove up several off-road vehicles with open rear seats. The vehicles were loaded with pentagram-shaped badges. After the students lined up and received their badges in an orderly fashion, they were led by the soldiers to a massive circular formation adorned with a blue eagle. This was a collective teleportation array, specifically designed for mass transfers. May your martial fortunes flourish. Lei spoke, and in the next instant, the array activated. Blue beams of light enveloped the students within the array, transporting them in groups to the examination grounds. After the familiar dizziness subsided, Su-han opened his eyes. A beam of light streamed down from the sky, illuminating the fallen leaves on the ground. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself amidst towering, dense trees. Huge leaves hung heavily from the branches, blocking both the path and his view. In the gloomy thorn forest, the wind howled through the trees, whipping against the branches and leaves with a crackling sound. Are you all okay? He turned his head to find Yi Wanqing and the others lying beside him, just coming to their senses themselves. We're fine. Yi Wanqing shook her head. Then, she did exactly what Su-han had done not long ago. First, she surveyed the surroundings, proceeding with caution. According to the joint exam rules, the other students who had entered the dungeon at the same time as them should now be scattered somewhere in the outer perimeter. They had no idea how vast this dungeon truly was. Perhaps right now, in the shadowy depths of the forest, a group of people and monsters were watching them, itching to strike. Everyone, try not to be too tense. Just focus on doing your part, just like we do in our regular training. Su-han understood that being in this environment would make the team members feel panicked, so he spoke reassuringly. The other four nodded in response. Let there be light. Bai Yuyao gripped her wooden staff tightly, chanting the illumination spell. The next instant, the pitch-black area was flooded with holy light. Nice work. Su-han gave her a thumbs up. With this skill, they wouldn't need to waste time fetching lighting tools. Moreover, one reason the military base dungeon was considered the most challenging of the 3 exam grounds was its pitch-black environment. This darkness inherently imposed an invisible pressure on people. Staying in such a place for too long could even drive someone insane. Now, thanks to Bai Yuyao's skill, they no longer had to worry about that problem. They could also focus better on hunting monsters. The 5 explored the dungeon bathed in light. Cheng Shan, acting as the tank, stood at the front of the group, moving slowly. Squeak, squeak. The occasional cries of monkeys echoed from the 3-meter tall trees. They could see the path clearly, but not what lay hidden beneath the foliage. Unable to pinpoint the source of the cries, they dared not make a move. Squeak. As another monkey cry echoed, a bunch of bananas plummeted from above, crashing towards Su-han and his companions. A gibbon nearly as tall as a man followed close behind, leaping down from the tree. It held a spear, ready to strike while the opportunity presented itself. Seeing this, Qin Bing drew a shuriken with an explosive tag from his robe and hurled it at the creature. Squeak! The gibbon spun its spear, aiming it at the shuriken in an attempt to deflect the sharp projectile with the spearhead. But to its surprise, the moment the shuriken touched the spearhead, the detonation symbol activated instantly. The explosive art sent dust billowing within a 3-meter radius, mingled with debris from trees shattered by the blast, trapping the creature within. Everyone watched the situation unfold ahead. 3 seconds later, the dust settled. The gibbon's fur had been charred to cinders, faintly emitting the scent of roasted flesh. It crashed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Points +1. The pentagram badges on the 5 members' chests recorded the points earned from the monster. This signaled that Suhan's team had successfully secured their first point in this exam. Keep it up, everyone. Every point we earn moves us up 1 spot in the rankings. Yi Wanqing encouraged them. She opened the real-time rankings within the badge. They were currently ranked 300th out of 10,000 teams. Meanwhile, the top-ranked team had already secured 10 points. Chapter 37, Going Solo. We only encounter one monster every few minutes. How did they manage to get 10 points in the same amount of time? Chung Shan stared at the top-ranked by Zihong team and asked curiously. With Suhan on their team, he wasn't worried about their final results at all. He was just genuinely amazed. Probably just luck they happened to stumble upon a monster horde. Yi Wanqing remarked, glancing at the monkey carcass lying before them. Monsters in portals usually vanished into specks of light upon death, but here, their corpses remained intact even after 10 or 20 minutes. It's only a few points difference. Maybe we'll catch up after clearing the next wave of monsters. Qin Bing nudged Chung Shan's side with her elbow, signaling him not to worry. The outer ring monsters were low level and far too weak to pose any threat to the squad. Combined with Bai Yuyao's innate illumination skill, their exploration speed was undoubtedly among the fastest of all teams participating in the joint exam. Therefore, there was absolutely no need to panic over this. Even if they didn't secure first place, cracking the top 50 on the leaderboard was a certainty. We still need to pick up the pace and find as many monsters as possible. Suhan chimed in. While Qin Bing and the others might be aiming for the top 50, he had sworn to Yang Jian and his family that he would return with first place. Since the monsters in the outer zones weren't particularly strong, they could naturally pick up the pace of exploration and monster hunting. After all, they had no idea how vast the entire exam dungeon truly was. If they continued advancing methodically, and if luck turned sour, say, only encountering one monster every few minutes, their final results would surely bid farewell to the top spot. Thus, upon hearing Suhan's words, the group said nothing further but instinctively quickened their pace. Wood chips crunched beneath their feet. In the sky, the cries of birds and beasts echoed through the forest, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. But none of this mattered to Suhan's team. The moment Bai Yuyao unleashed her illumination skill, darkness instantly dissipated. The monsters lurking in the shadows had nowhere to hide. Before they could hide beneath the leaves, Suhan caught them and sent them to heaven with a single punch. Points +1. The badge's beeping alert continuously spurred everyone to hunt for monsters. In such a vast dungeon, if the monsters didn't attack the candidates should take the initiative to provoke them. Ever since Suhan and his group accelerated their exploration pace, they encountered a low-level beast on average every minute. Sometimes, with good luck, they encountered pack monsters, yielding points of considerable value. After 3 hours of relentless hunting, their team's points had climbed past 300, propelling them into the top 200 overall rankings. This won't do. Hunting monsters at this pace is still too slow. I want to go solo and see if I can take down some higher-level monsters. After dispatching yet another ape, Suhan addressed his squad members. The top-ranked team, led by Bai Zihong, held a full 200-point lead over them. Suhan reasonably suspected the opposing team must be using some item or skill that allowed them to detect monster locations. At this rate, unless he employed unconventional methods, the gap would only widen. Alright, go ahead. But always put your safety first. Yi Wanqing agreed without hesitation to Suhan's request to go alone. The other squad members raised no objections either. They all knew exactly how formidable Suhan's strength was. Even if he encountered a level 35 boss monster in the core area, he could battle it for 100 rounds and ultimately defeat it. We'll keep a close eye on the rankings. Remember to bring back as many points as you can. The others said with smiles. Even without Suhan, their team still had a prodigy at its core. Even with just the 4 of them left, as long as they were slightly cautious and steadily gained points in the inner circle, it would be completely manageable. But this meant they were placing the fate of their entire joint exam entirely in Suhan's hands. The more points he could secure on his own, and the faster he could do it, the higher their team's final ranking would be. Conversely, if he faltered, they would plummet, losing any chance at the top of the leaderboard. This decision spoke volumes about their unwavering trust in Suhan. Rest assured, by the end of the exam, our team will be ranked first. Suhan declared confidently. Because if he went solo, he would definitely enter the core area and target the level 35 boss monster. After all, defeating that boss would guarantee him the top spot in the joint exam. Such temptation was impossible to resist. After briefing the others on the follow-up plan, Suhan set off alone, running deeper into the forest. The deeper he ventured, the more monsters he encountered, each more formidable than the last. Upon passing a sign marked inner ring, Suhan hesitated not a moment before plunging straight in. Oh whoa! Amidst his sprint, a wolf's howl pierced through the forest. A flash of silver-white fur streaked past. The monster's claws lashed out toward Su-han's face. He instinctively raised his fist above his head. The sharp wolf claws collided with his knuckles, sending a jolt of pain through his wrist. He swung his arm forcefully, deflecting the creature's claw strike. Su-han focused his gaze and realized it was a wind wolf. This was a C-rank monster renowned for its blinding speed, typically ranging from levels 12 to 15. When confronting awakened ones, they often initiated surprise attacks with their blinding speed. The slightest lapse in an awakened one's attention could result in severe injury. Even if an awakened one managed to block the attack, the swift wind wolf would exploit its speed to engage in a war of attrition. They would wait until their opponent was utterly exhausted before snapping their jaws open, using their razor-sharp fangs to pierce through the neck. Due to this monster's traits, awakened ones affectionately call it the newbie killer. New awakened warriors, lacking combat experience, easily fall into the swift wind wolf's trap. However, Su-han clearly did not fall into this category. The monster before him widened its eyes and lunged forward with a fierce attack. He simply swung a punch. Just as his fist was about to collide with the monster's snout, the swift wind wolf suddenly twisted into an extremely contorted posture, sliding past Su-han's fist. Immediately, it bared its gleaming white teeth, preparing to sink them into Su-han's neck. This was its signature tactic. Countless overconfident awakened had already fallen victim to this move. But this time, the swift wind wolf's plan failed. Su-han merely shifted his body slightly, then casually extended a hand to seize the swift wind wolf's jaw. The monster struggled with its mouth wide open, yet showed no sign of breaking free. Its teeth were mere inches from Su-han's major artery, yet those few inches felt like an insurmountable chasm. One serious punch. Muttering the skill in his mind, Su-han used his free hand to smash the swift wind wolf's skull to a pulp. Blood spattered everywhere, the scene gruesome and bloody. When it was over, he tossed the monster's corpse aside and roughly wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve. Points +3. The badge's scoring function activated precisely at the right moment. Their encounter lasted no more than 10 seconds, yet the battle ended abruptly after just one exchange. This was a testament to Su-han's overwhelming strength. Chapter 38, The Turmoil Sparked by a Corpse. Pressing forward. His ultimate target was the level 35 boss lurking in the core area. This swift wind wolf was merely a minor detour. Su-han charged deeper into the labyrinth, encountering numerous monsters along the way. The team's points climbed steadily. Not long after he departed, the burly Su-tong happened to lead his squad members to the very spot where Su-han had battled the swift wind wolf. "Boss, we found a swift wind wolf corpse." A short, skinny boy with a pointed nose and sunken cheeks, who looked like a monkey, pointed at the headless monster corpse and exclaimed in surprise to Su-tong. "It's just a corpse. Why are you making that ghost-seeing face?" Su-tong asked, puzzled. Since the exam began, they had seen dozens, if not hundreds, of monster corpses. Logically speaking, how could an ordinary monster corpse cause his team member to lose his composure like this? Following his teammate's pointing finger, Su-tong looked toward the corpse. The moment he saw the headless beast corpse, Su-tong's pupils dilated. He silently walked over to the body. "Where's this monster's head?" Su-tong knelt on one knee, frowning as he asked. "We didn't find it." His teammate shook his head. He then carefully examined the corpse from head to toe. He discovered a purplish-blue pinch mark where the neck met the skull, yet there was not a single wound anywhere on the body. Clearly, whoever killed the swift wind wolf had ended the fight with a single strike. In fact, the killer had gripped the beast's neck before delivering a single punch that shattered its skull. That couldn't have been by Zi-hong. Though formidable, his strength hadn't reached such an extraordinary level. Moreover, he was a swordsman. If he had fought the swift wind wolf, there would be sword wounds on the monster's body. Then who could it be? Su-tong couldn't figure it out. Based on known intelligence, no one possessed the capability to execute such a flawless kill on the swift wind wolf. Even he, the prodigy of Ginkgo City, could only manage to kill monsters. But to deliver a one-hit kill, let alone demonstrate overwhelming combat power? That was nearly impossible. Could someone be hiding their true strength? Su-tong couldn't help but think of that individual who had dominated the trending topics for half a month and dared to raise his hand and question the commander-in-chief right before the joint exams. Could those news reports actually be true? Impossible, impossible. That guy is in our same cohort, how could he possess king-tier combat power? In the end, he dismissed the notion as absurd and pushed it from his mind. Let's go. We'll keep grinding monsters. Su-tong stopped dwelling on it and led his team away from the scene. Military base inside a military green bungalow. Officers from across the base and admissions officers from several universities had gathered here. They were observing the candidates' performance through the monitoring system inside the building. As the most significant annual educational event in Huainan Province, the Tri-City Joint Examination was broadcast live in its entirety. For some standout freshman candidates who gained attention even before the exam, the government would inquire whether they wish to have drones follow them throughout the entire process to better assess their capabilities. Having dominated the trending topics for so long, Suhan naturally caught the government's attention and secured permission for a drone to film his entire exam. This meant his actions were laid bare for all to see. This batch of students, aside from those few S-level talents under special scrutiny, is utterly hopeless. Layli sat in his seat, frowning deeply as he watched the surveillance footage. Judging by his standards, among the 50,000 examinees, only Bai Zihong, Suton, and Yu Wanqing performed reasonably well. The rest were simply unbearable to watch. Isn't that the kid who's been trending on social media lately? Why has he broken ranks and is acting alone? The admissions officer from Huainan University noticed Suhan alone on the screen and asked in astonishment. This is sheer nonsense. Does he really think he's as strong as Yang Jian? Acting like this only drags down his teammates and reduces the team's overall scoring efficiency. Another admissions officer scoffed at Suhan's actions. They believed that going solo during a group exam was an extremely irresponsible act. Layli listened to the teacher's discussion and found Suhan's solo livestream feed. The person on screen was the very same youngster who had raised his hand to ask him a question before the exam. Why did he choose to go solo? Layli was instantly captivated, growing eager to see how Suhan would perform next. Oh no, he's been ambushed by the swift-wind wolf. He'll definitely call for help soon. The feed showed Suhan encountering the swift-wind wolf. The teachers, seeing this, shook their heads regretfully. They all believed Suhan's journey in the joint entrance exam was about to end here. No need to watch any further. As the swift-wind wolf lunged at Suhan, the teachers delivered their verdict. But what followed defied everyone's expectations. On the surveillance footage, the swift-wind wolf's fangs were mere inches from Suhan's neck. With a single, thunderous punch, he shattered the beast's skull. This sudden scene delivered a tremendous shock to the teachers. They all fell silent. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the screen, expressions frozen in utter shock. Clearly, Suhan's performance had thoroughly humiliated them. Although the swift-wind wolf was merely a low-level monster, shattering its skull with a single punch required a strength attribute of around 300 points, equivalent to a level 30 S-class awakened one specializing in strength. Who would have thought that Suhan, at such a young age, could possess such formidable strength? He was even several tiers stronger than his peers like Bai Zihong. Principal, I wish to apply for the school scholarship. The Tri-City Joint Examination has uncovered a student of historic caliber. The teachers snapped out of their shock and immediately pulled out their phones to call their respective principals. They all wanted to secure this student for their institution. Another 2 hours passed before the light in the sky finally faded completely. Only then did Suhan reach the edge of the core area. According to known intelligence, the monsters in this instance unleashed even greater power at night. No one would choose to enter the core area during this time. Except for Suhan. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter monsters above level 30 at night, he wouldn't face significant danger. Even if he did have the misfortune of encountering a level 30+ dungeon monster, he could still rely on the stealth function of shape gathering, chi dispersing, to evade their pursuit. In short, earning points when others dare not act rashly is the only way to quickly widen the gap between his team and the others. Without a second glance, he plunged into the core area. The nighttime forest was pitch black, obscuring the path ahead. Suhan must find a way to overcome this pitch-black predicament. Chapter 39, Exploring the Core Zone. He leaped up and landed on a nearby tree. He snapped off a branch as thick as his arm, retrieved a roll of gauze from his system-issued backpack, and wrapped it around the branch to fashion a makeshift torch. The gauze was one of the random rewards Suhan had obtained from completing daily tasks. Other than that, he'd also gotten trinkets like dolls, pencils, and frisbees, things that weren't much help in combat. With the torch ready, its flickering light allowed Suhan to grope his way forward in the darkness. He scanned his surroundings cautiously, wary of monsters suddenly charging out and catching him off guard. 6 hours had now passed since the exam began. Suhan cautiously explored the eerie, terrifying core area. Everything in the forest seemed shrouded in mystery. At this very moment and place, the monsters reigned supreme. They dwelled here, long accustomed to nocturnal activity. And when the moon hung high in the sky, it unleashed the monsters' primal savagery deep within their bones. This primal instinct caused their combat prowess to surge. However, as long as Suhan avoided ambushes, the monster's nighttime prowess remained insignificant in his eyes. His fists would spare none who dared threaten him. One serious punch. A level 25 fire pig charged toward Suhan. Bathed in moonlight, it had long since lost its senses. Suhan unleashed a punch at the beast. His frenzied gauntlet struck its hard hide, and the flame-infused blow sent the fire pig squealing in pain. The scent of roasted flesh wafted through the air. With a final agonized bellow, the boar-like creature breathed its last. Originally, the fire pig was a formidable monster, massive in size, possessing formidable defense, and with fur that dealt inherent fire damage. Yet thanks to Suhan's skill effects, he feared no fire. Instead, he could wield even higher-level flames to attack it. Combined with his own formidable offensive power, he had the fire pig completely cornered. The slaughter continued. Suhan charged through the core area like an untiring wild bull, relentlessly seeking out monsters, determined to eliminate every last one. Normally, candidates would find a relatively safe spot to camp during the night in the dungeon, using the opportunity to recover their stamina. But Suhan didn't tire during combat. Instead, he grew more energized and excited with each fight, as if he had been born solely to hunt monsters. The torchlight was faint, yet that tiny spark was enough to fuel his courage to press forward. The corpses of the monsters became the very motivation driving him to fight with increasing ferocity. Perhaps even Suhan himself didn't realize it, but he was one of those individuals born for combat. Inside the monitoring room, Lei Jun and the teachers continued watching the live feed. As night fell, most students chose to set up camp and assign night watch duties. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Their behavior was exactly as the teachers had predicted. After the first night passes, students will gradually be eliminated. Examiners in the testing area, stay alert and be ready to rescue students at any moment. Lei Jun picked up the specially designed walkie-talkie and addressed the examiners inside the dungeon tasked with ensuring the students' safety. Night was the monsters' time to revel. Even the timid creatures that rarely ventured out during daylight hours would crawl from their lairs after dark, launching indiscriminate attacks on humans who dared to trespass on their territory. At this hour, their strength intensified and their temperaments grew savage. Even with prior preparation, the students might still find themselves overwhelmed. Then, the relatively weaker teams would be eliminated. Roger that. The walkie-talkie crackled with the examiner's chaotic responses. The admissions officer looked at the screen. Equipped with night vision capabilities, the surveillance cameras provided crystal-clear footage despite the dungeon's complete darkness. In their hands were the profiles of candidates deemed worthy of special attention during this joint examination. Among them, Suhan's name stood out prominently. When the teachers saw Suhan entering the core area of the night alone, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Some even began worrying about his safety, urging Layli to ensure the examiners protected him. However, when they witnessed Suhan moving with ease through the core area of the night dungeon, dispatching dangerous monsters of level 20 and above with a single punch each, the expressions on the teachers' faces became truly remarkable. Their expressions shifted from shock to confusion, and then from confusion to numb disbelief. Could this truly be the caliber of a recent high school graduate from a remote region? Those present couldn't help but question internally. After all, although Sanging City was officially classified as a prefecture-level city, the overall educational standards of its recent awakened students lagged far behind those of other cities in Huainan province. Otherwise, it wouldn't have consistently ranked at the bottom in the provincial college entrance exams for several consecutive years. Yet from this very place, where the education of awakened individuals lagged so far behind, emerged someone like Suhan, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Judging by his current performance, he could easily rival the prodigies from the capital and the 4 major municipalities. How could this not captivate the admissions officers? Time ticked away, second by second, while Suhan's battle raged on. Beyond the monitoring room lay another viewing chamber. This was where the principals from 3 cities watched their students' exam performances. Old bye, at this rate, it looks like Maple Leaf No. 1 High will claim the top spot in the joint exam once again. Fei Anwen, principal of Maple Leaf No. 1 High School, beamed at Bai Taoli beside him. He and Bai Taoli had been university classmates and close friends for decades. After graduating, they returned to their hometown and each became principal of a middle school. Whenever they had the chance, they'd compare their students' academic results just to tease each other a bit. You truly have a knack for teaching. Bai Taoli rolled her eyes at Fei Anwen. But who knows if the outcome might be different until the very last moment. I believe my students will achieve excellent results. You said the same thing about the college entrance exams a few years back, yet your city still ended up at the bottom every single year. Fei Anwen patted his old classmate on the shoulder, feigning regret as he said. After all these years, you should admit it, Sange City's educational resources just aren't up to par. No matter how hard you push yourself, the overall environment is what it is. Student performance won't improve. You'd be better off accepting my offer sooner and joining Maple Leaf No. 1 High School as vice principal. Look at the salary and benefits I'm offering, it's more than double what you're making now, right? Don't get too cocky. The past is the past, and the present is the present. This year's joint exam results are nothing like previous years. Bai Taoli's gaze shifted to a corner of the large screen, where footage of Suhan's follow-up interview was playing. How are they different? In the top 100 rankings, I barely see any teams from Sanging City. Not a single one from your No. 7 high school. Fei Anwen countered skeptically. I'm not afraid to tell you our school has a secret weapon for this joint exam. Bai Taoli shrugged, pointing at Suhan's live feed and gesturing for the other to take a good look. What secret weapon makes you so confident? Fei Anwen was intrigued. Bai Taoli's unusual behavior had successfully piqued his curiosity. Following her gesture, he saw Suhan on the screen. This is the secret weapon you mentioned? Doesn't look particularly special to me. Fei Anwen remarked. On the screen, Suhan was still following his team, steadily grinding outer circle monsters. Don't rush. Let's watch a bit longer. Bai Taoli replied with a smile. Why all the mystery for nothing? Fei Anwen dismissed the fuss. He assumed his old classmate was just playing it up for drama, never expecting the livestream footage that followed would leave him speechless. Chapter 40, Night Falls. In the video, Soo-han broke away from the group to act alone. After punching a swift-wind wolf to death, he infiltrated the core area at night and slaughtered the monsters inside mercilessly. This series of actions left Faye Anwen gaping in astonishment. This can't be possible. At that moment, he couldn't find any words to describe his feelings. He could only instinctively deny it outright. And it wasn't just him. After witnessing Soo-han's performance, nearly every principal present wore the same expression as Faye Anwen. Though they had seen reports and photos of Soo-han trending online, gaining some understanding of this student's abilities. But witnessing it firsthand left the principals utterly astonished. They all turned to Bai Taoli, hoping to glean some information about Soo-han from him. Why are you all staring at me like that? It makes this old man in his 60s feel rather embarrassed. Bai Taoli laughed like a child as he addressed the group. Soo-han was a student Bai Taoli had personally recruited into the school 3 years ago. Everything Soo-han had experienced over these 3 years had been quietly observed by the principal himself. Therefore, upon learning that Soo-han and Yi Wanqing had teamed up, he began inquiring about the former prodigy. Through his connections within the association, he had successfully uncovered just how astonishing Soo-han's current abilities had become. Perhaps precisely because he had witnessed the entire process of the boy's fall and subsequent rise, Bai Taoli, as the principal of 7th High School, felt genuine satisfaction from the bottom of his heart. That determined youngster who once toiled without reward had truly blossomed into a prodigy capable of standing on his own. Originally, before the joint entrance exams, he had intended to speak with Soo-han privately and offer him some special guidance. But after seeing the reports constantly trending on the hot search list lately, he abandoned that idea. With the assistance of the king-level powerhouse Yang Jian, Soo-han no longer needed his guidance. Perhaps the only thing this old man in his 60s could do was to quietly support him from behind the scenes. Then, under some pretext, offer him appropriate monetary rewards. It was his small way of contributing. Spill it, old man. How much more have you been hiding from me? Faye Anwen slapped his thigh, stood up, and fixed his gaze intently on his old classmate. Having just come of age and already capable of slaughtering monsters over level 20, Soo-han's talent was rare even within the capital's borders. Let alone in their provincial-level city. It was nothing short of a dimensional strike. Judging by his performance in the video just now, there was absolutely no contest for first place in this joint exam. Now it all came down to whether Soo-han could shatter records by successfully hunting a level 35 boss monster. If he accomplished the feat of soloing a boss, he would truly carve his name into the annals of the joint exam. And Sanjing City would finally shed its reputation as the bottom dweller among the 3 cities. Do you remember that kid I told you about 3 years ago? Bai Taoli's gaze fixed on Soo-han's livestream as she spoke excitedly to Faye Anwen. The others perked up their ears, eager to hear the origin story of this prodigious talent. Of course I remember. You even came all the way to Maple City just to brag about him, saying he was the hope for Sanjing City's rise. Faye Anwen scratched the back of his head and replied. But I thought that kid only awakened as a D-rank fist master and ended up blending into the crowd? Could it be he underwent a second awakening? Exactly. Bai Taoli nodded. Soo-han is the very child I told you about back then. You old codger, you've got some luck. Faye Anwen made no effort to hide his envy. Since the era of universal class change began, the number of cases of secondary awakening across the entire Blue Star could be counted on 2 hands. And he'd stumbled upon one of those 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds. This wasn't mere luck, it was divine favor. Moreover, every documented second awakener had ultimately become a colossal powerhouse, guarding the world's most dangerous crimson portals. This kid has a bright future ahead of him. Faye Anwen exclaimed. Congratulations, Principal Bai. This time, number 7 high school has truly soared to new heights. Not only that, but secondary awakened individuals are invaluable treasures for humanity, their worth is immeasurable. After hearing their conversation, principals from all 3 cities approached Bai Taoli to offer their congratulations. As the gardeners cultivating the nation's blossoms, they felt envy toward Bai Taoli, but more than that, they rejoiced at the emergence of new hope for humanity. Soo-han's intelligence report caused a massive commotion in the screening room, the noise so loud it even reached the adjacent monitoring room. However, the scene in the monitoring room now was not much different from that in the screening room. All of this was due to Soo-han's astonishing performance. The perspective shifted back to the dungeon. Night had fallen within the instance, and the students poured all their energy into fending off the monsters. Otherwise, the enhanced monster hordes would eliminate them in an instant if they let their guard down. Woof! In the inner circle of the exam hall, a wind wolf with bloodshot eyes charged recklessly toward a group of examinees. The darkness granted it immense power, amplifying its already formidable speed. The group of examinees couldn't even catch a glimpse of the monster's form. They could only frantically swing their weapons wildly, to no avail. It's just a swift wind wolf. How can it be this strong at night? The students couldn't comprehend it. After countless failed attempts, they were forced to activate the emergency signal function on their badges. A pure white protective shield materialized out of thin air, instantly enveloping their heads. The enraged swift-wind wolf lashed out with a claw, striking the shield. Not only did the attack fail, but its claws were repelled. Immediately afterward, an examiner in military uniform arrived. With just 2 thrusts of his sword, he pierced the monster's heart. The safety of the candidate seeking assistance has been secured. The soldier examiner announced into his walkie-talkie. Then, accompanied by the blue light of the teleportation array, the candidates who had initiated the distress call were transported out of the dungeon. This signified their withdrawal from the joint examination. Team names on the points leaderboard rapidly turned black and vanished. It signaled that more and more teams were being eliminated. Yi Wanqing and her team struggled to hold on. Fortunately, she had the foresight to retreat with her teammates to the outer perimeter before nightfall. Now, they faced hordes of monkeys. Compared to the swift wolves in the inner circle, this was clearly much easier. If they could just survive the night, victory would be within their grasp. Thanks to Su-han's solo efforts, their team had climbed to second place on the leaderboard. They were now only a hair's breadth away from the top-ranked team led by Bai Zihong. At their current rate of point accumulation, they could seize the top spot in under 10 minutes. What exactly did Su-han do? Our team's points are rising way too fast. After finally clearing a wave of monsters and catching a brief moment of respite, Changshan immediately opened his badge to check the rankings. Is there any doubt about Su-han's strength? He's probably still grinding monsters like crazy right now. Watching the points climb relentlessly on the leaderboard, Xin Bing felt herself turning into Su-han's die-hard fan. This joint exam had given them a taste of being carried to victory. Hang in there, everyone. Just a few more hours. Once daylight comes, things will get easier. Leaning against a tree, Yi Wanqing restored her stamina while encouraging the group. Hang in there. The 4 of them shouted in unison. The nighttime forest was agonizing for the weak. But for those with true strength, they could only think, how could the sun rise when we haven't earned enough points yet? Sunlight filtered through gaps in the leaves, illuminating the forest floor. Unnoticed, an entire day and night within the dungeon had slipped away. Chapter 41, claiming first place, the slaughter continues. We survived. The students, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath, collapsing exhausted where they stood. The surroundings had been utterly transformed. Charred trees and the corpses of monsters slain in the siege lay scattered about, all jumbled together. It resembled an arena, and those who remained were warriors chosen from 100. But now, they had no strength left for any more fighting. This was a fact acknowledged by nearly everyone. Zihong, our current points must have put us way ahead of second place, right? Inside the inner circle of the dungeon, Bai Zihong's team members glanced at the scattered monster corpses around them and couldn't help but curve their lips upward. Thanks to their exceptional support skills that allowed them to detect monsters, they had successfully survived a full day in the inner circle. Their points haul was substantial. By previous year's standards, these points would have been enough to secure them the top spot in the joint exam well in advance. Great work, everyone. With 2 days left, we absolutely must secure first place in this joint exam. Bai Zihong stood beside a large tree, his sword currently thrust into the forehead of a swift-wind wolf. Though he was generally a gentle person, gentleness did not equate to a lack of competitive spirit. Deep down, he believed no other team could match theirs in the joint exam. Hearing Bai Zihong's words, the team members all nodded in agreement. Confidently, they opened the badge rankings to see how far ahead their team was from the others. But the outcome stunned them all. Zihong, look at the rankings. Our team isn't even in first place. One member's brow furrowed with panic after checking the standings. He hurriedly exclaimed to Bai Zihong. The smiles on the other members' faces froze. Is it Su Tong's team? Bai Zihong's brow furrowed slightly as his grip on the long sword tightened unconsciously. As Ginkgo City's top prodigy, Su Tong could indeed surpass him if he was fully prepared. No. The team members shook their heads. Then who else could it be? It's Yi Wanqing's team from 3rd Watch City's 7th middle school. Hearing this, Bai Zihong froze. The name Yi Wanqing rang a bell. She seemed to be one of Sange City's prodigies, having awakened an S-class profession just like his own. Based on the performance of Sange City students in the joint entrance exams over the past few years, he had instinctively overlooked them. He never imagined she would lead her team to the top spot. Indeed, one could never afford to underestimate the strong. He admitted he'd been careless this time. How many points are we behind them? Bai Zihong composed himself and pressed on. We're 2,000 points behind? When the squad member announced the point gap, they could scarcely believe the words coming out of their own mouths. They had worked tirelessly all day and only managed to earn a little over 1,500 points. 2,000 points that was equivalent to an entire day's worth of their efforts. Are you sure you didn't misread it? Not 20, not 2,000 points? Bai Zihong asked in utter astonishment. Even he couldn't stay calm after hearing Yi Wanqing's team score. How on earth did they manage that? Could it be a glitch in the ranking system? The gap between our two teams is actually only a few dozen points? One team member suggested. After all, over 3,000 points in previous joint exams, that would have been equivalent to the final total scores of many teams. No matter how you looked at it, it was impossible to achieve that in just one day. Especially considering it was taken in the most challenging exam hall out of the three. A lower score would have been more reasonable. So rather than believing Yuanqing's team's points were genuine, it seemed more likely the scoring badge itself was faulty. But if those scores are real, no matter how hard we try, we'll never catch up. Bai Zihong's team members lowered their heads, their voices tinged with discouragement. A single day's points equaled over 2 days of their hard work. Anyone would be crushed by that. It's okay. As long as we have time, we still have a chance. Bai Zihong offered words of comfort on the surface. But deep down, he knew all too well that such a massive point gap made their goal of taking first place highly unlikely. Given that, they must hold on to second place. They absolutely couldn't let even that roughneck Su Tong outpace them. Bai Zihong thought to himself, then swiftly led his team back into the hunt. Meanwhile, the same scene was playing out within Su Tong's team. After seeing the rankings, he first couldn't believe it, then gradually grew so enraged he wanted to fight Yuanqing. Facing a formidable opponent was a man's romantic pursuit. Su Tong genuinely wanted to see just how absurdly powerful Yuanqing was to rack up over 3,000 points in a single day. The points should be pretty much maxed out by now. In the core area, Su Han sat atop the corpse of a level 20+ monster. The area around him was littered with scorched remains. He glanced at the leaderboard, confirming his team had established an insurmountable lead over second place before rising to venture deeper into the dungeon. Next up was the final showdown with the boss. Wonder when we'll run into the boss monster. Su Han recalled the Goblin King he'd defeated before and found himself anticipating this dungeon's boss. He hoped it would bring a sense of pressure, hoped it would deliver an exhilarating battle. More importantly, Su Han realized he was starting to crave the thrill of battling monsters. The visceral impact of blows landing, the thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade, it made his heart race. But this state was often a double-edged sword. It could immerse one deeper into combat, yet also, unnoticed, drive one into madness. Only with formidable willpower could one turn danger into opportunity. Clearly, Su Han's experiences over the past 3 years had already forged this rare and valuable quality within him. Now, the slaughter continued. As if his stamina gauge had been removed, he hunted powerful monsters tirelessly within the core area. His intent was to lure out the boss lurking deep within the forest. Blood stained every piece of his gear, and standing in the forest, he looked every bit the embodiment of a killing god. And it was precisely this terrifying aura that cast a pall of dread over the core area. Though monsters lack true intelligence, they instinctively fear overwhelming power. Eventually, even a distant glimpse of Su Han's figure was enough to send them fleeing. But was fleeing truly effective? He fled, he pursued, there was no escape. Any monster that entered Su Han's field of vision would be hunted down and killed. Thus, what was once an examination became the final resting place for these creatures. Oomph. A fire pig, spotting Su Han, panicked and turned tail to flee. Its panic state was so pitiful it made even humans wince for a second. But the moment it turned, before it could even run a few meters, the Grim Reaper behind it caught up, sending it to the afterlife with a single punch. Chapter 42, Retribution. The core area is this small? Where the hell did the dungeon boss go? After slaying the monster, Su Han paused where he stood, murmuring to himself in confusion. Now, as far as his eyes could see, there was no sign of any other ferocious beasts, let alone a boss monster. Apart from the flowers, plants, and trees, nothing else was visible. Even the flame pig at his feet had been an arduous find, discovered only after immense effort. Su Han continued to wander. After half a day of cat and mouse games, the monsters in the core area had long been terrified by this sudden intruder. Most monsters that had once lived in the core area, with the exception of the boss monsters, had fled en masse with their families to the outer spaces. Yet it was precisely this mass migration that inadvertently raised the difficulty of the entire exam by another notch. After all, the available living space was limited. As the core area's monsters migrated outward, the original inhabitants of the inner and outer rings, unable to defeat the invaders, were forced to retreat further. This caused the entire ecosystem within the dungeon to shift outward by one layer. The former outer ring became the new core area, while the outer ring merged with the inner ring. This meant that candidates now required significantly more time and effort to earn the same points in the same areas as before, greatly increasing their chances of elimination. In fact, large groups of student teams were being eliminated altogether. This had never occurred in previous joint examinations. In other words, those who could survive in this mutated environment were the absolute elite among the teams participating in this joint examination. Commander, something's happened. All the monsters in the core zone have escaped. The situation is chaotic. If this continues, the students could be in mortal danger. Should we terminate the exam immediately? Inside the examination hall, an examiner relayed the situation to Layli through a walkie-talkie. Dungeons are inherently unpredictable. Awakened ones must not only learn to fight monsters but also develop the ability to adapt on the fly. Even students are no exception. Layli addressed the examiners. Continue the exam. I'll enter the portal immediately to support you. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Aye, sir. Deployment complete. The admissions officers seated beside Laylee, having overheard his exchange with the examiners, all nodded in agreement. Students worthy of their precious early admission spots should naturally possess the fundamental qualities Laylee mentioned. Though the sudden change drastically increased the exam's difficulty, it also served to filter out candidates with truly tenacious willpower and formidable strength. It truly saved them a lot of trouble. We'll accompany you through the portal to provide support shortly. The admissions officers observed the student squad still fighting on the screen and proposed to Laylee. At the same time, they noticed Soo-han, who was still in the core area. In essence, he was the catalyst for this unexpected turn in the joint examination. Yet the instructors couldn't condemn a student for an unintentional act. Besides, he was a genius so outstanding he stood head and shoulders above the rest. Now, they simply wanted to get to the scene to witness firsthand what other unexpected feats Soo-han might accomplish. Simultaneously, they must ensure the safety of both him and the other students present. This is the instinct and duty of teachers to protect their students. Alright, thank you all for your efforts. With willing helpers, Laylee naturally wouldn't refuse. We're going too. Just then, the monitoring room door burst open. The principals, who had been watching the live feed in the adjacent projection room, rushed in and addressed Laylee. Their students were in imminent danger, and as the heads of their respective schools, how could they stand idly by? Thus, the student rescue team led by Laylee, fully equipped, stepped through the portal. Deep within the forest's core, fallen branches and leaves blanketed the monsters' corpses. Suddenly, a flash of red burst from the undergrowth. It was Su Hongtao's head. In his desperate attempt to kill Soo-han, he had reduced himself to a pitiful state. Even his precious white suit-style uniform was torn and slashed in countless places by the monsters. It was clear just how intense his hatred for Soo-han had become. Just wait a little longer. That brat's time is almost up. Su Hongtao kept repeating to himself in his mind. His hand clenched tightly around a compass. It was a tracking device he'd specifically purchased on the black market to hunt down Soo-han. Simply tell the compass a name and visualize the image of the person you seek, and it would reveal their current location. Of course, the device had limitations. It could only be used 3 times total, with each use lasting no more than 12 hours. Su Hongtao had bought the compass specifically to locate Soo-han within the college entrance exam hall and exact his revenge. Since his father, Su-ko, refused to intervene, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. To this end, he also spent a fortune acquiring a fire skill scroll. Once unleashed, this item could unleash damage comparable to a full power strike from a level 40 awakened. Soo-han would have no chance of surviving it. With all preparations complete, Su Hongtao, clinging to his fantasies, took the scroll and compass and began searching the forest for his enemy. He had assumed Soo-han would merely linger within the inner perimeter of the exam grounds at most. Come nightfall, he'd have to retreat to the outer perimeter just to avoid elimination. Then, once he pinpointed the boy's exact location, he could use the darkness and monsters to launch a surprise attack, silently ending that brat's life. But after nearly 2 days of following the compass, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Soo-han. Now the compass had led him to the core zone. Su Hongtao had been hesitating whether to trust the device's judgment. After all, the core zone was a death trap. He certainly didn't want to lose his life before completing his revenge. But when he hid in the shadows and witnessed countless monsters pouring out of the core zone with his own eyes, he took a gamble and stepped inside. As he ventured deeper into the forbidden zone, he realized there were no monsters here, only trees and corpses. Even the heavens are on my side. Su Hongtao exclaimed excitedly. Before long, guided by the compass, he finally located Soo-han, who was still searching for the boss. After searching high and low, he found it without any effort. Su Hongtao immediately hid himself, waiting for the other to approach step by step. He gripped the scroll tightly. To ensure a one-hit kill, unleashing his most powerful attack was the safest bet. This is it. Come on, come on. As the distance between them closed, Su Hongtao's breathing grew increasingly ragged. He held his breath, waiting for the perfect opening. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. To Su Hongtao, each second felt like an eternity. Soo-han, walking calmly in plain sight, seemed completely unaware of anything unusual. He walked straight to the tree where Su Hongtao was hiding. Now! Su Hongtao's eyes flashed with determination. At this very moment, he had to seize this chance. The scroll of flames was torn apart. A massive pillar of fire erupted from the scroll in an instant. Chapter 43, Reaping What One Sows. In an instant, the sky was engulfed in flames. Su Hongtao watched the figure engulfed by the flames and let out a maniacal laugh. Yes, that's exactly how it should be. They had provoked him first. If not for Soo-han and Yi Wanqing teaming up to humiliate him a month ago, if not for the incompetent hitman his family hired causing the mission to fail, if not for his father refusing to lend a hand, he never would have ended up like this. Die! 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 Su Hongtao's expression twisted into a grimace. He'd been bottling up so much frustration lately. Once the flames reduced him to ashes, his revenge would be complete. But would things truly unfold as Su Hongtao wished? Clearly not. Just as he believed everything would unfold according to the predetermined script, an unexpected turn occurred. The pillar of fire did indeed engulf Su Han. Not only that, but the surrounding trees were also engulfed by the flames' onslaught. Within a 10-mile radius, the area instantly became a sea of flames. But to his utter astonishment, the man who should have been reduced to ashes stood there, completely unharmed. This can't be. Absolutely impossible. I clearly used the scroll. How could you still be alive? As the flames dissipated, Su Hongtao fell backward in shock, landing with a thud against the tree trunk. He had calculated every possible outcome, but never anticipated Su Han possessed a skill called flame immunity. That massive pillar of fire might have worked on anyone else, but it didn't cause Su Han even the slightest scratch. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Su Han stared coldly at the panicked Su Hongtao beside him as he spoke. You. As if seeing a ghost, Su Hongtao pointed at the man across from him, unable to form a complete sentence for a long moment. Why are you still alive? Finally, he could only shout helplessly. If that pillar of fire was your carefully prepared prop to kill me, then I'm sorry to inform you miscalculated. Su Han sneered. The next instant, he clenched his fist and swung it toward the man's right cheek in a flash. Su Hongtao's teeth flew from his mouth as his body rolled backward, crashing into a charred tree trunk nearby. You reap what you sow. Then, Su Han walked over to Su Hongtao, who was reeling from the blow. He grabbed Su's red hair with one hand and slapped him across the face with the other, landing several hard blows. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I truly was wrong. Please, let me go. Blood trickled from the corners of Su Hongtao's mouth. Fear had completely overtaken his mind, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Now you regret it? You looked pretty happy when you started this, didn't you? Su Han hoisted the man off the ground, slamming his body against the tree trunk, showing no sign of forgiveness. I was blinded by demons. I was possessed by evil spirits seeking revenge on you. I truly know I was wrong. Please spare me. Su Hongtao continued pleading. His left hand gripped Su Han's fist, forcing air into his lungs through his mouth, while his right hand frantically searched his chest, trying to press the emergency button on the badge tucked inside his clothes. Still trying to be clever? Su Han sensed his intent. With a flick of his right hand, he snapped all the fingers of Su Hongtao's flailing hand, completely crippling his ability to resist. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Su Han leaned close to Su Hongtao's ear and whispered. Once the exam is over, you know exactly what fate awaits you. You. Su Hongtao's eyes widened in fury at the words. The National College entrance exam was broadcast live nationwide. He had deliberately avoided all drone footage and refused the privilege of having a dedicated mechanical camera follow him throughout the entire process, precisely to avoid leaving any evidence of his attempt to kill Su Han. But now, not only had his assassination attempt failed, his entire scheme had been exposed to the world through Su Han's drone footage. It must be understood that attempting murder during an exam was a capital offense. Once the exam concluded, Su Hongtao would undoubtedly be arrested and put on trial. Even with Suka's immense power, he couldn't save his son in the face of such irrefutable evidence. It was all over. Su Hongtao gave up, struggling in despair, tears of regret welling up in the corners of his eyes. Just kill me, he said weakly to Su Han. Once the exams conclude, justice will naturally be served for your actions. But for now, I'd rather not soil my hands with this. You're afraid? Only silence answered him. Su Han wasn't about to fall for such a simple provocation. After all, once the exam concluded, Su Hongtao would be locked up. There was absolutely no need for him to invite trouble upon himself. Hey. Su Hongtao watched the flames engulfing the area grow larger and larger, laughing bitterly at himself. Seeing this, Su Han released the hands that had been pinning him down, allowing him to slump to the ground. Su Hongtao glanced up at his enemy before him and struggled to his feet. Even if Su Han didn't attack, he had to escape this sea of flames. Only by surviving the teleportation gate would he have a sliver of hope to leverage his family connections and avoid a prison sentence. Let me tell you a secret. Su Han watched Su Hongtao silently. As they passed each other, he spoke in a flat tone, his voice so low it couldn't be picked up by the livestream, revealing a terrifying truth. The Awakened Association has been secretly investigating your father all along. By now, they've gathered substantial evidence of his criminal activities. They're just waiting until after the college entrance exams to settle the score. Now you've attempted murder in broad daylight, before everyone's eyes. Your sins run deep. Neither of you will escape justice. Hearing these words from Su Han's mouth, Su Hongtao, his back turned to Su Han, began to tremble uncontrollably. His last shred of hope had been utterly shattered by those words. You're lying to me, aren't you? Su Hongtao stiffly turned his head, his eyes welling up with tears. You must be trying to crush me, so I'll kill myself, that's why you're saying this. Believe it or not. Su Han turned back, shrugging indifferently. Truth be told, from the moment the Su family hired assassins to kill him, there had never been any chance of a peaceful resolution between them. A fight to the death was the only possible outcome. I won't believe it. My father will find a way to save me. Su Hongtao screamed hysterically. He tried to control his hands to attack Su Han, but how could two severed limbs possibly obey his commands? In the end, he could only flail his arms as he staggered out of the fiery inferno. Burying one's head in the sand, nothing more. Su Han watched Su Hongtao grow smaller in the distance, making no move to stop him. After all, the man was already a dead man. There was no point in entangling himself with a corpse. Who dares destroy my home like this? After Su Hongtao fled, a muffled shout echoed through the air. Chapter 44, The Boss Finally Appears. Following the sound, Su Han saw a 5-meter-tall minotaur monster glaring at him with eyes as large as copper bells. Its entire body trembled with muscle, a massive axe gripped in its hand, resembling the mythical minotaur. Is it you? The minotaur crouched low, its massive frame towering over Su Han, casting him entirely into shadow and blocking out the sky's light. I've finally found you. The moment Su Han laid eyes on the minotaur and felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, he instantly realized this was the boss monster of this dungeon. What did you find? Why aren't you answering my question? The minotaur's hoarse voice was filled with rage. It pointed at the vast expanse of forest scorched by flames and demanded of Su Han. I'll ask you once more, did you start this fire? If you answer honestly, I'll show mercy and spare your life. So what if I did? Su Han offered no explanation, instead countering with a question of his own. Why did you do it? Do you need a reason to start a fire? I just did it because I felt like it. He spread his hands, adopting an indifferent posture. His goal was to provoke the boss into losing his mind. Only then will the opponent be more likely to show weaknesses in subsequent battles. You must pay for this. The minotaur let out a piercing howl that echoed across the heavens. It was never a monster that relished killing. After gaining sentience, aside from eating and sleeping, its only true pleasure was staring blankly at the sky. Occasionally, it would intervene to deal with the petty creatures that dared to provoke it. Unbeknownst to itself, as the number of humans and monsters it slew grew, it became increasingly powerful. Eventually, it gradually rose to become the mightiest being in this forest. No creature dared to attack it lightly anymore. It relished this leisurely existence, spending its days grazing in the forest and gazing into space. Life was utterly delightful. If circumstances permitted, it would have gladly remained here peacefully for the rest of its days, to accompany its homeland from birth to death. Thus, the forest was everything to the minotaur. No matter how many heinous acts intruders committed here, even if they slaughtered every other monster dwelling within the dungeon, it wouldn't care. But if anyone dared to set fire to the forest regardless of their motives or excuses, it would tear them limb from limb. Leave no trace of their remains. This is the price they pay for disrupting our peaceful existence. Die. The minotaur swung his massive axe, feeling as though he could cleave the very wind itself in two. Focus form, disperse energy. Su Han leapt leftward, evading the blow while slipping into invisibility. Where is he? You cowardly rat, come out, you old ox. The minotaur twisted his muscular, bare torso, axes clutched in both hands. His massive bovine head swiveled wildly, searching for the enemy's position. Escaped? Just as I thought, a despicable coward, all talk and no action. With your thick skull, what do you know about tactics? Su Han thought to himself. He slipped silently behind the boss, then leapt high into the air, delivering a punch aimed squarely at the back of its skull. The fist, infused with fire damage, slammed into the minotaur's hard skull, the searing pain unbearable. This hurts like hell. The minotaur slapped its own head, halting Su Han's follow-up attacks and forcing the enemy to charge toward it. Immediately after, the massive axe came crashing down, leaving a deep, long gash in the ground. But despite its immense power, the blow was useless if it missed its target. Just as I thought, a dumb ox. Hit and run. Su Han dodged the giant axe once more, swiftly shifting his position to reorganize his assault. The invisibility effect of shape-gathering, chi-scattering, was about to wear off. During this window, he had already inflicted numerous scorched wounds upon the minotaur. Yet the damage inflicted on the boss seemed negligible. This hide is tough as nails. Su Han muttered under his breath. Without the cover of invisibility, he had to be extra cautious against the minotaur's attacks. Several times, he narrowly dodged blows that grazed his scalp. Thus, their battle turned into a protracted struggle. After an hour of back-and-forth combat, even Su Han's movements began to slow. Yet the boss showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Trying to outlast this old bull? You're nowhere near my stamina. Another axe swung down with brutal force. The sharp blade flashed coldly, grazing Su Han's nose before slamming into the ground. Seeing the massive axe mere inches from his face, Su Han dared not delay. Instant recovery. He immediately used the 5 daily quest rewards he'd saved over the past month. His body, which had begun to tire, instantly returned to peak condition, refreshing his skill cooldowns in the process. You dumb ox, come on, let's have another 300 rounds with your old man. His voice echoed without his presence. Su Han activated shape-gathering, chi-scattering, his taunting voice echoing throughout the core area. His iron fists rained down from all directions, the gores on the Minotaur's body darkening with each strike. It roared in fury, yet its strength found no outlet. It was so close to cleaving off that worthless thing's head. How could it vanish again in a single moment of distraction? You despicable human! I'll tear your head off. The boss endured Su-han's attacks, waiting until his stealth wore off before roaring at him. This roar was actually a special skill with a stunning effect, capable of immobilizing enemies in place. Then, the Minotaur discarded his weapon. He dropped to all fours, his long horns pointed at Su-han, and charged forward like a raging bull. At the last possible moment, Su-han activated instant recovery again, dispelling all debuffs from his body. He planted his feet and leapt into the air. The enraged beast missed Su-han entirely, crashing instead into the very tree he cherished and cared for deeply. Boom! Several withered trees toppled like dominoes, one after another. I will kill you. When the Minotaur lifted its head and saw the home it had destroyed with its own hands, its rage reached its peak. It charged recklessly toward Su-han. You're the one who did this to yourself. No need to take it out on me. The moment he landed, Su-han saw the Minotaur charging toward him with murderous intent. He quickly activated shape-gathering, chi-dispersing, to conceal his form. Then came the familiar routine. Su-han repeated the same tactic, his fists relentlessly pounding the boss. Flames licked up the leather hide, rolling and churning. A faint aroma of beef wafted through the air. It does smell delicious, but I don't eat beef. Another punch slammed into the monster's right cheek. This time, the boss couldn't block the attack. Both hooves lifted off the ground as its body lost balance, sending it tumbling head over heels. Chapter 45, Battle ended, top scorer in the joint exam. It's over. Seizing the moment, Su-han mounted the creature's back, straddling the boss's head as he unleashed a flurry of punches against its skull. Flames danced across its forehead, scorching the monster beyond recognition. I'm sorry. Please spare me. The Minotaur covered its face, begging for mercy. It had only intended to punish those who destroyed the forest, never expecting to lose its own life in the process. You were so cocky when you confronted me earlier. Now that your life's on the line, you're backing down? Su-han leapt down from the Minotaur's back, his voice dripping with scorn. His original purpose for prowling the core area was to locate the boss monster and successfully hunt it down. He certainly wouldn't soften his resolve and abandon the attack over a few words. He unleashed a powerful punch, the flame-wrapped fist connecting squarely to the Minotaur's midsection. The blow sent blood flying from its mouth before it collapsed motionless to the ground. If there's a next life, I'll find a place without humans, hide away in the mountains and forests, and never come out again. The Minotaur slowly closed his eyes, quietly accepting his fate. Points plus 10,000. The badge's scoring function activated. After the battle ended, Su-han leaned against the boss's body and sat on the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. Truth be told, if not for the instant recovery provided by his system as a trump card, it would have been him lying defeated on the ground. But since ancient times, the victor is the king and the vanquished is the bandit, an eternal truth. Regardless, he won. This is an unalterable fact. After resting for a while, Su-han departed the core area, preparing to rendezvous with his squad members on the periphery. Shifting perspective, during the monster's mass migration, the outer ring candidates were undoubtedly enduring a period of intense suffering. While they could hunt in the inner circle during daylight hours, the sudden appearance of monsters in the core zone left them utterly unprepared. They were forced to withdraw without warning. This resulted in a large number of candidates failing to achieve their desired scores. Those still remaining within the portal were predominantly a rank or higher awakened with exceptional combat prowess. Even so, to handle the unexpected situation, they had all temporarily set aside the competition for the joint exam and gathered together to form temporary squads. Everyone, maintain formation. Tanks take the front line. Assassins, roam and deal damage as needed. Supports and marksmen stay in the backline for damage output. Remember, your own safety must come first. Bai Zihong instructed the remaining examinees. He was currently serving as the commander of this makeshift squad. Alongside him were Yi Wanqing and Su Tong. As the only 3S rank awakened present, they naturally became the students' pillars of strength. Now, they were engaged in a fierce battle against the swift wind wolves that had surrounded them on all sides, leaving no escape. 10 steps, 1 kill 1,000 miles, no trace left behind. Bai Zihong murmured the verse as he drew the long sword from his waist and charged into the wolf pack. A silvery white figure danced wildly among the beasts, leaving trails of blood in its wake wherever it passed. The agonized howls of the swift wind wolves pierced the ears of everyone present. One by one, the beasts collapsed to the ground, their lives extinguished. This was the power of the man hailed as Maple Leaf City's greatest prodigy. Had Su-han not participated in this joint exam, Bai Zihong having awakened the S-rank profession Azure Lotus Sword Immortal would undoubtedly have been a strong contender for first place. In such a thrilling moment, how could I let you steal all the glory alone? It was Su Tong's turn to act. He leaped forward, plunging excitedly into the pile of monsters. His unique martial chi master skills activated. Simple yet effective combat techniques, combined with his exclusive martial chi attributes, shattered the monster's formation. The bone-crunching combat sent adrenaline surging through their veins. Finally, Yi Wanqing, the sole female among the S-rankers, proved her combat prowess was in no way inferior to the previous two. In fact, perhaps due to her prolonged training alongside Su Han, she appeared even more at ease and composed in the fray. White Tiger Divine Fist. Enveloped in white aura, Yi Wanqing darted and weaved through the wolf pack, her movements flowing seamlessly from one strike to the next. Led by the trio, the makeshift squad formed by the students charged forward with soaring momentum, swiftly completing the extermination of the swift wind wolves. I wonder how many points we've accumulated so far. After a brief rest, Bai Zihong opened the leaderboard. Having learned the truth about Su Han from Yi Wanqing, he harbored no illusions about securing first place. As long as they could hold out a little longer and secure a solid second place, it would be enough to live up to the principal's expectations. After the ecosystem within the dungeon had completely collapsed, they had no choice but to join forces with the remaining survivors for hunting. But every cloud has a silver lining. The monster's sudden rampage actually gave them more opportunities to earn points. It also provided him with invaluable training that would be impossible to replicate elsewhere. 5,000 points back in the day, that would have been more than enough to lock in first place. Bai Zihong felt quite satisfied upon seeing his team's score. But when his gaze shifted upward to see Yi Wanqing's team's score, a helpless expression crossed his face. At that moment, Su Tong, who shared his thoughts, also noticed the score towering at the top of the leaderboard. They looked up and exchanged a glance, sensing a mutual understanding in each other's eyes. 14,500 points. That was the score Yi Wanqing's team had achieved. Moreover, achieving a 5-digit score meant Su Han had indeed successfully defeated the level 35 boss monster. And he had done it alone, taking it down single-handedly. Captain, Su Han did it. He single-handedly killed the dungeon boss. Qin Bing, watching the soaring points on the leaderboard, excitedly hugged Yi Wanqing. Su Han had indeed lived up to their trust. He secured first place for the team in the Tri-City exam. Who would have thought we could achieve such outstanding results in the Tri-City exam? It feels like a dream. Cheng Shan and Bai Yuyo also saw the rankings. From now on, they'd finally shed the title of bottom of the barrel in the 3 cities and become the undisputed top of their cohort. Yes, we owe it all to Su Han. Yi Wanqing was overjoyed too, relieved she'd chosen Su Han when forming their team. Congratulations to you all. At that moment, Bai Zihong and Su Tong approached. We can't turn things around in this joint exam, but come the college entrance exams, we might not lose. Bai Zihong said to Yi Wanqing. As the most crucial selective exam in high school, the college entrance exam wouldn't require teamwork like the joint exam did. All examinees must wear the equipment and climb the tower individually to clear stages. The final floor reached and points earned would serve as the criteria for talent selection. We just rode our teammates' coattails. There's nothing to congratulate us on. Yi Wanqing replied. Her gaze shifted toward the forest steps, where another pack of fireboars charged out. Chapter 46, Fighting Spirit. All hands, prepare for battle. Bai Zihong and Su Tong snapped into action, immediately readying themselves and directing the students to prepare for battle. How did the fireboars get out to the outer perimeter? Some students were utterly perplexed. Even if monsters were migrating en masse, how Wuzu a level 20+ monster should have moved to the inner circle territory. Yet here they were, pushing further into the outer circle's domain. Could another accident have occurred in the inner circle? They had no way of knowing. But now, they had to immediately prepare their stances and brace for battle. After all, the strength of fire pigs and wind wolves was entirely different. Facing monsters over level 20, even the slightest lapse could mean certain death. These youngsters show real grit. Their future achievements won't be half bad. Lei Li hid in the shadows, silently observing the remaining students' battles. Beside him stood the examiners, the recruiting teachers who had accompanied them, and the principals of various schools. Is that sword-wielding young man named Bai Zihong? He looks quite promising. Our school has a professor who awakened the same profession as him. He'd be the perfect mentor. Among the crowd, the admissions officers began discussing the students' performances. Watching the battles live on site versus viewing them through a screen during the livestream was vastly different. At least in terms of impact, the live experience was far superior. This also made it easier for the admissions officers to spot talent. Su Tong is impressive too. His moves are bold and sweeping, with tremendous destructive power. And Yi Wanqing, she seems highly battle-seasoned. She knows exactly when to use the most efficient methods to end a fight. All of them are S-rank awakened ones in this joint exam. Geniuses truly live up to their name. The admissions officers discussed among themselves. Hearing praise for their own students, the principals standing nearby beamed with delight. After all, who doesn't enjoy hearing praise? I recall the records listed 4 S-rank awakened ones, but it seems only 3 are present here? One teacher recalled Su Hongtao and voiced the question. That's right. Wasn't there also a student who awakened as an S-rank fire mage? The group chattered back and forth. Back when they were still in the monitoring room, they didn't seem to have spotted Su Hongtao on the screens. He himself seemed to have declined drone surveillance. This resulted in minimal attention being paid to him during the joint entrance exam. Now, even amidst the large crowd of students, Su Hongtao's figure was nowhere to be seen. This was somewhat peculiar. However, the teachers didn't pay it much mind. After all, the badge had a distress signal function. Su Hongtao wouldn't be foolish enough to face mortal danger without knowing to use it. Perhaps, like Su Han, he had chosen to go it alone. He was likely struggling to survive somewhere in the forest, determined not to be eliminated so early. Yet they certainly hadn't anticipated that Su Hongtao's actions would not only diverge drastically from the teacher's expectations but also involve murderous intent, a fatal mistake. The entire process of his attempted murder of Su Han had been captured by the drone's camera and was now visible to the viewers watching the live stream. The battle raged on. Hordes of fireboars proved far deadlier than the swift wind wolves. After all, the students were merely a group of novice awakened individuals averaging around level 10. Even with powerful awakened professions, they couldn't withstand the relentless assault of monsters with such a vast level disparity. Soon, some began to falter. The injured fall back immediately. Those with healing skills use them now, hold nothing back. Bai Zihong spoke as he thrust his long sword against a fire pig's tusks, shoving it back 3 or 4 meters with a single powerful thrust. A monster over level 20 was too much for even a prodigy like him to handle alone. For the other students, it took 3 or 4 working together just to barely hold their own against a single fire pig. But the problem now was that there were simply too many fireboars, far too many for them to handle. Ultimately, they had no choice but to send out a distress signal. Should we go assist? It seems the students are struggling to hold their ground. In the shadows, an examiner addressed Lei Li. Wait a little longer. Lei Li crossed his arms over his chest, observing the students fighting desperately against the monsters nearby. In his view, these examinees hadn't lost their fighting spirit despite the enemy's strength. Led by Yi Wanqing and others, they continued to resist tenaciously. A waterfall plunges 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way had fallen from the heavens. Bai Zihong recited another line of ancient poetry. The next moment, his long sword was enveloped in a milky white glow. In martial arts lore, we call this ability sword energy. The white sword energy extended relentlessly, growing to over 10 meters before finally halting. Everyone, get out of the way! Bai Zihong bellowed, and the students blocking his path scattered to the sides. The sword swung down, its surging energy following his motion to crash into the monsters, kicking up a cloud of dust. Over a dozen fireboars were cleaved in two by the white sword energy. Those monsters standing behind the herd, who had narrowly escaped death, instinctively halted upon witnessing this scene. Though they were monsters, they still valued their lives. After witnessing such a devastating attack, charging headlong was unthinkable. Leave the rest to you. After unleashing the sword energy, Bai Zihong collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. That technique had been his trump card, but it could only be used once a month and came with severe side effects. It left him completely drained, unable to move a muscle. You're crazy, kid. Su Tong hoisted Bai Zihong onto his shoulders, his voice filled with concern. Though they hailed from different cities, their long-standing rivalry had forged a deep bond between them. Please. Bai Zihong pleaded. With the examiners present, their lives were safe. Plus, his earlier sword strike had intimidated all the remaining monsters. There was still a chance they could succeed in the hunt. Even if you say that, we can't defeat the fire pig without you. If we can't defeat it, we'll retreat. Bai Zihong, clinging to Su Tong's back, spoke in broken sentences. That's the only option left. I understand. Su Tong replied. Immediately, he took command of the group. Everyone, split up and run for it. Hearing this, the remaining students didn't hesitate. They immediately turned and fled the scene. Only the 3 leaders remained behind. We should get out of here too. Bai Zihong said. All right. Su Tong replied. Just as the 3 prepared to flee the scene, a piercing pig squeal erupted behind them. In an instant, the Hawa pigs that had previously dared not approach them seemed possessed, charging madly toward the trio. Within seconds, they were within striking distance. We're done for. Seeing this, the trio immediately decided to activate the distress signal. Yi Wanqing's finger hovered over the badge. Just as she was about to send the distress signal, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, blocking the path in front of the 3. Chapter 47, Slaughtering the Fireboar Herd. Squad leader, I'm not too late, am I? Yi Wanqing recognized the voice instantly. She paused her rescue attempt and smiled warmly. Not too early, not too late, you're right on time. Leave it to me from here on out. Su Han addressed the 3. The enraged herd of fireboars had already charged forward. The frenzied beasts were so consumed by madness they couldn't even recognize the demons that had driven them from their homes. Their bloodshot eyes held nothing but primal killing intent. One serious punch. He swung his iron fist at the monster charging at the forefront. The fire pig couldn't withstand the blow and was sent flying backward. The blow rippled through the herd, taking down its siblings in its wake. Damn impressive. The immediate danger averted, the trio breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yi Wanqing signaled the other two to retreat with her first. Bai Zihong and Su Tong nodded in agreement. Su Han's demonstrated combat prowess made them both feel ashamed of their own self-sabotage. Witnessing the fiery boar herd which had left countless candidates helpless last less than a single round against him, they were utterly convinced. A peerless genius like him, even if given 3 more years, they likely couldn't hope to match his level. If their future achievements were destined for the king tier, Su Han would easily surpass them, reaching at least the same tier above level 80. "Thank you," the two said to Su Han. Then, they followed Yi Wanqing as they evacuated the scene. This is Su Han, the child we saw on the livestream, choosing to act alone. Deep within the forest, adults hiding in the shadows had also witnessed the youth's actions. Having witnessed his powerful fists slaughter the herd of fireboars with their own eyes, they were no longer calm. "This kid is seriously impressive." Lei Li smiled with satisfaction. Even before the joint exam began, he had taken notice of Su Han when the boy raised his hand to ask a question. After watching the livestream, this impression only deepened. By now, he even considered having the other join the military for some tough training. "What is the current point total for Su Han's squad?" Lei Li asked the examiner beside him. Reporting, "It is." An examiner pulled out a tablet displaying each candidate team's points and rankings. When he saw the 5-digit figure on the screen, he visibly froze. "What is it?" Lei Li frowned. As a soldier, he despised people who overreacted or dragged their feet. "It's 14,700 points." The examiner raised his voice and announced loudly. He made sure everyone present heard this astonishing score. "We must do everything in our power to recruit this young man." The admissions officers thought to themselves upon hearing this. Scoring over 10,000 points meant Su Han had truly soloed the dungeon boss during their time inside, an unprecedented achievement in the history of the joint entrance exam. "This student Huainan University is determined to have him," declared the admissions officer from Huainan University. Their institution was the premier university in Huainan province. Compared to the surrounding schools, they boasted superior resources and faculty. He was utterly confident in securing Su Han's enrollment. Huainan University sure talks a big game, but recruiting students isn't just about smooth talk. Forget about you. Even if the top-tier universities like Peking, Tsinghua, or Shanghai came knocking, we wouldn't give up. In the end, whoever wins Su Han over will prove their worth. The admissions officers argued fiercely over Su Han, their faces flushed red. The principals and examiners watched from the sidelines, fearing they might come to blows if they weren't careful. "Colleagues, we'll coordinate early admission arrangements later. If you all want outstanding students for your institutions, please hold your horses. Save your magic for when it truly matters. The top priority now is maintaining order in the examination hall." Seeing the situation escalate, Lei Li promptly intervened to stop the teachers. He then continued. "Please spread out to search for the students who just fled. There are still many frenzied monsters in the forest. We must ensure their safety." With that, he led the instructors away from the scene. The outcome of Su Han's battle with the fireboars was hardly in doubt. He was the kind of man who could single-handedly take down a level 35 boss. Dealing with a pack of monsters barely past level 20 was child's play. With the skills, Master of Sparks, and Flame Immunity, the beasts were no more than ordinary livestock, helplessly subjected to his mercy. Hoof. 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 The hellfire pigs emitted fearful cries from their mouths. Surrounded by the corpses of their kin, the few remaining monsters froze in terror, their limbs trembling. With each step Su Han took forward, they retreated one step back. Gradually, the weaker-minded among the group could no longer endure this nightmare-like sensation. They collapsed into frantic howls, turning and fleeing headlong into the depths of the forest. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. How could such cruel humans exist in this world? They wanted to go home to their mothers. Soon, terror spread through the herd. More and more monsters, their courage shattered, chose to flee in a panic. Faced with these fire pigs who'd lost all will to fight, Su Han couldn't be bothered to pursue them. His team had already secured first place, there was no need for him to overdo it. In the end, most of the monsters fled, leaving only one behind, a beast nearly twice the size of an ordinary fire pig. "Are you their leader?" Su Han observed the colossal fire pig, clearly terrified yet refusing to retreat. "Seems you stayed behind to cover their retreat, risking your life to save your clan. That's commendable, I suppose." Oomph. The giant fire pig couldn't understand Su Han's words, so it could only feign toughness with 2 loud snorts, attempting to intimidate him away with sheer presence. But its trembling body betrayed its true thoughts. If it could, it truly wouldn't want to stay. "Given your courage and sense of duty, I shall show you the utmost respect." As he spoke, flames ignited around Su Han's hands as he charged toward the colossal fire pig. One serious punch. The battle ended in an instant. Facing imminent death, a bizarre thought flashed through the colossal fire pig's mind. It felt like this human's fist could shake the entire planet. Poof. It closed its eyes. The powerful fist pierced through its body. The fist wind generated by the strike obliterated the forest behind the monster. Dust billowed everywhere. Su-han withdrew his iron fist. His gaze fixed forward. The once level ground before him had been transformed into a fan-shaped crater. The sheer power of the strike was evident. Without lingering, he set off running toward the direction Yi Wanqing had retreated earlier. With only one day left in the joint exam, now that they had secured first place, he decided to stay with his squad members for the remainder of the time, to prevent them from being eliminated by the rampaging monsters. The second night was approaching. Faint beams of light filtered through the leaves, illuminating the forest floor. But soon, clouds obscured them, plunging the surroundings into pitch darkness. The monsters, fearing Su-han, dared not show themselves. It could be said he single-handedly altered the entire dungeon's ecosystem and rules. Chapter 48, Collective Withdrawal. Should we continue the exam? What's the point of going on like this? True. The current rankings are unlikely to change anyway. We might as well end the exam now. Night fell. At the forest's edge, the remaining examinees gathered once more. They sat in a circle around a campfire, discussing the joint examination. Gazing at the numbers on the leaderboard, that insurmountable chasm constantly gnawed at each of their tender hearts. At these words, everyone fell silent. Su-han's overwhelming strength left them with a profound sense of helplessness. Are you all certain you've thought this through? Bai Zihong leaned against a tree, poking at the firewood with a branch in his hand. The flickering flames reflected in his eyes, dancing uncertainly. Having witnessed Su-han's formidable power firsthand, Bai Zihong felt not only helplessness but also a burning urgency to catch up to him, mixed with a hint of admiration. It was the natural emotion any ordinary person would feel toward a superior being. But as Maple Leaf City's top prodigy, there was also the pride and dignity of someone who refused to admit defeat. There's truly no need to continue this, Su Tong remarked, sitting beside Bai Zihong. He shared Bai Zihong's thoughts. But objectively speaking, the joint exam results were final. There was little point in continuing the struggle. Given that, it was better to end it sooner rather than later. As long as the passion burned within him and Su-han remained his benchmark, then, no matter where he was, he believed he would keep improving. Exactly, we don't want to continue either. Neither do we. Su Tong's words acted like a fuse, igniting the silent crowd. Most of the remaining students had already pushed themselves to their absolute limits. They had no energy left to face the unknown dangers of the remaining day. Given that, it might as well be over sooner. If everyone feels this way, then we should abandon this joint examination. Bai Zihong finally made the decision. Everyone nodded in agreement. Among the remaining students, only Su-han's teammates remained silent throughout the discussion. They owed their joint exam first place honor entirely to Su-han. Without Su-han, they might have been nothing. The four of them didn't have the nerve to calmly discuss this issue with the other students. We're about to achieve the coveted top spot in the joint entrance exam, let's all be happy. Yi Wanqing sensed the uneasy atmosphere within the group and spoke up to console them. Su-han's overwhelming strength not only left his opponents feeling powerless but also plunged his teammates into despair. To put it bluntly, it might cast a shadow over certain individuals that would never fade. Once such psychological demons took root, it would be difficult for them to ever rise above it. As captain, she had a duty to safeguard her teammates' mental well-being. Moreover, within their makeshift squad, Yi Wanqing actually bore the heaviest burden. Despite clearly possessing strength that crushed students of the same tier, Su-han had still ceded the captain's position to her. This weighed heavily on her shoulders. Every time she had to issue orders, Yi Wanqing felt a pang of guilt, fearing that any word might offend him. Gradually, she began to hesitate and hold back. While her strength had visibly improved, deep down she might have long abandoned any hope of surpassing Su-han. She simply concealed it in her daily duties as captain. Captain, how strong do you think Su-han will become in the future? The three squad members looked up at Yi Wanqing. I don't know. Yi Wanqing shook her head. But no matter what Su-han grows into, it won't affect us much. We just need to focus on doing our best. Recognize our shortcomings and work to improve them, that's how we'll see real progress. You're right. The three nodded thoughtfully. Night fell swiftly, casting a quiet glow over the winding path. Before long, Su-han, having dealt with the fire pig, finally caught up with the main group. Squad leader. Su-han approached Yi Wanqing and said, with a day and a half left, our squad should operate together. Agreed. Yi Wanqing smiled faintly. But the joint exams might be ending soon. Why do you say that? Because we all feel continuing the exams is pointless. Alright, I understand. Su-han suddenly understood. So it was because of him that the examinees had all lost confidence. Seems I went a bit too far. No, you did well. Yi Wanqing looked at Su-han, not even realizing her gaze kept lingering on him. Hello. As the two spoke, Bai Zihong and Su Tong approached. Thank you again for saving us. You're welcome. It was no trouble at all. Su-han replied. Immediately, everyone gathered around the fire stood up. Their expressions were complex. Some were curious, some fearful, some evasive. But one thing was undeniable. They were all utterly awed by Su Han's power. No one spoke. Then, in full view of Yi Wanqing's team members, everyone present activated the distress signal function on their badges. Seconds later, Lei Li appeared with his entire team. According to regulations, the joint exam still has a full day remaining. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Lei Li scanned the group as he asked. He had discovered the students' hiding place long ago and had been observing their reactions in secret. Facing a prodigy like Su Han, losing the will to fight was only natural. Yes. The group nodded in unison. Very well. I respect your choice. Lei Li pulled a palm-sized red crystal from his robe. He crushed it in his hand, shattering the crystal. A blue portal materialized out of thin air. Let's go. The students stepped through the portal one by one. Bai Zihong stared at the blue light screen before him, hesitating repeatedly yet unable to take that final step. What are you still hesitating about? Didn't we already agree on this? Su Tong patted Bai Zihong on the shoulder and stepped out of the instance ahead of him. Face failure with courage and keep pushing beyond your limits. He had already steeled himself mentally. What was there left to hesitate about? Once Bai Zihong grasped this, he followed Su Tong's footsteps into the return portal. Now, only Yi Wanqing's team remained. It's your turn now. Lei Li addressed the group. Let's go. As the team leader, Yi Wanqing stepped through first. The others followed closely behind. With that, the joint exam concluded. Their journey through this dungeon had also come to a perfect close. Insects chirped, birds sang, and fallen leaves returned to the earth. The monsters forced to flee by Su Han let out excited shouts. They had finally rid themselves of this terrifying god of death. Chapter 49, The Joint Exam Ends. Military base main parade ground. All examinees turned their gaze toward the elevated platform, watching Lei Li with bated breath. Candidates. The microphone emitted a shrill, piercing screech. First, congratulations on successfully completing this grueling joint examination. While this doesn't necessarily reflect your true capabilities, it at least proves you possess some self-awareness and know when to retreat from overwhelming challenges. Below the stage, most candidates wore solemn expressions. They looked around in silence. At this very moment, the crowd that had once packed the large sports field was noticeably sparse. Those empty spaces should have been filled by their classmates, their friends. But now, they were empty. In fact, every year during the college entrance exams, there are cases of examinees dying. This year, however, an unexpected incident caused the death toll to skyrocket. Despite Lei Li and others doing everything possible to rescue them, some students were unable to be saved in time and perished at the hands of the rampaging beasts. This joint examination has recorded the highest number of candidate fatalities in its history, with a staggering death-to-survivor ratio of 4-to-1. While certain exceptional circumstances played a role, it cannot be denied that problems arose during the examination. As examiners responsible for student safety, we bear undeniable responsibility. On behalf of all examiners, I offer my deepest apologies to everyone present. Lei Li bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to the students below the stage. A soldier's spine must remain straight, even in the heat of battle. For upon their shoulders rests the responsibility of safeguarding the nation. Yet Lei Li chose to apologize publicly for the student who died in the accident. This deeply moved them. They also understood his actions. Chief Examiner, the real portal is inherently fraught with unexpected dangers. Who could possibly predict such things? You did everything possible to protect most of them. There's no need to blame yourselves. We believe even the spirits of the deceased students wouldn't blame you. Thank you all for your understanding. Lei Li stood up straight. The departed are gone. Amidst our grief, I also feel a sense of relief. Even amidst the chaos, a group of young ones persevered to the very end. They fought until the very last moment in the dungeon. And naturally, they achieved astonishing results in this joint exam. One among them even outshone the rest, defeating a level 35 boss monster and helping his team secure first place in the joint exam. At these words, all eyes turned to Su Han, standing amidst the crowd. Students who had been eliminated early witnessed Su Han's entire battle with the boss through the livestream. While amazed by his strength, they couldn't help but feel resentment toward him. They now knew he was the root cause of the unexpected incident during the joint exam. Even if unintentional, his actions had undeniably led to many being eliminated prematurely. So many candidates had even lost their lives because of it. Those who had persevered to the end witnessed Su Han's battle against the horde of monsters firsthand, leaving them with mixed emotions of either admiration or frustration. They were unaware that Su Han himself was the mastermind behind the exam disaster, yet they instinctively respected the strength they witnessed. Now, I will announce the top 10 teams from this joint exam. Members of the teams whose names are called, please come forward to receive your awards. Lei Li declared, pulling out a paper list. 10th place, Team Wang Changlong from Maple Leaf Middle School in Maple Leaf City, with 3,450 points. 9th place, was Xiaoxiao's team from Ginkgo City's 18th Middle School, with 3,579 points. 3rd place, Team Su Tong from Ginkgo Middle School in Ginkgo City, with 5,078 points. Second place, team by Zihong from Maple City's Maple First High School with 5,736 points. And finally, taking first place is. Layli paused for a moment. The Yi Wanqing team from Third Watch City 7th Middle School with 14,700 points. As he finished, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. With their overwhelmingly high score, Team Yi Wanqing had become the undisputed champions. Teams whose names were called stepped up to receive their awards, but all eyes remained fixed on one person. Congratulations! Layli said with satisfaction. Thank you, but compared to you, the chief examiner and all of you who defend our country, I still have a long way to go. You're too modest, ha ha ha. Layli patted Su-han on the shoulder, then turned to address the audience below the stage. Let's give these teams a round of applause. I hereby declare this joint examination officially concluded. The award ceremony concluded. Except for the members of the top 10 teams, students from the other 3 cities boarded the return buses under the guidance of their school teachers. Baitali remained behind to accompany Su-han and the others. You've all worked hard, kids. You are all the pride of our 7th middle school and indeed, of the entire city of Sange. His eyes welled up with tears. How many years had it been? In the history of the Tri-City joint exams, Sanging City had always been the bottom-ranked city among the 3. Now, not only had they secured first place, but this victory came from his school, from his beloved students. How could this not move Baitali? He approached Su-han and said, I always believed you would rise again, because hard work never deceives. My child, thank you. Without you, this joint exam might have seen Sanging City once again become the stepping stone for the other 2 cities, just as it had before. Principal, it's the least I could do. Su-han replied. During his darkest days of despair, Baitali never abandoned him, steadfastly supporting him behind the scenes. It could be said that without him, there would be no Su-han of today. Principal, don't just praise Su-han. What about us? What about us? Qin Bing stood nearby, teasing him playfully. With her keen awareness, she feared the old principal might break down and cry, so she resorted to light-hearted banter to ease the tension. That's right, that's right. What about us? Changshan chimed in as well. You're all the pride of our school, how could I ever forget you? Baitali broke into a smile through her tears. Such was the conversation between a good teacher and her students, warm, joyful, and full of mutual affection. Hello, little ones. At that moment, Layli approached. According to regulations, the top 10 teams in the joint exam will receive early admission opportunities to the Awakened High School. Follow me. The group nodded and followed Layli off the main field. Young man, are you interested in joining the military? On the way to the designated location, Layli suggested to Su-han. I can assure you, the benefits in the military are far superior to those offered by any academy. And I can serve as your recommender to get you into a military academy for further training. Sorry, examiner, I have no plans to join the military at this time. Su-han declined. Becoming a soldier meant adhering to a strict set of regulations and rules, with personal freedom severely restricted. For someone with boundless possibilities like him, losing freedom felt like an eagle with clipped wings, powerless to act. Therefore, no matter how generous the military's benefits might be, he wouldn't consider it. All right. Layli didn't press the issue. If you ever change your mind, the military's doors will always be open to you. Thank you for your kindness. The rest of the journey passed in silence. Layli led 50 students from 10 squads into a conference room. The admissions officers had been waiting there for quite some time. As the students entered, the admissions officers watched them with eyes that carried varying degrees of judgment. Except for Su-han. When he appeared, every instructor's eyes lit up with eagerness. Seeing this, everyone understood a thrilling battle for talent was about to unfold. Chapter 50, Rejecting the Offer, Sister's Confusion. Su-han, if you enroll at our university, not only will your tuition be fully waived, but we'll also arrange for the school's most distinguished professors to provide you with personalized tutoring. Beyond these benefits, if you choose our institution, we'll also award you an annual scholarship of 500,000 yuan. Beyond scholarships and tuition waivers, if you choose our institution, we can provide you with a full set of grade equipment. At our school, you may freely select any course taught by any faculty member. The admissions officers faced Su-han, bombarding him with a barrage of enticing offers. Though seated, their intense stares seemed to pierce through each other. The students present even felt that, given the chance, these teachers might jump onto the tables in excitement and start a fight. Yet no matter how extravagant their promises, Su-han remained unmoved. He had already made up his mind about which institutions he would attend. The 5 nationally top-tier universities directly under the central government. He wouldn't go anywhere else. Even if they offered astronomical benefits, it wouldn't matter. Because Su-han knew full well that the Awakened University these teachers belonged to was, at best, a double first-class university. The gap between this and his expectations was simply too vast, and it couldn't provide the genuine support he truly needed. Thank you all for offering such generous terms, he said. However, I do not intend to enter university through any institution's early admission program. Su-han politely declined. After he finished speaking, an awkward silence fell over the conference room. The teachers seemed utterly unprepared for such a decisive refusal. May we ask why you're declining? After a minute, someone finally spoke up again. Although the terms you've offered are very favorable, my target institutions are the 5 directly administered universities in China. No matter what, I want to try my best to gain admission to one of these schools. Su Han answered truthfully. Su Han. The admissions officer from Huainan University spoke earnestly. I understand your concerns. Compared to the top-tier universities you mentioned, we may indeed have certain limitations. But consider this, would attending one of those so-called top universities truly be the best path for you? The admissions officer pushed his glasses up. I admit, with your abilities, you absolutely have the potential to get into the top universities in the country. But once you fight tooth and nail to get in, you'll discover that while you're a renowned prodigy in your home province, there you'll be just another ordinary student, as ordinary as they come. You'll have to compete with thousands of others just as talented or even more so to secure better opportunities. Frankly, the treatment you might receive at Peking or Tsinghua could very well be worse than what you'd get at a school like ours. We can dedicate the entire school's resources to nurturing you. Do you think Tsinghua or Peking University can do that? The teacher's words were deafening. Students in the conference room who had initially shared Su Han's perspective nodded in agreement. If given the chance, they too would strive to gain admission to a better institution. But after hearing the admissions officer's words, they all suddenly understood. They weren't Su Han, they didn't possess that overwhelming confidence. If they fought tooth and nail to get into a better school only to find themselves without the resources to match, they'd end up relying solely on the prestige of the name to deceive others after graduation. Better to accept the early admission offer and cherish the opportunity for greater benefits right before them. What are your thoughts? The admissions officers fixed their gaze on Su Han, awaiting his response. I'm sorry. Su Han's stance was firm. While what you say is certainly a possibility, I still intend to take the college entrance exam. Because I'm confident that even at Tsinghua or Peking University, I'll secure the best opportunities. You? Everyone was at a loss for words. They understood that the young man's stubborn determination wouldn't be easily swayed. Su Han harbored loftier aspirations, and his teachers respected his resolve. Since you've made your decision, we won't say more. We wish you success in the end. Thank you, teachers. Su Han nodded. With that, the main event of the early admission conference had essentially concluded. Next came the recruitment drive for the remaining members of the top 10 teams. The meeting concluded. Among the 3S rank awakened, Bai Zihong chose to accept the invitation from Huainan University. They offered exceptionally favorable terms, but what ultimately swayed his decision was the promise of private instruction from a professor who shared his same awakened profession. S-class professions were inherently rare. Receiving guidance from a senior in the same field would undoubtedly offer far greater benefits for his future development and power growth than simply attending a prestigious university. Su Tong and Yi Wanqing, however, declined their early admission offers. Both were spurred by Su Han's formidable strength and resolved to dedicate the remaining month to an all-out push for the college entrance exams. Meanwhile, students with more ordinary talents naturally seized the early admission opportunities. They eagerly selected their preferred institutions. Su Han, though I've accepted early admission, this doesn't mean I've abandoned my goal of surpassing you. I've simply chosen a different path. Before leaving, Bai Zihong approached Su Han and said, I've already communicated with our school's admissions officer in advance. He mentioned that exchange competitions will be held among major universities soon. We'll meet again on the exchange competition stage. No problem. I look forward to seeing what you bring when we meet again. Back at his temporary lodgings within the Third Watch City Awakened Association, Su Han returned. Son, you did amazing. The moment he walked in, his mother, Yang Jishou, rushed over and gave her son a big, excited hug. Both parents had watched the entire live broadcast of the joint entrance exam. Witnessing Su Han's astonishing performance, they were overjoyed for him. Mom and Dad, what did I tell you? Taking first place in the joint exam was a piece of cake for me. Su Han said, holding his mother close. You've made us proud, son. All our hard work has finally paid off. Sit down quickly, Mom will cook your favorite braised pork belly for you. Okay, Mom. You've worked so hard. The heartwarming exchange between mother and son unfolded. Sumuyu sat on the sofa, watching the scene unfold, a bitter taste in her mouth. Her master had told her that Su Han had only succeeded in conquering the secret realm by living off others, and she had believed it. But during the live broadcast of the joint exam, her brother's displayed prowess bore no resemblance to a leeching scoundrel. He was nothing short of a god of war. Could it be that all those spiritual herbs and medicines he'd given her before were actually earned through his own strength? But with such formidable power, wouldn't those herbs and medicines be even more crucial to him? With only a month left until the college entrance exams, even a slight boost in combat power could make a difference in his performance. Yet he still chose to give those precious items to her to use. Even if it was out of concern, it was foolish concern. He was gambling with his own future. Was this Su Han's way of trying to mend their relationship, or merely a means to mock her? Su Muyu couldn't tell. All she knew was that her mind was now a muddled mess, utterly chaotic. Chapter 51, Public Opinion Ferments, Power Vacuum. My dear apprentice, you needn't overthink this. Bai Bing's voice echoed in Su Muyu's ear. I admit my judgment was flawed earlier because of the white tiger warrior aura surrounding your brother. But your future accomplishments will never fall short of your brother's. The level he currently displays will, at best, make him a 90-tier god-level powerhouse in the future. But you're different. With me here, you'll have every chance to surpass me and become a god-tier being. Is all this true, master? Su Muyu stopped his wandering thoughts. Of course. How could I deceive my own disciple? Bai Bing replied. She spoke nothing but truth. But from the live broadcast, she had also discerned Su Han's potential. Moreover, she keenly sensed his ability to control fire. The Yen Emperor's power lay in wielding flames. This made her almost certain that he had likely gained the opportunity originally meant for the Flame Emperor due to the butterfly effect. This had unlocked the potential to become a god-tier powerhouse. Given this, for the sake of the future war against the outer gods, Bai Bing must recruit him into her faction. To make him an asset for both herself and her disciple. I understand. Su Muyu composed herself. Very well. Bai Bing said with a smile. You needn't feel too burdened by your brother's sacrifices. Now that you understand his capabilities, why not try accepting his goodwill and actively mend your relationship with him? Moving forward together as siblings to become legends revered by the world would make for a beautiful story. I'll do my best to try. Su Muyu replied thoughtfully. Her master's words reminded her. Previously, the strained relationship between the siblings stemmed from the mismatch in their respective abilities and family standing. But now, Su Han had secured first place in the joint entrance exam, proving his worth. That imbalance no longer existed. Perhaps their relationship could truly return to what it once was. The night passed without further words. News of Su Han's achievements in the college entrance exam spread rapidly among the citizens of the three cities. This sparked a series of discussions. Su Han's strength is incredible. He seems to be on a completely different level from the other examinees. Exactly. That was a level 35 boss monster. To take it down solo? Unthinkable. I agree. And the way he dealt decisively with other candidates harboring ill intent, his future achievements will surely be boundless. No wonder Mr. Yang Jian took notice. He's truly a pride of our Sanging City. But that student who ambushed Su Han. I think he's also AS rank awakened from Sanging City. Su something, right? Su Hongtao, the spoiled son of the prestigious Su family in Sanging City. Who knows what grudge they share, but attempting murder during the joint exam and getting caught has ended his life prospects. Such people should be locked up early to prevent them from harming society. Through the live stream, people learned of Su Hongtao's actions. While praising Su Han, they also condemned the despicable perpetrator. Yet even as online praise dominated, some remained skeptical of Su Han. Don't you think his actions during the exam were utterly inhumane? Because of him, the monsters went berserk, causing the exam to spiral out of control. So many innocent students lost their lives. They were all just teenagers with bright futures ahead. I agree, once someone like that kills, they stop caring about anything. If he isn't properly guided after entering university, he might end up like that Su Hongtao, causing serious harm to society. As the saying goes, controversy often follows genius. Netizens voiced their opinions. Some supported him, others despised him. These online debates fermented and escalated, bringing Su Han both notoriety and considerable trouble. The next day, in Yang Jian's office at the Awakened Association, Su Han and Yang Jian were discussing matters. Young man, I've heard about it. You've brought quite a bit of glory to our Sanjing City this time. It was just luck. Don't be modest. Others may not know your true strength, but I certainly do. Yang Jian wiped his ghost bow, his brow furrowed. Now that the joint exams are over, the association should be closing in on Su Ku and Su Hongtao, father and son. Su Hongtao attacked you in front of netizens from all three cities. He'll spend the rest of his life behind bars. Combined with the mountain of incriminating evidence we've uncovered during our investigation, the Su family is finished for good this time. So when are you moving? Su Han asked. Within the next day or two. If we delay any longer, that old fox Su Ku will definitely find a way to flee. Do you need my help? No need. If you show up in front of them during this covert operation, it might provoke them into acting irrationally. For your own safety, it's best you stay out of this one. Understood. Su Han nodded. Then, noticing Yang Jian's troubled expression, he continued to ask. Taking down the Su family is a good thing. Why do you look so down about it? You don't understand. I'm extremely anxious right now. Yang Jian replied. Why do you say that? Because what's giving me a headache isn't the success or failure of the subsequent arrests. It's the power vacuum created after bringing down the Su family and who should fill it. Sanging City is dominated by three major factions, the Yi family, the Su family, and the Awakened Association. For years, they've competed and checked each other, maintaining a delicate equilibrium. With the Su family's downfall, that equilibrium is shattered. To maintain peace in Sanging City, someone must replace the Su family's position. As an official organization, the association cannot openly absorb the Su family's influence. Doing so would invite public criticism and erode their credibility among the populace. Yet with such a vast power vacuum suddenly appearing, finding a suitable candidate to fill it proved exceedingly difficult. Can't the association take over the Su family's influence? It's difficult. At most, we could absorb 1/3. If we took more, the Yi family would certainly object. Moreover, it would likely provoke hostility from smaller factions, creating more harm than good for the association's future operations. I do have a candidate in mind. Su-han recalled the head of the Jin family he had encountered at the funeral. Jining man of the Jin family, they've always been the third major power in Sanjing City, alongside the Su and Yi families. By secretly backing the Jin family into power this time, the association not only does them a favor but also solves the problem, killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, Jining man is someone who never forgets a favor. Helping her now will leave a lasting impression, making it much easier for the association to seek the Jin family's assistance in the future. You make a good point. Yang Jian pondered for a moment before replying to Su-han. Indeed, there was no more suitable candidate than the Jin family. Finally, the matter that had troubled him for so long was resolved. He lifted his head, looked at the youngster before him, and smiled with satisfaction. Unflappable in crisis, possessing both courage and strategy, this was Yang Jian's highest praise for Su-han. Chapter 52, The Su Family's Downfall. Some rejoiced, others grieved. After the Tri-City joint exam concluded, Su Hongtao slipped home as quickly as possible before the situation escalated. Dad! Su Hongtao stood before Suka's desk, head bowed. Only now did he grasp the gravity of his mistake. Suka sat at his desk, elbows braced on the surface, fingers interlaced, his face dark and unresponsive. He was struggling to suppress his rage. Go home immediately and pack your things. I'll have someone escort you out of the country this afternoon. After a long pause, Suka finally looked up and said. His son had attempted murder this time. If he didn't leave the country to lie low, a prison sentence was inevitable. Moreover, with his secretary's arrest, he had become a key focus of the association's scrutiny. Previous unconventional methods were no longer viable. This was the only option left. Su Hongtao would live abroad under a new identity for a while. Once the sensitive period passed, he would find a way to bring his son back. But what about the college entrance exams in a month if I run away? Su Hongtao asked anxiously. Regardless of wealth or status, in this era, the awakened college entrance exam was the most crucial test in everyone's life. Moreover, as an S-class professional awakener, he had the potential to compete for admission to the nation's most prestigious universities if he performed to his full capabilities. This made him even more reluctant to abandon the exam. What time is it now? Is the exam more important than your life? Suka glared at his stubborn son, his rare outburst of anger evident. If Su Hongtao were arrested, it wouldn't just be attempted murder that stuck. That old bastard Yang Jian had seized his leverage and would spare no effort to dig up every shred of evidence of the Su family's past crimes, settling all accounts at once. But Su Hongtao tried to argue with his father, but before he could speak, the sound of a guild member pushing open the door interrupted him. It was another of Suka's trusted confidants. Chairman, Yang Jian has arrived with his men at the guild building. Did you hear that? If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Get the hell out of here. Suka's pupils suddenly contracted. He clearly hadn't anticipated Yang Jian's actions would be so swift. He could only urgently urge his son to leave. Follow the young master through the secret door at the back of the guild. Understood. His trusted aide replied. Upon hearing that someone was coming to arrest him, Su Hongtao instantly forgot about the college entrance exams. Saving his life was the priority. He immediately followed his father's confidant through the secret passageway, escaping the guild. Minutes later, Yang Jian led the association's elite forces into Suka's office. We are association personnel. Suku is hereby arrested and interrogated for crimes including hiring assassins and intentionally disrupting public order, in accordance with the law. Suku forced himself to remain calm and addressed Yang Jian, the leader of the group. Crimes? What crimes have I committed? This is a law-abiding society now. Everything requires evidence. You can't just arrest people without proof. Suku, do you really think I'd personally lead a team to your lair to arrest you without evidence? Yang Jian looked at the middle-aged man across from him with a mocking expression. Your son attempted murder. This is a fact witnessed by citizens across the 3 cities and the entire nation. The relevant videos have already spread widely online. Let me make this perfectly clear, he won't escape. I've already stationed men at your residence and every exit of your guild. The moment they spot Su Hongtao, they'll move to apprehend him. Go ahead and try if you think you can. Suka scoffed coldly, paying no heed to Yang Jian's words. The guild's secret passageway was a hidden route known only to him and a handful of trusted confidants. They stretched from beneath the guild building all the way to Maple Leaf City next door. Even Yang Jian had no way of discovering them. Now that his son had escaped safely, he had no lingering worries. He could boldly confront the association's harassment. There's one more thing I forgot to mention. Yang Jian observed the other man's arrogant demeanor and offered a meaningful smile. Just in case, I had people secretly turn a few of your trusted confidants against you. If nothing unexpected happened along the way, he should be with your son right now, shouldn't he? What did you say? Suka slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. His expression instantly shifted from calm composure to utter disbelief. You two father and son will meet again in the association's interrogation room shortly. Yang Jian, mark my words, if anything happens to my son, I'll drag you down with me even if it kills me. Suko's features twisted into a knot of fury. He pointed at Yang Jian threateningly. Congratulations. You've just added another charge to your record, threatening a public official. Yang Jian dismissed the accusation with disdain, but still explained. Rest assured, Su Hongtao won't be in mortal danger. But he must bear the consequences of his own mistakes. You're a smart man. You should understand what I mean. Hearing this, Suko instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping powerlessly into his seat. You win. He glared at Yang Jian, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. It's not me who won. Justice won. Yang Jian regarded Suko calmly, though his heart was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. The local thug who had troubled him in Sanjinshi for so long had finally fallen from power today. He had fulfilled one of his long-held aspirations since becoming the association president. Suko said nothing more. As a king-tier powerhouse who had awakened an S-class profession, his life had been one of boundless glory. Yet he never imagined it would end at the hands of his own flesh and blood. Though he resented ending his life in such misery, he made no attempt to flee. First, Yang Jian, a peer of equal strength, would never let him slip away. Second, upon hearing the news of his son's capture, all desire to resist had vanished from him. Take him away. Yang Jian waved his hand, and one of the three pillars of the third watch market crumbled. Inside the association's interrogation room, Su Hongtao had been brought back. His gaze was vacant as he stared straight ahead. His hands shackled with silver restraints designed to suppress the abilities of awakened individuals. Do you regret it? All because of a minor friction, you ended up behind bars. Su Han addressed Su Hongtao through the glass. I do. Su Hongtao stared at the one-way glass before him, his face ashen. In his eyes, there was no one else. I regret not preparing more powerful means. I regret not killing you. Then I could still be living freely outside, enjoying a freedom ordinary people could only envy. Su Hongtao's eyes widened as he burst into maniacal laughter. Since the outcome was already sealed, he no longer bothered to feign remorse. You're beyond redemption. Su Han shook his head and turned to leave the interrogation room. Su Hongtao was left alone, ranting and raving at the empty air. Finished questioning him already? Yang Jian waited outside the interrogation room. Nothing left to ask. He's completely lost his mind. Has Suko finished his interrogation? Almost. After hearing his son was arrested, he lost all will to resist. He's been silent to every question. But we've already secured evidence of his crimes. Even if he denies everything, it's enough to send him to prison for a long time. Good. I've also sent someone to explain the situation to the Jin family. Jin Ingman will be arriving at the association shortly to negotiate with me. Thank you. You've all worked hard these past few days. Su Han nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Jian's lips curved upward as he patted the other man's shoulder and replied. I'm getting on in years, can't stand all this sentimental nonsense. Besides, what hardship have I endured? It's all thanks to your own determination. I merely did what I should have done. Chapter 53, Yi Wanqing's Resolve. Anyway, thank you. Su Han said gratefully. Though Yang Jian spoke lightly, Su Han understood the immense time and effort he had invested for his sake. Not only had he dispatched men to protect his family, but he had personally instructed him in combat techniques and even granted access to the armory to select valuable A-grade weapons. It could be said that without encountering Yang Jian, he and his family might have already perished at the hands of the assassins hired by Su Hongtao, or perhaps not. Alright, no need for that. It makes this old man feel a bit uncomfortable. Yang Jian waved his hand dismissively. If you truly wish to thank me, then use this remaining month to train diligently and strengthen yourself. Then ace the college entrance exams to become the top scholar of Huainan province and gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Not only I, but your family, your friends, and indeed all the citizens of Sanging City will be proud of you. I will. I absolutely will. Su Han pledged. With his boundless potential for growth, his strength would increase significantly in just 1 month. By then, the sheer attribute points unleashed by a single punch would rival the basic attack damage of a level 40+ S-rank awakened warrior specializing in strength. Against fresh graduates whose levels were still hovering around 20, it would be like a dimensional strike. With some effort, even shattering the National College entrance exam record wouldn't be impossible. Confidence is a good thing. I hope you maintain this same self-assured attitude no matter what challenges you face in the future. Yang Jian urged. After that, neither spoke. They shared a knowing smile. By now, their relationship was more than just teacher and student, they were friends. A mentor and a friend, it couldn't be more fitting. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, while swallows and sparrows flew south. At that very moment, inside the Yi family villa, Yi Wanqing sat across from her parents on the living room sofa, staring at each other in silence. Mom and Dad, I'm feeling lost right now. I don't know what to do. Yi Wanqing's tone was flat, yet her brows remained furrowed. What happened? Yi Fengxia inquired. You know how I took the Tri-City joint exam with Su Han and came in first place? And then? You too must have seen Su Han's exam livestream. I've been thinking he's so strong, capable of taking on a level 35 boss monster single-handedly. My talent definitely can't match his. So should I still follow in his footsteps? Hearing this, the couple exchanged a glance, instantly understanding their daughter's situation. Yi Wanqing had developed feelings for that brat Su Han. She was currently in that phase where her thoughts were tangled and unclear. But with only a month left before the college entrance exams, they didn't want their precious daughter to get lost in such matters. They needed to guide her promptly. Otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable. Daughter. Yi Fengxia sat beside Yi Wanqing and gently took her hand. Think deeply about it. During the time you've teamed up with Su Han, have you been happy? Have your skills improved? Very happy, and my skills have improved significantly. Yi Wanqing affirmed. Based on her previous level, she would have been no match for Bai Zihong and Su Tong in this joint exam. But now, she could hold her own against them. She couldn't deny that spending so much time with Su Han had influenced her. Then follow him. Yi Fengxia said. Being with him brings you joy and rapid growth and strength. Since he offers you so many benefits, why hesitate? I just feel that, even though I keep telling myself that as long as I'm better than my former self, it counts as success. But sometimes I still unconsciously compare the two. Then I realize the gap between us only widens, leaving me feeling crushed. Besides, if I can't keep up with his pace, what's the point of following him? Yi Wanqing replied. The girl's confusion felt genuine. It was a question anyone would ponder after spending extended time with Su Han. So, Wang Chuanhu, who had been listening silently all along, finally spoke up. He was straightforward by nature, so his words always cut straight to the point. He's a genius, but doesn't that make you one too? Have a little faith in yourself. Maybe Su Han isn't as terrifying as you think he is. Stop it. Yi Fengxia rolled her eyes. Back when your dad took the Tri-City joint exam, he got utterly crushed by geniuses from the other two cities. But later, he became a king-tier powerhouse. Those others? Some died young, others spent their entire lives unable to overcome their inner demons, forever stuck outside the wall of level 50. So, daughter, if your dad could catch up to those geniuses despite his struggles, you can definitely catch up to Su Han. Really? Images of Su Han in battle flashed through Yi Wanqing's mind. His confident demeanor was already deeply etched in her mind. Compared to him, she felt utterly insignificant. Could she truly keep pace with Su Han? Your talent far surpasses your father's. But I still can't match Su Han. Yi Wanqing felt a pang of disappointment. Seeing her mood, Yi Fengxia gently offered words of comfort. My dear, geniuses in this world are as numerous as cowhair. Just when you think you've reached your peak, someone even more exceptional will suddenly appear. But why is it that only a small fraction of people in this world achieve success? Why? Because those who succeed understand the power of persistence and hard work. They may not be as gifted as some, but they always have a clear goal in mind, and they relentlessly pursue it. Knowing shame spurs courage. Only those who reach the end are the true strong ones. I hope my dear daughter can become such a person too. Yi Wanqing gazed at her mother, lost in thought. You're still young and may not fully grasp the meaning of my words yet. But just know this, hard work never deceives. If you feel defeated by Su Han's presence, then make him your goal and strive relentlessly. I believe that in the end, you will surely succeed. I think I understand now. Thank you, Mom. Yi Wanqing said with determination. Her frown melted into a broad smile. If her talent wasn't as extraordinary as Su Han's, then she would rely on relentless effort to keep pace with him. She stood up and returned to her room. That little brat Su Han is utterly despicable. How dare he make our precious daughter so heartbroken? I'll find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Watching Yi Wanqing close her door, Wang Chuanhu clenched his fists and cursed. Stop fooling around. We can all see our daughter has fallen for that boy. Yi Fengxia nudged Wang Chuanhu's stomach with her elbow and continued. Our daughter's path ahead is going to be tough. It's all her own choice. We can't make decisions for her. Wang Chuanhu regained his composure. Ever since his daughter asked him to look after Su Han, he'd been keeping an eye on the boy for some time now. Yi Wanqing would surely endure much hardship if she chose to follow him. I hope she gets what she wants in the end. Chapter 54, the Gaokao begins, the nation celebrates. A month later, the day everyone had been waiting for finally arrived: the national college entrance exams. Soo-han left the association and boarded the school bus bound for the exam venue. Upon entering the venue, rows of high-tech machines stood in orderly formation. These were devices specially developed by the state for the exam, known as tower climbing simulators. Upon entering the simulator, examinees would be transported into a mental realm where they would battle various monsters. The simulator contained a total of 100 levels, with difficulty increasing progressively. To gain admission to the Awakened University, students typically needed to reach at least the 40th floor. Even that was the admission requirement for the worst university in the country. To achieve his goal, Soo-han must reach at least the 85th floor. The college entrance exams are about to begin. Who do you think will be the top scorer in Huainan province this year? Online, netizens watching the exam livestream began heated discussions. No question about it, it'll be Long Chulang, the prodigy from Huai'an, our provincial capital. He's awakened as an SS-class professional plum blossom sword immortal, a truly peerless talent. I wholeheartedly agree. Out of all the cities in Huainan province, he's the only one who's awakened an SS-class profession. He's undoubtedly destined to be the top scorer. Remember, SS-class awakened professionals are chosen ones born once in a million. They can easily go toe-to-toe with the scions of major families from the capital's municipalities. What about that youth who's been trending non-stop lately? Do you think he stands a chance against Long Chulang for the provincial top scholar title? Someone mentioned Soo-han. You mean Soo-han? I watched his Tri-City exam footage. He seems incredibly strong, easily matching Long Chulang. Yeah. Soo-han's battles in that video were absolutely thrilling. Who knows, maybe he really could outdo Long Chulang. I admit his talent is exceptional, but the overall educational standards in Sanging City are too weak. They simply can't provide him with the nurturing environment he needs to thrive. On the other hand, Long Chulang comes from the Plum Blossom Sword sect of manhwa. He has extraordinary talent and access to top-tier resources, including guidance from the sect's leader, Long Guofeng, a revered level expert above level 60. So you're saying they're not even comparable? Exactly. Long Chulang is practically guaranteed to be the top scholar in Huainan province. If he pushes himself, cracking the national top 50 isn't out of the question. I see. Then I'll bet my entire fortune on Long Chulang. Thanks for the insight, bro. But honestly, this college entrance exam is truly spectacular. Absolutely. With SS-tier awakened professionals emerging from every province, it's a true spectacle of talent competing for glory, a scene of unparalleled grandeur. Hopefully we'll witness a competition even more thrilling than any previous college entrance exam. A flood of comments surged across the internet. The college entrance exam is an annual event that captivates the entire nation. Not only do ordinary citizens participate, but university professors also eagerly anticipate discovering promising new talent. They could engage with these students after the exams, encouraging them to prioritize their institutions when filling out college applications. Inside the exam halls, students from No. 7 high school were dispersed across different sections. Each section had a proctor responsible for recording the students' scores after the exam. These proctors were often lecturers or senior professors from major universities, holding positions of significant authority. While proctoring, they also bear responsibility for the students' personal safety. Beyond this, proctors possess the privilege of interacting with students during exams, playing a highly effective role in universities' early recruitment efforts. Thus, serving as a college entrance exam proctor is a highly coveted position. One must possess either formidable connections or exceptional ability, or both, to secure this position. The proctor at Soo-han's exam hall was Su Dashan, a lecturer from the nation's premier institution, Magic City University, and a level 56S class awakened professional. Attention, the college entrance exam is about to begin. All candidates in Zone 13, please enter the simulation capsules and prepare. Su Dashan's voice carried a weight that Soo-han could sense as the authority of a true powerhouse. All examinees obeyed the command and entered the simulation capsules. The college entrance exam officially commenced. Iris verification in progress. Candidate confirmed, Soo-han, 7th Middle School of Sanging City, Huainan Province. Admission ticket number 5201314XXX. Entering the mental realm. After lying down in the capsule, a blue laser scanned Soo-han's entire body. As the confirmation chime sounded, his consciousness entered the Tower of Trials. Arg! A familiar cry. The monster on the first floor of the exam was a level 5 common goblin. It swung its wooden club wildly, charging at its enemy with claws bared. Soo-han glanced at it, then casually threw a punch. The goblin's scrawny body was pierced through, then dissolved into data and vanished into the sky. Points +1. After clearing the first floor, the scoring devices each examinee carried began to announce the results automatically. After scoring, the candidates' points were transmitted through the devices to national archives, ultimately forming a real-time ranking system. This ranking was publicly accessible and served as the basis for candidates to apply to institutions after the exam concluded. The monsters blocking the first floor posed little threat to any candidate. Su-han crushed his way through to the 10th level. Previously, each cleared level added one more goblin. Now, it had changed to one level 10 plus goblin priest and 5 regular goblins. This level presented a greater challenge than the previous ones, but it posed no significant difficulty for awakened individuals of B rank or higher. Those who chose to take the Awakened High School entrance exam were, at the very least, C rank awakened individuals. Even the lowest tier participants could pass with some effort. Therefore, at the very start of the exam, the gap between candidates remains negligible. It wasn't until reaching the 40th floor, commonly referred to as the undergraduate cutoff, that distinctions began to emerge. At that point, those lacking sufficient strength will be eliminated. Those who pass the 40th floor earn the qualification to enter Awakened University. The exam continued. To Su-han, the monsters in these first few dozen floors were nothing but second-rate trash not worth exerting his full strength against. So he opted for a leisurely pace as he climbed the tower. After all, the final ranking of the entrance exam was determined by total points, not the time taken to clear the stages. Once the floors got higher, others would naturally start falling behind. By then, overtaking others in points would be a piece of cake. Thus, throughout the first 40 floors, every punch Su-han threw carried a distinct air of carelessness. He even skipped using his serious punch. He deliberately attacked using only his base attribute points, using the process to hone his combat skills and willpower. This led to Su-han temporarily lagging behind in the rankings during the early stages of the exam, slipping into an unnoticed corner. Chapter 55, Bait and Switch? An hour into the exam, the disparities between candidates began to emerge. Starting around the 30th floor, lower-level candidates began falling behind. By the 40th floor, roughly 10% of candidates had lost their eligibility to continue. While watching the live stream, netizens kept a close eye on the rankings, sparking heated discussions. The top-ranked candidate has already reached over 40 floors. Isn't that a bit too fast? The person above clearly doesn't know what they're talking about. Reaching the 40th floor in an hour is common in previous college entrance exams. But this year, it seems way too many candidates are achieving that. I've counted around 50 so far. Looks like SS-tier geniuses from every province are making the list. The competition is just too fierce. Yeah, in the last cohort, having 3 or 4 SS-level talents was already a miracle. Now we have 50? Has the heavens finally opened its eyes? Is our nation about to witness an era of talent explosion? Quick question: where's Long Chulang ranked right now? I'd bet everything I own on him. He better not let me down. Answering the previous poster, 27th place. That score would easily make him the top scholar in Huainan province right now. Wonderful, wonderful. I hope he keeps it up. Since we're talking about Long Chulang, what about that other genius from Huainan province, Su-han? Where does he rank now? Probably still within the top 50, right? No, I didn't see his name in the top 50. Not even in the top 100. Not in the top 500 either. Not in the top 2,000 either. Not in the top 10,000 either. Not even in the top 100,000. What's going on with Su-han? His performance in the joint entrance exam was so strong before, there's no way he couldn't even make it into the top 100,000. This year's college entrance exam had 3 million candidates, with roughly 100,000 A rank or higher awakened individuals. Based on Su-han's performance in the Tri-City joint exam video, he should have easily matched an SS-grade professional awakened. Yet now, he hasn't even reached the threshold for an A-grade awakened. It was simply unbelievable. This Su-han you're all talking about is nothing but a fraud, all bark and no bite. Those old videos must have been edited. How else could he not even match an A-rank awakener's clearing speed? Bull. Su-han is the undisputed genius of our city, personally endorsed by Lord Yang Jin himself. How could he be a fraud? The mention of Su-han ignited a heated debate between Sanjing City residents and outsiders, each side passionately defending their stance. Each side clung to their own views, neither able to sway the other. Enough arguing. I posted Su-han's livestream link in the comments. Since his stream is still active, it means he hasn't been eliminated yet. Just what's going on? Everyone should go in and see for themselves. Someone stepped in to stop the shouting match and shared a screenshot of Su-han's college entrance exam livestream. On screen, Su-han was battling dozens of goblins on the 25th floor. Goblins were low-level monsters, typically around levels 11 to 13. A normal S-rank awakened should be able to wipe them out in no time. Yet in the footage, Su-han was trading blows back and forth with the goblins. He looked nothing like someone capable of soloing a level 35 boss monster. See? I told you so. Su-han really is a worthless fraud. How else could he be struggling so badly against a bunch of goblins? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The citizens of Sanjing City who witnessed the livestream couldn't believe their eyes. In their hearts, Su-han was the hope of Sanjing City. Yang Jin himself had personally vouched for him. They believed it wholeheartedly. Given that, how could he possibly be a fraud? He must have done it deliberately to conserve his strength for the battle against the even more powerful monsters to come. Look at Su-han's battle scene. The more I watch it, the stranger it feels. As time passed, someone noticed something peculiar in the live stream footage. The goblin's attacks seemed to completely miss him. Each time, the weapon just grazes Soo-han's skin. It's like he's toying with his enemies. Now that you mention it, it really does seem that way. Dozens of goblins have been attacking him relentlessly, yet Soo-han shows no sign of fatigue whatsoever. He has no wounds on his body, not even a speck of dust. It feels like these goblins' attacks look dangerous, but they're practically useless against him. Is he doing this on purpose? If that's the case, this guy is downright abnormal. Everyone else is pushing themselves to the limit to break through layer after layer of barriers, yet here he is, holding back his true strength during such a crucial exam. Doesn't he fear stumbling at the last moment? Someone asked. Soo-han's actions left viewers of the live stream puzzled. In the history of the college entrance exam, no one had ever dared to hold back their true abilities. The slightest misstep meant ruthless elimination. The phrase thousands of soldiers crossing a single plank bridge was no mere metaphor. Who cares? Since he made such a foolish move, he'll surely pay the price for underestimating the Gaokao. If he keeps holding back like this, Soo-han might be eliminated from exhaustion before even reaching his target level. But who knows? Maybe he's got some hidden cards up his sleeve that let him hold back. Go Soo-han! We people of Sanging City will always support you. Netizens speculated wildly about Soo-han's actions. It wasn't just them, even Soo-dashin, sitting in the exam hall, found it perplexing. In all his years as an exam proctor, this was the first time he'd seen a student treat the college entrance exam hall as a training ground for honing combat skills and battle awareness. Such individuals were either prodigies beyond compare or outright madmen. Because if he failed, he'd likely become a clown seeking attention, a laughingstock for others' idle chatter. Worse still, he could lose his chance at a top-tier university. Yet despite this, Soo-han still chose to hold back his strength. This piqued Soo-dashin's interest. He wanted to know whether the boy truly had confidence in his abilities or was simply putting on a show of dissatisfaction. If it was the former, as the proctor for Zone 13, he was determined to recruit this kid into their Magic City University. He couldn't stand by and watch a true genius slip through his fingers. The battle raged on. Just as some had speculated, Soo-han and the goblin's seemingly arduous battle was purely for honing combat skills and gaining experience. If he wished, he could send these ugly creatures to meet their maker with a single punch. That's enough. Soo-han sensed the goblins could no longer strengthen him and decisively ended their lives. He had now successfully cleared the first 39 floors, but the 40th floor, acting as a watershed for college entrance exam candidates, presented a difficulty level entirely unlike anything before. This finally sparked some anticipation within him for the battles awaiting in the Tower of Trials. Chapter 56, Clearing Level 40. Upon reaching the 40th floor, the gatekeeper was a level 15 giant goblin chieftain. This floor earned its reputation as a watershed level because the giant goblin chieftain, possessing stats comparable to the average high school entrance exam candidate, served as a perfect benchmark for them. Its attribute points equaled those of a B rank awakened one specializing in strength. However, due to the monster's lack of sentience, its combat power was slightly weaker than that of a human of the same level. Defeating the giant goblin chieftain signifies that your strength meets the minimum requirement for admission to an awakened university. However, if you can only barely clear the 40th floor, the only university that will accept you is a third-tier Awakener university. For every subsequent 10 levels cleared, the tier of universities you qualify for increases: third tier, second tier, first tier, then double first-class universities, nationally affiliated top 5 institutions, and finally, the pinnacle Tsinghua and Peking universities. The tiers are clearly defined. Soo-han has reached the 40th floor. What do you think, can he make it through? A curious viewer asked during the livestream. He absolutely must. If his earlier effortless performance was genuine, this floor should be a piece of cake for him. Not necessarily. What if we're wrong? Maybe he's just barely scraping by, giving it his all to dodge those monsters' attacks. That's why it looked like he was dancing on the edge of a knife before. You have a point. The viewers' comments added a touch of humor to the college entrance exam. But scattered moments of amusement couldn't alter the fact that this was a brutal war. Humans, stop here. Inside the exam hall, a 3-meter-tall goblin wielding an iron hammer addressed Soo-han. If you wish to keep your life, surrender peacefully. As leader of the goblins, I may show mercy and spare you. Your hammer looks as soft and powerless as your tiny head. Soo-han sneered in mockery. A level 15 boss monster? He couldn't care less. What did you say? The goblin chieftain's eyes widened as he clenched his iron hammer, his face contorted with rage. I'll make you pay for your ignorance. Battle was imminent. The goblin chieftain swung his man-sized hammer and charged towards Soo-han, still muttering filthy curses under his breath. Idiot. Soo-han sneered. Without using his serious punch, his strength stats were slightly weaker than the goblin chieftain's, but the enemy's speed couldn't compare to his own. By leveraging his speed advantage and combining it with his mastery of fire, he could toy with the monster at will. At the same time, this approach continued to hone his combat skills. Truthfully, he was intoxicated by this sensation of dancing on the edge of a knife. The monster's iron hammer swung down towards Suhan's head. He tilted his head and sidestepped to the right, the metal plate grazing the edge of his skin. Less than an inch separated them. In the next instant, Suhan swiftly circled around to the goblin chieftain's right flank and delivered a punch straight to its right ribs. Flames climbed up the monster's body, delivering a searing sting. Feeling the unusual sensation on its body, the goblin chief lowered its head, attempting to smother the flames with its hands. But to its surprise, the tiny flames not only refused to die out, but spread along its palm and up its arm. The flames grew more intense. Finally, it gave up trying. Killing the human before him who had mocked it was now the most important thing. The goblin chieftain raised its iron hammer once more. As it twisted its clumsy body, reaching to grab Suhan, it realized the human was no longer where he had been. How despicable. How utterly despicable. That's called tactics. You're just a brainless brute, of course you wouldn't understand. Suhan darted behind the monster once more, landing a blow right on its spine. The fiery power sent waves of agony through the goblin chieftain. Though it wouldn't cause any substantial damage for now, the persistent burning sensation was enough to make it irritable. The general flow of their battle mirrored Suhan's fight against the Minotaur during the joint exam. Except the combat prowess gap between these two monsters was far from negligible. After about 15 minutes, the battle concluded. The goblin chieftain released the hammer in his grasp and collapsed lifeless onto the ground. Points plus 200. Floor 40 was officially cleared. Suhan bypassed the charred, unrecognizable monster carcass without lingering, proceeding to the next level. Whether Suhan has the real deal or not should be clear now, right? If he lacked the strength, how could he have defeated the goblin chieftain like that? To me, this battle was nothing short of a slaughter. Exactly. The boss monster didn't put up a fight at all, it was literally burned alive by Suhan's flames. I told you Suhan was holding back earlier. Where are all those haters now? Speak up. What's the point of barking? Even if he does have some skill, based on what we saw in the stream just now, he's nowhere near the level of those SS-tier geniuses from other provinces. The weakest among them made it to the 50th floor. Where's your golden boy? You lot have thicker skin than city walls, just a bunch of jealous losers. After clearing the 40th floor, supporters and detractors of Suhan reignited their arguments. They traded barbs back and forth, neither side backing down. This same scene played out constantly in every Prodigy's livestream. Does anyone know what class Suhan is? A comment suddenly appeared in the chat. Netizens froze in an eerie silence for a second. Yeah, what class did Suhan actually awaken? Someone asked. Compared to the abundance of information available about other prodigies, Suhan's background was practically non-existent. All anyone could find online was that he had awakened as a D-rank Fistmaster 3 years ago, nothing else of substance. But if Suhan's class really was D-rank Fistmaster, that would be truly unheard of. Students who awaken professions below C rank typically have their schools or parents prepare an alternative path for them, steering them away from the battlefield of the college entrance exams. Their abilities were too weak. Even if they took the exam, they wouldn't get into university. Given the strength Suhan had demonstrated over the past few months, how could he possibly have awakened as a D-rank Fistmaster? At the very least, it should be an S rank. Look at his ability to control flames, combined with his close-range combat style. Could he have awakened as an S-rank battle mage? That class masters both magic and martial arts. Its early game power is indeed comparable to those SS tier classes. Unlikely. Look at any modern combat mage who wields gauntlets. They typically use blades, spears, or at the very least, a staff for casting spells. Could he have awakened a completely new class never seen before in the world, like a flame fist fighter or something? That's possible, but unlikely. Suhan isn't some newbie who just awakened this year. If he'd awakened an entirely new class 3 years ago, it would have been documented by now. But we still know nothing. Could it be a secondary awakening? Do you really think someone barely scraping by at S rank could pull off a second awakening? Alright, that's probably not it either. Viewers watching Suhan's livestream debated his class while observing his performance. Little did they know that Suhan's profession transcended even SSS rank, reaching the singular EX rank One Punch Man. Chapter 57, Covert Competition, 5 Principles. The exam was still underway. The rankings fluctuated constantly with every passing moment. In a hidden room, 5 elderly figures with graying hair gathered together, watching the live stream of this national exam. They were the leaders of the nation's 5 major directly affiliated institutions, a group of same-tier powerhouses exceeding level 80. From left to right, Wu Tian from Jinhai University, Chao Zimin from Magic Capital University, Wu Qing from Qingbei University, Yi Jin from Chongshan University, and the sole female among the 5 principals, Feng Kaiwei from Fengwu University. For this year's exam, does anyone have any top contenders in mind? Wu Qing, seated in the center, turned to the others and inquired. Though not young, his words carried extraordinary authority. He was also the most powerful old man among the 5. That young swordsman is impressive. His mastery of the Hua Mountain Plum Blossom sword technique is truly divine. His father trained him while he possesses remarkable innate talent. If he gets into Fengwu University, his future achievements are guaranteed to reach at least level 70. Feng Kaiwei, the youngest and only woman among the five, spoke first. She had taken a liking to Long Chulang. She herself wielded the dazzling Phantom Sword, a style perfectly aligned with the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal class. Their styles complemented each other, making mutual attraction understandable. An SS-tier prodigy from the Demon City, capable of shifting positions at will with spatial abilities, leaving monsters utterly bewildered. He'd be a perfect fit for our Jinhai University. Wu Tian remarked. He had his eye on Li Shiren, who wielded Spatial Leap and Spatial Devour abilities. I think that Beast Master is quite impressive. To successfully contract a sub-dragon species at such a young age, her future achievements will surely be boundless. Chao Zimin chimed in. And Yin Shi, who awakened as a dragon blood warrior, his growth potential is immense. Not only will his physical strength be off the charts, but he'll even wield dragon speech magic. One man could be worth an entire army. Yi Jin sipped his tea as he spoke. Old Hua, in your opinion, which of these youngsters who've awakened SS-class professions is the strongest? The others turned to look at Hua Qing. The strength of these candidates is undeniable, but if I had to choose. Hua Qing pulled out his remote and tuned into a specific live stream channel. I'd pick him. This. The other principals stared blankly at the screen. Who was this? Judging by the video footage, this person had only just broken through the 40th floor of the trial tower. Compared to the geniuses they spoke of who had already begun tackling the 50th floor, he was clearly far behind. Old Hua, you're not joking, are you? Chao Zimin asked, his face filled with confusion. No, I'm dead serious. Take a close look at his livestream footage and you'll understand what I mean. Hua Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian and the others perked up. A talent recognized by Hua Qing, the strongest among them, must possess something extraordinary. After that, the group watched the livestream intently, observing the young man's combat stance. When they saw that the person in the stream seemed to narrowly dodge the monster's attacks each time, yet remained completely unscathed after so many encounters, no matter how perilous the situation, they finally understood why Hua Qing held such high regard for the young man in the stream. This candidate's combat awareness and experience are both excellent and extensive. Wu Tian remarked after watching for a while. What level are the monsters on the 40th floor again? Does anyone remember? Feng Kaiwei asked. Around level 16 or 17. Yi Hui replied. Level 16 or 17 isn't particularly high, but for a high school student who just took the college entrance exam, it's already a formidable opponent. An ordinary person could never handle it with such ease like he does. This kind of battle is pure artistry. Could the so-called SS-tier prodigy you speak of match his skill? Hua Qing asked with a smile. The principals fell silent. This kind of life-or-death combat style was simply too demanding for high school students. It demanded not only formidable strength, but also immense courage, sheer audacity, and boundless stamina. Only when all these elements converge could one possibly match the performance of the candidate in the video. Do you know how long I watched him? How long? The others asked curiously. About an hour. No matter what monster this kid faced, he always looked like he was in grave danger. But if you observe closely, you'll see the subtleties. It's hard not to be drawn in. This behavior is utterly incomprehensible. Chao Zimin frowned as he spoke. Despite possessing the strength to breeze through the exam, he deliberately sealed his own abilities, choosing instead to deliberately immerse himself in a grueling battle to hone his combat skills. After all, this is the college entrance exam venue. The slightest misstep could mean elimination. While every other candidate was giving it their all to secure a top ranking, he was taking his sweet time, completely unhurried and utterly relaxed. Only a genius or a madman would behave this way. Clearly, this individual had already caught the attention of the presidents of several top universities. He couldn't possibly be insane. He was a genius, an extraordinary genius. This student Jinhai University wants him. I'll immediately instruct the proctor to send over all his records. Wu Tian declared impatiently. Why should we let you have him? The others snapped to attention, pulling out their communication devices to send messages to their respective proctors. Alright, we've all known each other for years. Is it really necessary to cause such unpleasantness over a newly minted adult student? Hua Qing stepped in to smooth things over. Ultimately, which university this student chooses isn't up to us. If you want to recruit him to your school, it'll depend on your skills from here on out. Old Hua, saying that doesn't that mean you'll be joining the competition later? Feng Caixia inquired. Of course I will. This is the first talent I've discovered. If everyone could do me a favor and withdraw from the competition early, that would be ideal. You're delusional. Several people rolled their eyes at Hua Qing in unison, retorting sharply. They weren't the least bit worried he'd get upset. Because the five of them weren't just rivals, they were also longtime friends. They loved comparing students from their respective schools whenever they had nothing better to do. If someone's promising talent got outshone by another's, they'd be teased mercilessly for a whole month. Drinking tea and trading barbs, that was their daily routine. I knew you wouldn't let it go, which is why I told you we'd each have to rely on our own skills. Huo-ching spread his hands, pursed his lips, and put on an innocent expression. Fair play it is, then. The remaining four nodded in agreement. The battle for talent was always brutal. What you had, they didn't. In this war, they had to be prepared at all times. What's this boy's name? Continuing to watch the livestream, Yi-Jin voiced the question on all four of their minds. Su-han. Huo-ching replied. Chapter 58, The Principal's Speculations. Is that the kid who was trending for a while? Upon hearing the name, Feng Saixia reacted immediately. Though she was getting on in years, she still browsed the internet from time to time. That's right, it's him. Huo-ching nodded. After following Su-han, he'd searched for information about him online. Though fake news about D-rank awakened fighters flooded the web, he still uncovered some intriguing details. This young man is a student from the 7th middle school in Sanging City, Huainan Province. Before his awakening, he was hailed by city officials as a talent that comes along once in a century. But for some reason, he vanished completely during high school until recently, when he suddenly reappeared. 2 months ago, he conquered an uncharted dungeon, turning their city's king-tier powerhouse, Yangjian, into a mere backdrop. A month ago, during the Tri-City Joint Exam, he single-handedly took on a level 35 boss monster, standing out like a beacon among a sea of prodigies. This kind of situation is truly rare. So you're saying that after his high school career awakening, Su-han went quiet for a while before reappearing in the public eye just before the college entrance exams? Wu Tian asked incredulously. Yes. Then what profession did he awaken? I couldn't tell. Huo-ching shook his head. The live stream before the fight displayed Su-han conquering the trial tower, yet even these seasoned elite warriors couldn't discern his awakened class. Recalling the online rumors that he was a D-rank fistmaster, only one possibility came to mind. Second awakening? Chao Zinin raised an eyebrow. That's the only plausible explanation for his sudden surge in power. Huo-ching remarked. Then this matter can't be covered up by simply fighting over students. Yi-Jin chimed in. After all, since the dawn of the universal job change era, the number of secondary awakening cases worldwide could be counted on 2 hands. Without exception, every single one of them had become god-tier powerhouses unmatched in the mortal world. They surpassed even the most elite SSS-tier divine-level powerhouses by several fold. They were beings utterly transcendent of the mortal realm. In their Dragon Nation, before Su-han's emergence, they had seen SSS-tier professional awakened individuals, but never a living, breathing secondary awakener. It could be said that if Su-han truly had achieved a second awakening, his very existence held immense strategic significance, enough to warrant the attention of the entire nation. We cannot yet confirm whether our speculation is correct or not. Therefore, after this college entrance exam, regardless of which of our 5 schools Su-han chooses to enter, we must first ascertain whether he is indeed a secondary awakener. If he is, we must seal the information immediately to prevent leaks, then report it to the Council of Elders for their decision. If not, then everything proceeds as usual. Everyone carries on with their duties. Understand what I mean? Huo-ching looked meaningfully at the 4 others seated before him. Understood. Several people answered. They were all seasoned veterans who had lived for decades, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Before they knew it, 5 hours had passed since the college entrance exam began. Most students in every exam hall had already emerged from their simulation capsules. As ordinary members of the populace, their best achievements were merely reaching the 50-something tier and gaining admission to a run-of-the-mill second-tier university. Even so, they were already quite content. After all, admission to the awakened university meant their future social standing would automatically be a notch above those who had been eliminated. It also meant greater ease in securing better, higher-paying jobs. Candidates streamed out of the exam halls one after another. Those still remaining in the simulation capsules were the elite few who had awakened S-class professions. At the very least, these individuals would secure admission to a double first-class university. In Su-han's Section 13 exam hall, he was now the sole candidate still taking the test. Su Dashin paid no mind to the emptying hall. His full attention was now fixed on the sole remaining candidate. From initially lagging behind the main group in tower climbing speed, to steadily overtaking others after mid-exam while and now while most had completed their tests, he remained battling monsters within the trial tower. Every single one of the S-tier prodigy candidates had climbed past the 70th floor. Su Dashin felt that among all the examinees taking the college entrance exam, perhaps no one was as extraordinary as Su-han. Every battle he fought made spectators hold their breath, fearing he might slip up and be eliminated. Yet this very individual, whose battles appeared perilous, was steadily advancing toward the finals. He was poised to compete against those widely regarded as true prodigies. Drawing on his years of experience as a top-tier university lecturer, Su Dashin concluded this student was no ordinary talent. Once the exams concluded, he resolved to reach out to him early, hoping to recruit this talent for his alma mater. Hey everyone, the college entrance exams are almost over. What do you think the final rankings will look like? Let's take some bets. Online, a live streamer specializing in college entrance exam commentary called out to the audience in the chat room. I'll list the remaining candidates' names. Click on the name of whoever you think will be the top scorer. As he spoke, a prediction segment appeared in the livestream, displaying over 100 names flashing across the screen. If we're talking about first place, it's gotta be our capital's unparalleled genius, the Dragon Blood warrior Inshur. The image of him punching a level 20 monster to death is still burned into my memory. Shanghai natives will surely back their hometown hero, spatial ability user Chutsung devouring monsters without a trace. Su Haidong's beast pet, the shallow sea horned dragon, looks pretty impressive too. It spits out freezing rays, turning all monsters into ice sculptures. Long Chulong's Huashan sword technique is pure artistry, each strike feels like witnessing a peach blossom bursting into bloom. And Su Han daring to hold back his full power during such a crucial exam? He's a complete madman. I've watched his battles from start to finish and they're almost identical. Meaning even at over 60 floors, where monsters are around level 20, he still hasn't started pushing himself seriously. Exactly. I agree with that guy earlier. Su Han's performance leaves us all wondering just how far he can go. I'm rooting for Su Han to take the top spot too. Impossible. No matter how strong Su Han is, he can never compare to Inshur. We support Inshur. Support Chutsang. Support Su Haidong. Viewers freely voiced their opinions in the livestream chat, sharing their thoughts on the top college entrance exam candidate. Su Han's name stood out prominently among them. Without exception, their discussions were confined solely to the SS class awakened. Over 50 S-rank awakened remained, their names nowhere to be seen in the livestream chat. But this did not mean their strength was inferior. Chapter 59, Those Who Grew Stronger Because of Su Han. White Tiger Divine Fist. Inside the trial tower, Yu Wanqing unleashed a punch at the level 25 fire pig before her. Her fist, encased in a white glowing gauntlet, unleashed the formidable power of the White Tiger warrior's signature skill. Combined with the White Tiger Battle Cheese damage enhancing effect, the punch landed on the fire pig, causing it to whine in pain. A full month had passed since the joint entrance exams. During that time, Yu Wanqing had leveled up to 20, only to hit a wall at that threshold. She then requested intensive training from her parents, significantly enhancing her combat experience and techniques. This enabled her to effortlessly clear the 75th floor of the trial tower, securing her spot at a top-tier university. Yet beyond the 75th floor, as monster numbers and strength steadily increased, she gradually felt overwhelmed. This wasn't a gap in innate talent compared to others' hard work, but rather an inherent disparity stemming from her awakened class. The inherent power of an SS class profession was simply far superior to that of an S class. Whether in skill effects or attribute points, the former far surpassed the latter. This far was enough. You're already far superior to most people, why push yourself further? Yu Wanqing sat in the passageway of floor 80 after clearing the stage, restoring her stamina. Suddenly, this thought popped into her mind. She wanted to give up, to end it all here. The gap between S rank and SS rank was stark, she knew it all too well. Withdrawing from the exam under these circumstances, no one would mock her. In fact, her parents' friends would likely bring gifts to congratulate her. Congratulating her on gaining admission to a double first-class awakened university. But was this truly what Yu Wanqing herself desired? If you halt your progress while still capable of pushing further, you'll never discover where your limits truly lie. Her thoughts turned to Su Han. Her parents had just counseled her before the exam. She had already resolved to follow in his footsteps. Given that, how could she possibly stop here? If it were Su Han, he would never have stopped climbing at the 80th floor. His goal had always been the nation's top 5 universities, specifically the most prestigious among them, Peking and Tsinghua. He must reach the 90th floor and gain admission to Qingbei. He even aimed to surpass the 90th floor, breaking through the unparalleled challenge of the Tower of Trial's 100th floor, a feat unprecedented in history. Since the simulator's inception, no one had ever conquered this challenge. Yet the more insurmountable the challenge, the more Su Han craved to confront it. This was the man she knew. White Tiger Battle Chi. With this thought, Yu Wanqing's aura grew ever more formidable. She would never give up. No matter how difficult the next stage might be, she would muster every last ounce of strength within her to strive for a better ranking. Then, she stepped onto the 81st floor. The monsters on this floor were level 27 skeleton soldiers. Their attacks carried a corrosive effect. White Tiger Divine Fist. Yu Wanqing knew the monster's strength, but with her resolve unwavering, she charged fearlessly at the sword-wielding skeleton, fists clenched. The sharp sword tip swept across her neck. Yu Wanqing threw herself backward, narrowly evading the strike. Her current situation mirrored what viewers witnessed in Su Han's livestream. The difference was stark, one moved with effortless grace, the other fought with every ounce of focus. Creak, creak. The skeleton soldier raised its long sword, its body creaking with each movement. Purple flames ignited in its hollow eye sockets. Creak, creak. This human before it, brimming with fighting spirit, was worthy of its full effort. A splendid battle demands both sides leave no regrets. Even if the skill level was low, even if composure was lost. That unwavering resolve would still inspire those watching their battle. When gauntlet and longsword clashed, brilliant sparks of iron erupted. Human and beast stood locked in a stalemate, each move met with equal force. Though they stood alone, each seemed to command an army poised to tear the enemy apart. White Tiger Divine Fist. After another attack, Yuanqing's White Tiger battle energy suddenly erupted, shattering the skeleton soldier's iron sword into pieces. The weaponless monster froze for a moment before reacting swiftly, raising its arms to shield itself. The Iron Fist arrived as expected. A storm of blows rained down upon the skeleton soldier, each punch feeling heavier than the last. Finally, unable to withstand the onslaught, the monster's arm shattered, losing its last line of defense. Along with that, its body lost balance and crashed to the ground. Yuanqing wasn't about to let this hard-won opportunity slip away. She immediately leaped onto the skeleton soldier's body, driving her iron fist into the enemy's skull. 1 minute later, the monster's life force vanished completely. The purple flames in its eyes extinguished. This signaled the end of the battle. Yuanqing emerged victorious. Our daughter is amazing. Yi Fingxia and Wang Chuanhu sat on the sofa at home, watching the live broadcast of their daughter's college entrance exam. When they witnessed Yuanqing push beyond her limits and defeat the skeleton soldiers, they couldn't help but express their admiration. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with profound satisfaction. Not only that, but admissions officers from 5 universities also witnessed Yuanqing's performance. Her indomitable spirit left a profound impression on them. As long as she met the minimum requirement clearing the 85th floor of the trial tower, the admissions officers were determined not to let such a talent slip away. Back to the exam, Yuanqing's college entrance test was far from over. To keep pace with Su Han, she must gain admission to a top 5 university. Only then would she be worthy to stand beside him. She stepped into the next floor once more, commencing her battle with the monsters within. The same scene played out for Su Tong. After the joint entrance exams, Su Han's formidable figure had been etched deeply into his mind. He refused to be left behind. At the very least, he wouldn't let the other pull too far ahead. Therefore, giving his all in the college entrance exams was the only option. In the end, he pushed himself until he could take no more steps, finally halting at the 83rd floor of the trial tower. While this achievement meant he couldn't apply to the same university as Su Han, it was an immeasurable improvement compared to his former self. I did pretty well, didn't I? Su Tong muttered to himself, lying on the floor, gasping for breath. Back in Maple City, Bai Zihong, who had accepted early admission and skipped the exam, sat at home watching Su Tong's livestream with a satisfied smile. This was the worthy rival he had been waiting for, the brother who shared his aspirations. They would strive together from now on, growing stronger side by side. They would never give up on becoming stronger, nor waste their days in frustration and aimlessness. When they met again at the exchange match, Su Han would be in for a shock. Chapter 60, only 2 remain. Another 2 hours passed. All S-rank candidates in the simulation capsule had been eliminated, leaving only the SS-rank professional awakened individuals and that freak Su Han. Yuanqing finally pushed past her limits, clearing the 85th layer and securing her spot at the nation's top academy. This brought immense joy to her parents and the entire Baitali community at 7th Middle School. The old principal felt immense pride that his school had produced 2 talents capable of entering the direct affiliated top 5 universities in this cohort. Emerging from the simulation capsule, Yuanqing strode out of the exam hall with her head held high. Her college entrance journey concluded, and now her focus shifted to cheering on Su Han, who was still battling through his exams. Within the Tower of Trials, after SS-tier candidates cleared the 85th floor, their ascent slowed considerably. Though their strength could still sustain further ascent, most reached levels 88 and 89 only to feel they had clearly hit their limits. They could go no further. Except for Inshur, the prodigy from the capital. His awakened SS-tier class, Dragon Blood Warrior, granted him nearly inexhaustible stamina, sufficient to propel him toward the 90th floor. It must be noted that throughout the history of the Gaokao, every candidate who successfully broke through the 90th floor was unquestionably among the most exceptional talents of their generation. These individuals inevitably claimed the title of top scorer in the Gaokao. If Inshur conquered the 90th floor, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with them, pulling ahead of his peers. With this ambition in mind, he took a brief rest before ascending to the 90th floor of the trial tower. Who goes there? The moment he stepped into the domain of the 90th floor, a deep voice carrying an aura of authority echoed in Inshur's ears. He focused his gaze and identified the gatekeeper monster of the 90th floor. It was a humanoid level 30 skeleton general flanked by 2 level 29 skeleton knights riding spectral warhorses and wielding long spears, along with 5 level 27 skeleton soldiers who had previously appeared on the 81st floor. These 8 monsters formed a small army. They complemented and reinforced each other. Compared to the previous floor, the difficulty had more than doubled. No wonder those who clear the 90th floor are considered the world's most exceptional talents. A confrontation of this intensity would utterly crush a typical level 20 SS rank awakened. No holding back or we'll be torn apart. Inshur made his judgment the moment he saw the enemy. He roared, and a crimson glow erupted from his body. Instantly, the skin on his cheeks, limbs, and torso turned a vivid crimson, transforming into overlapping layers of scarlet dragon scales. His entire appearance grew far more ferocious, radiating a hint of dragon's might. This was Inshire's most powerful technique, the very foundation of his confidence in daring to ascend to the 90th floor. Dragon transformation. Under the state, all his existing skills saw a 200% boost in effect, while his 4 core attributes received a massive enhancement. However, due to the limitations of his own strength, dragon transformation could only be sustained for 5 minutes at a time. Therefore, within this fleeting 5 minutes, he must end the battle. So it was you. A mere insect who drank dragon blood and dared to dream of becoming a true dragon. The skeleton general, clad in a black cloak, stood with his greatswords planted in the floor before him, sneering. An ant remains an ant. Even if its form changes, its essence never does. Whether it has changed or not, you'll find out when you taste my blade. Inshire gripped his deep crimson dragonblood greatsword, ready for battle. Absolutely laughable. The skeleton general dismissed the notion with utter contempt. The battle between the two was about to begin. However, before the clash commenced, the audience that had been waiting in the live stream room erupted first. The moment someone stepped onto the 90th floor, the threshold representing the throne of their cohort, the room erupted. Look, Inshire is actually attempting the 90th floor. That's the forbidden zone of the Gaokao, rumored to be untouchable without an SSS tier profession. Looks like he's truly brimming with confidence. That level of conviction alone puts him ahead of other prodigies. It seems the top spot in this year's exam is already decided. It belongs to Inshire, the peerless genius from our capital city. Exactly. Everyone else fell on floors 88 and 89. Only he dared to challenge the 90th floor. If he succeeds, this year's top spot is his for the taking. Inshire is amazing. But haven't you forgotten? There's another person in the trial tower besides Inshire right now? Someone in the livestream chat raised the question. You mean Suhan, who's still struggling on the 70th floor? He's not a contender. Absolutely not. Exactly. I feel like his pace has slowed significantly past the 70s, and he's lost that effortless ease he had before. I reckon Suhan's ultimate limit is probably on par with He Wanqing, the S-rank candidate who broke through the 85th floor. And here I was, holding out hope for his performance. Turns out it was all for nothing. Based on Suhan's current performance, there's absolutely no chance he'll surpass Inshire. If he makes it to the 90th floor, I'll live stream myself doing a headstand while washing my hair. With the exam now down to its final 2 contestants, Inshire and Suhan. As an SS tier prodigy, Inshire had already ascended to the 90th floor representing the top-ranked candidate, while Suhan lingered on the 70th floor, leisurely engaging with monsters. Everyone believed the two were simply not on the same level. Son, keep it up. At the Third Watch City Awakened Association, Suhan's family gathered around to watch the college entrance exam livestream. Joining them was Yang Jian, the association's chairman. When mom and dad saw their son reach the 40th floor, they visibly relaxed. This meant their precious son had achieved his goal of getting into Awakener University. After that, every 10 floors he climbed, they would excitedly embrace each other to celebrate. Sumuyu, however, understood clearly that Suhan was holding back his strength, thanks to his master Bai Bing's explanations. Even after reaching over 70 floors, he was still holding back. Yang Jian felt the same way. Having spent all this time alongside Suhan, he knew the man's true capabilities better than anyone. Monsters in their 20s wouldn't last a single round against him. This current situation clearly showed he was deliberately holding back to hone his combat skills. What a madman! Yang Jian thought to himself as he drank beer with Su Woming. What sane person would choose to pull off such a reckless stunt in the middle of a college entrance exam? Beyond extreme confidence in his own abilities, Yang Jian couldn't fathom any other reason for Suhan's actions. But even if he's hiding it, he should start speeding things up soon. Otherwise, the negative online backlash would definitely explode. Watching the livestream, Yang Jian formed an expectation about Suhan's actions. Chapter 61, the 90th floor strategy ultimately fails. You'll pay for your arrogance. Inshire puffed out his cheeks, expelling a torrent of scorching breath that slammed straight into the skeleton general's face. This was one of his professional skills, dragon breath, capable of unleashing heat energy unbearable to ordinary beings. Monsters of lower levels than him would usually be scorched to the ground by dragon breath. But that wasn't all. After unleashing the dragon's breath, Inshire raised the dragonblood sword in his hand and charged directly at the monster. The crimson blade glowed faintly, radiating the noble yet terrifying power of dragon lineage. Fake things can never become real. I've seen a true dragon before. The breath it expelled from its maw was 100,000 times more powerful than yours. Your attack? At best, it gave me a free sauna experience. The skeleton general stood unmoved, weathering the scorching blast that slammed into him. His composure radiated the authority of a warlord, crushing any will to resist in weaker foes. My minions! Let the intruder witness your might! Drawing his double-handed sword and pointing it at Inshire charging toward him, the skeleton general commanded. At its command, the two skeleton knights beside it seized their lances and galloped forward. The eerie purple flames flickering in their eyes swayed left and right, showcasing the unyielding will of these two monsters to charge into battle for their master. The skeleton soldiers followed close behind, swords raised as they charged toward Inshur. For death. The skeleton knight spoke in human words, thrusting his lance at the enemy with unwavering resolve. When the dragon blood sword met the lance, the silver shaft was violently deflected. The power contained within the sword proved too much for the monster's spear to withstand, its sharp tip blunted. The ghostly warhorse, bearing the skeleton knight, swept past the site of the recent battle. Deep sword gashes marked the blue-black armor of both skeleton knights. The first wave had failed. The second line of defense followed immediately, 5 ordinary skeleton soldiers. They surrounded Inshur, restricting his movement. Iron swords swung down simultaneously from 5 different directions. Surrounded, Inshur wielded his greatsword to block 2 of the attacks. The remaining 3 struck his dragon kin form. Clang! Clang! The sharp iron blade struck the Dragonkin's scales, yet bounced off unexpectedly. Inshur's current physical strength was no longer something a few level 20+ skeleton soldiers could shake. The weapons of the skeleton soldiers could only leave shallow white marks on his body. They couldn't inflict any real damage. Your attacks feel like tickling me. Inshur sneered. The dragon blood sword swept around him in a wide arc, its momentum whipping up a fierce gale. The greatsword swept through the skeleton soldiers, flinging all 5 monsters surrounding him aside. Even their fragile, bone-framed bodies shattered completely under the blow. This cleared the path for him to charge toward the skeleton general. Then, holding the massive sword in one hand, he pointed it at the skeleton general and declared, "Is this the pride of your soldiers and knights? So utterly worthless." Poof. The skeleton general sneered with disdain. "Only ants let fleeting victories blind them. Are you certain you truly defeated my soldiers? What did you say?" Hearing this, Inshur turned his head. The skeleton soldiers he should have utterly defeated, their shattered bodies now floated in midair as bone by bone reassembled. They coalesced into a 3-man tall skeletal giant. The 2 more powerful skeleton knights had their lances restored to normal. They turned their steeds, poised to charge him at any moment. "This is the undead. This is the power of death. Come forth. Death welcomes you into its embrace." The skeleton general roared. Wielding the knight's sword, he joined the fray. Seeing this, his 3 subordinates followed the general, charging forward in a single wave. This time, they would fight for glory in their lord's name. Dragon blood burst. Inshur knew he couldn't afford to be careless and swiftly unleashed his final class skill. Dragon blood burst allowed him to radiate the awe-inspiring presence of a true dragon, pinning all monsters of insufficient rank to the spot, unable to move. This effect lasted for about 30 seconds. He couldn't handle 4 high-level monsters simultaneously, so he used this skill to first control all undead creatures except the skeleton general, buying himself a chance for a 1v1 showdown. If the battle wasn't over after 30 seconds, his dream of conquering the 90th floor would shatter. By then, not just 3 monsters would break free from their restraints, and his ability to use dragon transformation would also expire. The side effect of complete exhaustion would leave him utterly defenseless. Die. All monsters except the skeleton general were pinned in place. What followed was a clash of kings. Proving you're not mere ants won't be achieved by shouting alone. As a sovereign, I must teach you the meaning of self-awareness. Both man and monster wielded greatswords. They faced each other across the blades. Not only did they attack each other with words, but the strength in their hands was equally relentless. Clang! Both were sent flying back, stumbling several steps backward. Inshur knew he couldn't afford to stall. Barely regaining his footing, he charged once more at the humanoid monster before him. The dragon blood sword blazed crimson as it came crashing down, striking the creature head-on. The skeleton general's eyes glowed with a faint purple light. His expression remained calm as he parried each strike, leaving Inshur no opening. "This is my final move." The 30 seconds vanished in an instant. Inshur decided to seize the tail end of his skill's duration and settle the score with the skeleton general once and for all. He channeled his last ounce of energy into the dragon blood sword. Its crimson glow stretched out, forming a 10-meter-long blood-red blade aura that enveloped the enemy's form. He raised both hands and swung the sword down with all his might. The slashing blade energy, accompanied by scorching heat waves, completely melted the giant skeleton soldiers and skeleton knights. Now, only the skeleton general remained. Unintended consequence. It too raised its greatsword. A deep blue sword aura erupted, locked in a standoff with a rich crimson energy. Neither yielded, both gritting their teeth in defiance. But one was human, the other undead. Inshur was in an overpowered state from a special skill, vulnerable to weakness at any moment as the skill's duration wore off. The skeleton general's sword energy, however, was the culmination of centuries of relentless accumulation. The weight of each was entirely different. This stalemate offered Inshur no advantage whatsoever. You lose. As the 30-second countdown ended, Inshur could no longer sustain his powerful sword chi. He could only let the skeleton general's greatsword cleave him in two. Since you are not a true dragon, do not covet what does not belong to you. The greatsword sheathed, the cloak swaying behind him. In the end, the skeleton general left the defeated Inshur with nothing but a dashing retreating figure. Chapter 62, Getting Serious, Tower Climbing Speed Skyrockets. Who would have thought even Inshur, this year's strongest prodigy, couldn't break through the 90th floor of the trial tower? Looks like we won't witness history in this year's college entrance exams after all. The battle between Inshur and the skeleton general was broadcast live, streaming in real time to the eyes of the entire nation. When they saw even the formidable Inshur fall to the monsters of the 90th floor, waves of regret washed over the audience. Inshur is already incredible. At least he's the only one among all those SS rank awakened who dared to challenge the 90th floor monster. Exactly. That kind of courage is truly rare. Netizens commented. They could only accept Inshur's defeat. After all, throughout the history of the Gaokao, every top-tier talent who broke through the 90th floor of the trial tower had awakened an SSS class profession. Even those individuals could only barely pass the 90th floor's trials. Inshur's Dragon Blood Warrior was only S rank, yet he fought the skeleton general to a standstill. Such an achievement was already enough to put him head and shoulders above the geniuses of his cohort. Does that mean Su-han is the only candidate still taking the exam? Someone asked. That's right. Only he remains, still slowly tangling with monsters from the 70th floor and beyond. How much longer do you think it'll take him to finish? It's been 8 hours since the exam started, and the sun's about to set. He's still battling monsters. Could it possibly take over 12 hours? In previous years, the longest exam lasted only 8.5 hours. Su-han might just break the record this time. But others spent over 8 hours trying to clear the 90th floor. Su-han has spent over 8 hours and is still stuck around the 80th floor. That's a huge difference. Exactly. He's just doing this for the exposure, trying to grab attention. Inshur is undoubtedly this year's top scorer. There's no point watching Su-han's livestream anymore, right? The person above is right. I'm outta here anyway. Bye. Nothing to see here. Most netizens scoffed at Su-han's persistent, drawn-out gameplay. Yet some viewers remained in the livestream, refusing to mock or make reckless comments, simply observing the performance of the last remaining examinee. Because every student who chooses to take the college entrance exam deserves respect. They are all individuals striving relentlessly for their dreams. Even though Su-han's progress through the tower was slow, he still reached the 80th floor, a height most people couldn't achieve. At the very least, it demonstrates that he has surpassed the majority of examinees. He earned the qualification to attend a double first-class university. Go for it, Su-han. Yi Wanqing, Yang Jian, Bai Zihong, and others. Those who knew Su-han's capabilities were all glued to the livestream, waiting for his breakthrough. Meanwhile, inside the capital's exam hall, Inshur had just emerged from the simulation capsule. The large screen in his section, now displaying only Su-han as the sole remaining candidate, broadcast his tower climbing progress. So there are still candidates taking the college entrance exam? Inshur glanced at the screen, his interest piqued. He had assumed he would be the last candidate nationwide attempting to conquer the 90th floor. But now, someone else was trailing behind him. Good luck, stranger. Instead of rushing out of the exam hall, he stood up and began watching Su-han's exam footage. At this moment, countless ordinary citizens and even high-ranking officials across the nation had their eyes fixed on Su-han alone. For he was the sole remaining candidate in this year's exam. Even though many doubted his prospects, there were still those who firmly believed he could achieve results that would set the entire nation abuzz. Time to get serious. Standing at the entrance between the 80th and 81st floors, Su-han took a deep breath. What lay ahead were monsters exceeding level 25. Without using his serious punch, defeating these foes would be nearly impossible even with his mastery of fire and stealth abilities. So now, he had to accelerate. Upon reaching the 81st floor, he encountered a level 27 skeleton soldier a foe Yi Wanqing had only defeated by pushing her limits. The moment it spotted Su-han, it charged toward him without hesitation. It was exactly the same as when Yi Wanqing had reached this floor. Oh no. Based on Su-han's previous performance, fighting a skeleton soldier is going to be torture. Exactly. Feels like it'll take at least another half hour to get past the 81st floor. This is so boring to watch. The internet was filled with groans, almost all of them predicting doom for the stream's protagonist. But something unexpected was about to happen. Su-han casually swung his fist at the skeleton soldier charging toward him. The moment the spark-covered gauntlet met the iron sword, everything changed. The iron sword shattered into two pieces under the force of his punch. With no weapon to block the way, Su-han's iron fist slammed straight into the skeleton soldier's ribs. The next second, the ribs were crushed. The monster was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall of the 81st floor and leaving a large dent. Crack. Embedded in the wall, the skeleton soldier struggled to extend its right hand towards Su-han, muttering incomprehensible words. Then the arm dropped limply, and the blue-purple flames in its eyes flickered out. It was dead. It had barely exchanged blows, not even a proper duel, before succumbing to a single punch from this human, returning to the embrace of death. This was the power of a single punch equivalent to that of an awakened being over level 40. A mere level 27 skeleton soldier stood no chance against it. Holy! Holy, holy! Holy, holy, holy! What the hell did I just see? Suhan's sudden burst of power left every viewer watching the livestream across the nation frozen in shock for a second. Immediately, a torrent of incredulous gasps erupted throughout the college entrance exam livestream. What had they witnessed? No one could believe it. One punch. Just one punch. Suhan sent the level 27 skeleton soldier to meet his maker with a single punch. Is this really the same person who was slowly climbing the tower just moments ago? Is this the same candidate who took over 20 minutes to defeat a level 20 monster? Had I entered the wrong livestream? This was actually a parody livestream created by one of Suhan's fans to support their idol. This wasn't the real college entrance exam livestream at all. Way to go! Yang Jian and Suhan's family members gathered together, watched the stream and cheered with raised arms. That brat finally decided to take it seriously. After that, whether it was the skeleton knight, the skeleton warhorse, or the dozen or so skeleton soldiers, Suhan dispatched them one by one with a single punch, ending the lives of these monsters. Floor 81. Floor 82. Floor 85. Floor 89. His ascent was unimpeded. His tower climbing speed was so blisteringly fast that the entire nation couldn't react in time. Once he broke through to the 90th floor, online comments exploded exactly as Yang Jian and others had predicted. Chapter 63, National Attention, Everyone's Reaction. WH, what the hell am I seeing? How did he suddenly reach the 89th floor? Is this really the official livestream? Reply to the above. This is indeed the official Gaokao livestream channel, but I share your confusion. How did Suhan seemingly leap to the 89th floor in the blink of an eye? Didn't he just break through the 80th floor moments ago? It feels like one hit 999 damage. Climbing a floor every few seconds? That's not humanly possible. So Suhan must have been holding back his strength all along. Otherwise, how could he suddenly explode like this? Exactly. No need to argue anymore, Suhan was definitely holding back. Trolls speak. But even so, his ascent speed is just too fast. It's almost incomprehensible. Is he even human? This kind of shocking performance is simply beyond what a level 20-something awakened could achieve. What is Suhan's true level? Even the SSS tier geniuses who appeared in past college entrance exams couldn't match his sheer impact. This is beyond human capability. True. I've never heard of any candidate breaking through a floor in mere seconds after level 80. It's utterly incomprehensible. But regardless, this exam livestream suddenly got a lot more interesting. Given Suhan's performance, breaking through the 90th floor should be a piece of cake. Some bystanders, now hooked, began anticipating Suhan's next moves. Aren't you guys being a bit too confident? Even if Suhan did conserve his energy in the earlier stages and then unleashed it all starting from the 80th floor. By the time he reaches the 89th floor, his stamina should be nearly depleted. Remember, the difficulty after level 80 is equivalent to the combined challenge of the first several dozen levels. And the difficulty of the 90th floor is 2 steps harder than the 80th. If he manages to break through the 89th floor, he'll still need reserves to tackle the 90th. I think the outcome will be the same as Insure's failure. What you say seems to make sense. Some were swayed by the reasoning above. But for Suhan to endure all the way up to the 80th floor, even putting himself in constant danger of elimination, is that really something a normal person would do? Of course not. Then what is he? He's a genius and a madman. Because the difference between genius and madness often lies in a single thought. Some cheered wildly for Suhan. In any case, with his performance from floors 80 to 89, Suhan has thoroughly proven he's no clown and soundly exposed the ugly faces of those haters. Now, whether he can break through the 90th floor, we'll just have to wait and see. Go Suhan! You're the best. We, the people of Sanging City, will always support you. Suhan's nation-stunning performance spread like wildfire online, instantly shifting the tide of public opinion. This is the power that comes with true strength. People can easily alter their views of someone based on their capabilities, shifting allegiances in the face of true skill. Is this pace of clearing levels even possible? Inside the capital's exam hall, Insure watched Suhan's sudden acceleration on the large screen, his pupils dilating. He instinctively compared himself to Suhan, only to realize he was nowhere near capable of matching that pace. Monsters beyond the 80th floor were all level 25 or higher. Even a prodigy like him needed at least 5 to 10 minutes to clear a single floor here. Yet Suhan advanced like a whirlwind, utterly disregarding these monsters. I can't match him. Insure shook his head, accepting the reality with resignation. At the same time, he felt an intense curiosity towards Suhan. With such prowess, the other party would surely conquer the 90th floor. The university he could choose afterward would likely be only one. Namely, the nationally recognized top university for awakened individuals, Qingbei University. Looks like I can finally decide where to apply for college. Inshur, captivated by the aura of strength emanating from him, murmured to himself. Besides him, a group of influential figures were also observing Su-han. This young man. In the room where 5 university presidents gathered, they watched Su-han's sudden outburst. They exchanged glances, each reading shock in the other's eyes. That brief display alone was nearly enough to confirm their suspicion. Su-han was a special awakened individual who had achieved a second awakening. Gentlemen, I claim this student, Su-han. Huo Qing declared. This time, unlike before, his tone was not one of negotiation but rather serious and resolute. I only want him. The rest of those SS rank students, you can have them all. Old Hua, you're not joking, are you? Chao Zining expressed his confusion. Even if Su-han's combat prowess seems otherworldly, there's still a small chance he isn't a second awakener. What if we make such a rash decision and later discover we were wrong? Even if I'm wrong, I won't regret it. I trust my judgment. All right. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Since Huo Qing had finally opened his mouth, a rare occurrence, these old comrades wouldn't dare embarrass him. Though Su-han's talent did make them all envious, they were all seasoned veterans who understood that sometimes letting go could yield more than persistence. At least in this round of recruiting prodigies, with Huo Qing stepping aside, they could secure more exceptionally talented students. Thank you all for giving this old man a little face. Huo Qing addressed the 4. His gaze flickered towards Su-han on the live stream, his expression thoughtful. Let us shift our focus back to the trial tower. At this very moment, Su-han had truly achieved something remarkable, capturing the attention of the entire nation, regardless of age or gender. They all sat before their screens, watching with bated breath as he was about to begin his assault on the 90th floor of the trial tower. Who dares to challenge me? State your name. When Su-han stepped into the territory of the skeleton general on the 90th floor, the monster did not display the contemptuous expression it had shown towards Inshur earlier. Instead, it boomed out a deafening question, demanding the intruder's name. From its actions, the audience could clearly sense the skeleton general's differing attitudes toward the two. This fully demonstrated the high intelligence of the monsters on the 90th floor, as well as the importance it placed on Su-han before it. This human before it was unlike previous foes, a formidable presence seemed to radiate from him, impossible to ignore. Chapter 64, Declaring War on the 90th Floor Monster. A man doomed to die has no need for words. Su-han clenched his fists and charged toward the skeleton general. Protect our lord. The skeleton knights and skeleton soldiers flanking him raised their weapons and charged into battle. Unlike their treatment of Inshur, they did not wait for their lord's command before acting. Instead, they launched their attack directly at Su-han. Shape gathering, chi dispersing activated. Just as they were about to clash, Su-han vanished from the monster's sight. 2 punches landed with a thud. The 2 skeleton knights were knocked clean off their warhorses, sent flying backward. Su-han swiftly spread his palms, forcing the heads of the 2 warhorses together, one on each side. The impact made their eyes spin. As for the remaining 5 skeleton soldiers, there was no need to elaborate. A single punch smashed into one soldier's skull, embedding all 5 monsters into the wall of the 90th floor. The entire sequence took barely a minute. Su-han had annihilated all 7 undead monsters, leaving the skeleton general standing alone. Holy crap, am I really watching the 90th floor battle of the Gaokao? How come Su-han deals with these guys like he just entered the trial tower? He looks completely unfazed. The entire livestream audience was stunned by Su-han's performance. In the history of the Gaokao, no one had ever reached the 90th floor of the trial tower and effortlessly obliterated monsters above level 25 like he did. And these monsters were widely regarded as the most formidable undead creatures. Is this even human? He's practically a god. Su-god, we love you. I just created a fan support group for God Su. Anyone interested can click the link to join. Let's all cheer for God Su together. Hey, upstairs, I want to be the fan club leader. Online, people were utterly captivated by Su-han's performance. At least 10 search terms related to Su-han's college entrance exam are trending now. It's truly a nationwide sensation. Only you remain. Inside the Tower of Trials, standing 10 meters apart from the skeleton general, Su-han gazed calmly at his opponent and declared, "My subjects do not fall easily." The skeleton general braced himself with his greatsword, his cloak billowing behind him without a breeze. Though facing Su-han made him feel the pressure, his pride as a leader forbade any sign of weakness. "Rise, my dear subjects," the general commanded, raising his hand. In the next instant, several monsters that had been utterly lifeless rose once more. A series of cracking sounds emanated from their mouths, the unique language of the skeletons. The gatekeeper Haas is making his move. Isn't that the same skill he used against Inshur earlier, reviving and enhancing his minions? Exactly. I wonder if Su-han can still one-shot these enhanced monsters. I believe he can. Su-han has already delivered so many unexpected surprises for us. Go Su-han! Viewers in the live stream room were glued to their screens, not wanting to miss a single second of Suhan's action. Charge forward for our lord. The battle raged on. The resurrected skeleton knight and giant skeleton soldiers picked up their weapons once more. They surrounded Suhan and launched a coordinated assault. Clang! A shrill clang echoed as the three monsters' weapons clattered to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The three creatures exchanged bewildered glances. They clearly sensed their attacks had missed their mark. Three idiots. Suhan hid amidst the swirling dust. Thanks to his heightened senses, he easily pinpointed the skeleton's locations. He leapt into the air with a sudden burst of speed, aiming a punch straight at the giant skeleton soldier's head. Crack, crack. The skeleton soldier winced in pain, finally reacting to defend itself. But Suhan's immense force threw it off balance. Its left foot lifted, and it plopped straight onto its backside. The loud commotion alerted the two skeleton knights, who desperately tried to locate Suhan's whereabouts but found themselves helpless. You cowardly scoundrel! Seeing this, the skeleton general raised his greatsword and swung it forcefully through the dust. The swirling blade winds scattered the dust covering the ground. Both the monsters and the human figures were once again clearly visible. There! The skeleton knights finally spotted Suhan. They immediately raised their lances, mounted their horses, and charged forward. Overestimating your strength. Suhan's gauntlets blazed with flames as he charged toward the two riders. Just as his fist was about to strike the skeleton knight's lance, a ghostly blue sword chi suddenly shot toward him. How utterly despicable. To avoid the sword chi, Suhan forcibly redirected his attack, using his fist to deflect the enemy's sneak strike. He then rolled swiftly to the right, evading the skeleton knight's spear thrust. Giving your all is the best courtesy one can show a strong opponent. The skeleton general, who had just released the sword energy from afar, joined the fray. It knew full well its subject stood no chance against Suhan. If it didn't intervene, the skeleton knight's fate would be nothing but a return to death. So you want a gang fight? You sure have a lot of fancy excuses. Suhan scrambled to his feet, readying himself for battle. A serious punch. He swung his fist toward the skeleton general. The flaming gauntlet collided with the gatekeeper boss's greatsword, sending sparks flying everywhere. Just as Suhan prepared to unleash another powerful strike to break through the boss's defense, two loyal knights flanking it launched their own assault. I admit you're truly loyal. So for your master's sake, go to hell first. As the spears closed in, Suhan twisted his body with the momentum. As he deflected the boss's heavy blow, his waist sliced through the knight's lances. Boom! The greatsword and lance crashed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Suhan unleashed his flaming iron fist at the skeleton knight. Licking flames climbed up both monsters' heads, burning them to a wail of agony. For our lord. Even in their dying moments, the monsters muttered the name of the skeleton general. You will pay for this. The boss roared in fury. The greatsword in his hand swung towards Suhan once more. At that moment, the giant skeleton soldier, who had lost his balance, regained his footing, grabbed his longsword, and charged forward. Flanking him left and right, they sealed off the enemy's retreat. Interesting. Facing the encirclement of two monsters, Suhan showed no panic, instead appearing highly excited. The more desperate and frantic the situation became, the more his blood boiled. You two do have some skill after all. He unleashed another powerful punch. The giant skeleton soldier's longsword shattered instantly under Suhan's punch, while the skeleton general's greatsword clashed with his gauntlet without gaining any advantage. During the standoff, the sparks on his gauntlet once again proved decisive. They crawled up the boss's greatsword and onto its hand, causing it excruciating pain. Chapter 65, Breaking Through Floor 90, Locking in the National Champion. Undead monsters are generally stronger than monsters of other types. Yet they possessed a fatal weakness: they were utterly countered by holy element attacks. Ordinary flames might not have caused the skeleton general such agony. But the flames Suhan wielded carried a holy aura. This was something it hadn't anticipated. Who would have thought the Master of Sparks also carried holy attributes? Truly worthy of being a hidden reward, huh? Faced with this situation, Suhan was also completely caught off guard. No wonder the skeleton knight looked so miserable when the sparks scorched it. It was the holy aura within it causing the trouble. What a pity. Even the heavens aren't on your side. Seizing the moment, Suhan swung another punch. Holy flames engulfed the two monsters, immobilizing them completely. The weaker giant skeleton soldier couldn't endure the searing agony. Dropping its weapon, it curled up, clutching its head, yet could only watch as it was burned to ashes. You're strong. Now, only Suhan and the gatekeeper boss remained. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, the skeleton knight addressed the human before him. You're not half bad either. Suhan replied. He sensed vaguely that the next strike would bring this duel to a close. This is my most powerful move. Let us settle this with our final blows. The skeleton general raised his greatsword high, its ghostly blue aura already straining to burst forth. That's exactly what I had in mind. Suhan bent his knees slightly, clenching his right fist as flames danced and flickered within his grasp. Deathly sword chi. Serious punch. Ultimate attacks collided. Suhan's flame-enveloped fist struck the boss's azure sword chi. Two powerful shockwaves collided, unleashing an overwhelming force. Viewers glued to the livestream couldn't help but hold their breath. They knew this was the most crucial moment. If Suhan could prevail in this clash of will and resolve, it would mean he had conquered the 90th floor of the trial tower. The sky above the 90th floor was completely dominated by equal halves of azure blue and blazing crimson. The skeleton general had already pushed himself to his absolute limit. It roared, desperate to gain the upper hand in their clash, yet the expanse of ghostly blue in the sky remained utterly unchanged. Instead, Suhan gradually gained the upper hand. His serious punch inherently possessed greater power attributes than the monster, and his flame abilities were particularly effective against it. It's over. He pushed himself to the limit, the flames in his hands blazing fiercely. The sky's hue gradually unified, transforming entirely into a warm crimson. His iron fist, brimming with terrifying power, advanced slowly with each step, smashing the boss's sword energy clean in two. I lost. The duel ended. The skeleton general collapsed limply to the ground, his greatsword clattering to the floor. It had no strength left to resist. Suhan stepped before the boss, preparing to deliver the final blow with his fist. Congratulations, challenger. The skeleton general's form gradually dissolved into a blue glow. Before death claimed it, a faint, resigned smile touched its lips. You truly have earned the right to advance further. With those words, the monster that had defeated countless geniuses finally closed its eyes, facing its own demise with calm acceptance. I've won. Suhan's lips curved upward in satisfaction. The skeleton general had indeed possessed considerable strength. This exhilarating battle had left him thrilled. Su-God actually defeated the 90th floor boss. He's just too strong. Yeah, who would have thought Suhan could breeze through a stage even SS-tier genius sure couldn't conquer? We've witnessed history today. Exactly. We've collectively witnessed the birth of a super genius who stands head and shoulders above his peers. Congrats to Sushin for securing the top national score in this year's college entrance exams. Sushin rocks. If you want to join the Su-God fan club, hurry up and sign up now, you're about to become his #1 fans. Rejoice, all under heaven. Congratulations to our Dragon Nation for producing yet another peerless genius. After Suhan completed his battle on the 90th floor of the trial tower, netizens plunged into endless celebration. They felt blessed to witness the birth of a legend in their lifetime. This was their fortune and the fortune of the Dragon Nation. Truly worthy of crushing us, he deserves to be my target. Bai Zihong sat in his room, watching the live stream of Suhan laughing triumphantly after his victory, murmuring to himself. He had long vowed silently to catch up to Suhan. Therefore, he would never be defeated by the seemingly vast gap between them. The stronger Suhan became, the greater the drive within him grew. The greater Suhan became, the more effectively it propelled his own continuous progress. We'll meet again in the future, Suhan. Inside the Third Watch City Awakened Association, Suhan's family members embraced each other in excitement upon seeing him successfully conquer the 90th floor of the trial tower. Old Su, did you see that? Did you see that? Yang Jishou clung to her husband, pointing at the TV screen and babbling incoherently. I saw it, I saw it. Let go, I can't breathe. Su Wuming patted his wife's shoulder, signaling her to let go. Though outwardly composed, the pride in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. This was his son had become the top scholar in the nation. Congratulations! Suhan's achievement is something we can all be proud of. Yang Jian, seated beside Su Wuming, addressed the couple. All this is thanks to Mr. Yang Jian. Without your help, how could my little brat have achieved such greatness? Not at all, not at all. Most of it is down to his own hard work, ha ha ha. On such a joyous occasion, let us raise our cups and celebrate together. Yang Jian declared. At his words, everyone present rose to their feet. Su Wuming and Yang Jishou picked up beers, while Su Muyu held a juice box, all sharing in the joy for Suhan. I never imagined my brother would become the top scholar in the nation. Sipping her juice, Su Muyu couldn't help but feel a flutter of emotion. The brother she had always looked down upon, the brother who had awakened a D-rank useless profession, the brother favored by their parents, he had truly made something of himself now. Suddenly, a genuine thread of happiness and envy welled up within her. My dear disciple, seeing your brother shine so brightly, what are your thoughts? Bai Bing transmitted her voice to Su Muyu. I'm happy for him. Su Muyu replied. But I also believe that with your guidance, in 2 years, I too will shine as brightly as he does. Very well. Bai Bing smiled with satisfaction upon hearing her disciple's response. Chapter 66, Pressing Onward, Amidst Worldly Doubt. I knew you could do it. After finishing her exam, Yu Wanqing also didn't leave the testing hall. Instead, she stayed put, keeping a close eye on Suhan, who was still taking the test. When she witnessed him defeat the skeleton general and break through the 90th floor, the level representing the national top scholar, her eyes sparkled with genuine joy for him. This was the caliber befitting the man she had resolved to chase with all her might. We will meet again in college. Yu Wanqing murmured softly, gazing at the handsome face on the screen. The nationwide celebration raged on. Audiences cheered and shouted for Su-han, the peerless genius destined to lead the Dragon Nation. Even those who had long achieved fame and success, upon seeing the trending news, were swept up in the joyous atmosphere and found themselves wanting to join in. Since Su-han has conquered the 90th floor of the trial tower, does that mean this year's Gaokao has officially concluded? A netizen commented in the discussion section. Exactly. By breaking through the 90th floor, he's already secured first place. The subsequent levels will only get harder, and he likely won't have the energy to keep pushing forward. Therefore, we can now officially declare this year's college entrance exam successfully concluded. I recall a student who awakened in SSS tier profession attempting to challenge levels beyond 90. The outcome was that they barely made it to level 91 before being sent back by 2 skeleton generals teaming up. Good heavens! Facing even one skeleton general makes me mentally map escape routes too? I wouldn't even dare think about it. I heard that in the entire history of the Gaokao, only our nation's current guardian deity Mr. Long Taining, a level 99 god tier powerhouse and SSS rank superclass awakened professional has successfully conquered the trial tower beyond the 90th floor. But even Mr. Long, when he challenged the Tower of Trials 30 years ago, only made it to the 99th floor. He never saw the final boss on the top floor. And since Mr. Long's attempt, no one has dared to climb higher for a full 30 years. For Su-han to clear the 90th floor is already an exceptionally impressive achievement. After Su-han defeated the skeleton general, netizens were convinced this year's Gaokao had concluded. Everyone was immersed in celebration, not considering for a moment that he might continue his ascent. Look, Su-han is standing up. He must be voluntarily exiting the trial tower, right? Viewers watched the live stream as Su-han rose to his feet, brushing dust from his shoulders. Finally over. Although this year's exam lasted 8.5 hours, tying the record for longest duration in recent history, witnessing the birth of a genius who stands head and shoulders above his peers makes all that time worthwhile. Just as everyone assumed Su-han was about to exit the trial tower, something unexpected happened. Instead of exiting the exam, he walked straight toward the 91st floor. Holy crap, what is Su-han doing? Does he actually intend to keep challenging the remaining 10 floors? The person above is wrong. You shouldn't use a rhetorical question, it should be a statement of fact. Because we all saw it, Su-han is actually walking up toward the 91st floor. Insane. Absolutely insane. This is the first time since Mr. Long's generation that anyone has dared attempt the trial tower beyond the 90th floor. Isn't Su-han pushing himself too hard? That challenge has left countless SSS tier geniuses helpless. Reaching the 90th floor is already an incredible feat. Is it really necessary to push himself further? Reply to above, youth wasted without recklessness. Su-han must have absolute confidence in his abilities to make this choice. All we need to do is believe in him and support him. Go Su-god. We stand behind you unconditionally. He's still too young. Beyond the 90th floor, each subsequent level presents a difficulty incomparable to the previous one, a consensus among geniuses who've conquered those heights. Even Mr. Long stated in a past interview that to challenge the 91st floor, you need not only extraordinary talent but also unyielding willpower and unconditional backing from your background. Remember, he's our nation's ultimate warrior, a super god who embodies raw power, family legacy, and unparalleled character. Had he not gathered all these elements, even Mr. Long himself might not have been able to challenge the final 10 floors of the trial tower. Now tell me, what does Su-han possess besides talent that could possibly compare to the former Mr. Long? He might not even measure up in talent. That said, his spirit of daring to challenge the impossible is still something many of us should learn from. After he falls at the 91st floor, he should finally understand where he truly falls short compared to Mr. Long. Most netizens didn't hold out much hope for Su-han's success. After all, in their eyes, the gap between him and Long Taining is no small matter. While his courage to challenge is commendable, sometimes one must learn to face reality to see oneself more clearly. Faced with this situation, Su-han's relatives and friends scattered across the country, who had consistently supported him, couldn't help but hold their breath in anxiety for him. Mr. Yang Jian, do you think my son can succeed? Su Wuming stared intently at the live broadcast, his grip on the wineglass tightening unconsciously. He turned to Yang Jian for his opinion. Among those present, no one understood Su-han's capabilities better than Yang Jian, who had trained him all along. Of course. Yang Jian nodded. There was no need for hesitation. Su-han's current combat strength roughly equaled that of a level 40 plus S rank power type awakened. If the monsters beyond the 90th floor continued to increase in strength at the same rate as previous floors, even if each floor increased in difficulty by 2-3 levels, it wouldn't be a big deal for a freak like Su-han. The only cause for concern lay in the final 100 floors of the trial tower. For in the history of the tower trials, no one has ever reached that height. Consequently, no intelligence exists regarding the 100th floor. The strength of the final boss there remains entirely unknown, with no concrete reference point for comparison. Thus, if Su-han's attempt to challenge the divine feat ultimately failed, it would most likely happen on the 100th floor. But by then, no one would dare mock him. After all, reaching the 99th floor would place him on par with Longwa's guardian deity, Long Taining. If any detractors still persist, it can only mean they either harbor personal grudges against Su-han or are paid trolls working for others. With your assurance, we can finally relax. Hearing this, Su-woming exhaled deeply, the weight on his heart finally lifted. From now on, all they needed to do was continue believing in their son unconditionally. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing and the members of the squad he had once belonged to watched the livestream, sharing the same emotions as Su-han's father. But rooted in their trust in Su-han, they too believed he would undoubtedly succeed in the challenge. Chapter 67, Instant Kill? Stunned audience. At this very moment, Su-han, still immersed in his exam, remained utterly unaware of the external skepticism and support. His sole focus now was the monsters awaiting him beyond the 90th floor. The gatekeeper bosses of the 91st floor were two skeleton generals. Compared to the 90th floor, the difficulty here had clearly increased significantly. After all, a single skeleton general possessed combat prowess far surpassing that of its loyal minions. But in Su-han's eyes, they were still no match for him. Not only could he handle 2 level 30 monsters, but even 10 skeleton generals wouldn't faze him. After all, the sheer power of his casual punch could effortlessly crush even a level 30 monster's ultimate attack. After all, with the enhancement of Serious Punch, their attribute points were more than double his. Intruder, your presence here confirms you've already slain our youngest. Yet you remain unsatisfied, daring to covet higher positions. You are truly too greedy. 2 skeleton generals brandished their greatswords, pointing them at Su-han. From their words, it was clear these 2 monsters were actually brothers of the 90th floor's gatekeeper boss. Whether this was part of the trial tower's design or not, it certainly sounded intriguing. Die! Give us back our brother! Both skeleton generals unleashed sword chi from their weapons simultaneously, firing it in unison toward the murderer of their brother. Seeing this, Su-han wasted no time. He activated his skill, slamming a fist directly into the 2 streams of sword energy. The spectators had assumed that when Su-han faced a single skeleton general earlier, he had already reached a stalemate. Now, facing 2 identical monsters, it would surely be even more difficult. But they were wrong. On the 90th floor, he had merely savored the thrill of combat, prolonging the fight with the monsters. The true power of his fists, revealed in that decisive final strike, represented his baseline combat capability. Now, facing 2 monsters nearly identical in both appearance and attack power, he had no desire to waste any more time. He resolved to end the fight swiftly. Thus, the moment his fist collided with the sword chi, the 2 towering blades of energy exploded into nothingness. They caused Su-han no trouble whatsoever, and the outcome was decided in mere seconds. Next, he delivered 2 punches thud straight into the 2 skeletal generals. Before they could react, his sacred-powered flame gauntlets made intimate contact with the skeletal faces of the 2 humanoid monsters. Flames roared, consuming the monsters until nothing remained. Thus, the 91st floor of the trial tower, which had sparked speculation, doubt, and even apprehension among the livestream viewers, was effortlessly conquered by Su-han. This unexpected livestream footage caused everyone's brains to freeze for 3 seconds. Even the live chat stopped scrolling. 3 seconds later, comments erupted. Only then did the viewers realize. Su-han had conquered the notoriously hellish 91st floor in just 1 minute. Everyone stand up. From today onward, Su-god is my dad. Who's in favor? Who's against? Bull, Su-god is clearly my dad. Stop arguing. I don't want to be God Su's son, I want to be his grandson. Grandpa, please let me latch onto your golden leg. I'm begging you. Beyond insane, I can't think of another word to describe Su-han's performance. He's just too damn awesome. The internet exploded. Or more accurately, it went completely mad. Most netizens initially believed Su-han couldn't conquer the 91st floor. A smaller group thought he might survive the ordeal and triumphantly return after clearing it. But absolutely no one could have imagined that Su-han would not only conquer the 91st floor of the trial tower, but do so in such a brutal, simple, and effortless manner. With a mere casual punch. The undead skeleton general, feared by ordinary people, was instantly obliterated. Without even a chance to resist. It was as simple as dealing with a newborn level 1 monster baby. It was utterly unbelievable. Holy crap, if this keeps up, could Su-han actually break the college entrance exam record and reach that uncharted 100th floor? It's not just possible. I watched Mr. Long's livestream from 30 years ago. Compared to Mr. Long back then, Su-han's current performance is leagues ahead. Reaching the 100th floor is a certainty. So we really are witnessing history today. Exactly. And this isn't just any history, it's unprecedented and likely unmatched forever. A truly one-of-a-kind moment. Ah, Su-god is amazing. The online comments were filled with cheers. The trolls who had been relentlessly heckling before Su-han's 91st floor livestream footage surfaced had all retreated like turtles, vanishing without a trace. It could be said that Su-han's insane performance had completely silenced them. Just as some online had speculated, Su-han's show had only just begun. After dispatching the skeleton general, he didn't even pause for rest before advancing directly to level 92. This floor still featured skeleton generals, but their number had doubled from 2 to 3. According to the trial tower's design, these were the older brothers of the monsters encountered in the previous 2 floors. They were also significantly stronger. But it was utterly useless. What deserved to be crushed was crushed as usual. Suhan still ended the fight with just a few punches. Then came the 93rd floor, the 94th floor, all the way up to the 95th floor. Until a new species of monster appeared, Suhan's slaughter show showed no signs of stopping. In his hands, this place was nothing like the hellish nightmare netizens described, nor was it an impenetrable forbidden zone. It was clearly like a college student entering kindergarten, a father bullying his son, effortless and entirely expected. The live footage left viewers questioning their own perceptions. The final 10 floors of the trial tower weren't nearly as daunting as imagined. For years, people had been misled by Long Taining's interviews. Or was Suhan's strength truly that monstrous enough to surpass even Mr. Long? They couldn't know for sure. Yet watching the figure relentlessly crushing monsters on screen, they began to feel a strange numbness. It seemed as though his dominance was simply expected, requiring no further question. Suhan has reached the 95th floor. Has the total time spent so far even exceeded 10 minutes? Less than 3 minutes per floor on average? My mind refuses to accept that a human could achieve such feats. The crowd gasped in astonishment. On the 95th floor, besides the 3 skeleton generals, another type of monster appeared. Level 35 skeleton nobles. Strictly speaking, a level 35 undead monster was far stronger than the level 35 minotaurs Suhan had hunted before. At least in terms of mental development, if a troll was equivalent to a 3-year-old child, then a skeleton noble was like a teenager in high school. The gap in mental development was self-evident. Thus, the difficulty of hunting a troll was far below that of a skeleton noble. Netizens had witnessed Suhan's arduous hunt for the Minotaur a month prior, leading them to speculate that defeating the skeleton noble was likely beyond his capabilities. Not to mention 3 skeleton generals, each as challenging to hunt as a Minotaur, were joining the fray. Chapter 68, Loyalty and Futility. So it's you? The intruder who slew 10 of my vassals. The skeleton noble addressed Suhan calmly, staff in hand. According to Western European feudal relations, nobles were granted lands and real authority by the king, while skeleton generals were their vassals, their subordinates. Above the skeleton noble, there should be a skeleton lord, the nominal owner of the entire nation or domain, whom the people collectively called the king. If this logic held true, then the boss guarding the 100th floor of the trial tower was likely the skeleton lord. So what if it is? Suhan showed no fear. Even though skeleton nobles were considerably harder to hunt than ordinary monsters, his single punch now rivaled that of a level 40 plus S rank awakened. Dealing with a level 35 undead monster would be no challenge at all. Honesty is such a rare virtue. For your frankness, I'll spare you a whole corpse. After your death, I shall even make you my vassal, granting you land and authority. Hearing this response, the skeleton noble not only showed no anger but actually admired Suhan's straightforward character, seeking to recruit him. Unfortunately, this was not a real portal instance, and Suhan's strength was far beyond what it could overcome. All of this was merely its delusion. Since you're so earnest, after you die, I'll spare you a whole corpse too. Suhan dismissed this offer with utter disdain. With formidable strength and sacred-type skills as his trump card, there was no way he could lose this battle. Battles aren't won with words alone. If you're so confident, let me see what you're made of. The confrontation began. A dark purple laser shot forth from the skeleton noble's staff. It was a dark magic spell, possessing a potent corrosive effect on humans. Those of comparable monster level would typically avoid such encounters without a solution. But Suhan was no ordinary man. Master of Sparks initiated his move, delivering a punch directly at the laser beam. Flames coiled like serpents around the dark purple beam, streaking toward the skeleton noble's staff at breakneck speed. The countering force proved troublesome for the gatekeeper boss, who hastily shut down the activated spell. The ferocious fire serpent vanished into the void the instant it was about to reach the staff. This was the innate devouring power of the necromancy school. Even when countered by opposing abilities, severing their connection caused the attack itself to vanish. Quite formidable indeed. The skeleton noble nodded. Immediately after, it commanded its 3 subordinates to launch an assault on Suhan. 3 ghostly blue sword energies shot toward him simultaneously. Compared to the monsters from earlier floors, the skeleton general of the 95th floor was significantly more powerful. Even the sword chi they unleashed was a full circle larger than that of previous generals. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. The gap between Suhan and them had never been a matter of quantity, but a qualitative leap. For the skeleton general's attacks to inflict any damage on him, they would need to be at least 5 levels higher. But now, level 30 undead monsters facing fists wielding holy elemental skills were essentially courting death. He unleashed his iron fists without mercy against the incoming sword chi. Just like before, every move was devoid of emotion, pure numbers. Even when 3 sword chi considered formidable by netizens merged into one, they couldn't withstand Suhan's serious punch. Just as he was about to shatter the sword chi once more, the skeleton noble standing behind the general made his move. It held a staff in its hand, its eye sockets flickering with deep purple flames, while it tirelessly chanted incantations. As the incantation reached its climax, the withered staff erupted with a beam of light even more immense and terrifying than the previous attack. It shot straight towards Su-han. The putrid aura it carried would be unbearable for most awakened beings. Seeing this, Su-han clenched his fists and unleashed a burst of force, deflecting 3 sword chi strikes back at the skeletal general. He then leapt upward, the terrifying dark purple beam grazing past his toes. It slammed into the solid stone wall behind him, tearing out a cylindrical hole. Nice move. Su-han landed, glancing at the hole created by the skeleton noble's attack, and exclaimed excitedly. He was finally witnessing a new move from the monster. And this move was quite powerful, comparable to his own casual punch. It's not over yet. The skeleton noble roared, and the 3 generals before him charged towards Su-han, greatswords raised. Just as the skeleton knights had acknowledged the skeleton generals as their lords, the general's lord was the noble. This hierarchy was inherited from the feudal traditions of medieval Western Europe. Through a system of hierarchical feudalism, monsters at each level served their respective masters. Their task now was to buy time for their master, allowing it to unleash its most powerful attack. I don't know whether to call you foolish or brave. Su-han gazed at the 3 monsters who would risk life and limb to buy time for the skeleton noble to strike, and a flicker of admiration stirred within him. At the very least, they were capable of unconditionally sacrificing their hearts for their king. This was something most people in reality could never achieve. To honor your fearless actions, I won't hold back with this punch. Su-han prepared himself, activating, shape-gathering, chi-scattering. As he vanished from sight, the power of his next strike, combined with serious punch, would reach a terrifying 1,400 points. This strike alone could rival a casual blow from a level 50 powerhouse. Using such overwhelming force against 3 level 30 monsters was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, holding nothing back. However, Su-han wasn't worried that using his trump card would leave him unable to handle the remaining skeleton noble. The daily quests he had diligently completed granted him dozens of opportunities for instant recovery. With a silent chant in his mind, he could instantly restore his condition to peak form while also refreshing all skill cooldowns. This meant he needn't fear overexerting himself after all, he possessed a divine skill to restore his condition. Remember to treat yourself better next time around. With a single punch, the 3 skeleton generals were instantly reduced to dust before they could retaliate. Not even a speck of dust remained at the scene. The skeleton noble, standing nearby and gathering power for a major attack, watched the scene unfold. The purple flames burning in its eye sockets dimmed noticeably. Damn it! An attack of this caliber? Not only would his subordinates be no match for it, he himself wouldn't stand a chance either. Fortunately, an attack of this caliber must be the human's trump card. Since he'd already used it against the skeleton general, his next move would be utterly unstoppable. All it could do was watch helplessly as the dark magic consumed it entirely. The skeleton noble's thoughts were pleasant, but it never imagined that Su-han's move wasn't a one-time use spell. Die! Eternal Night Starfall. The ultimate spell was ready. Over a dozen black spheres, each the size of basketballs, shot forth from its staff, hurtling straight towards Su-han's location. Chapter 69, Making History, charging to the 100th floor. These black spheres moved at incredible speeds, carrying a powerful gravitational pull that indiscriminately sucked in the surrounding debris and rubble. As they hurtled towards Su-han, the spheres grew larger with each absorption. By the end, each had swollen to the size of a hot air balloon, hovering overhead above Su-han. All the light streaming down from the hollowed-out ceiling vanished completely. All that remained was endless, pitch-black darkness. Ha 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 ha! This is the price of your arrogance. Prepare to meet your end. The skeleton noble laughed as he watched Su-han, seemingly helpless and surrounded by his ultimate attack. Su-han remained expressionless, ignoring the mockery of the monster lurking behind the black spheres. If the opponent believed he had no way out of his current predicament, it was gravely mistaken. He silently chanted instant recovery. Everything about Su-han returned to peak condition. Immediately, he activated shape-gathering, chi-dispersing, boosting his speed while disrupting the monster's ability to track his position. The moment the enemy vanished from sight, the skeleton noble admitted to feeling a few seconds of panic. Black spheres rained down upon Su-han's former position. They pounded out massive craters, leaving the floor utterly devastated. Barely a single intact spot remained for footing. Such a powerful assault would be impossible for an ordinary person to evade or withstand. Unfortunately for them, their opponent was no ordinary man. While the stealth effect of shape-gathering, chi-dispersing, persisted, Su-han exploited his speed boost and the advantage of hiding in the shadows. He pushed himself to the limit, evading the attack range of Eternal Night Starfall. Thus, the boss's seemingly formidable strike failed to inflict any substantial damage. At best, it was merely a display of overwhelming force. A textbook case of all smoke and no fire. When the dust settled, the devastated tower held nothing but skeletal nobles. To the naked eye, no other living creature remained. This allowed it to breathe a long sigh of relief, its lingering unease naturally dissipating. Though it's a pity you're not intact enough to become my servant now that you're dead, this is the price you pay for underestimating me. May you repent in hell. The skeleton noble withdrew his staff and reached into the breast pocket of his coat, pulling out a deep blue handkerchief. He carefully wiped the dust from his hands. In its eyes, it had won this battle. Even the viewers in the livestream, upon seeing Su-han vanish, instinctively assumed he had been swallowed by that terrifying black orb and eliminated from the trial tower. But in that crucial moment when the monster lowered its guard, Su-han silently slipped behind it, undetected by anyone. He coiled his strength in secret. As the skeleton noble idly toyed with its withered staff, Su-han struck unexpectedly, delivering a serious punch straight to its heart. Thud! The sound of a heart bursting. Whether monster or human, any being with a mage-aligned inclination or outright mage must store their magic within a vessel. For mages, that vessel is usually their heart. Shatter the heart, and the magic within the mage's body would surge backward. At best, it cripples all limbs. At worst, it claims their life. Moreover, while undead monsters appear formidable on the surface, they possess a fatal weakness. That is the so-called vital point. The vital point contains the soul of the undead creature, so destroying it means death. For the skeletal noble on the magic side, its lifegate is its vessel. In other words, if one could inflict irreparable damage upon its heart, the battle would most likely conclude with the monster's defeat. After suffering the sudden critical hit, the skeleton noble mechanically lowered its head, staring at the fist piercing through its heart. It then turned to look at Su-han, whose form had materialized, before finally ceasing its soul's pulsation with a final, unwilling flicker. So you see, you shouldn't pop the champagne before the battle's over. Su-han silently withdrew his hand as he watched the skeleton noble collapse with a thud. Without pausing, he pressed onward toward the 96th floor. In the livestream chat, the sudden reappearance of his figure sent the crowd who had assumed the battle was over into a frenzy once more. No one had anticipated that, just when nearly everyone thought the ordeal was over, Su-han would reappear and deliver the monsters their fatal blow. The dramatic twists and turns left hearts racing. From level 96 to level 99, Su-han advanced like a whirlwind, clearing every floor with ease. Remarkably, whenever it seemed he would be overwhelmed by the monster's powerful attacks, he would always rise again after the onslaught. Then, seizing the moment, he delivered an unstoppable, terrifying punch. This pattern repeated itself over and over. Viewers watching the livestream felt like they were on a roller coaster, their emotions soaring and plummeting, causing many to experience a spike in blood pressure. All of this was attributable to Su-han's relentless, long-term daily training regimen. Even after completing the awakening quests assigned by the system, he still made time every day to finish the daily tasks. Over time, he accumulated numerous opportunities for instant recovery. These opportunities proved crucial during the college entrance exams, arguably one of life's most pivotal moments. Without instant recovery, Su-han truly didn't know if he would have had the energy left to challenge the final 100th floor, that uncharted territory no one had ever ventured into. But now, bolstered by these advantages, he could stride forward with confidence, ready to unveil the mysteries of the 100th floor of the trial tower. After defeating the 5 skeleton nobles on the 99th floor, Su-han took a deep breath and walked toward the final 100th floor with unwavering determination. Now, whether it was the viewers glued to their screens watching the livestream or the prodigies of his own cohort who, even after finishing their college entrance exams, still followed his progress, all held their breath, eyes wide, unwilling to miss a single second of what was about to unfold. Under the gaze of the masses, Su-han finally stepped onto the highest floor of the trial tower. At this moment, even if he ultimately failed to complete the challenge, he could hold his head high with pride as he walked out of the exam hall. For even reaching the 100th floor alone, allowing people to glimpse the true form of the trial tower's final boss, was already a monumental achievement unmatched by any who came before him. Su-han deserved the admiration of every Dragon Nation citizen who had ever taken the college entrance exam. Is this the final destination of the college entrance exam? Su-han looked around, only to find complete darkness surrounding him, obscuring everything. Beyond that, only deathly silence reigned. Just as he was about to manipulate his flames to illuminate the path ahead, a resonant, magnetic voice echoed into his ears. Chapter 70, Evenly Matched. Who are you? The voice carried an innate authority befitting someone of high standing. As the voice echoed, flames suddenly flared up around him. Only then did Su-han notice that the walls above his head were covered in European-style wall-mounted lighting fixtures. These were fixtures specifically designed to dispel darkness with flames. He stared intently and finally discerned the architectural style of the 100th floor. The entire space resembled a grand European manor hall, its opulent decorations perfectly complementing the lavish palace-like setting. Seated upon the throne at the farthest end sat a skeleton clad in ornate robes, its presence commanding. It locked eyes with Su-han, its gaze flickering with eerie purple flames, as if poised to devour any intruder daring to trespass upon its domain. Su-han remained silent. He felt there was no need for further words between them. Only battle remained. It was a matter of life and death. This was the inevitable fate between man and monster. Silence hung heavy around them. Even the beating of their hearts could be heard clearly. Suhan clenched his fists, ready to strike at any moment. Now, only battling a formidable opponent could keep him feeling alive. And the formidable aura emanating from the creature before him perfectly suited his desires. Holy, holy! The 100th floor monster is actually a level 40 skeleton lord? This is a monster whose growth potential rivals that of an SSS tier class. No wonder even Mr. Long couldn't conquer the final 100th floor back then. If this kind of monster is the final boss, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, since humans started job changes, I've never heard of anyone breaking level 40 by age 18. Even Mr. Long only reached level 35 back then. Oh no, oh no. If the skeleton lord is the final boss, Suhan's chances of clearing the 100th floor are practically zero. Even so, reaching the 100th floor and letting the world see what the final boss looks like would already be a huge breakthrough. Suhan is destined to go down in history. After 30 years, our dragon nation has finally welcomed a prodigy with the potential to propel our nation forward. Su God is awesome. We Su fans will always support you. But what do you think? Could Suhan actually take down the skeleton lord? A netizen speculated. If he truly does it like you say, he'd be the first in history to achieve such a feat. I can't even imagine what he'll accomplish in the future. Judging by his performance in the previous layers, it does seem like there might be a sliver of possibility. As long as Suhan keeps up his incredible performance, I still hold hope for him to achieve this miraculous feat. That would be even better. With so many SS tier geniuses in this tournament, our dragon nation is finally experiencing a golden age of talent. Netizens engaged in rational discussions online about Suhan's chances of defeating the skeleton lord. This indirectly reflected how Suhan's previous performances had, in their eyes, surpassed Long Taining to some extent, potentially paving the way for a new chapter in history. Back in the trial tower, Suhan's standoff with the skeleton lord persisted. Seeing no response, the opponent showed no anger but pressed on. I sense a repulsive divine aura emanating from you, the very essence of the one who slaughtered my kind. What is your relationship to him? The sudden barrage of questions left Suhan utterly bewildered. Divine essence? Massacre? Relationship? How could he know nothing about any of this? Could the other party be referring to the hidden reward he obtained in the goblin's secret realm? Indeed, it contains sacred type power. And it was indeed an aura loathed by all undead. I don't know what you're talking about. Suhan shook his head, watching the other warily as he prepared for battle. It doesn't matter. Even if you deny it, once I kill you and turn your soul into a puppet, all answers will be revealed. The skeleton lord spoke with utter indifference. Battle was imminent. The boss leapt violently from his throne, charging straight toward Suhan. He drew the knight's long sword from his waist and swung it at the human before him without warning. Faced with the sudden assault, Suhan immediately activated shape gathering, chi dispersing, concealing his form in an attempt to evade the enemy's attack. Another form of divine power. Pity its strength is insufficient, it won't affect me. The skeleton lord swung his sword horizontally, transforming the attack from a downward slash into a sweeping strike. It struck precisely where Suhan had concealed himself. It seemed true to its words. The invisibility granted by gather form, dispersed chi was utterly useless against the skeleton lord. However, mere invisibility alone wouldn't be enough to make Suhan give up. The enhanced attack power from gather form, scatter chi, combined with the special effect of serious punch, made this combo punch a force to be reckoned with. A single punch delivering 1,400 points of force was no less formidable than the skeleton lord's own attacks. Since evasion was impossible, he chose to confront it head-on. Suhan swung his fist toward the boss's long sword. Under the fiery assault, the gauntlet and sword edge sparked blindingly, yet neither side yielded. Instead, locked in mutual defiance, they stood frozen in place. Heat waves clashed with the sword's blue aura, neither force yielding an inch. This deadlocked spectacle left the spectators holding their breath, fearing that the next second might see Suhan swept away by the opponent's powerful sword chi and eliminated outright. Your strength is truly formidable. If we were of equal rank, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. The skeleton lord addressed Suhan. His words were laced with amusement. It seems you've only mastered that man's flame abilities. Could you be his descendant? Nonsense. Suhan couldn't make heads or tails of what the other was saying, instinctively unleashing a punch with all his might. Sacred flames swelled within his palm, blazing fiercely enough to make one's heart race. How amusing. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, the skeleton lord's sword chi surged in tandem with the flames, growing ever more intense. The two forces clashed relentlessly, each striving to outdo the other. 1 minute later, driven by curiosity and a desire to uncover the true source of that unsettling divine aura emanating from Suhan, the skeleton lord brought his blade down with a powerful downward strike, severing the entanglement between man and monster. Try blocking this strike. If you truly are his descendant, you ought to possess such skill. Then, the boss revealed one arm beneath its ornate robes. The stark white bones sent a chill down anyone who saw them. Then, a black orb materialized in its hand. This black sphere feels ethereal yet powerful. The slightest lapse in attention could draw one into its grasp. It seems the skeleton noble's ultimate ability was taught to them by the skeleton lord before them. It was passed down through the bloodline. Try blocking it. The black orb flew towards Su-han. Though it was only a single sphere, the magical power it contained far surpassed that of the skeleton nobles from the previous layers. This was the real deal. Chapter 71, Victory. Instant recovery. Such a powerful magical attack was absolutely impossible for Su-han to block with just serious punch alone. He had to restore himself to peak condition, refresh his skill cooldowns, and rely on the combo of focus punch and gather form, scatter chi to stand a chance. I told you, your strength is insufficient. Even a super powerful skill imbued with divine essence is useless against me. Seeing his opponent vanish from sight once more, the skeleton lord hesitated not a moment. He manipulated the black orb, hurling it straight toward the spot where Su-han had been standing. Su-han knew full well that the skill's invisibility effect was useless against the boss. But he needed more than just the convenience of stealth, he needed the devastating punch that delivered 200% power after vanishing. The crimson gauntlet, enveloped in sacred flames, struck the boss's black orb with a punch brimming with power. Upon impact, the flames clashed with the corrupting aura within the orb, erupting in a blinding white light. Finally, as the white light faded, the terrifying magical attack vanished into nothingness. Su-han had successfully neutralized the sphere's corrosion and gravitational pull with his flames, ultimately blocking the skeleton lord's magical assault. Very good, very good. To withstand this strike, I admit you possess the strength to challenge me. Ha 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 ha. The skeleton lord roared with maniacal laughter. The gaze it fixed upon Su-han was chilling, as if it could pierce straight through his soul. And indeed, that was precisely the case. The strength of this intruder before him stirred a powerful desire within the skeleton lord. Once it refined his soul, it would surely break through its shackles and ascend to a new realm. As for that repulsive divine essence? Once refined, it could be transformed into a purer form of power than ordinary magic, nourishing its entire being. It's been ages since I encountered a human as satisfying as you. Surrender willingly to the embrace of death. The skeleton lord raised his long sword and charged at Su-han once more. Its swordplay was elegant yet devastatingly destructive, leaving no room for defense. Were it not for Su-han's strength advantage granted by serious punch, he would have fallen quickly. Thus, the battle evolved into a protracted struggle. The skeleton lord's magic and oversized sword chi were unique skills with cooldowns, preventing constant use. During the gaps between skill cooldowns, the exchange of punches and sword strikes left neither side able to gain the upper hand. However, Su-han held one significant advantage over the skeleton lord. That was the dozens of instant recovery rewards distributed by the system upon completing daily quests. This was something the boss could never match. As time passed, the sword energy and magic within its body would only diminish. Meanwhile, Su-han only needed to seize the right moment to use his instant recovery, instantly restoring all his stats to peak condition. As the tide turned, the skeleton lord, who had initially dominated, gradually began to lose ground. Your blade has lost its edge. After another clash, Su-han looked at the boss and spoke. Not necessarily. The skeleton lord flashed a meaningful smile. Then, it roared. The crown atop its head suddenly burst into golden light, enveloping its head. Seeing this, Su-han knew he couldn't just stand there watching the enemy transform. He charged straight at it. Instant recovery activated. His 1400 strength attribute slammed directly into the golden pillar of light enveloping the boss, producing a series of cracking sounds. Golden fragments began to peel away, like an animal breaking free from its shell, gradually revealing the monster's true form beneath. It curled its lips at Su-han, revealing a sinister grin. Too bad. It's already too late. The skeleton lord declared. The light column shattered. The once lavish robes transformed into blue-black armor, the crown atop its head vanished, replaced by faint golden patterns seeping into the boss's body. This was the skeleton lord's final form. Su-han was violently knocked back several meters by the sheer force of its aura. A long sword gripped in its hand, its blade pointed directly at the human who had dared to invade its domain. No words were needed. Only the victors of war have the right to write the final epic. Sword energy danced through the air, obliterating every wall of the trial tower. Traces of sword energy, trailing ghostly blue flames, were left behind. Su-han dodged desperately. When faced with unavoidable attacks, he forged a path through sheer force with his iron fists. He keenly sensed the shift in his opponent's power. Reason told him that even with divine techniques at his disposal, reckless direct confrontation was unwise. The best solution now was to use the rewards from daily quests to buy time. To stall until the boss's power surge ended, returning the situation to his advantage. Your scheme won't succeed. The skeleton lord wasn't a fool, he wouldn't squander the opportunity he'd fought so hard to seize. Its second form had consumed the primordial energy stored within its crown to gain this precious 5 minutes of rapidly enhanced power. If the battle isn't concluded within 5 minutes, this stalemate will inevitably end in its defeat. Eternal Night Starfall. A black orb the size of a basketball materialized in its left hand. This magical assault was twice as potent as its previous attack. Serious punch. Suhan knew he couldn't survive between the enhanced sword chi and magic. His only option was to force a breakthrough with sheer power. A futile effort. The Skeleton Lord's longsword erupted with potent sword energy, which, combined with its magic, surged towards Suhan. Ah! The crimson gauntlet collided with the gravitational black sphere and the cloud-like mass of sword energy. The immense force overwhelmed Suhan's fist. The gauntlet began to shatter like a pillar of light, flaking away fragments to reveal the raw flesh beneath. The flames, powerless against the overwhelming gravity, were sucked into the void by the black sphere. In this clash, Suhan was defeated. The cloud mass gained the upper hand, poised to devour his arm. Instant recovery. At the critical moment, Suhan activated the reward from his daily quest. A flash of white light erupted. The severed skin on his hand slowly regenerated, and the flames sucked into the void began to blaze fiercely once more. An inexplicable, inexhaustible force welled up from within him, sustaining his ability to withstand the onslaught before him. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. The skin peeled away once more, and the flames died out again. Instant recovery. Instant recovery. Instant regeneration. If one attempt wasn't enough, then try again and again. After all, Suhan had stockpiled plenty of mission rewards, he wasn't afraid to waste them. Under his bug-like recovery ability, the collective's gravitational pull and destructive force visibly weakened. After over 10 instant recoveries, it finally transformed into a form Suhan could withstand in his normal state. This signaled that the power the Skeleton Lord had exchanged for his life essence was gradually weakening. 5 minutes later, the conglomerate completely dissipated. Golden cracks began to emerge on the Skeleton Lord's pallid bones. This was the sign that its body could no longer withstand the ravages of its primal energy. As a lord of my stature, must this be the end of my journey? It hunched over, thrusting its long sword into the floor, both hands braced against the hilt, a pitiful sight. To perish at the hands of his descendants, such is the fate of our kind. With that, the Skeleton Lord dissolved into dust and ashes, scattered by the wind atop the tower. Only the Lord's sword remained, standing alone and forlorn. Suhan had won. He emerged as the ultimate victor of this war. Chapter 72, Bringing Good News. The Skeleton Lord has turned to dust. Suhan has truly done it, he's made history. The scene of the boss being reduced to ashes was broadcast live, reaching every street and alley across the nation. His friends and family cheered and rejoiced for him. The air was thick with excitement, even drawing fervent online discussions from viewers with no connection to the event. I hereby declare myself a die-hard fan of God Su 100% pure devotion. Based on his college entrance exam performance alone, he deserves at least 4 years of immunity from criticism nationwide. Now I just want to know which university Su Shin will ultimately choose as his next destination. What's there to think about? He's conquered 100 levels, it'd be ridiculous if he didn't go to Peking or Tsinghua, right? Suhan remained completely unaware of the online debates. He had only just returned to reality from the simulation capsule. Congratulations on becoming the national top scholar. Su Dashin walked over, reached out a hand, and gave him a firm tug to help him up. Thank you, Proctor. You've achieved an unprecedented feat. Have you decided which university to attend? If you're still undecided, why not consider Magic City University? As one of the nation's top 5 institutions, its benefits, facilities, and faculty are on par with Peking and Tsinghua. I'm sorry, I already have a university in mind. Thank you for your kind words, sir. Suhan replied politely. He sensed Su Dashin's sincerity, but his path was already set. Now that he'd secured the top national score on the college entrance exam, attending Peking or Tsinghua was a foregone conclusion. No worries, no worries. Even if you don't choose Magic City University, you're always welcome to visit our campus for exchange programs in the future. Su Dashin couldn't hide his disappointment, but since the other party had already made up his mind, he couldn't force the issue. The conversation ended there. With Suhan the sole remaining examinee in the hall, he walked out alone. Outside, journalists who had sensed a blockbuster headline had been waiting for quite some time. The moment they spotted Suhan emerge, they swarmed him, instantly blocking his path. Ignoring the security guards' attempts to intervene, they insisted on asking the newly crowned top scholar questions. Countless black microphones surged back and forth before Suhan, nearly shoved directly into his mouth. Mr. Suhan, having broken the college entrance exam record and claimed the top honors this year, what message would you like to share with the viewers who have been watching the livestream? We heard that just 2 months before the exam, your scores were at the bottom of your class. How did you climb to the top of the nation in just 2 months? Any secrets you can share? What profession did you awaken? Could it be an entirely new one never seen before? Suhan, you. Reporters crowded around, firing questions at him all at once. Suhan had no desire to address these questions, or rather, he didn't want to answer them in the exam hall. If the reporters had questions, he could arrange a press conference through Yang Jian later to address them. Not like this, monopolizing public resources and causing inconvenience to other innocent citizens. Please respect the exam hall order, journalists. Don't startle our examinees. Just then, Woo Young's voice reached Soo-han's ears. He looked up to see Woo Young approaching, wearing dark sunglasses and the association's uniform, followed by a group of staff members. They restrained the frenzied reporters and forcibly created a buffer zone of nearly a meter between them. "Thanks," Soo-han said to Woo Young. "No need to thank me. I'm just following orders." Woo Young replied. "Mr. Yang Jian anticipated you'd make a splash, so he specifically instructed me to escort you back to the association after your exam and keep these reporters at bay." The reporters, separated by staff, desperately tried to squeeze through the gaps in the human wall. But every time a head poked through, it was swiftly pushed back. This chaotic scene drew the attention of onlookers, who couldn't resist pulling out their phones to capture the moment. "Let's go." "All right." With Woo Young and the association staff's assistance, Soo-han finally escaped the reporters' clutches. Back at the association, his family and his mentor-turned-friend Yang Jian were waiting at the entrance. The moment he stepped inside, his mother, Yang Jishio, burst into tears and embraced him tightly. "Son, thank goodness. I knew you could do it." Feeling her overwhelming emotion, Soo-han didn't resist but gently patted his mother's back, trying to calm her. Parents hope their sons become dragons and their daughters phoenixes. Now our son has truly become a dragon. This is cause for celebration. Why are you crying? This isn't like you at all. Father Su Woming approached, gently rubbing his wife's back as he teased. This is what they call tears of joy. If you don't understand, don't speak out of turn. Teased by her husband, Yang Jishio released her embrace of Soo-han and playfully smacked him. Congratulations. Her younger sister, Su Muyu, stepped forward and spoke awkwardly. She had harbored some misunderstandings towards Soo-han before, but now, guided by their master, she too wanted to try and mend her relationship with her brother. However, after years of constant conflict, suddenly changing her attitude proved rather difficult. Thanks. Soo-han responded with a smile upon hearing Su Muyu's words. He was genuinely pleased to hear his sister's congratulations. But don't get too cocky. In 2 years, I'll be able to conquer the 100th floor of the trial tower too. Su Muyu gazed at her brother's handsome face, her cheeks flushing as her inner discomfort grew. To hide her unease, she quickly turned her head away and retorted defiantly. Fine, I know. Soo-han said affectionately. This also resolved a long-standing emotional knot for him, as his relationship with Su Muyu was steadily progressing toward normalization. Good job, kid. The last to speak among them was Yang Jian. His gaze towards Soo-han brimmed with satisfaction. I owe my achievements today entirely to Mr. Yang Jian. I sincerely thank you. With that, Soo-han bowed deeply to Yang Jian. A gentleman knows how to repay kindness. Yang Jian's dedication to him was evident to everyone present. It could be said that Yang Jian had given him a second chance at life. This bow was filled with Soo-han's profound gratitude. I only did what I should have done. Your success is primarily due to your own hard work. Yang Jian quickly helped Soo-han to his feet. Truthfully, the bond between them was far too profound to be repaid with a simple bow. Soo-han silently vowed within himself that once he achieved fame and success in the future, he would repay Yang Jian for recognizing his talent. Chapter 73, The Church's Attention. There's nearly 3 months between the college entrance exams and the start of university. Have you thought about what you'll do during that time? Upon entering the association's inner offices, Yang Jian inquired. Typically, after the college entrance exams, fresh graduates would spend this period breaking through level barriers. By the time university classes began, the levels of freshmen admitted to double first-class universities and above would generally hover around the 22-23 level range. However, given Soo-han's unique circumstances, Yang Jian felt he was growing stronger every day as if there were no level barriers at all. Therefore, conventional methods for breaking through bottlenecks might prove utterly ineffective for him. Under these circumstances, Yang Jian could only respect Soo-han's opinion and inquire about his thoughts. This would facilitate arranging his schedule for the next 3 months. Do you recall what I mentioned during the previous press conference? Soo-han said. During the extended summer break after graduation, I plan to spend the first month tackling suitable uncharted dungeons and secret realms. This will help me develop combat awareness while also gaining recognition, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. For the remaining 2 months, I'll keep them open for now and make arrangements based on how things develop. Got it. Yang Jian nodded. I'll arrange another press conference for you soon. As this year's top college entrance exam scorer and the highest ranked in history, if we don't give those unscrupulous media outlets a chance to ask questions, who knows what absurd stories they'll fabricate. Understood. Soo-han replied. When it came to managing public opinion, Yang Jian truly went out of his way for him. Even the slightest risk of negative publicity demanded preemptive measures. 3 days later, at the press conference venue, Soo-han addressed questions about his college entrance exam experience, his approach to overcoming challenges, and a series of other topics. However, regarding his awakened profession, to prevent indiscriminate attacks from certain anti-social organizations, Soo-han concealed the fact of his second awakening. Instead, he fabricated an entirely new SSS tier profession, the Divine Flame Fist Master, to muddy the waters. After all, no one else in this world would ever awaken the exact same class as him, so he had no qualms about spinning this tale. And so, the press conference concluded. Yet online discussions about the new top-scoring student were far from subsiding. In the days immediately following the college entrance exams, trending topics related to Soo-han dominated the internet. The more restrained ones went like, a historic college entrance exam, the only genius to break through 100 layers, let's dive in. More sensational ones included, shocking. The top scorer's profession is unparalleled, a brand new SSS tier divine flame fist master. Let our editor break it down for you. Then there's the troll version, top scorer kept a stone face throughout the exam. Is it snobbery or just a serious disposition? Though all these stories revolved around Soo-han, few contained genuinely useful information. Amidst the sensational headlines, false information about his awakening of the new profession, Divine Flame Fist Master, caught the attention of a major official faith organization. What are your thoughts? In a secret chamber, the esteemed Chief Bishop St. Peter Harris watched footage of Soo-han's battle on a screen as he addressed the three archbishops beside him. Regardless of the era or location, humanity's spiritual nature dictates that certain individuals require faith to sustain their survival needs. This need was amplified in the age of universal class change. Since the emergence of professions capable of harnessing divine power, the Church's influence had grown substantially once more. Eventually, it even led to the establishment of the Holy Empire, where every citizen was a devout believer. After establishing diplomatic relations with various nations, the Holy Empire founded church branches across these countries to spread its faith and seek out individuals capable of wielding divine power. As for Soo-han in the news, he claimed to have awakened the SSS rank profession, Divine Flame Fist Master. That flame ability that made undead monsters writhe in agony, wasn't it the very embodiment of divinity? An SSS rank class awakener is a strategic level talent in any nation, and Soo-han is one who can legitimately wield divine power. To put it dramatically, bringing him to the Holy Empire and crowning him as the Divine Son would be entirely justified. This is undoubtedly divine power, and it must be bestowed by the highest deity to grant such a noble gift, declared one of the archbishops, Caesar. Precisely. Our Holy Empire absolutely cannot let such a talent slip away. Beyond the current pope, I can think of no one else capable of wielding such pure divine power. Archbishop John chimed in. But Soo-han is a prodigy of the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials would never stand idly by and let us snatch away a future god-tier powerhouse. Archbishop Peter frowned. What about tempting him with extraordinary rewards? I doubt anyone in this world could refuse the chance to become a candidate for the next pope. John proposed a solution. No. What's drawn by fame and fortune will be taken away by more fame and fortune. To make Soo-han truly devote himself wholeheartedly to the divine, we must control his heart. Peter countered. What about using a beauty trap? I recall there's a girl at the monastery around Soo-han's age. She's exceptionally beautiful and has awakened the SS rank class, Holy Knight. She was originally being groomed to become the next Knight Commander. We could use an exchange student slot to send her to Qingbei University now, where she could interact with Soo-han. That makes sense. Once they're alone together, sparks will fly. We can let romance blossom naturally. Then she can whisper sweet nothings in Soo-han's ear, coaxing him to join the Dragon Nation's church and become a faithful devotee of the deity. As the saying goes in the Dragon Nation, heroes have always struggled to resist the allure of beauty. This plan is indeed sound. After much deliberation, the three archbishops ultimately decided to employ the tactic of seduction, hoping to win Soo-han over to join the Holy Empire willingly. Since everyone agrees this plan is sound, let's proceed with the beauty trap. Archbishop Harris spoke up. Given the gravity of this matter, I shall first report to the Pope and seek his approval before proceeding with further actions. Any objections? None. All three shook their heads. Then this secret meeting is adjourned. Harris warned. Remember, everything discussed today is classified information. It must never be disclosed. Should any of you leak a word, your future advancement will likely be blocked. Understood? We understand. The three archbishops nodded hastily in agreement. Soo-han had no idea that a class he'd casually created based on his abilities would stir up such a massive storm. Now, he only wished to proceed according to plan, methodically conquering the remaining uncharted dungeons and secret realms. Chapter 74, Conditions Met, Entering the System's Secret Realm. A month later, Soo-han emerged from an unexplored portal. Media flashes snapped relentlessly at him, yet he didn't even blink. He simply followed the guild staff and swiftly departed the scene. Today marked exactly 30 days since the college entrance exams concluded. During these 30 days, Soo-han's popularity had not waned but surged instead. This was solely because he had conquered several special secret realms that had remained uncharted for years. Originally, according to Yang Jian's plan, the expeditions into secret realms and dungeons were to be conducted privately and discreetly. This was to minimize exposure and avoid disrupting his and his family's daily lives. Yet no matter how meticulous his planning, it couldn't withstand the weight of Soo-han's title as the top-scoring student in the college entrance exams. During this period, the public's gaze was fixed on this 18-year-old youth, his every move drawing the attention of countless people. Therefore, maintaining a low profile was simply impossible. Furthermore, the completion of each uncharted dungeon inherently generated significant social buzz. The combination of these factors created the current situation. After a month of relentless media coverage, however, Soo-han had grown accustomed to reporters and curious onlookers seeking attention. He's become quite adept at handling these situations. He showed real potential as a celebrity-turned-awakened being. Returning to the guild, he walked straight into Yang Jian's office. "Teacher, starting tomorrow, I may need to seclude myself for a while to break through my level bottleneck. Could you help me find a place where I won't be disturbed?" Soo-han asked as he sat down on the sofa. His address to Yang Jian had unconsciously shifted from respectful formality to teacher. Though they weren't formally master and disciple, his deep respect and gratitude for Yang Jian prompted the change. "No problem. Focus on your seclusion. If you need anything, just ask. Aim to break through that bottleneck soon. I'll handle explaining things to your parents," Yang Jian replied. In all the time they'd known each other, this was the first time Yang Jian had ever heard Soo-han mention the word plateau. Indeed, even a genius who outshone his peers would eventually encounter barriers demanding his utmost effort to overcome. "Thank you," Soo-han said. In truth, he had told Yang Jian a small lie. For the coming period, he intended to seclude himself not to break through any bottleneck, but because 3 months prior, he had obtained a secret realm key through the system's daily quests. Now, his 4-dimensional attributes had finally met the minimum requirements for this secret realm. So what he needed to do next was to conquer this secret realm. However, he had no idea how much time this expedition would actually take. It could be as short as a day or two, or as long as a month or two. Moreover, since the items obtained from the system were of unknown origin, he couldn't simply tell the other party about them. It would be far more convenient to simply claim he had hit a bottleneck. A day later, Yang Jian brought Soo-han to a forest on the outskirts of the city. This area had once served as the base of the assassin organization Black Hill. After Yang Jian and his guild members had completely eradicated Black Hill, the territory fell under the guild's jurisdiction. The rarely visited forest, combined with the newly constructed wooden cottage, made it an ideal place for seclusion. "If you need anything, just send me a message and I'll have Wu Yong deliver it to you." Before departing, Yang Jian continued to offer his incessant reminders. "Understood, master," Soo-han replied. Yang Jian added a few more points to note before leaving some provisions and training gear behind and departing the forest. Now, the wooden hut was left with only one person. Soo-han retrieved the secret realm key from his system space and rotated it in the air before him, twisting it as if unlocking a door. Immediately, the space before him crumpled like a ball of paper, folding and twisting until it formed a deep crimson vortex. A secret realm portal materialized out of thin air. The crimson door radiated an oppressive and violent aura. Soo-han had never heard of any secret realm portal being crimson red. But it didn't matter. Since he had already reached the minimum attribute points required by the system to conquer the secret realm, it meant he had every hope of completing the conquest of this place. "I hope the rewards from this secret realm won't disappoint me." Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Soo-han stepped inside. A wave of scorching wind lashed against his skin. After the dizziness passed, he opened his eyes to behold the hellish landscape within the realm. Collapsed skyscrapers littered the landscape, not a single intact structure in sight. Dust swirled in the air, and waves of heat rolled across the land. A blood-red sun blazed overhead, its scorching rays torturing the parched earth below. Before the shattered structures lay countless human skeletons. Their faces contorted in grotesque grimaces, eyes wide and unclosed in death. Their bodies were mangled beyond recognition, covered in bite marks. It was a veritable hell on earth. Soo-han frowned, scrutinizing his surroundings with intense focus. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the structures within the secret realm, though he couldn't quite place why. He could only move slowly, beginning to explore the secret realm. Flames engulfed the city, enveloping the entire area. Soo-han traversed the flames, walking amidst the ruins. Not a single trace of birds, beasts, insects, or fish could be seen. It seemed as though this place had become a forbidden zone for life, where no living creature could survive. After an unknown duration of walking, a deep, guttural growl finally pierced through the sea of flames and reached his ears. Following the sound, Soo-han discovered several monsters. They had the heads of sheep and the bodies of humans, their horns dripping with blood. Though they possessed human-like builds, their backs were perpetually hunched. Their fiery red skin bore faint cracks, as if scorched by flames until parched and cracked. The monsters had been feasting on a human corpse. Upon seeing Soo-han, they immediately turned their heads, staring at him intently. Their eyes held undisguised greed, and saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. Host detected entering special secret realm. From now until mission completion, the system will provide monster information. The system's prompt sounded in his mind. This was the first time Soo-han had heard the system's prompt since his second awakening. Within the portal existing in the real world, his system had been as good as dead. Aside from dispensing daily quests, it had remained silent. That it would now offer additional assistance during his secret realm conquest was truly astonishing. Could it be that the system only activated within realms it had personally assigned to the host? Su-han couldn't be certain. But that wasn't his immediate concern. As the system's prompt sounded for the first time in ages, it brought with it the detailed information on the first wave of monsters he'd encountered in this secret realm. Chapter 75, Demon Inferno. Species, Low-Level Demon. Level, 13. Affiliation, Baron Terrence. Description, inferior demonic beings from the abyss, possessing low intelligence and retaining only primal feeding instincts. The interface displayed a 3D model of the demons before them, accompanied by detailed ability analyses that dissected the monsters with crystal clarity. In this world, beyond ordinary dungeons and secret realms, there exists a most peculiar type of portal. Scattered across the globe, they all lead to the same destination connecting to another identical region. This realm is known to humans as the Abyss. Monsters within the Abyss are far more brutal and vicious than those found in conventional portals, possessing vastly superior strength. Currently, there are 20 Abyss portals worldwide. To prevent the monsters within from breaching the portals and threatening humanity, the nations governing the Abyss's locations periodically dispatch advance teams to systematically purge the monsters within. The members of these advance teams are all at least level 70 revered tier powerhouses. This fact alone underscores the terrifying nature of the Abyss. However, high risk often means high reward. Each time an Abyss expedition is formed, humanity reaps resources worth billions. The nation also encourages independent awakened individuals to form expedition teams, working together to resist powerful enemies and protect their homeland. It is stipulated that, apart from officially organized advance teams, any resources obtained from the Abyss by other awakened individuals are entirely theirs to keep and distribute. The state does not collect a single penny. This has driven countless individuals, brimming with confidence in their abilities, to rush headlong into the Abyss, all for the precious treasures it holds. Yet the monsters within the Abyss were expected to be at least level 50 or higher. The low-level demons before them were only around level 10, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the Abyss monsters they had imagined. Beyond their equally terrifying appearances, they shared no other similarities whatsoever. They're humans. The low-level demons stared at Su-han, their eyes gleaming with greed. They turned their bodies, their emaciated forms revolting to behold. It's been so long since I've tasted the flavor of a living soul. Each word came out with labored effort. The nostrils of these lowly demons flared, as if they could smell the exquisite scent of flesh emanating from Su-han. They could bear it no longer. They lunged forward with frenzied abandon. Ugly maws opened and closed, revealing sharp, grotesque teeth beneath their lips. They clashed together, clanging loudly. Seeing this, Su-han calmly swung his fist. The moment the deep red gauntlet struck the demon's skull, the ram's head shattered into pieces. Blood blossomed in a spray, the dark crimson fluid falling from the sky, mirroring the blood-red sun overhead. One round, and the battle ended abruptly. The foul stench of blood invaded his nostrils, thick and heavy. Within the crumbling building, low-level demons climbed one after another up the tilted exterior. They followed the scent of blood to this place. The gaze they fixed upon Su-han mirrored that of the fallen monsters. Greed, excitement, they made no effort to conceal their inner desires. Creatures devoid of wisdom are easily consumed by their own dark impulses. But foolishness often invites destruction. Failing to gauge the gap between oneself and the enemy, then charging recklessly into battle, this is an utterly irrational act. Yet such actions are fitting for their status as lowly demons. Regardless of species, the cowardly always seek warmth in numbers. The lower the race, the more they favor mob attacks. Countless lowly demons roared as they charged toward Su-han, driven by primal instinct. They were fearless in the face of death, yet utterly laughable. These monsters, averaging only around 10 levels, faced Su-han like toddlers trying to fight an adult. Even if they leaped, they couldn't reach his knees. The gap between an infant and an adult cannot be bridged by mere numbers. Even thousands of tiny ants were no match for a single elephant stump. And the low-level demons were nowhere near as numerous as ants. They rushed forward, desperate to tear even a single intact piece of skin from Su-han's body. A living human being was a premium delicacy, rich with tender flesh and blood. No demon could resist such temptation. Just as the terrifying Abyss cannot stop wave after wave of awakened beings from rushing to their deaths. In the face of absolute gain, any risk was meaningless. Su-han often looked down on creatures that had lost their minds. His fist struck the lowly demons, and instant death was actually a mercy, at least they felt no pain. Beyond those instantly killed, some monsters, even as flames seared their flesh, still struggled to attack Su-han. Pain, whether felt by humans or demons, should be universally understood as long as their sensory systems function normally. Yet they defy convention, driven by instincts that overpowered their last vestiges of reason. This choice brought them profound suffering, even costing them their precious lives. Despite being outnumbered, the battle became almost one-sided. The relentless assaults of the low-level demons drew corresponding responses from Su-han. Then, punch by punch, he shattered skulls, strike by strike, he dealt fatal blows. Death became the best fate for this horde of demons. The sea of flames transformed into a graveyard, burying countless fallen monsters. Their corpses fused with the hellish secret realm, blending seamlessly as if naturally formed. Perhaps demons meant for the abyss, imprisoned here, had their tragic fate sealed from the start. Time slipped away silently as the tide of monsters surging forth gradually waned. Until the last low-level demon fell beneath Su-han's fist, its lifeless form joining the chaotic pile of corpses strewn across the ground around him. If he had advanced any further, there might not even have been room to stand. The blood-red sun beat down relentlessly, its scorching heat roasting the monsters' corpses and sending up thick plumes of white smoke. Exposed to the wilderness, this was their fate. Su-han shifted his feet and departed the scene. Judging by the challenge conditions provided by the system and a deep analysis of the secret realm's difficulty, this group of low-level demons was merely a small appetizer. The true boss monsters, or even elite monsters, had yet to appear. Thus, his journey to conquer this realm was still a long one. Pressing forward was the absolute truth. The secret realm was vast, but uncovering its monsters wasn't particularly difficult. The low-level demons always followed the pungent scent of blood to find Su-han, triggering a predictable sequence. They lost their minds, launched attacks, and met their demise. Gradually, wherever Su-han went, he was always accompanied by piles of monster corpses. Until no more low-level demons followed the scent of blood to find him. Perhaps this signaled that no low-level demons remained in this area. Navigating the fiery wasteland and ruins of the secret realm, Su-han was determined to dig deep into the earth, unearthing every last monster to annihilate them all. Who dares intrude upon my domain? Amidst his search for demons, a voice echoed from the distant sky, piercing Su-han's ears. Chapter 76, Demon Noble? Crushing all in its path. Su-han looked up to see a humanoid monster clad in a navy blue suit, flapping its demonic wings as it flew toward his location. Its goat-like head bore a long beard, and its mouth spewed foul curses. As if Su-han were its sworn enemy, its eyes blazed crimson, its cheeks twitched, and even its animal features contorted in rage. Descending from the sky amidst gusts of demonic wind whipped up by its black wings, the creature finally came to a halt opposite him. Following its arrival came the demon's information provided by the system. Name, Terrence. Race, high-ranking demon. Level, 21. Title, Baron. Description, the lowest rank among demon nobility, a baron. Though inferior to other nobles, he still possesses considerable strength. Among the demon race, only high-ranking demons of noble bloodline are granted the privilege of bearing a name. Ordinary low or mid-tier demons can never possess their own names unless they strive to become vassals of demon nobility. Among the high-ranking demons, a hierarchical system akin to ancient Western Europe exists, divided into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. The higher the noble's rank, the greater their status within the demonic community and the stronger their power. The one now standing before Su-han, bellowing threats to kill him, was a naturally noble demon baron. In theory, demon nobles born in the abyss, even the lowest-ranked barons, possess strength comparable to human nobles of level 60 or higher. Yet this demon baron before him was only level 21, not even as high as the skeleton soldiers he had slain in the trial tower. He looked like a complete imposter. A human? This is the city of demons, how could a human appear here? Terrence exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the intruder's features. At best, it had been 100 years since it last saw a living human. The demon race sought greater power by devouring the flesh and blood of other species, using them as nourishment to strengthen themselves. But ever since it and the people of its domain had been carelessly sealed away in this secret realm by that damned mysterious entity from the abyss, they had never seen another race again. Over time, the demon's power began to wane. Its subjects had ultimately devolved into monsters driven solely by instinct, while it itself had fallen from a mighty 63rd level being to its current frail and feeble state. Human, how did you get in here? Terrence inquired curiously. Too much time had passed, so much so that it had nearly forgotten how deliciously succulent human flesh tasted. Primitive desire surged within its heart, urging it relentlessly to attack Su-han. But as a demonic noble, it was different from those lowly creatures. Maintaining reason and elegance at all times was the most fundamental quality of nobility. Su-han remained silent. He couldn't possibly tell the other that the system had sent him here. Demons from the abyss knew nothing of systems. Why won't you answer? Could it be that you were also dragged in here for no apparent reason? Terrence glared at Su-han with his goat-like eyes. It seethed with rage at the human before it, the slaughter of its domain's subjects. Had it not been for the curiosity gnawing at its heart, it would never have wasted so much time on him. If the man remained silent, it wouldn't mind temporarily indulging its instincts to avenge its subjects. Besides, it hadn't tasted human flesh in a century. Flailing its wings, Terrence charged toward Su-han at breakneck speed. Shedding his gloves to reveal the sharp, razor-like claws beneath, he lunged forward with a fierce swipe. Su-han reacted with lightning speed, flipping backward to dodge the attack. Immediately, he kicked the demon baron's goat-like jaw with his toes, sending a sharp gasp of pain through the opponent. The two separated. Round 2 began, and Su-han chose to strike first. He planted his feet and charged at the monster. His fist, engulfed in flames, slammed straight into Terrence's midsection, tearing a gaping hole through his abdomen. You! Spitting blood, Terrence's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He glanced at Suhan, then looked down at his own body, pierced through, before collapsing stiffly to the ground. With Terrence's death, the empty space before Suhan began to warp and distort. 3 seconds later, another deep crimson portal materialized before him. Clearly, the quest was far from over. Though he had no idea what challenges lay beyond the new portal, it didn't matter. For courage is the anthem of the strong, and all he needed to do now was press forward. He stepped through the portal, heading toward a new realm. The scene before him was almost identical to the Demon Baron's domain. Rolling heat waves, crumbling houses, and swirling dust combined to form a scene straight out of hell on earth. Low-level demons continued to appear. Skinny creatures, upon spotting a living human, charged forward without hesitation. Suhan could even hear them swallowing their saliva. One could only imagine how irresistible human flesh must be to these demons. The new realm proved far more hostile than the first layer. Temperatures soared, and monsters here were generally 2 to 3 levels higher than those below. Yet to Suhan, they were still no match. The low-intelligence demons were like soulless puppets in his hands. Their attacks were stiff and mechanical, posing no threat. They could only endure his punches and accept the hopeless reality of their shattered bodies. The demonic noble of the second layer was still a demon baron. Compared to Baron Terrence, however, this one was of a higher level, apparently not yet weakened to the extent of the latter. Still, it was no match for him. In the end, it met its demise with bitter resignation. Then came the third domain, the fourth domain, all the way to the ninth domain. Suhan held nothing back, swiftly breaching these territories guarded by demon barons. Upon reaching the 10th domain, the levels of mid to low-tier demons finally surpassed level 20, and the guarding nobles changed from barons to viscounts. Within the secret realm, demon viscounts typically ranged from level 30 to 35, significantly stronger than barons. Yet they too fell beneath Suhan's fists, becoming souls lost to his blows. If only it weren't for being trapped here for so long, how could we possibly have been defeated by you? Another demon viscount met its end at Suhan's hands. In its dying moments, it glared at the human who had slain it and screamed frantically. Human, while there's still time, I advise you to stop climbing higher. The Duke's power is far beyond what a mere brat like you can challenge. You're on the brink of death and still have the nerve to worry about others? Seems you haven't fully learned the power of my fists yet. Suhan paid no heed to the demon viscount's veiled threats. One punch sent the opponent's skull exploding, eyeballs popping from their sockets and rolling to his feet. At that moment, the portal to the next realm reappeared. Chapter 77, The Demon Girl. Suhan's conquest of the secret realm continued. For within the demonic realm, only one blood-red sun ever hung high in the sky. It neither rose nor set, bearing no sorrow or joy. Thus, he had no conventional way to gauge how long he'd been trapped within the secret realm. He could only gauge the passage of days by the gradual increase in his 4-dimensional attributes. Now, his 4-dimensional attributes had reached 115. This meant that exactly half a month had passed since he had entered the secret realm. Throughout this period, he remained locked in ceaseless combat. Demons would constantly surge forth from all directions, charging at him tirelessly. Were it not for the dozens of instant recoveries he had accumulated earlier, Suhan might have truly been injured from exhaustion. It was easy to see how crucial it was to persist in completing daily tasks. After defeating yet another demon viscount, he entered a new realm. In the relentless chaos of battle, Suhan had long since lost count of how many monsters he had vanquished or how many demon nobles he had slain. He had even lost track of how many realms he had traversed. Now, the only gauge of his progress was the rank of the gatekeeper demons encountered in each realm. He arrived at a new layer of the realm. Suhan walked through the ruins, where low-level demons occasionally emerged, instinctively launching attacks at him. Yet here, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. In previous realms, low-level demons had appeared in endless waves. Why, then, had he not encountered a single demon here for so long? Could it be that they were all cowering in fear, intimidated by the aura he radiated? But weren't low-level demons supposed to be mindless? Suhan couldn't understand it, so he continued exploring. After an unknown amount of time, when he finally reached an open clearing, he spotted a creature clad head to toe in deep crimson armor, wielding a Western-style knight's longsword. The armor gleamed a reflective red, its design mimicking dragon scales, layers of overlapping plates radiating an imposing presence even at rest. It wore a helmet matching the armor's hue, adorned with a blue feather from an unidentifiable bird species. Seated astride a protruding rock in the clearing, its legs spread wide, it held a Western knight's longsword. Upon seeing Suhan, the mysterious creature rose to its feet but did not attack. This alone indicated it was no low-level common demon. Such creatures would charge madly at the sight of a human. The demon information prompt from the system also failed to appear. Suhan was now somewhat confused about the creature's true identity and whether it had any connection to this peculiar realm. As he pondered briefly, the blood-red creature suddenly ripped off the gloves covering its hands and flung them toward him. It was clearly the gesture of a medieval Western knight challenging someone to a duel. Before Su-han could catch the glove, it gripped the sword hilt with both hands, preparing for battle. Thus, even if he didn't want a duel, he now had no choice but to accept. Traditionally, a Western European knight's challenge required the opponent to catch the gauntlet to formally accept the duel. But this abrupt move made the whole thing seem rather awkward. It smacked of coercion. The duel began. The genderless creature launched the first attack. Wielding a long sword, it charged toward its enemy and swung down with a vertical strike. Su-han certainly wasn't going to stand idly by. Clenching his fists, he gradually faded from view before lashing out at the mysterious creature. The sudden loss of vision left the armored creature momentarily disoriented. It halted, gazing around in bewilderment. Clang! As the fist swung toward it, the red armored creature reacted, instinctively blocking with its sword where it anticipated the attack would land. The gauntlet and the long sword collided. In both effectiveness and quality, Su-han's weapon clearly held the upper hand. He slammed his fist into the blade. The sheer force made the opponent unable to hold the hilt, forcing him to release his grip. He tumbled several times on the ground before flying away in a disheveled heap. With that, the childish knightly duel came to an abrupt end. Su-han saw no reason to spare his opponent. He charged forward, straddling the red armor with both feet. Flames roared from his clenched fist, poised to strike and send the creature to the underworld. Wait! Wait! I surrender! Don't kill me! At this critical moment, the creature beneath the armor finally spoke its first words. The voice sounded like a young woman. She raised her hand and removed the crimson helmet, revealing the face beneath. Large eyes, a high nose bridge, and deep blue short hair cascading down her back. Her gaze was filled with sheer terror. This looked undeniably human. Immediately, the system's information popped up. Name, Lucia. Race, high-ranking demon. Level, 36. Title, Countess in Waiting. Description, daughter of Demon Earl Aaron, dreams of inheriting her father's will. A demon possessing the appearance of a human woman? Su-han stared blankly at the system message for a moment. All the demon nobles he'd encountered before had animal heads and human bodies. This was the first time in his long quest through the secret realm that he'd seen a demon with a fully human form. You attacked me without provocation. Why should I spare you? Su-han stared coldly at Lucia and asked. Isn't that a duel between knights? Dad told me that if you encounter a worthy opponent, you should follow knightly custom, throw down your gauntlet to issue a challenge. Lucia, fearing Su-han might accidentally smash her skull with his fist, hurriedly explained. She crossed her arms in front of her, unable to meet the man's gaze. Didn't your father tell you that a knightly duel requires mutual consent? Ha! I really didn't know that. Dad never mentioned it. I thought throwing down the gauntlet was enough to start a duel. Lucia's tone was filled with genuine surprise. She shifted her fingers, revealing a small gap, and peered through it to secretly observe Su-han. What a handsome face. Just one glance, and Lucia felt herself falling. He was 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more handsome than her own father. Even the faint trace of crimson blood that had accidentally stained his face seemed perfectly natural. Don't think you can get away with this. Su-han frowned, flames swiftly engulfing his gauntlets. Should the other dare resist, he'd send him straight to meet his maker. I'm telling the truth. Please don't kill me. If you spare my life, I swear on my title as an earl in waiting that I will repay your mercy. Lucia's voice trembled as she shivered and begged for mercy. Chapter 78, Legends of the Demon Clan. You. Seeing the demoness' cowardly, timid demeanor, Su-han was speechless. He had slain countless demon nobles, yet none had ever feared death as intensely as she did. It was enough to kill his own enthusiasm for the task. Stepping away from Lucia, Su-han stood to the side, watching her coldly. To prevent her from suddenly lashing out, his fist remained wrapped in flames, ready to end the fragile demon's life at any moment. Get up! Su-han said expressionlessly. Yes, yes. Lucia scrambled to her feet at his command. She brushed the dust off her entire body, yet dared not lift her head to meet Su-han's gaze. To save her life, the only thing she could do now was stand obediently in place, awaiting the instructions of the person before her. If you want to live, lift your head and look me in the eye. Her timid demeanor made Su-han uncomfortable. She was the descendant of the Devil Count, yet not a shred of noble pride could be sensed in her. Instead, she resembled a naive, innocent girl. Such behavior utterly disgraced the reputation of demonic nobility. Yes, sir. Lucia flinched and quickly raised her head. But when she saw Su-han's face, she froze stiffly in place, not daring to move an inch. Ah! So handsome. Lucia felt like she was about to faint. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you make any move other than answering, my fist will smash your skull open. Got it? Su-han said. To save her life, Lucia could only nod repeatedly. Though he had a handsome face, his temperament was truly awful, nothing like her gentle father. First question, where have all the demon citizens in your domain gone? Why have I only found a handful of demons after searching for so long? You mean those mindless low to mid-level demons? Most of them were killed by my father. The few remaining ones are all working as servants in our castle. Lucia replied. Aren't they the citizens of your domain? Why did your father kill those demons? It's a long story. To trace the reason, we have to go back to our clan's traditions. I don't want to hear nonsense. You'd better make it quick. Suhan brandished his flame-clenched fist. Alright. Don't kill me, Lucia said. According to demonic tradition, to maintain normal life functions, we must consume the flesh and blood of other races. But our kind is different from the rest. Father told me we are the most unique among demons. The energy within us is remarkably stable, and we don't need to feed on other races to strengthen ourselves. Therefore, we have strict codes of conduct to govern ourselves. Anyone who violates these standards will be executed on the spot. Then how do you grow stronger? Suhan asked. Through combat. The more battles we fight, the stronger we become. But if we stop fighting, we gradually lose our abilities. Compared to other demons, though, thanks to the stability of the energy within us, we lose our abilities much more slowly than they do. Even so, my father's level dropped from 65 to 37. And most ordinary people have long since become mindless monsters. Father couldn't bear to watch them lose their dignity as demons, so he took action to end their suffering. At this point, Lucia lowered her head, her mood visibly sinking. A hint of self-reproach even crept into her tone. So by your account, your own strength has declined significantly too? No. I've been trapped here since birth. Over 100 years, my level has risen from 1 to 36. Why? Because my father always sparred with me. He was far stronger than I was. Fighting him repeatedly gradually strengthened my own power. Dad also taught me what it means to be a knight and the spirit of chivalry. He's truly amazing. Lucia's eyes sparkled with admiration when she spoke of her father. It was clear that Count Aaron had truly shielded his daughter well. Is that why you threw down the gauntlet to me? Yes. Lucia nodded repeatedly. Alright, next question. I see most demon nobles take the form of beasts with human heads, but why do you appear human? I don't know. I was born this way. Father says it's a blessing from the heavens, freeing me from the curse of the demonic lineage. Oh, and my father has a lion's head. A blessing from heaven. Heaven forbid anyone should think demons worship human gods. That phrase felt a bit jarring when applied to an abyssal monster. What exactly is this curse of the demonic race you mentioned? It's a curse left behind by the deities we once worshipped. Lucia explained. Father told me that long ago, the deity our demon clan worshipped was betrayed by the deities of other races. Then, our god and the other gods began a great war. In the end, our demon deity couldn't fight alone against so many enemies and lost the war. To protect the people who loved and followed him, our god made a deal with those despicable beings. He agreed to be banished from Blue Star in exchange for saving our lives. After that, we lost our god. Then, those hypocritical scoundrels banished us to barren lands, imprisoning us for eternity. They even forbade us from maintaining our original appearances, forcing us to bear beastly heads instead. But then again, aren't you just like me, a demon with a human face? This is the first time I've ever seen another demon who looks human besides myself. That's why curiosity drove me to challenge you to a knightly duel. Lucia gazed at Suhan, her cheeks flushing slightly as she spoke blankly. Who told you I'm a demon? Aren't you a demon? Lucia scratched the back of her head and retorted. I'm human. I knew it. You must be too. Lucia stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. What are you? Human. You're human? Her voice cracked with shock. Impossible. Impossible. This is the Demon Tower, a place where demons are imprisoned. How could a human be here? You must be lying to me. Why would I deceive you? You're so weak. Suhan glanced at her and said. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Receiving confirmation, Lucia shrieked in terror. Her father had told her humans were evil creatures who devoured demons whole, leaving nothing behind. He warned her that if she ever encountered one, she should either kill it outright or turn and run. But in this tower of demons, she had never once seen a human. Long ago, she had cast her father's warnings to the wind. Now, encountering Suhan, wasn't this just another form of walking into the lion's den? Chapter 79, Chatterbox Lucia. Keep jumping like that, and I'll send you straight to meet your demon god. Suhan clenched his fist and slammed it into the barren ground, leaving a deep crater. Yes, sir. Lucia was shaken by the force of the punch, snapping to attention and standing straight. She had provoked others herself, now escape was impossible. Answer me. Do you know any way to reach the domains of other upper-tier demon nobles? I know. My father regularly travels to the upper realms for demon noble meetings. He must know how to reach other demon noble territories. Take me to see your father, and I'll spare your life. Suhan declared. Given his skepticism about the intelligence's reliability, he still felt it necessary to meet Count Aaron first to determine the truth in Lucia's words. If she was lying, then based on his experience conquering so many layers of demon realms, he would have to kill the ruling demon nobles at each level to open the passage to the next layer. In other words, he must locate and eliminate Count Aaron. The most time-efficient way to locate the Count was to have Lucia, as his daughter, personally guide them. This way, he wouldn't have to waste time wandering aimlessly through the realm. Simple and efficient. Though it was indeed cruel to have the seemingly innocent Lucia personally guide the human who would soon become her father's killer to find her own father. But for the sake of conquering the secret realm, humanitarianism had to be temporarily set aside. Are you telling the truth? A gentleman's word is as good as 4 horses pulling a chariot. No way. Dad told me humans are all liars. I can't take you to see him. Are you sure? I may be weak, but I have my principles. No means no. If you insist, then kill me, Lucia declared with unwavering resolve. Very well, then. I shall grant your wish. Sacred flames engulfed the gauntlet as it swung with brutal force. Lucia trembled all over and closed her eyes. Just as the ferocious iron fist was about to shatter her skull, Suhan reined in his fist, halting the attack. Lucia opened her eyes, staring at the flame-covered gauntlet mere inches from her face. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Why didn't you kill me? Still drowning in terror, Lucia crossed her arms tightly around her shoulders. Though your strength is weak, your refusal to compromise on matters of principle demonstrates the courage befitting a knight. You should be grateful that your noble qualities saved your life. You mean I possess the same noble qualities as a knight? Suhan nodded. I've proven through action that I walk my talk. Given my strength, if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. What you do next is up to you. Lucia fell deep in thought. She looked at Suhan, then recalled her father's warnings. Amidst her conflicting emotions, she finally made her decision. You have a point. I choose to trust you. A wise choice. Suhan smiled faintly. The plan succeeded. Afterward, he reached out and pulled Lucia up from where she had collapsed in fear. Human and demon had forged a fragile alliance. They walked through the endless scorched wasteland. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of life. Nothing but flames and ruins. Ever since deciding to help Suhan meet her father, Lucia seemed less afraid of him. She gradually revealed her chatty nature. What's your name? This place is full of imprisoned demons. Why are you here in the demon tower? Did you get locked up for something too? Are you really human? Not a demon disguised as a human like me? What's the outside world like? Can you tell me about it? I've been here since birth. I have no friends, and my father forbids me from making any. Every time he goes to the upper levels for noble meetings, he forbids me from accompanying him. He says if other demon nobles saw me looking like this, they might lose control and kill me. Can you be my friend? That way, my very first friend would be completely different from all the other demons. A human and a demon becoming friends, this might be the first time in history. Can you shut up? Suhan stared at Lucia, utterly speechless. He was starting to regret sparing this peculiar demon. She was a complete chatterbox. He might as well have sent her to the afterlife with a single punch earlier. At least then he wouldn't have to endure her constant chatter. Oh. Lucia sensed Suhan's mood and promptly shut her mouth. She stole a glance at the handsome face beside her, but when caught, she immediately lowered her head. Sorry. Why the sudden apology? Suhan was baffled by her reaction. I haven't spoken to anyone besides my dad in so long. So when I met you, I got a little excited and couldn't control my emotions. You're not mad, are you? If you keep talking like that, I really will get angry. Suhan snapped irritably. Got it. I'll stop talking. Lucia covered her mouth, blinking her sapphire-like eyes innocently. If you understand, then just guide us properly. How much longer until we reach your father's castle? Almost there. Just past that pile of collapsed buildings, and you'll see my dad's castle. Lucia replied. After that, the two walked the rest of the way in silence. Along the way, unable to chatter non-stop, Lucia forced herself to suppress her urge to talk, instead secretly admiring Suhan's handsome face. Grandfather Lion, I'm back. Please open the castle gates for me. Stopping before the castle gates, Lucia raised her voice and called out to the goat-headed demon dressed as a butler above. The young lady has returned. Open the gates immediately. The butler demon named Lion spotted Lucia and promptly instructed the demon guards stationed at the gate. The massive castle gates swung open. Suhan and Lucia smoothly entered the castle courtyard. The classic European castle, with its dark architectural style, had a unique charm all its own. Miss, you're finally back. The master said if you didn't return soon, he'd go out looking for you himself. As soon as they entered, the butler Leon rushed out to greet them. He took Lucia's hand and said, "That's out of the question. With father's current condition, he mustn't exert himself any further. He coughs up blood after just a few steps now. Where is he now? In his room? I'll go see him immediately." Lucia immediately tried to rush deeper into the castle. Count Aaron was her closest relative. She couldn't bear to see her father ruin his health for her sake. Chapter 80, Count Aaron. The master is resting in the main bedroom, young lady. Since you've just returned, perhaps you should change your clothes first before going to report your safe arrival. Lion suggested, observing Lucia's weary and dusty appearance. Count Aaron's poor health was a well-known fact among the castle servants. He had sustained old injuries during an attack by monsters of other races in the abyss. Before his power began to wane, he could suppress the injuries with the energy within him. But recently, as his level continued to decline, the old wounds flared up again. They had become so severe that any sudden excitement caused him to cough up blood and faint. What kind of time is this? Does my father's life hold less importance than the family's rules? Lucia grew impatient, ignoring the warnings and attempting to push past into the inner chambers. Lion, witnessing this, remained unyielding. He understood her concern for the Earl. If Lucia were returning to the castle alone, he wouldn't have interfered. But at this very moment, an unknown individual followed closely behind his young mistress. He had to ascertain this person's identity to prevent any danger to the Count. You may enter, miss, but the man behind you cannot. Lion stated firmly. He looked at Su Han and noticed that the man shared the same human appearance as Lucia. A hint of surprise flashed in his goat-like eyes. This was the first time he had ever seen a demon with human features besides his mistress. Such an unusual identity demanded Leon's attention. He is. Lucia started to explain, but the thought of Su Han's human identity suddenly left her at a loss for words. If grandfather Leon discovered the other was human, a life or death battle would undoubtedly erupt between them. After all, not every demon shared her curiosity and peaceful attitude toward humans. Most demons attacked humans without a second thought. After all, according to the legends, it was the gods of other races who banished the demons into the abyss. Among them, the deities of humanity had contributed the most. Love extends to the beloved's possessions. Naturally, demons came to despise humans as well. My name is Su Han. I'm human. Before Lucia could formulate a reason, Su Han spoke directly. He had no intention whatsoever of concealing his identity before this group of demons. From the moment they entered the castle courtyard, he had sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the inner side of the castle's main gate. Judging by its intensity, it felt significantly stronger than any of the demons present. The only demon capable of such overwhelming power, aside from the castle's master, Count Aaron, was unimaginable to Su Han. He must have heard his daughter returning home and rushed to greet her without delay. Only to discover she had brought back a stranger, one whose identity likely belonged to their race's sworn enemy. Thus, playing it safe, he had chosen to hide behind the door and observe for the time being. However, with Count Aaron present, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by and watch his subjects and daughter lose their lives for nothing. Therefore, even if both sides made moves to attack, Su Han was certain he would intervene to stop them. As Su Han scrutinized the butler, Leon, information about the demon before him appeared. Name, Lion. Race, intermediate demon. Level, 31. Status, loyal vassal of Count Aaron the demon. After being granted his name by the Count, he became the steward of the Count's domain, always prioritizing the Count's family rules and the safety of the Count's household above all else. You're human? Lion's pupils contracted sharply at Su Han's words. He instantly assumed a combat stance. The other demonic retainers guarding the castle immediately drew their weapons, surrounding Su Han where he stood. This is the Devil's Tower. How could any human possibly exist here? What is your true identity? Tell us the truth, or we will forcibly suppress you according to our house rules. I told you I'm human. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Su Han spread his hands in surrender. Given your insolent behavior, we shall arrest you and imprison you according to the law. Lion waved his right hand, signaling his servants to attack Su Han. Grandfather Lion, please calm down. He's my friend here to visit my father. Lucia hurriedly explained, trying to prevent the situation from escalating. But the stubborn butler ignored Lucia's plea, still preparing to lay hands on the unidentified man before him. Are you sure you want to arrest me? Su Han raised an eyebrow. He wasn't afraid of a fight anyway. Among this bunch of demons in the manor castle, there was probably no one who could withstand even a single punch from him. Such an arrogant attitude demands punishment according to family regulations. Lion showed no sign of backing down. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. As the demons closed in around Su Han, encircling him, the inner doors of the castle suddenly burst open. All of you, stop right now. A demon with a lion's head emerged from within. Leaning heavily on his scepter, he limped into the courtyard. Daddy! Lucia, recognizing the arrival, rushed forward and threw her arms around him. My lord! Every demon present, except Su Han, knelt on one knee upon seeing Aaron. They bowed their heads respectfully to the lion-headed demon. He was Count Aaron, the lord of this domain. You may all withdraw for now. He waved his hand, signaling for Lion and the other servants to withdraw. Yes, sir. The servants, receiving their orders, wasted no time and promptly returned to their respective duties. Count Aaron then turned his gaze to Su-han, scrutinizing this fellow who bore a striking resemblance to his own daughter. With distinguished guests present, the servants may have been a bit out of line. Please don't take offense. It's fine. I understand. Su-han replied. Aaron's attitude revealed him to be a demon with discerning taste and open-minded views. At the very least, he could maintain his composure upon encountering humans, make timely judgments, and prevent his domain from suffering unnecessary losses. Let's go inside to talk. It feels a bit desolate out here in the courtyard. Aaron gestured invitingly, clearing a path for Su-han to enter the inner chambers. Lucia linked her arm through her father's, stealing glances at Su-han to gauge his reaction. All right. Su-han nodded. Following Aaron and Lucia, he entered the inner chambers of the castle. Inside the castle, in the reception hall, Su-han and the count and his daughter sat facing each other on two sofas, with cups of tea brewed by the servants placed before them. Over the past extended period, Lucia had thoroughly explained to Aaron the circumstances of her encounter with Su-han and the subsequent developments. Now, the discussion turned to how to send Su-han to the upper demon realm. First, I must thank you for showing mercy to my daughter. She has been sheltered by me since childhood and knows little of the world. This time, she nearly caused a major disaster. Count Aaron said to Su-han. Chapter 81, The Earl's Dilemma. We're simply pursuing our own interests. Su-han waved his hand dismissively in response. His gaze flickered with surprise as he studied the information before him about Earl Aaron. Name, Aaron. Race, high-ranking demon. Level, 37. Title, Earl. Description: once a formidable contender for the position of Demon Duke, he was defeated by the current Demon Duke, Caesar, during the succession struggle and suffered severe injuries. He now lies on the brink of death. Who would have thought a mere demon count possessed such a glorious past? No wonder he could protect Lucia so well even in the harsh environment of the Demon Tower. Alas, his glory days are now behind him, a truly lamentable turn of events. That said, you did spare my daughter's life. To repay your kindness, I can open our family treasury and allow you to choose any item as compensation. What do you think? Agreed. Why pass up a free gift? With such a free opportunity to pick treasures, Su-han wouldn't pass it up for anything. Additionally, I do know how to reach the next level. One need only use the teleportation stone to freely traverse between the various demon realms. Aaron stated. However, according to the Noble Pact, each demon noble may possess only one teleportation stone. I have no spare artifact to give you. Then what should we do? Su-han frowned and asked. Besides this method, there is another way to open a portal to the next demonic realm. It is. Count Aaron paused mid-sentence, glancing at Su-han as if hesitating to continue. The peculiar look on his face made Su-han understand immediately. The other method was clearly to kill the ruler of each realm. After all, he had reached this point through indiscriminate slaughter. Aaron likely hesitated to voice it outright due to Lucia's presence. My dear daughter, would you mind stepping out for a moment? I'd like to speak privately with your friend, if that's all right? Aaron turned to his daughter beside him and spoke gently. I understand. You two go ahead and talk. Unaware of the situation, Lucia nodded innocently. She stood up and walked out of the reception room, leaving Su-han and Earl Aaron, one human, one demon, facing off against each other. You should be well aware of the other method, shouldn't you? With his daughter absent, Aaron dropped all pretense and addressed Su-han directly. I know. Su-han took a sip of tea. If there's no other way, I won't mind taking that step. Sigh. Aaron glanced at Su-han across from him, his expression as calm as still water, and sighed helplessly. I truly cannot transfer the teleportation stone to you. So there's nothing to discuss then? When I was dragged into this desolate demon tower, I should have seen this day coming. Aaron stared intently at Su-han with a grave expression. It truly cannot be transferred. However, I can exploit the artifact's rules to send you to the upper levels. How? Su-han perked up at the suggestion. We demon nobles don't use teleportation stones casually. They can only be activated during periodic noble assemblies to reach the upper levels. The teleportation stone can accommodate 2 living beings. When the time comes, I can bring you along with me. But? Count Aaron's expression darkened. But what? The physical differences between humans and demons are too pronounced. If other demon nobles discover your human identity, a fierce battle would be inevitable. If matters escalate to this point and you ultimately lose, our entire family will be sentenced to severe punishment for harboring a human, executed to the last man. I understand. Su-han replied. He understood Count Aaron's predicament. If he refused to use the teleportation stone to ascend to the upper levels, he would ultimately slaughter every demon within the domain himself. But if he brought him up, Aaron's human appearance would guarantee that the other demon nobles would accuse him of betraying his own kind. They would slaughter Aaron, his family, and his servants without exception. Thus, from Aaron's perspective, death was inevitable either way. It was merely a matter of choosing a more dignified manner to meet it. Yet this dilemma held a solution. If Su-han proved powerful enough to defeat the Demon Duke, Aaron's family would not only survive but soar to unprecedented heights. For once the demon nobles were all dead, their family would stand alone as the sole surviving branch, towering above the rest like a crane among chickens. They could then seamlessly inherit the duke's title and ascend to the throne of Demon King. Yet, in Aaron's view, Suhan, a mere human who stumbled into the demon tower, had already achieved the impossible by reaching this point. The current demon duke, Caesar, was once a super powerful being nearing level 90 in the abyss. Even after being imprisoned in the demon tower and experiencing a decline in power, he likely still possessed a strength level of around 40 to 50. He was simply no match for a youth as young as Suhan. I can help you eliminate the other demon nobles at the Noble Council, Suhan declared confidently to Aaron. You should know very well that you have no choice. Trusting me might offer a glimmer of hope. Refuse me, and your domain will be reduced to ruins in an instant. You are correct. Aaron bowed his head. As Suhan had said, he truly had no choice. In that case, may I ask a favor of you? Consider it the price for my assistance. What is it? If we ultimately lose this battle and you survive, I beg you to protect my daughter Lucia at least once before you die. No problem. Suhan agreed without hesitation. Then he added, perhaps you could look at things from a more positive angle. At the very least, I've always believed I won't be defeated. You're truly confident, Aaron remarked. He sensed a powerful aura emanating from the man, but with his current abilities, he couldn't tell from aura alone whether Suhan or the demon Duke Caesar was stronger. Of course. If you still harbor ambition, you should at least have faith in me. After all, we're bound together like grasshoppers on the same string. You have a point. Aaron replied affirmatively. The next noble assembly will convene in 3 days. I shall accompany you to the upper levels then. As for the remaining days, please rest well within the castle. I shall see to your every comfort. You may use this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the culture of our demonic race. May we both enjoy these 3 days in peace. May your words prove prophetic. Suhan nodded in agreement. It's getting late. I've instructed the servants to prepare your quarters. I wish you a pleasant evening. Aaron rose and accompanied Suhan out of the reception hall. Despite the immense pressure and the severe toll his injuries were taking on his body, he maintained perfect posture throughout, striving to uphold the precious dignity befitting a demonic noble. This quality earned him a measure of respect from Suhan. Chapter 82, Sudden Change. Before retiring for the night, would you care to join us for dinner? We could celebrate our new alliance. As the Count, Aaron personally led Suhan on a tour of the entire castle complex. But don't you not need to eat? Suhan inquired. Demons subsisted on the flesh and blood of other races, holding the food of other species in utter contempt. Yet within the demon tower, no other races existed besides their own kind. Moreover, the barren environment made cultivation impossible. So where did they find sustenance? You wouldn't expect me to join you in eating your own kind, would you? No, of course not. Aaron hastily waved his hands. Our clan has a rule: even if we starve to death, we never devour our own kind. That's the dignity and honor of demons. So what do you plan to feed me? Just ordinary vegetables and pork, beef, or lamb. Because of our clan's unique position among demonic races, we're relatively less averse to these things. We might even say we enjoy them. But the demon tower is utterly desolate. Where do these things you speak of come from? To be honest, our family treasury holds a sacred artifact that allows communication and trade with the outside world. Occasionally, I exchange items from the castle for food from outsiders. Aaron's face twisted into a helpless expression. It's a pity for the people of my domain. They followed me into this endless hell, starving and freezing, enduring the agony of their energy slowly dissipating. Are there many valuable items in the tower you could take out to trade? Of course not. Aaron shook his head. Precisely because valuable items are scarce, the chance to trade for food becomes all the more precious. I usually can't bring myself to use these things for my own enjoyment. Only when high-ranking demon nobles visit do I bring some out to entertain them. I see. As they chatted, they admired the castle grounds and gradually made their way to the dining hall. By then, Lucia had changed into a plain white everyday outfit and was seated, waiting quietly for the meal. Dad, Suhan, are you two done talking? Lucia asked them with a smile. Her innocent demeanor made it utterly impossible to believe she was a top-tier demon of limitless potential within the demon race. Yes, I had a very pleasant conversation with your father. Suhan sat down naturally beside Lucia, while Aaron took his usual seat at the head of the table. A 10-meter-long dining table was covered with a white lace-trimmed cloth. Yet upon this enormous table lay a paltry 5 or 6 dishes and only 3 sets of cutlery. One could only imagine how austere their life within the demon tower truly was. These dishes were all prepared by the castle chef at my request. Try them and see if they suit your taste. Even at mealtime, Aaron maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, never opening his lion's mouth to devour the food. Compared to Aaron, Lucia's eating habits were far wilder. But it was understandable after all, opportunities to savor such delicacies were rare within the demon tower. This time, she was truly riding on Suhan's coattails. Not only had her father refrained from punishing her for her prolonged absence, but she'd even turned misfortune into fortune by getting to savor the delicacies she'd longed for. Suhan, don't just stand there. Eat up. Lucia stuffed food into her mouth while turning to say to Suhan. Her current demeanor bore no trace of the dignified bearing Aaron had demanded. Is the food not to your liking? Aaron lifted his eyes, setting down his knife and fork to inquire. No, the food looks absolutely delicious. Then eat up. Hearing this, Lucia promptly shoved a piece of steak onto Suhan's plate. Try this, it's absolutely delicious, I tell you. I never get to eat stuff like this normally. Watching the devil girl beside him with her adorably clueless expression, Suhan finally picked up his knife and fork. The steak didn't exactly blow him away, it tasted like ordinary steak. Perhaps for demons, this kind of food was considered a delicacy. But to Suhan, accustomed to human cuisine, it was just a rather ordinary steak. How does it taste? Lucia watched as Suhan took a bite, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked. Actually. Suhan was carefully crafting words in his mind to spare the girl as much hurt as possible. Enough, Lucia. When you eat, you should eat properly. What manner is this? Just then, Aaron stepped in, sternly putting a stop to Lucia's behavior. He instructed her to sit properly at her place and savor the meal. Yes, father. Startled by Aaron's words, Lucia quickly tucked her neck in, shedding her earlier casual demeanor, and began eating the dishes before her in small bites. Lucia is so inconsiderate. I apologize for her behavior. Aaron then shot Suhan an apologetic glance. It's fine. I actually think she's quite charming this way, very genuine. Suhan replied with a smile. I'm glad you don't mind. Aaron said. Then he turned to Lucia. I'll deal with you later about sneaking out for so long. After you finish your meal, remember to take our honored guest to the prepared room to rest. Got it, Dad. Lucia nodded. One more thing, go fetch Grandfather Leon to my office shortly. Yes, sir. And? Aaron looked at Lucia, about to say something more. But suddenly, he stopped speaking. The next second, he fell straight backward onto the floor. His hands clutched his chest as he contorted his face in agony. Dad! The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. The previously cheerful atmosphere instantly turned tense. Lucia, seeing this, immediately stopped eating and rushed to Aaron's side, helping him up. Daddy, what's wrong? Don't scare me like that. Lucia's tears streamed down her face as she feared Aaron might never wake up again. Don't panic. Suhan also approached. He crouched down, soothing Lucia. I'll watch over the count for now. You go immediately and gather all the servants in the castle to help. If there's a doctor in the castle, bring them too. Alright, I'll go right away. Lucia wiped away her tears and quickly composed herself. Seeing Suhan's composed expression, she felt a surge of strength within herself. She immediately turned and ran to gather all the servants in the castle to the dining hall. Chapter 83, Bearing Their Hearts, Father and Daughter's Exchange. Together, they carefully carried the unconscious Aaron back to his bedroom. Afterward, Butler Leon dismissed the assisting servants, leaving only Suhan, Lucia, and himself in the bedroom to watch over the unconscious Earl. Miss, what exactly happened just now? How did the master suddenly faint? Lion looked at Lucia and asked her to explain the situation. I don't know either. We were just eating. Dad saw how messy I was eating and couldn't help but say a few words to me. Then, while talking, he just collapsed on the floor out of nowhere. Lucia explained, her voice tinged with hurt. Her eyes were moist, and she seemed on the verge of tears at any moment. Perhaps the master became too emotionally agitated while speaking. Combined with the fact that he couldn't see you during your recent runaway period, he hasn't been sleeping well and has been anxious every day. The accumulated exhaustion triggered the old injury from that sneak attack by that scoundrel Caesar, leading to his current state. Leon speculated. What should we do now? If father never wakes up, I don't want to live either. Hearing this, Lucia completely broke down, tears streaming down her face. Please don't worry, young lady. Good people are protected by heaven. He will be fine. Seeing her state, Leon could only offer comforting words. Suhan watched quietly from the side, not interrupting. After all, this was another family's affair. As an outsider, it wasn't his place to interfere. However, if Count Aaron remained unconscious, their plans would likely come to nothing. If he still hadn't regained consciousness 3 days later, causing them to miss the upper-tier noble conference, Aaron might have to resort to some unconventional measures. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he pondered this, a series of coughs erupted from Earl Aaron, who lay on the bedroom bed. The sound drew the attention of the human and 2 demons present in the room. They hurriedly turned their gaze toward the Earl lying on the bed. Slowly, his eyes fluttered open, and he gazed at them with a weary expression. Daddy! Seeing Aaron awake, Lucia couldn't hold back. She rushed forward, embraced him, and wept bitterly. I almost thought I'd never see you again. My dear daughter, I'm fine. Aaron gently stroked Lucia's head as he spoke softly. His eyes shifted to Leon, signaling him to step outside first. Lion understood and nodded, stepping out of the bedroom to wait quietly outside for further instructions. Now, only Su-han and the father-daughter pair of the demon count remained in the room. Lucia's emotions gradually calmed under her father's comforting presence. She helped Eren sit up straight, supporting him. She remained standing by the bedside, fearing he might suffer another episode. "My lord, I'm truly sorry to have shown you my weakened state," Eren said to Su-han. His words were punctuated by persistent coughing. "It's only human. I understand," Su-han replied. "But in your current state, it seems unlikely you'll recover within 3 days." "Yes." Eren did not deny it. He looked at Su-han, paused for a moment, then sighed and said, "Ah, well. I suppose this is just my fate." Turning his head, he addressed Lucia. "Daughter, please step outside. I need to speak with your friend about something." "Is there something I shouldn't hear?" "Father, you're already too weak to stand. Are you going to push yourself like before, only to collapse again?" This time, Lucia, who usually obeyed her father implicitly, didn't leave quietly. Instead, she chose to confront her father. But this confrontation stemmed fundamentally from her deep concern for him. "You." Eren started to erupt, but a sharp pang of pain in his heart forced him to abandon the stern words he was about to hurl at his daughter. "Don't be angry. She's only thinking of you," Su-han interjected from the side. He truly feared Eren might be driven to his death by Lucia's actions. Sigh. In the end, Earl Eren sighed helplessly, accepting reality. "My lord, I'll be honest with you, I have absolutely no desire to die." Eren lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Su-han. "Earlier, I intended to send Lucia out to negotiate trading my life for the innocent people of the domain. Because I know, in my current state, there's absolutely no way I could take you to the nobles' assembly." "I understand." Su-han nodded. "But when Lucia defied me just now, it suddenly hit me I've been forcing myself to hold on all this time. Simply because I bear the weight of my domain's people's safety, my daughter's happiness, and every other burden imaginable. But it seems I truly can't bear it anymore. So now I've decided to be honest, I just want to live." "What's wrong with that?" "You're right." Su-han stood beside him and replied. "But if you wish to live, you must find another way that allows me to spare your life and still ascend to the upper realms." "Actually, there is one," Eren said. "My daughter, Lucia, as an heir apparent to the countship, also possesses the authority to use the teleportation stone. If she's willing, she could take my place in the upper levels and attend the demon nobles' assembly." "But didn't you say that if your daughter's appearance were exposed, she'd inevitably be hunted down and killed by the other demon nobles?" "Yes, but what choice do we have?" Count Eren's face twitched as he chuckled bitterly. "Therefore, I can only place my trust in you now. If Lucia is to use the teleportation stone in my stead, I implore you must protect her life at all costs. This is my final condition." "Is that all?" Su-han's lips curved upward into a confident smile. "As I said before, you might as well look at things from the bright side. In my view, your daughter's combat prowess may well surpass your own. She is fully capable of standing on her own. Moreover, I'm confident I can defeat all the demon nobles you mentioned, including Duke Caesar, while keeping your daughter safe. Does that satisfy you?" "Thank you." Eren smiled with satisfaction at the reply. "Then I can entrust the teleportation stone to you with peace of mind. Rest assured, before long, you'll be grateful for the choice you've made today," Su-han said. Lucia stood silently by, listening to the entire exchange between her father and Su-han. Her expression remained impassive, a stark contrast to the carefree girl she had been before. Perhaps it was the sudden display of genuine emotion from Count Eren that made her realize the hardships of being a lord. In any case, she silently accepted the fact that she must help her father. "I'm sorry, my dear daughter. I truly haven't been a good father." After settling everything, Eren took Lucia's hand and spoke to her sincerely. "It's okay, father." Lucia merely smiled calmly. "You've always done your utmost to protect me. Now it's my turn to protect you." Chapter 84, Attending the Noble Assembly, Duke Caesar makes his appearance. 3 days later, as the Demon Noble Assembly was about to commence, the demon father and daughter, along with Su-han, were together. Eren's face remained pale, showing no signs of improvement, which couldn't help but worry Lucia. "In your current state, if you don't treat your heart injury promptly, you won't last much longer," Su-han stated bluntly. "Yes," Eren replied. "However, as long as you succeed in leading our family to the pinnacle of demonic power, my injuries will naturally improve. There's a secret among demon nobles: the higher the title you attain, the more energy you can draw from your inherited rank. Once our clan becomes a demon duke, the energy drawn from that title will be sufficient to fully heal my old wounds. Then, I won't have to fear death anymore." "I see." Su-han listened calmly before replying. "In that case, your decision to cooperate with me is somewhat of a win-win." "Indeed it is." Eren did not deny it. Then he turned his gaze toward his daughter. She had already changed into the red armor from before, her face concealed by the helmet, her expression hidden beneath the visor. Standing silently by the bedside, Lucia remained quiet. "My dear daughter, once the battle begins, you must stay close to your father at all times and do everything in your power to protect yourself. Understand? Lucia nodded. Seeing this, Aaron said no more. He took out the teleportation stone, which glowed with a faint blue light and was engraved with strange symbols, and handed it over. My lord, I leave everything to you. Rest assured, I will not lose. Su-han declared confidently. His face was concealed by a mask. This disguise concealed his human identity, preventing the shrewd demon nobles from detecting his true nature before the assembly began and turning against him en masse. Lucia's helmet served a similar purpose. After receiving the teleportation stone and activating it, a distorted blood-red portal appeared before them. Dad, wait for our good news. Before departing, Lucia finally spoke. With just those few words, she followed Su-han through the portal, one after the other. Watching his daughter's figure gradually vanish, a flicker of surprise crossed Aaron's face before it quickly faded. The portal vanished, and the bedroom fell silent once more. Left alone, the demonic Earl Aaron leaned against the headboard, resting with his eyes closed. Through the portal, Su-han and Lucia were transported directly to the exterior of another castle in the upper realm. Compared to the castle in the Count's domain, this one leaned more toward a dark and gloomy style. Its grounds were also relatively larger, instantly giving off an overwhelmingly oppressive feeling. They walked side by side to the main gate in the outer wall, where two mid-level demons served as sentinels. Race, Intermediate Demon. Level, 21. Affiliation, Duke Caesar. Description, mid-tier demonic beings from the abyss. Low intelligence, yet fiercely loyal to their master. Judging by the system's description, this must be the duchy of the demon Duke, Caesar. Truly worthy of being the strongest among the demonic races, even the gatekeepers' ranks are nearly on par with those of lower-tier barons. No trespassing. Two intermediate demons stood flanking the entrance, each wielding a silver-bladed, long-handled axe. They extended their arms outward, forming a cross with their weapons. Today marks the convening of the Demon Nobles Council. During this special period, please present your noble credentials to verify your status. Here is my credential. Lucia drew a badge shaped like a flaming longsword from her bosom, engraved with the name of Count Aaron. I am Lucia, daughter of Count Aaron. My father is currently occupied with urgent business and unable to attend. He has specially dispatched me to exercise his authority at this assembly. The gentleman beside me is the steward of our domain, accompanying me as part of my entourage. After verifying their identities, the two demon guards exchanged a glance and nodded. Their orders were simple: verify the emblem of demon nobility. With the badge, passage was granted. Though this method of verification had many flaws, in the demon tower, a place so desolate it hadn't seen a birds in a century, there was little need for meticulous inspection. Besides, given the demon guard's intelligence, they weren't cut out for meticulous work anyway. This oversight provided Su-han with the opportunity to slip into the castle undetected. Identity verified. Clear for passage. The two demons announced to Lucia. They swung their weapons aside, clearing the path into the castle. They smoothly passed the first checkpoint and entered the inner chambers of Duke Caesar's castle. Upon entering the castle, a servant of the domain guided them to the hall where the meeting was to be held. The space resembled a Western European manor courtroom, a grand circular structure densely packed with numerous seats. Each seat was spaced one person apart, and circular tables in front of them held nameplates for the demon nobles. The higher the demon nobles' rank, the closer their seat was to the main throne at the far end. Lucia, representing the Earl of Aaron, occupied a central seat slightly to the left in the third row of the circular assembly hall. After all, he was once a noble who had contended with Caesar for the title of Duke. Though his family had since fallen on hard times, he still commanded a certain degree of authority among the earls. Thus, his seat was among the more prestigious ones for an earl. Lucia sat in the seat bearing her father's name, while Su-han stood behind her as her personal attendant for the time being. The demon nobles who had arrived at the venue were scattered about, each occupying their designated seats. Most had brought their trusted confidants. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that among these demon nobles, those of higher rank earl and above actually constituted the majority. Logically, the lower the rank, the greater the number of demons should be. At such a crucial gathering as the Noble Council, it would be natural for lower-ranking demon nobles to place greater importance on the event and arrive early. Yet now, with the meeting about to commence, not a single one of these demon nobles was in sight. This was somewhat peculiar. In truth, this phenomenon ultimately stemmed from Su-han. In his rush to clear the secret realm, he had remained in the lower regions, indiscriminately slaughtering all demons. This had resulted in nearly all the barons and viscounts being sent to hell. Once dead, they naturally couldn't attend any noble assembly. Silence in the chamber. After a brief pause, a towering Black Panther-headed demon, clad in a black suit and standing 2 meters tall, entered the assembly hall with an imposing presence. Behind him followed several mid-level demons dressed in butler uniforms. The moment this demon appeared, all the demons present immediately turned their gaze toward him. The once chaotic hall fell instantly silent. From the reaction of the demon nobles, it was clear that the newcomer was the master of this place, the current strongest among the demon race, the demon Duke Caesar. Chapter 85, The Petty Duke. Name, Caesar. Race, high-ranking demon. Level 43. Title, Duke. Description: the current strongest demon who sees the title of Demon Duke. He views Count Aaron, who once contested the title with him, as a thorn in his side. A petty-minded individual whose virtue falls short of his position. Caesar entered the hall with his retinue and strode directly to the main seat positioned directly opposite the entrance. After taking his seat, his first action was to glance up at the spot where Count Aaron had been seated. Upon seeing Lucia fully armed, he turned his head away without a trace of emotion. Receiving his system alert, Suhan noticed the unusual behavior and leaned down to whisper into Lucia's ear. Duke Caesar is your father's sworn enemy. You must be extremely cautious during the meeting. I understand. Lucia nodded. Ever since she heard her father Aaron's heartfelt words, her entire demeanor changed. The once carefree and innocent nature she once possessed was now carefully concealed. Now, for her father and for the demonic people of the domain, she must remain constantly alert and act with greater maturity. Don't be nervous. I'll help you. Suhan patted Lucia's shoulder. Thank you. Their conversation was interrupted as Caesar, seated at the head of the table, began to speak. First, I extend my gratitude to all noble colleagues for taking time from your busy schedules to attend this regular meeting of demon nobles. This meeting will span 3 days, with each day dedicated to discussing and resolving different topics. The quorum for this assembly is 500 members. As of now, 300 demon nobles are present. Each resolution will be put to a vote. If it receives more than half of the required votes, it passes, otherwise, it fails. We now proceed to the first agenda item, discussing the feasibility of establishing communication and trade links with the outside world while residing within the Demon Tower. Caesar's voice echoed throughout the hall. After briefly outlining the rules of the noble assembly, the meeting formally commenced. The topics discussed on the first day were mostly trivial matters, or rather, things that were clearly impossible to achieve within the Demon Tower. Thus, this inaugural session proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Lucia, attending as a proxy demon, refrained from commenting on any topics throughout the session to avoid drawing attention and causing problems. She only raised her hand to indicate her stance during each resolution vote. This approach was not uncommon. Many demon nobles, finding resolutions troublesome, chose to do the same. However, Suhan, standing behind Lucia, noticed that Caesar, that petty noble, would periodically glance up toward Lucia's seat with feigned nonchalance. His attention was clearly excessive. The first day's meeting concluded smoothly. As the demon nobles rose to depart, Caesar called out to Lucia, clad in blood-red robes. Count Aaron, it's been so long since we last met. Would you care to join me in the study for a private chat? My apologies, I am the daughter of Earl Aaron. My father is unwell and unable to attend. I am representing him at this noble assembly. Lucia maintained a polite social distance from Caesar as she replied. I see. No wonder you seemed vaguely familiar when I first saw you. I never imagined you were the cherished daughter of the Earl's household. Caesar forced a smile and said to Lucia. Your father and I go back quite a while. How is it I never encountered you before? I was imprisoned in this tower of demons shortly after birth. Each demon noble has their own territory here, inviolable by others. It's only natural you never encountered me. I see. Caesar feigned sudden understanding and continued. Is Count Aaron's health holding up? The damage to his heart isn't something that heals easily. Rest assured, my father's life is not in danger. He was merely upset by me recently and had to remain in his domain to recuperate. Lucia replied. Her face beneath the helmet was already furrowed with frown lines. It was clear that her father's injuries were inflicted by the very Duke Caesar standing before them, yet here he was, feigning concern with his insincere inquiries. It truly made her feel sick. Very well then. Noticing the anger Lucia was struggling to suppress in her tone, Caesar smiled happily, as if he had achieved his goal. By the way, why are you attending this meeting in full armor? My castle is reputed to be the safest place within the Devil's Tower. Surely there's no need for you to be so on edge? Why not take off your helmet right now? Let me see if the descendant of the once famous Count Aaron has perfectly inherited his father's majestic bearing. As he spoke, Caesar reached out to remove Lucia's helmet. Sorry. Lucia reacted swiftly, stepping back to evade the advancing hand. Wearing a helmet is my personal habit. This is my first time representing my family at such an important occasion, so I'm bound to feel a bit nervous. I don't want you to see me looking so ridiculous. After all, when I'm out in public, I represent not only myself but also my family. I understand. Caesar withdrew his partially extended hand and said with a smile. Truthfully, this routine gathering of demon nobles may prove the most extraordinary in a century. It's truly regrettable your father cannot attend in person. Why do you say that? Not long ago, I received word that the demon nobles residing in the lower levels were slaughtered to the last man by a human who suddenly broke through. Judging by the speed at which he's killing demons, he should have reached the area where the upper-tier nobles reside by now. Therefore, this assembly will also deliberate on how to deal with this human. After all, no other species has appeared within the Demon Tower for over a century. This is the first such occurrence in nearly 100 years. I wonder if you and your father have encountered this human? Or could it be that the masked attendant standing behind you is the very human we'll be discussing? No. Lucia shook her head, flatly denying it. Demons and humans share an irreconcilable enmity. I hope you will refrain from such distasteful jokes. You're right. Caesar's gaze swept past Lucia to Suhan behind her, his smile unchanged as he said. Judging by that human's actions in slaughtering demons, if you had encountered him, you certainly wouldn't be standing here unscathed. I was rude. Please allow me to offer my sincere apologies to you and your father. No need for apologies. Lucia fought back the urge to vomit as she addressed Caesar. The demon dupe before her was nothing but a smiling wolf in sheep's clothing. He claimed to have their best interests at heart, yet his words both overt and covert constantly undermined the count and his daughter. Truly despicable. Chapter 86. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. I hope you'll have a memorable 3 days of meetings ahead. Despite Lucia's stiffly formal reply, Caesar maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed. But having assessed his character through the system's intelligence, Suhan was absolutely certain the man would find every opportunity to sabotage them. Moreover, his deliberate mention of human affairs in front of Lucia was clearly a test. Though they handled it well, it likely did little to dispel Caesar's suspicions. After all, a petty-minded individual, once wielding power, could fabricate even baseless accusations to frame those he despised. Unfortunately, Count Aaron, the target of his hatred, hadn't arrived at the meeting. Thus, Caesar's pent-up fury could only be vented upon the daughter of his enemy. Thank you for your kindness. Lucia replied. Without a backward glance, she brushed past Duke Caesar and walked out the conference doors. Watching her receding figure, Duke Caesar's smile vanished, replaced by an icy expression that warned strangers to keep their distance. Frowning with disgust, he pulled a handkerchief from his breast pocket and began wiping it back and forth. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The mere thought of having spoken so much to the daughter of his enemy made Caesar's stomach churn. Moreover, a mere acting count dared defy the Grand Duke's will by evading his outstretched hand. This was nothing short of the ultimate insult to him personally. Enjoy your arrogance now, Caesar muttered to himself. But wait until the third day of the conference, when the grand gift I've specially prepared for both of you, father and daughter, is served at the table. I'll see if you can maintain today's attitude then. Caesar muttered to himself. The gift he referred to was actually a proposal designed to utterly destroy Count Aaron. The proposal involved stripping certain unworthy demon nobles of their titles and demoting them to commoners. Any discerning observer could see this proposal was specifically crafted by Caesar to target Count Aaron. Due to his heart injury and his race's inability to cease fighting, Count Aaron's strength had noticeably declined. Given time, many demon nobles who had once been inferior to him would likely begin to surpass him. Demons are creatures who adhere to the law of the jungle, where the strong reign supreme. All demons would resent seeing someone weaker than themselves maintain a position of power. Thus, leveraging this assembly to incite the other low-ranking nobles who had long coveted the count's position was originally Duke Caesar's plan. But because of that damned human, most of the lower-ranking demon nobles vanished without a trace, and the plan died before it could even begin. But since Count Aaron failed to attend the nobles' assembly due to health reasons, instead sending his clueless daughter to stand in for him, then he would show no mercy. At this assembly, he would ensure the Aaron clan was cast into an endless hell, leaving them no chance of recovery. Even if it meant resorting to extreme measures, he would not hesitate. At this thought, Duke Caesar couldn't help but smile again. He could hardly wait to witness Aaron's daughter's furious yet helpless expression. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the third day of the demonic nobles' assembly had arrived. During the first 2 days, the assembly had gathered to discuss trivial matters and well-worn topics. Frankly, these matters might not have warranted discussion at all. For nearly a century, they had been discussing these topics without ever finding solutions. For instance, the possibility of demons escaping the demon tower, the feasibility of peaceful coexistence between humans and demons, a series of seemingly reasonable questions that, upon closer inspection, were utterly impossible. With little enthusiasm for the previous day's proceedings, the nobles arrived at today's assembly. Good day, everyone. At long last, we have reached the final day of discussions for this assembly. I understand that after several days of debate, everyone is mentally exhausted. Nevertheless, I ask for your perseverance for one more day. After today, the meeting will conclude, and you may all return to your respective domains. Moreover, I believe today's topic will certainly capture the attention of certain members present. Therefore, I hereby announce that the first resolution to be discussed on the third day of this noble assembly concerns whether demon nobles whose power has significantly diminished should voluntarily relinquish their titles. The hall fell deathly silent. All demons listened intently to Duke Caesar's words. As the mightiest among the demonic race, no demon dared defy him. When he revealed the agenda for the third day, nearly every demon noble present froze in unison. When it came to diminished strength, which demon present could honestly claim theirs hadn't waned? Did this mean those in high positions would all voluntarily lower their titles? And how exactly should this significant decline even be defined? Even Duke Caesar, whose powers surpassed all others in the demon race, had experienced a decline in his own strength. Considering the power progression between different ranks, the Duke who had fallen from over level 80 to just over level 40 was likely the most severe example of this decline. Perhaps some of you have questions about what I've said. Allow me to clarify. Caesar surveyed the room, observing the reactions of the demon nobles before continuing. When I speak of severe decline in strength, it is relative. For instance, if you, a demon count, gradually regressed in level during your time in the demon tower until you could no longer defeat even a viscount or baron, that constitutes a severe decline. Because we are trapped here, the energy within each of our kind is constantly being forced to dissipate. This is an unalterable reality. But those whose power has weakened to the point of losing their rank naturally cannot hold the authority befitting their current high position. Take, for instance, certain demon nobles who cannot attend meetings due to physical ailments. At these words, all the demons understood. They all turned their heads to look at Lucia, seated in the position of Earl Aaron. Wasn't that final remark a blatant jab at Count Aaron? It seemed Duke Caesar's resolution, ostensibly discussing this serious matter of noble succession, was actually a trap set behind the scenes to target his sworn enemy. What they hadn't anticipated, however, was that during previous noble assemblies, though Caesar and Aaron had been at odds, their conflicts had never escalated beyond verbal jabs. Neither side had reached the point of openly severing ties. Now, the agenda of this meeting equates to a complete and utter breakdown of relations between them. They can't even be bothered to keep up appearances anymore. Do you all understand what I'm saying? Caesar asked the demon nobles in the assembly with a smile. They understood perfectly well, nodding eagerly in unison. Since everyone understands, please share your perspectives and opinions. With that, the hall fell silent once more. Not a single demon noble dared speak lightly on this resolution. For to voice an opinion meant choosing sides either with Earl Aaron or Duke Caesar. In other words, it meant choosing sides. Although the Aaron family had fallen somewhat from grace, they were still, after all, a great house that had once stood shoulder to shoulder with the Caesar family. Choosing between the two factions proved a genuine dilemma for certain nobles present. Of course, such agonizing over allegiance posed no problem whatsoever for certain demon nobles whose sole concern was self-interest. Duke Aaron was merely a defeated loser in the power struggle. When forced to choose between the two, aligning oneself with Duke Caesar was undoubtedly the wisest and most prudent course of action. Thus, the silence in the hall lasted barely a minute before nobles began raising their hands to declare their allegiance. Demon Count Sam hereby supports Duke Caesar's resolution. As things stand, there are indeed some individuals of insufficient caliber occupying positions they do not deserve. Such creatures should be stripped of their titles. A demon with a black cat's head raised his hand and declared. He was notorious among the demon clans as an opportunist. He held no steadfast convictions, believing only in immediate gain. To Sam, Duke Caesar was currently the master who could bring him the most advantage. With the first demon speaking up, others followed second, third, and eventually most of the demon nobles present voiced their opinions. I too endorse the Duke's resolution. Support the supremacy of strength. Let those unworthy of their positions be cast down from their heights. Demon Marquis Alpha seconds the motion. That's how the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. With the first leader stepping forward, those who had already intended to support Duke Caesar rallied together as if finding their tribe, all raising their hands to declare their stance at once. Many wavering demon nobles, seeing the prevailing tide in the chamber, made their choice and resolved to support Duke Caesar's resolution. Thus, every demon noble present voiced their opinion. No one opposed Duke Caesar. Or rather, no one dared to oppose Duke Caesar. Such was the awe-inspiring might of the strongest among the demonic race. Faced with absolute power, no one dared to step forward and resist the might of the strong. Even throughout humanity's millennia of feudal history, the succession of eras was achieved only when the pioneers of the next age seized the moment when the rulers of the previous era had grown weak and lost their former might, thus succeeding in overthrowing dynasties. Yet Duke Caesar now stood at the zenith of his power, while Count Aaron had long since lost his advantage in the power struggle. Thus, it was plain to see whom these demon nobles would support. Thank you all for supporting my resolution. Surveying the enthusiastic response within the assembly hall, a smug smile spread across Duke Caesar's face. He turned his gaze toward Lucia, his expression radiating the smug satisfaction of a petty victor. Such is reality. The winner takes all. Had Count Aaron prevailed in the Duke's seat contest, the person standing triumphantly at the center of the hall right now might have been someone else entirely. Alas, reality was no game. There was no option to reset and start over. The pressure and coercion he would inevitably face after his defeat were inescapable. No wonder Father never lets me attend the demon nobles' meetings. So this is the level of mockery and malice he has to endure every single time? Lucia pondered thoughtfully. Even if all the demon nobles united to attack her, she no longer cared. Before her departure, Father had warned her about the verbal attacks and immense pressure he would endure. With this expectation already in her mind, she believed she wouldn't panic even if confronted with the most chaotic situation. Besides, she wasn't attending the meeting alone. Behind her stood an absolute powerhouse. Perhaps only after encountering Su-han would these demons truly understand what despair truly meant. With such a formidable ally in her prepared mindset, Lucia not only remained unflustered but actually grinned at the sight of these petty figures. It was a speechless laugh, a mocking laugh, and a laugh born of anger at the demon noble's foolish decisions. In short, she laughed. Though hidden by her helmet, no one could see it, but the trembling of her body as she struggled to suppress her rage betrayed her true feelings. For your father's sake, you must stay calm. Su-han reminded her from behind. But if you can't hold back, we can always take direct action. I'll protect you either way. I understand. Lucia nodded. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Then she stood up from her seat, pointed at Duke Caesar's head, and shouted, I refuse to accept your decision. The sudden outburst caused the nobles to turn their heads in surprise. Though it was perfectly normal for Lucia, as the daughter of Count Aaron, to oppose Caesar's resolution. Moreover, this resolution concerned the very survival of their clan. Yet they never imagined that a young daughter attending her first noble assembly would possess such an unyielding spirit, daring to challenge the entire circle of demon nobles single-handedly. Such behavior was undeniably reckless. For even if she disagreed, it would not alter the fact that the resolution had passed. It could even seal off the last remaining path to survival for their entire clan. After all, Duke Caesar's resolution only called for the revocation or reduction of titles, not the taking of lives. Yet by shouting out like this, she had effectively refused to give the Duke face in front of the entire noble circle. After this meeting, no one in their right mind would believe their clan wouldn't face Caesar's retaliation. It seems some dissenting voices have crept into our ranks. Let us hear the reasons for this opposition from the acting countess. Caesar feigned magnanimity, waving his hand as he addressed the assembly. The demon nobles all turned their heads toward Lucia. Pairs of animal eyes fixed on her, awaiting her next words or move. But Lucia's next words took them all by surprise. Chapter 87, The Melee Begins. Caesar, you dog of a traitor. Abusing your position as Duke to openly use your power for personal gain against my father, Aaron, and you have the nerve to stand there spouting grand speeches? You have no shame. What did you say? Caesar's temples throbbed violently at the accusation. Yet, with so many demon nobles present, he dared not erupt publicly. Forcing down his rage, he braced himself against the podium and demanded in a low voice. The surrounding demon nobles seemed to have heard something utterly unbelievable. Their gazes toward Lucia were filled with shock and bewilderment. Some timid souls quickly averted their gaze, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire if the Duke lost his temper and unleashed his wrath upon them. I'm talking about you, you thick-skinned old fool. You're just hogging the seat without doing any work. You're the one who should step down and make way for someone else. You're old anyway, and your mind isn't what it used to be. Oh, and now it's not just your mind that's failing, you're going deaf and hard of hearing too. Seems your resolution actually serves a purpose, at least it optimizes you out of the picture. Lucia jabbed her finger at Caesar's black nose, unleashing a torrent of sharp retorts that left him speechless. Su-han stood behind her, listening to her rapid-fire tirade, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the demon duke who was about to become their enemy. After all, while Lucia might lack combat prowess, she was undoubtedly a master of verbal warfare. At least Su-han privately admitted he couldn't withstand her relentless barrage. As a duke accustomed to high office, Caesar hadn't been berated like this in years. He'd likely forgotten what it felt like to be publicly humiliated. Suddenly confronted with such vitriol, his mind couldn't process it, momentarily freezing up. Why aren't you speaking? Have you admitted you're a worthless failure unworthy of your position? Lucia continued her tirade. The demon nobles around her instinctively moved away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. At the same time, they felt profound sorrow for Count Aaron. A demonic warlord of his generation, ultimately destroyed by his own flesh and blood. Had Lucia not gone mad, their clan might have met its end with dignity. But look at the situation now, no one would believe Caesar wouldn't tear them limb from limb. Do you realize what you're saying? Even faced with such vitriol, Duke Caesar struggled to suppress the urge to strike immediately. If Lucia wished to die thoroughly, he certainly wouldn't refuse her. Of course I do. Lucia replied. If you know that, then you should understand that your actions now constitute insubordination. According to the rules of the demon clan, your entire family should be sentenced to capital punishment. So what? Lucia adopted an indifferent attitude. After all, their purpose in attending this demonic noble assembly was to slaughter every remaining demonic noble. Given that, this mere verbal warning held no meaning whatsoever for the Count's family. Now, all they needed was an opportunity, a chance to strike directly. Provoke a conflict, and the plan would be half accomplished. Aren't you afraid? Caesar frowned, asking with puzzlement. What is there to fear? If you've got the guts, come kill my entire family and see. Since you remain so stubbornly obstinate, I shall no longer hold back. I, Caesar, in the name of the demon duke, hereby sentence every member of the Aaron family demon nobles guilty of high treason to death. Now, before the demon nobles council, the ultimate arbiter of justice, I hereby seek the opinion of all nobles present. Who is in favor? Who opposes? With the matter laid out so plainly, which of the demon nobles present dared defy Duke Caesar? They could only raise their hands in succession, signaling their consent. After all, they had already chosen their allegiance. Joining forces with the Duke to deal with his sworn enemy was the most natural course of action. The votes in favor exceed half of the quorum. I hereby declare the immediate arrest of the acting count. Following this assembly, we shall proceed to the domain of Count Aaron to suppress his entire house. A suitable date shall be chosen for his public execution. Adopting an air of righteous indignation, Duke Caesar immediately rose from his seat and flew toward Lucia's position the moment his words fell. His speed was blinding. Lucia, barely level 30, couldn't react in time, frozen dumbstruck in place. Just as Caesar's claws were about to pierce her skull, a sudden change occurred. Su-han, standing behind her, suddenly sprang into action. His fist swept past Lucia's helmet and slammed into Caesar's outstretched claw. The immense force pushed Caesar back before Lucia and sent him flying backward. The nobles surrounding them were stunned by the spectacle. Who was this? Wasn't he just the attendant who always followed Count Aaron's daughter? A mere attendant could block the demon duke's attack? It was almost unbelievable. Su-han stood beside Lucia, his posture straight and his bearing extraordinary. He reached up and removed the mask from his head, revealing his true face beneath. Human? When the demons saw Su-han's face, their minds seemed to receive an overload they couldn't process. They all instinctively took 2 steps back. Caesar, whose attack had been blocked, returned to the first floor. He stared intently and also saw Su-han's face clearly. He immediately reacted, bellowing. The Aaron clan has colluded with the natural enemies of the demon race, plotting to overthrow the demon regime. The evidence is clear. All nobles present, join me in hunting them down. With that, he rallied his strength, spread his wings, and soared towards Su-han once more. Duke Caesar's words snapped all the demon nobles back to reality. They swiftly shifted their stances and launched their attacks at Su-han. Don't think about killing enemies. Focus all your strength on protecting yourself first. I'll end this battle as quickly as possible and come protect you. Seeing the situation, Su-han instructed Lucia beside him. No problem. Kill them all if you must. They're nothing but fickle opportunists, standing against both me and my father anyway. Lucia replied. Perhaps because their natural enemy stood before them, the demons prioritized eliminating Su-han over capturing Lucia. This was the primal hunting instinct buried deep within the demon race, a desire to hunt down their natural enemy. Most demons would kill any human they encountered without exception. Even nobles were no exception. Moreover, just 2 days prior to the meeting, they had discussed matters concerning the human who had breached the demon tower. The individual before them was clearly the mastermind responsible for slaughtering the majority of their noble kin. Facing the humans who had slain so many demons, they must be executed on the spot. All the demon nobles surged forward. Alas, they faced Su-han, an absolute powerhouse capable of utterly suppressing demons. Even countless ants are no more than a single trample for an elephant. Chapter 88. Everyone here is trash. One serious punch. A fist enveloped in sacred flames struck the charging demon nobles. The overwhelming force was beyond their endurance, they couldn't even block it. The moment the fist connected with any part of their bodies, the demons were sent flying backward, dead on impact. With a single punch, Su-han could eliminate 3 to 5 demon nobles. For them to land a single blow on him, they would have to exert every ounce of strength. Yet even if they did touch him, they couldn't inflict any real damage. Yet, these demon nobles, facing their natural enemy, continued to charge forward relentlessly, launching wave after wave of attacks against Su-han. They slaughtered all humans without exception. This was an age-old tradition of the demonic race and the guiding principle for most demons. Witnessing this scene, Su-han began to understand why Count Aaron faced rejection from his own kind. For demons of his kind showed far greater tolerance toward humans than their kin. Standing apart from the crowd might not always be a good thing. At least within the demonic race, such behavior led to discrimination and exclusion from their own kind. However, before Count Aaron's decline, lesser nobles dared not challenge him due to circumstances. Now that his power had waned, these vermin swarmed in, seeking to drain him dry. A bunch of trash. Another punch dispatched a demon viscount. Su-han deliberately wore a look of contempt as he addressed the battered demons gathered there. If we weren't trapped in this cursed demon tower, how could we have ended up like this? Damn it, damn it. I'll tear you limb from limb. Some demon nobles, enraged by Su-han's arrogance, saw red and gradually lost their senses. Like madmen, they charged at Su-han without reservation. Their weapons glowed crimson, radiating a frenzied aura. Knives, forks, swords, halberds, the weapons they wielded spanned dozens of types. Those demons without arms mostly possessed sharp claws capable of inflicting fatal wounds. Surrender now, and I might spare you a whole corpse. Caesar surveyed the chaos within the hall and couldn't help but burst into laughter. As if certain of victory, he flapped his wings and charged forward once more. The lower-ranking demon nobles were surrounding Su-han, so he had to remain calm and seize Count Aaron's daughter. For his objective remained singular, targeting the Aaron family. Die. Caesar produced a crimson-black whip from somewhere and lashed it violently toward Lucia. The whip traced an eerie arc through the air, striking Lucia's waist with uncanny precision. Crack! The crimson whip sparked against the blood-red armor, its powerful strike leaving a long, deep gash that even dented the sturdy plate. SSSSHHH. Lucia clutched her waist in pain, instinctively covering the wounded area with her hand. Then, she looked up and saw Caesar hurtling toward her at incredible speed. "Su-han, save me!" she shouted urgently. The next second, Su-han arrived as promised. Just as the whip was about to strike Lucia once more, he seized the lashing lash. Human and demon thus formed a brief standoff. They locked eyes, their gazes blazing with intense fire. However, given the chaotic melee unfolding around them, Su-han couldn't afford to remain locked in a standoff with Caesar for long. The other nobles, watching with hungry eyes, wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity to strike. Seizing the moment while their enemy stood still, they regrouped their assault and charged forward. Seeing this, Su-han yanked his whip with all his might. The sudden, powerful force caught Caesar off guard, violently yanking him closer. Then, Su-han instantly released his grip and charged toward Caesar. He swung a punch at the leopard-like head. His massive frame proved utterly insignificant against such overwhelming force. Caesar was once again knocked back to the ground. Su-han followed him down to the lowest level of the arena. For the demon race, kill this human. A demon marquis raised his arm in a rallying cry, leading the remaining demons in a full-scale assault on Su-han. Strike while the iron is hot. This was the prime moment to hunt down this human. Overestimating your strength. Su-han chuckled coldly. Shape gathering, chi dispersing activated, instantly rendering him invisible. The demons, who had been charging downward, suddenly lost track of their enemy's position and fell into disarray. Everyone, stay calm. At that moment, Caesar rose once more from the ground. It must be said, as the demon duke reputed to be the strongest among the demon race, he had taken 2 serious punches from Su-han and still managed to get back up. And on the surface, he appeared to have suffered no significant injuries. That cunning human must possess some means of concealing his form. Since he won't show himself, we might as well seize this chance to bring the acting count to justice. Caesar commanded the nobles, directing them to turn their attention to the fully armed Lucia. Even after taking 2 critical hits, he hadn't forgotten his ultimate goal. In a way, that was admirable. All shall follow the duke's command. At his command, the nobles all swung their weapons toward Lucia. A bunch of spineless turncoats. How dare you call yourselves demon nobles? You're nothing but a disgrace to our demon clan. Though terrified inside, Lucia was a master of sharp words. Even facing certain doom, she chose to vent her fury first. Pay no heed to her nonsense. Fellow demons, charge with me. The leading demon marquis bellowed, immediately charging toward Lucia's position. But just as they prepared to charge again, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Su-han, using his shape-gathering, chi-dispersing technique, had secretly slipped behind Caesar. He gathered his strength and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! Caught completely off guard, Duke Caesar was sent flying backward, crashing into the surrounding walls and kicking up a cloud of dust. Your Highness! All the demons' attention was instantly drawn to Caesar. Lucia seized the moment, immediately flying away from the demon horde. Her first priority was to ensure her own safety, then give Su-han a stage to shine. After the attack, Su-han's figure gradually materialized. He then looked up at the opportunistic demons and mocked them without restraint. Is this the best you've got? Frankly speaking, every one of you here is trash. Finishing his words, he deliberately pinched his left thumb and index finger together. What did you say? A single sentence and gesture instantly incensed the demon nobles. They were already struggling to control their emotions after the previous battle. Provoked by Su-han's words, many demons completely lost their minds. They flew toward him indiscriminately. That's right, that's exactly how it should be. Let's make this battle a little more interesting. Su-han nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 89, Summoning the Gods. Die, you despicable human. The demons brandished their weapons and charged en masse toward Su-han, who stood at the bottom of the assembly hall, intent on tearing him limb from limb. The crazed creature wildly swung his sword, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike, even accidentally wounding many of his own kind. Seeing the situation turn dire, Lucia quickly ducked into a corner where she wouldn't be easily spotted by the other demons, silently watching Su-han's next move. The current battle was no longer something she could intervene in. One misstep could cost her life. Enemies surged in from all directions, surrounding Su-han. They felt no pain, feared no death. Even witnessing their comrades sent flying by a single punch from the human before them did nothing to shake their resolve to kill him. At this moment, the lust for slaughter gradually eroded their reason, making the battle between the two sides increasingly dangerous and thrilling. Unfortunately, in Su-han's eyes, aside from the demon Duke Caesar, the rest of the demon clan were nothing but useless trash. Not a single one could withstand a single serious punch from him. Despite the chaotic spectacle of the fight, the battle itself was a one-sided, crushing rout. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. With the final demon noble's desperate, piercing scream echoing through the arena, every demon noble except Caesar had been annihilated by Su-han.
Stop pretending. I know you're fine.
Having dealt with the minions, Su-han turned toward the direction Caesar had flown off earlier and shouted.
His voice echoed through the courtroom, now a mangled, unrecognizable wreck, reverberating endlessly. The next second, Caesar crawled out from a pile of broken debris. Dust coated his seemingly expensive suit, his disheveled appearance making it impossible to imagine he was the most noble duke of the demon clan. Human, don't get too cocky. I'm not like these fools.
Caesar spat on the ground, his cold, piercing gaze fixed on the worthless human who had ruined his flawless plan.
What makes you different?
You're still just trash I knocked flying with one punch.
Su-han sneered.
Since you're asking for death, I'll show you the ultimate skill only a demon duke can wield. With that, Caesar closed his eyes, spread his wings, crossed his arms over his chest, and slowly began to ascend into the sky. His expression was serene and reverent, a stark contrast to his earlier madness and arrogance.
Su-han, this is our demon clan's ultimate secret technique, divine descent. Only those at the pinnacle of demonic power can wield it. Its might is terrifying, you must be extremely cautious.
Lucia, hiding in the corner, witnessed Caesar's ascension like ascent and immediately shouted a warning to Su-han.
Without a moment's hesitation, Su-han vanished in a flash.
Activating, shape-gathering, chi-dispersing, he charged at top speed towards Caesar, who was steadily ascending. There, he unleashed a serious punch, whose power had doubled.
Remember, this is reality, not fiction.
In a real fight, no one will politely let you finish channeling your ultimate move.
Unless they were mentally unstable or simply didn't regard you as a threat.
Therefore, upon receiving the intelligence, Su-han immediately launched his attack against Caesar. Seizing the moment when Caesar was unleashing his ultimate move and utterly defenseless, he aimed to utterly crush the strongest demon within this secret realm.
Absolutely idiotic. Caesar sneered, his lips curling in mockery as Su-han closed in.
Divine Summoning, the demon clan's ultimate divine technique, granted invincibility upon activation impossible to interrupt easily.
Though its use came with severe limitations, prolonged activation would cause the user to lose all sanity, transforming into a divine corrupted killing machine. The skill's power far outweighed its side effects. Divine Descent drastically enhances the user's 4 core attributes while amplifying all skill effects.
Simultaneously, against mortals lacking divine protection, Divine Possession exerts terrifying suppression, reducing the enemy's stats by 50%. It empowers the user while simultaneously weakening opponents. It is undoubtedly a truly divine skill.
Useless?
Su-han, having unleashed his punch, swiftly assessed the situation as he observed the pitch-black membrane shield forming around Caesar's entire body. Since he couldn't finish the fight before the enemy unleashed their ultimate move, he had to prepare for a protracted battle. He had plenty of instant recovery points saved up this month, so he wasn't afraid of a drawn-out battle.
Get out of here first.
I fear I won't be able to protect you later. Taking advantage of Caesar's ultimate ability still on its cooldown, Su-han turned to Lucia and said,
"Alright, I understand." Lucia replied. Without delay, she left the venue immediately.
Outside the venue now, only a few low to mid-tier demon minions from Caesar's domain remained. These creatures posed no threat to Lucia, a level 36 countess candidate. That was precisely why Su-han felt comfortable letting her leave the venue, leaving the entire stage to him and Caesar after the spirit descent. Sooner or later, I will capture both father and daughter and execute them by slow torture.
Your actions merely delay their deaths a little longer.
Caesar merely glanced at the fleeing Lucia before withdrawing his attention.
He couldn't stop her, nor did he care to.
The paramount task now was to harness the power of divine possession and eliminate the human before him. The concept of natural enemies held paramount importance in the beliefs of most demonic tribes. As a demon duke who adhered to this principle to its absolute core, Caesar naturally had no choice but to abide by the rules. Yet as the strongest among them, he maintained his rationality for far longer and with far greater skill. Combined with his inherently petty nature, this had led him to target Lucia first at the outset. But now, Su-han's strength had clearly surpassed his expectations.
Caesar must now exert every ounce of his power to eliminate this dangerous threat.
Only then could he continue to reign supreme within the demon tower. Who wins and who loses is still undecided. When it comes to a protracted battle, I have plenty of experience.
Su-han declared confidently.
His journey thus far had been fueled by unwavering perseverance.
Now, with the system's assistance and the power of his second awakening, he was certain he would not be defeated in the secret realm.
After all, he had promised Count Aaron to protect his daughter. Honoring one's word was the duty of a true strongman with conviction.
A stiff upper lip is the beginning of a man's downfall. Caesar chuckled.
Gradually, he shifted his posture. His arms, which had been crossed over his chest, now clasped tightly around his bent knees. 2 enormous, pitch-black wings spread wide, enveloping his entire body. A black membrane slowly formed a translucent light dome, enveloping his entire body.
Like a womb nurturing new life.
All that remained was to await the breaking of the cocoon, and Caesar would enter a new phase.
3 seconds later, he finally emerged from the cocoon.
The wings behind him first broke free from the light barrier's constraints, exposed to the external air, growing sharper and more lustrous. Then came his head, torso, and limbs. Every part was renewed. The eyes on his leopard-like head had turned entirely black, appearing somewhat unsettling at first glance. The overall appearance was an unsettling new form. Unlike the worn deities humans imagined, the deity who bestowed power upon Caesar seemed to have questionable taste. Judgment. Without a word, Caesar, having finished channeling his ultimate ability, raised his right hand and aimed a jet-black beam of light at Su-han. The beam pulsed with chaotic and malevolent energy, moving at blinding speed with devastating destructive force. Su-han activated, shape-gathering, chi dispersing, narrowly evading Caesar's surprise attack. The moment the black beam made contact with the green stone floor, it instantly pierced through it, leaving a bottomless hole. The hole seemed to possess a gravitational pull, steadily drawing the surrounding debris and rubble toward its center. Did you dodge by sheer luck? Caesar's pitch-black eyes shifted, observing the spot where Su-han had stood moments before, his expression devoid of emotion. He was now confident his power could crush anything. Moreover, with his willpower, the state of divine possession could be sustained for at least 10 days. He refused to believe that 10 days wouldn't be enough to deal with a mere human. Don't waste your breath. Show yourself and surrender now, and I might spare you a whole corpse. After the tide turned, Caesar arrogantly shouted into the air before him. How noisy! Su-han, concealed in the shadows, observed the creature's current arrogance with an unflappable expression. He certainly wouldn't fall for its crude provocation, foolishly revealing himself and wasting a chance at instant recovery. One serious punch. Sneaking behind Caesar once more, Su-han unleashed his fist without reservation. But this time, as if forewarned, the creature flapped its wings and soared 10 meters upward, evading Su-han's attack. Trivial trick. After evading the blow, Caesar sneered. Though he couldn't see where Su-han was, his heightened senses, boosted by increased attribute points, were becoming increasingly acute. Now, even relying solely on instinct, he could guess Su-han's position after the strike. Die! Caesar drew his whip, aiming it at the spot where his enemy had just attacked, and swung it forward. The serpentine whip twisted and turned with limitless variations, yet it contained immense power. Su-han could have met it head-on, but there was no need. Compared to the enhanced demon, his greatest advantage lay in his ability to become invisible. To abandon his advantage and willingly step into the enemy's comfort zone was a fool's errand. Instead, Su-han simply sidestepped, evading the lashing whip. But as the whip lashed the ground beside him, Caesar suddenly swept it upward. The vertically descending whip instantly transformed into a horizontal slash. In the nick of time, Su-han punched the whip, nullifying the attack. This time, he didn't seize the whip with his hands. Instead, he sent flames climbing up Caesar's weapon, channeling the scorching attack through it to the Caesar suspended in the sky. This very aura using this nauseating aura to attack demons is nothing short of an insult to them. Caesar paid no heed to the flames creeping up his body along the whip. In his divine possession state, the flames imbued with divine power were utterly harmless to him. So that's what it was, the thing that made me instinctively feel disgust. Turns out you're blessed by your gods. Caesar frowned as he spoke. The negative effects of divine possession had indeed failed to take hold on Su-han. The power of his punches remained undiminished. This was likely also due to the divine flames. In that case, I have one more reason to kill you, disgusting human. With another flick of his wrist, a devastating jet of pitch-black light shot forth, hurtling towards Su-han's position. After Su-han instinctively dodged, Caesar seized the opportunity and flew toward him. Sharp claws swung down relentlessly toward his head. The speed was so blindingly fast that an ordinary person wouldn't even have time to react. As the claws closed in, Su-han's pupils contracted sharply. He silently chanted the instant recovery spell. Green sparks enveloped his body as strength surged back into his limbs. Focus form, disperse energy. Su-han immediately activated his stealth skill. With the claw mere inches from him, he vanished from sight, narrowly escaping the peril. Boring trick. Caesar halted his charge with a flap of his wings. He scanned his surroundings, finding no trace of Su-han. Even so, he felt no urgency. After all, he had a full 10 days to capture Su-han. Can't beat me, so you hide? I'll admit you've got some brains after all. Caesar scanned his surroundings warily, guarding against any sudden attack that might strike him at any moment. This revealed that Duke Caesar was not as composed as he appeared on the surface. After all, Su-han's double damage punch could rival a casual strike from an S-rank king-tier powerhouse. Even with the attribute boost from Divine Descent, he remained fundamentally a weakened demonic attacker, barely holding onto a level in the 40s. If he kept facing attacks of this intensity, coupled with the constant harassment of the holy flames, he would inevitably wear down. Once he reached that breaking point, skill backlash would consume him, transforming him into a mindless, utterly monstrous being. By then, even if he achieved ultimate victory, it would hold no meaning whatsoever. Serious punch activated once more. This time, Su-han's strike grazed the opponent's head. Though he still failed to land a blow on Caesar, it was clear his strikes were getting closer and closer to landing effectively.
With a few more repeated attempts, it would surely yield results eventually. Looks like using a skill doesn't make you all that strong after all. In the brief pause between blows, Su-han couldn't resist taunting Caesar. Attacking both body and mind, this was a masterstroke. I swear by the name of the demon duke I will tear your filthy mouth to shreds, then sever your head and hang it in the skies above my domain for 3 full days. Caesar spoke these terrifying words with a calm expression. A powerful aura emanated from him, whether intentionally or not. Su-han could sense the destructive intent within that aura. Go ahead and try if you dare. With that, he vanished into invisibility once more. Chapter 90, The Final Blow. The battle between the two gradually turned into a stalemate. But time was on Su-han's side. With each passing second, Caesar, unable to overcome his opponent, grew increasingly impatient. The inner desires amplified by divine possession relentlessly eroded his sanity. The moment the string in his mind snapped, he would strike swiftly, seizing control of the body of the demon duke. At that point, Caesar would cease to be Caesar and become a true monster beyond control. Yet this monster possessed far greater power than those low to mid-tier demons who couldn't control themselves. Moreover, as the battle deepened, Su-han grew increasingly composed and adept at countering his enemy's attacks. As one side weakened and the other grew stronger, the gap between them widened steadily. The moment Caesar could no longer evade his strikes would mark the inevitable outcome of their struggle. However, until the outcome was completely decided, Su-han could not afford to let his guard down. Arrogance was often the beginning of defeat. He must remain utterly focused, ensuring his ultimate victory in this protracted struggle and eliminating any chance of his enemy staging a comeback. The aftershocks of this clash between two pseudo-king level powerhouses reverberated throughout every corner of the Duke's domain. Their mutual struggle had long since transcended the confines of the noble assembly hall. It had spread from the assembly hall to the reception rooms, from the reception rooms to the courtyards, and from the courtyards to the vast expanses beyond the castle walls. Within the demonic tower where day and night blurred, they fought tirelessly, driven solely by the desire to tear each other apart completely. In an instant, the heavens darkened and the earth shattered. The already unsightly tower environment was once again utterly devastated. Collapsed buildings were crushed into dust, and stray demons were obliterated with a single punch. Both sides were immersed in the frenzy of battle, oblivious to everything else. Only the single-minded conviction to kill the other sustained their actions. Faced with this scene, Lucia, who had been hiding in the Duke's castle, could only follow far behind Su-han, observing their battle. When she saw Su-han unleash another punch, sending Caesar flying 10 meters away, her eyes flickered. The blood coursing through her veins seemed to urge her to join the fray. It was the blood of their lineage stirring within her. The thirst for battle was a trait a powerful warrior should possess. Among the demon clans, only the descendants of the Aaron Count's lineage possessed such a genuine yearning for combat. For other demons, slaughter was merely a means to satisfy their hunger for life energy and grow stronger. Weren't you being so cocky earlier? What's the matter? Already unable to fight after just a moment? Su-han stood amidst the chaos, gazing toward the direction Caesar had been flung, his voice dripping with scorn. Judging by his 4-dimensional attribute points, he had been trapped within the Demon Tower's secret realm for over 25 days. The final showdown with Duke Caesar alone had consumed 2/5 of that time. 10 days slipped by unnoticed. Su-han maintained excellent condition thanks to his instant recovery bug ability. But Caesar's willpower was stretched to its absolute limit. If he failed to kill Su-han within the day, his skills would consume him, handing the victory to his opponent. But he was now struggling to maintain his sanity. In this state, attacks he could once easily dodge were now beyond his ability to block. He could only let Su-han's fist, blazing with sacred flames, crash into his body. Yet if he continued to endure such assaults, the clarity he clung to would inevitably fade into chaos. Caught in this vicious cycle, he would ultimately return to the embrace of the gods. You! Crawling out of the rubble once more, Caesar's hoarse, low voice echoed. He looked at Su-han, knowing he could no longer delay. The next strike would decide the outcome of their battle. Divine punishment. Caesar extended his right hand, and immense destructive energy rapidly gathered before him. A jet-black beam coalesced and grew larger. Within mere seconds, it transformed into a sphere over 10 meters in diameter, and the beam showed no signs of stopping its expansion, continuing to grow larger. Seeing this, Su-han instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Destructive force overflowed from the sphere, whipping up fierce winds. If the enemy unleashed this attack, even with his ability to instantly regenerate, he might have to fight with every ounce of strength just to survive. But while he might survive, the demonic creatures within this domain would likely not. Lucia was still within the Duke's domain. If the sphere were allowed to unleash its full energy, her frail level 36 body would surely need a fatal end. Therefore, to fulfill his promise, he must kill Caesar completely before the technique fully materializes. Pathetic human! Accept your fate with grace. To fall by this very technique is an honor bestowed upon you. Caesar roared with maniacal laughter. Though his pitch-black eyes betrayed no emotion, his words had already given him away. At this very moment, Caesar stood on the brink of collapse. This move was his last desperate gamble. The sphere before him continued to grow, showing no sign of stopping. Su-han dared not let his guard down. Instantly resuming his stance, he activated shape gathering, chi dispersing, and closed the distance to Caesar at breakneck speed. Die! 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 Caesar, nearing collapse, completely ignored Su-han, who had vanished from his field of vision. Now, only one thought consumed him: to destroy everything. If he couldn't precisely kill the human fighting him, then let everything be destroyed. In the end, even if the entire duchy was left with only him, a demon, surviving, wouldn't that still be a victory? Thus, Caesar threw caution to the wind, focusing solely on gathering destructive energy. He must seize this chance to kill Su-han. Both entered the final confrontation with a single-minded intent to kill the other. Su-han circled behind the immobilized Caesar. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Caesar made no attempt to evade. Serious punch activated. Su-han's fist pierced the demon duke's chest with pinpoint accuracy, crushing his heart. An entire arm pierced through the robust body, blood-staining Su-han's gauntlet crimson. The scene froze in that moment. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The black sphere coalescing in Caesar's hand ceased expanding, deprived of its energy source. Human, you won. Caesar spat blood, his head jerking stiffly to look at Su-han, who had shed his invisibility. His eerie black eyes betrayed no emotion. With his heart crushed, death was inevitable. In that case, he would channel the remaining energy within his body to detonate himself. Though its power couldn't match the near-total gamble of the destruction sphere, the close-range blast would still be enough to severely wound the human before him. Come to hell with me! Caesar roared, cracks appearing all over his body. This was the inevitable result of his body being torn apart by the uncontrollable energy surging within. Chapter 91, Clearing the Secret Realm, the Weapon of Destiny. Faced with this situation, Su-han remained unflappable. He swiftly withdrew his fist from Caesar's body, ignoring the other's desperate attempts to clamp down on him. Instantly activating his recovery, he then used invisibility and sprinted rapidly toward the distance. The residual energy within Caesar surged chaotically through his body, striving to break free from the confines of his demonic form and erupt outward. This process required roughly 10 to 15 seconds. And those 15 seconds were more than enough for Su-han to carry Lucia far away from the blast radius. Hurry up! Su-han ran to a safe distance and reunited with Lucia. He hoisted the demon girl onto one shoulder and kept running without looking back. Lucia offered no resistance. To survive, she would obey Su-han's every command. Raging energy surged through Caesar's body, swelling him into an obese form. Black beams of light seeped through the cracks in his body, threatening to burst forth at any moment. With a thunderous boom, the savage energy finally erupted, obliterating all life and structures within a 10-mile radius, leaving behind a colossal crater. Within the crater's radius, nothing remained but dust and flames. Everything vanished into nothingness. Su-han stood with Lucia in an area untouched by the blast, gazing from afar at the legacy Caesar had left behind. At the epicenter of the blast, an inexplicable energy coalesced once more, forming a treasure chest radiating with multicolored light. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the final reward for successfully conquering this secret realm. Did we really win? Defeated that arrogant demon duke? Once the chaos subsided, Su-han and Lucia returned to the epicenter of the storm. Lucia removed her helmet, revealing a face nearly indistinguishable from a human's. Staring at the treasure chest before them, she still found it hard to believe. The very culprit who had nearly destroyed her family now lay utterly vanquished. Apart from this massive crater, there was no trace left of his existence. Of course. Didn't you see him self-destruct with your own eyes? Su-han patted Lucia on the shoulder. In doing so, he had successfully kept his promise. Thank you, Su-han. For some reason, Lucia suddenly felt like crying. Tears welled up in her eyes. Cry if you need to. There's no reason to keep pretending to be strong here anymore. Su-han comforted her. He looked at the demon girl before him. It had been less than half a month since they first met and got to know each other. Though measuring time within the demon tower seemed like a rather foolish endeavor. In such a short span, Su-han had witnessed her entire transformation from innocent and carefree to silently shouldering the burdens of her family, gradually changing. The bitterness of it all could only be truly felt by her. Facing the crushing pressure of her clan's collapse, she had taken the reins from her frail father and chosen to accompany him to the noble council. Truthfully, Lucia herself didn't know whether their decision to partner with Su-han was right or wrong. If Su-han lost in the final showdown, what fate awaited their family? What trials would the demonic subjects who loyally followed them endure? These thoughts constantly echoed in Lucia's mind. At the end of the day, she was merely a provisional countess, temporarily filling her father's role. Facing the possibility of death, she had already done her best. At the very least, during the battle, she had done everything within her power. Now, Su-han had lived up to expectations and slain Duke Caesar. Their family had soared to new heights. All the pressure instantly transformed into sweet rewards, waiting for them to savor. The sudden shift between two extremes made her want to cry. It was also a good way for her to release the pressure. Wah! Hearing Su-han's words, Lucia could hold back no longer. She sat down on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Su-han silently watched Lucia venting her emotions, saying nothing more. Right now, she probably needed some quiet time alone more than anything. Afterward, he opened the multicolored treasure chest formed from Caesar's death. Inside lay only one thing. A pair of red boxing gloves. No dazzling glow, no flashy design, the sort of thing that, if discarded on the street, passers-by wouldn't even glance at. Su-han bent down and picked up the item from the treasure chest. Immediately, the system's prompt sounded. Host detected receiving secret realm reward. Item details as follows. Equipment name, ordinary gloves, One Punch Man's exclusive weapon. Equipment level, EX. Effect 1, +10 to all 4 primary attributes. Equipment effect 2, sealed unlockable when user's base 4 attributes exceed 200. Equipment effect 3, sealed unlockable when user's base 4 attributes exceed 500. Equipment effect 9, sealed unlockable when user's base 4 attributes exceed 2000. Equipment description, like the One Punch Man class, the super equipment holds limitless potential. Its abilities gradually unlock as the user's attribute points increase. System note, bearer of this gear, embrace the conviction of invincibility and fulfill your duty as a One Punch Man. Su-han finished reading the description, his eyes fixed intently on the ordinary boxing gloves in his hands. Just as Yang Jian once said, great gear possesses a soul. Beneath its ordinary appearance, he sensed a fiery spirit lurking within. As if destined by fate, the gloves beckoned him to don them. At a single glance, Su-han knew this was the weapon destined solely for him. Yet the berserker gloves he currently wielded had accompanied him for so long. To say there was no resonance between them would be impossible. This left Su-han in an agonizing dilemma. He didn't know which pair of gloves he should use. Ding! At that very moment, the frenzy gauntlet on his hand suddenly emitted a sharp vibrating sound. It was its response to sensing the user's inner turmoil. Su-han distinctly felt the frenzy gauntlet's aura gradually soften, as if soothing its user. No matter whether he ultimately abandoned it or not, it would harbor no resentment. Since the frenzy gauntlet had made this concession, Su-han naturally respected the weapon's choice. He removed the gauntlet, swapping it for the exclusive gear of his One Punch Man profession, then stowed the berserker gauntlet into the system's built-in backpack. Suddenly, another notification chime sounded. Detected host completion of Secret Realm quest. Demon Tower Secret Realm closing. All surviving demons will be released in 30 minutes. System upgrade commencing. Duration, 3 days. After this announcement, the system entered a state of deep hibernation. The only sound left in the surroundings was Lucia's sobbing. Chapter 92, Return to Reality. The Demon Tower will shut down completely in 30 minutes. We must hurry back to the Count's territory and deliver the good news to your father. Su-han approached Lucia and said. Lucia lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen. Upon hearing Su-han's words, she said nothing more. She activated the teleportation stone, stood up, and stepped into the portal for their return journey. Upon arriving at the Earl's castle, they saw Eren standing at the main gate with all the castle servants eagerly awaiting their return. Father! Lucia rushed toward her father the moment she saw him, throwing her arms around him in an emotional embrace. Count Eren's complexion was now rosy, a far cry from the pallor he'd worn before their departure. Seeing this, Su-han immediately understood. Eren must have inherited the title of Demon Duke and used the power it contained to heal the internal injuries that had plagued him for years. Congratulations! Su-han stepped forward and extended his right hand. Thank you, my lord. Count Eren, no, now Duke Eren, though holding Lucia in his arms, still managed to grasp Su-han's right hand firmly, then returned a look of profound gratitude. In half an hour, you'll be able to escape this demon tower. As for where you'll appear after leaving the tower, I'm not entirely sure myself. Are you telling the truth? Eren's body visibly trembled at the news. He had been content merely to gain the power of a duke, never daring to dream of escaping this place that felt more like hell than the abyss itself. Yet Su-han was telling him he could lead his people out of this purgatory. This left him somewhat overwhelmed and flattered. Of course it's true. Su-han nodded. Thank you. Thank you. Eren's voice trembled slightly. We owe you a huge favor, sir. If we ever cross paths again after leaving this place, I swear I'll repay your kindness. Very well. Remember what you've said. I believe we shall meet again someday. Su-han's lips curved into a faint smile. 30 minutes passed remarkably quickly in the Demon Tower, a place devoid of any sense of time. As the deadline approached, everything within the tower began to show signs of collapse. The clouds in the sky merged with the earth of the upper realms, gradually being forced downward. Deep, bottomless fissures tore open in the scorched earth below, revealing orange-red clouds glowing fiery red through the cracks. The boundaries between the territories of the Demon Tower's nobles grew increasingly blurred. All order within the tower was collapsing. An elliptical, dark purple portal appeared outside Eren's castle, emitting a powerful gravitational pull that relentlessly drew Eren and the other demons toward it. It's the abyss. Before departing, Aaron turned to Suhan and said. He distinctly sensed within this return portal the dark aura unique to the abyss. My lord, this is for you. Aaron pulled a ring from his breast pocket. This is our family's symbol ring. As long as you wear it, we'll be able to sense your location within the abyss. We'll meet again then. Understood. Suhan accepted the family ring engraved with a lion's head and slipped it onto his finger. Suhan, you're the first friend I've ever made since birth. So you absolutely must come find me in the abyss someday. Lucia waved goodbye to Suhan. After this battle, she felt their friendship had grown profoundly deep. Truthfully, recalling how he had fought while protecting her, she found herself reluctant to part ways with Suhan. Alright, I'll definitely come to the abyss. We'll meet again then. It's a deal. You have my word. After bidding farewell, Aaron led his clan away from the demon tower. Once all the demons had entered the return portal, the dark purple hue gradually faded, transforming into a faintly glowing pale blue portal. It now bore no difference from the secret realm portals found in the real world. Suhan stepped through, bringing his 25-day secret realm expedition to a complete end. Insects chirped and birds sang amidst lush greenery. Suhan opened his eyes, finding himself back in the wooden cottage villa within the forest. The moment he returned to reality, he immediately sent a message to Yang Jian, informing him that his seclusion had ended. Within an hour of receiving the message, Yang Jian dispatched men to escort Suhan back to the Awakened Ones Association. Your seclusion is over. What did you gain? Yang Jian sat behind his desk, smiling as he looked at Suhan. His gaze flickered with surprise when he noticed the weapon strapped to Suhan's wrist. It was truly a rewarding experience. Suhan sat across from Yang Jian and replied. What about those berserker gauntlets you picked out from the guild armory? Why aren't you wearing them anymore? You switched to this plain-looking pair instead. This is exclusive gear I obtained after my seclusion. I likely won't be using the berserker gauntlets anymore. Exclusive gear from the level breakthrough dungeon? Yes. Suhan nodded. He told a harmless little lie to explain the origin of the ordinary gloves. In that case, I won't pry further. But I still hope you'll find a worthy home for the berserker gauntlets. They're a fine piece of gear with a soul of their own. Yang Jian said solemnly. I understand. Suhan met Yang Jian's gaze and affirmed. With 1 month left before university starts, if there's anything you need help with during this time, just let me know. I'll do my best to assist. Thank you. Alright. No need for thanks. You haven't been home in a month, go see your family. Yang Jian waved his hand, urging Suhan to leave his office. After leaving, Suhan arrived at the apartment arranged by the association. His parents were inside chatting and watching TV. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Hearing the familiar voice, they turned and immediately stood up, pulling him over to sit on the sofa. Mr. Yang Jian said you went off to meditate. So, did you manage to break through the barrier? His mother, Yang Jishio, asked curiously. Success. My strength is significantly greater than before. Suhan replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. Now that you mention it, I am a bit. I've actually been craving your cooking lately. Alright. Yang Jishio's lips curved upward, her face lighting up with joy. She cheerfully walked into the kitchen to prepare a meal for her son. Dad, where's my sister? Suhan looked at his father and asked. She picked out a few dungeons and secret realms to dive into for cultivation. Said she doesn't want to fall too far behind you. Perseverance is a good thing. It's great that your sister thinks that way. What are your plans for the next month? Su Wuming inquired. I'll probably still follow my teacher's arrangements, focusing on clearing more dungeons and such. While cultivation is important, remember to balance work and rest, don't overwork yourself. Got it, Dad. The meal was served, and the family gathered happily around the table, eating and chatting in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 93, System Upgrade, Equipment Fusion. 3 days later, in Suhan's room, his system finally completed its upgrade. During those 3 days, aside from daily tasks functioning normally, his system showed no activity whatsoever. System upgrade complete. Rebooting. Reboot progress, 5%. Restart progress 20%. Restart progress 50%. Reboot progress 100%. System reboot successful. Welcome to the new system, Post. Now introducing newly available features. Feature 1, Detection. Can detect specific information about awakened individuals whose attributes do not exceed 10% of the host's minimum attribute points. Feature 2, Equipment Fusion. Allows merging different equipment. After fusion, the higher tier equipment absorbs the effects of the lower tier equipment, while the weapon's appearance is inherited from the higher tier equipment. However, fusion outcomes vary based on compatibility between weapons. Higher compatibility yields greater fusion success rates. Function 3, Skill Fusion. Can fuse skills of the same level to create a higher tier skill. Higher skill levels result in lower fusion success rates, with no guaranteed success. Upon fusion failure, the skill is destroyed and cannot be used again by the host. Function overview complete. It's my pleasure to serve you. Hosts may customize a personal system spirit avatar to provide more detailed usage guidance. The system spirit is visible only to the host. The new system's voice has transitioned from its original wooden mechanical tone to a sweet female voice. Functionally, numerous changes have been implemented. When Suhan witnessed the effects of equipment fusion, his eyes lit up. He thought of the Berserker gauntlets currently resting quietly in his system inventory. With this new feature, his first truly soul-infused weapon might just shine with renewed brilliance. Moreover, through equipment fusion, he could craft numerous high-level items from low-grade gear. Not only could he use them himself, but he could also sell them on the market to accumulate wealth. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. With that thought, Suhan quickly retrieved the Berserker gauntlets from his system inventory. He then activated the system function to fuse the ordinary gloves with the Berserker gloves. Initiating equipment fusion. Detecting compatibility between the two items? Compatibility 78%. Fusion commencing. He placed the two pairs of gloves together. After the system issued its command, they were enveloped by two rings of light and gradually floated into the air. The two rings slowly drew closer, then gradually merged together. The weapons within them melted together, intertwining into a single entity. A blinding white light erupted from within, and the two gauntlets became one. Only a single halo remained in the air, slowly descending into Suhan's hand. Congratulations, host. Equipment fusion successful. The light ring dissipated, revealing the faint red hue of the ordinary gauntlet within. The weapon pulsed with a dual glow of red and white, vibrating in his grasp. Suhan distinctly sensed two distinct consciousnesses within the gauntlet, as if greeting him. One restless, one calm. One weak, one strong. Yet both coexisted within the ordinary gauntlet, maintaining a strange harmony. Equipment name, Ordinary Gloves One Punch Man's exclusive weapon. Equipment level, EX. Equipment effect 1, plus 10 to all 4 attributes. Equipment description, a class-exclusive weapon infused with the soul of a Berserker gauntlet, radiating a faint aura of frenzy. Inflicts bleeding on enemies with low probability. System note, 1 vessel, 2 souls, a near-perfect creation. The newly upgraded standard gauntlets now suited Suhan's preferences even better. Perhaps in the future, his weapons would harbor even more coexisting consciousnesses. Stowing the gloves away, Suhan then accessed the newly added customization feature within the system. He selected the image of a beautiful forest elf maiden as the system's external manifestation. The 3D virtual model spun rapidly, and finally, a palm-sized system spirit materialized. From that day forward, she would serve as Suhan's constant assistant. It is my pleasure to serve you, master. Lifting the hem of her skirt on both sides, the spirit bowed to Suhan. She flew onto his shoulder and settled there. I look forward to working with you in the future. Suhan gently touched the fairy's pale green wings and said with a smile. Having completed the 2 tasks above, Suhan did not attempt skill fusion again. The skills he currently possessed were all quite effective, having helped him overcome numerous challenges along the way. He couldn't risk losing his current skills just to try acquiring new ones. Though people often say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. But in times like these, caution was still the wiser course. He wouldn't engage in anything where the risks outweighed the rewards. It would be better to wait until later, gather some low-level universal skills, and then conduct fusion experiments. Who knows? He might get some unexpected rewards. After resolving his current matters, Suhan resolved to intensify his dungeon and secret realm runs during the remaining month before school resumed. Only by doing so would he have a chance to acquire more gear and skills for fusion experiments. It would also boost his own strength, a win-win situation. After making up his mind, he immediately set out to find Yang Jian, hoping to have him arrange an available teleportation gate for him. His path was smooth sailing. Every staff member at the guild knew Suhan. Upon entering Yang Jian's office, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Jin Ingman, the head of the Jin family, another prominent clan in Sanjing City whom Yang Jian had previously discussed with him. Suhan, you're just in time. I was about to come find you myself. Yang Jian immediately gestured for the familiar figure who had entered to take a seat on the sofa. This is Jin Ingman, head of the Jin family. You should know each other. Hello. For this meeting, Jin Ingman wore a red qipao, her complexion rosy and radiant, a stark contrast to her appearance at the funeral. Hello. Suhan extended his hand and greeted her politely. The head of the Jin family has come to see me primarily to discuss cooperation with the association, and also to meet you again. Yang Jian sat at his desk, glancing left and right before explaining. Young Master Su remains as distinguished and upright as ever, truly the most gifted prodigy in our city of Sange and indeed the entire nation. Jin Ingman flashed a warm smile. She naturally felt a fondness for this young man who had brought back her daughter's body. His reputation as a nationally renowned prodigy only deepened her desire to forge a connection with him. After exchanging business cards earlier, Suhan hadn't reached out to her. Since that was the case, she would have to take the initiative to establish a connection. This way, she could not only find an opportunity to repay his kindness but also discuss future collaborations with the Awakened Association. You're too kind. Su-han waved her hand modestly. Chapter 94, Meeting and Assistance. Not at all, not at all. Jin Ingman hurriedly waved her hands. I've heard from Chairman Yang that it was you who recommended our Jin family to him, giving us the chance to replace the Su family and become a major power in Sanjing City. Honestly, I truly don't know how to thank you enough. Su-han tilted his head, his gaze shifting toward Yang Jian. Their eyes met. He saw Yang Jian smile and nod before quickly turning back to Jin Ingman. I did this for the sake of our entire Sanjing City. Besides, you and the Jin family have the capability to take this position. Benefactor. Jin Ingman stood up, gripping Su-han's hand with emotion. She bowed deeply and said, not only did you help me bring back my daughter's remains, allowing her soul to rest in peace, but you also helped the Jin family advance further in Sange Market. I, Jin Ingman, swear here that with just one word from you, even if it means climbing mountains of knives or crossing seas of fire, I will lead the entire Jin family to repay your kindness. Since you put it that way, it would be rather rude of me to refuse any longer. Su-han helped Jin Ingman to her feet. Regarding the specifics of our cooperation, I trust my teacher will discuss them thoroughly with you later. We needn't dwell on these matters between us. I do have a matter requiring your assistance. Should you agree, consider it repayment for your kindness? Just tell me what it is, and I'll do everything in my power to assist you. Jin Ingman said warmly. With only a month left before my university semester begins, I hope to leverage your Jin family connections to help sell some equipment during this time. Of course, no problem. Jin Ingman agreed without hesitation. If it involved matters requiring force, she might have hesitated. But as the wealthiest family in Sanjin City, the Jin family effectively controlled every auction house and equipment market, large and small, within the city. Handling equipment consignment sales was practically child's play for them, hardly a significant matter at all. Benefactor, what type and grade of equipment would you like me to handle for you? To secure the best price for the gear, I'll need to know these details beforehand. Jin Ingman inquired. As a merchant seeking to repay a kindness, this was her duty. When someone entrusted her with a task, she would do her utmost to fulfill it. The type and quality of the gear aren't finalized yet. But I plan to sell it in 2 phases, one every half month. The quantity will depend on how much I harvest this month. Su-han replied. This. Jin Ingman visibly froze upon hearing his words. But remembering this was a request from the Jin family's benefactor, she quickly composed herself without showing it and replied. That's acceptable. Let's exchange contact information. Call me in 2 weeks and I'll send someone to collect the gear. Alright, it's settled then. Su-han gave Jin Ingman a hug as he spoke. After exchanging contact information and exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jin Ingman left the association building with satisfaction. Now, only the master and apprentice remained in the office. Master, over the next month, I plan to focus entirely on tackling portal dungeons. Could you help me select some suitable ones? Su-han sat across from Yang Jian and asked with a grin. No problem, no problem. But you don't plan on spending every single day in the portals for the next month, do you? Yang Jian replied. Having sat nearby and overheard the entire conversation between Su-han and Jin Ingman, he was concerned about the young man overexerting himself. Training is important, but you must balance work and rest. Otherwise, if the mental strain breaks you, the damage to your psyche will be irreversible. I know that, of course. Rest assured, I'm aware of it. Su-han patted his chest in assurance. Also, if you need to sell equipment, you can entrust it to the Awakened Association. There's no need to waste a favor. After all, the Jin family will surely become one of the 3 major powers in Sanjin City. It's best to use the favor of such a powerful clan wisely. I understand. Stop nagging me. Su-han deliberately exaggerated his gestures, covering his ears with both hands and shaking his head wildly to deal with Yang Jian. He'd come to realize that despite appearing as a rugged-looking middle-aged man on the surface, Yang Jian possessed a meticulous and responsible nature, though he did have a tendency to nag over trivial matters. With such a man as the association's leader, it was no wonder the Awakened Association had grown into the largest organization in Sanjin City and earned the trust of its citizens. Since you understand the gravity of the situation, I won't say more. Seeing Su-han's reaction, Yang Jian dropped the subject and changed the topic. While you were in seclusion, I observed your sister Su Muyu. Her talent is truly terrifying, almost on par with yours. The key point is, she's 2 years younger than you. At this rate, our city will have another prodigy rising star within a year. Are you serious? Su-han was taken aback by the remark. In Yang Jian's eyes, Su Muyu was actually on par with him. This was nothing short of astonishing. After all, he had achieved his current status only by leveraging the system and the power of his god-tier profession. But didn't Su Muyu awaken to the same S-class profession as Yi Wanqing? Without my help, she could only reach Yi Wanqing's level at best. While that would be quite remarkable, it wouldn't be enough to earn Yang Jian's admiration, would it? Could it be that she, like him, had some hidden, extraordinary encounter unknown to others? Still, despite his lingering doubts, Suhan felt genuine warmth and pride deep within when he heard young Jian praise his sister. If Sumuyu truly possessed talent on par with his current self, then as her brother, he'd have to push himself even harder. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Yang Jian gave Suhan an affirmative reply. In that case, I have another request to make of you, teacher. What is it? After I enroll in university, please keep an eye on my sister. If necessary, give her extra lessons. I'll find a way to repay you in the future. You little rascal. Yang Jian chuckled, patting Suhan on the shoulder. Such a small matter, do you really need to ask me specifically? She's your sister, and with her talent, I'd help her even if you didn't ask. Thank you. Suhan replied. Their friendship, forged through months of shared trials, had grown deeper than that of some classmates who'd known each other for years. Yang Jian valued talent, and Suhan knew gratitude. Working together, they found both comfort and efficiency. Truly, it was a friendship worthy of being called a bond transcending age. Chapter 95, Ambition. Half a month later, in a secret, private training room within the association, Suhan sat cross-legged in the center of the cool silver floor, his hands gesturing back and forth in the air. Surrounding him were mountains of gear. These were the spoils he had gathered over the past fortnight from conquering dungeons and secret realms. Most were low-grade D rank and C rank items. For the past fortnight, he had spent almost every waking moment either inside portals or traveling to them. He had been grinding non-stop, 24 hours a day. When fatigue set in, he'd use the instant recovery accumulated from daily quests. This item instantly restored his stamina, allowing him to dive back into the grueling grind. Yang Jian witnessed his reckless behavior and sternly ordered him to stop grinding and return for rest immediately. But after spending another day grinding dungeons together and then sparring at the guild, Yang Jian stopped nagging. Instead, he quietly reserved the next dungeon they would tackle. Today, after half a month of relentless effort, Suhan finally carved out time to fuse these pieces of gear. Surveying the surrounding space packed with low-level gear, he nodded with satisfaction. Next, they would undergo fusion experiments at Suhan's hands, evolving into higher-tier, superior quality gear. Additionally, he had acquired some skills from clearing secret realms. He could experiment with skill fusion to enhance his power. If he acquired any class skills he couldn't use himself, and if those skills didn't synergize well with others, he could always sell them to Jin Ingman. That would at least put them to some use. Tia, initiate equipment inspection. Select all gear present with over 60% compatibility for fusion. Suhan commanded to the front. Then, the system spirit materialized out of thin air. Tia was the name Suhan had given her. After all, they didn't know how long they'd be working together, so naming the spirit was quite necessary. Besides, it could assist him in controlling the system, saving him a lot of trouble. He had initially assumed that equipment fusion would require him to manually check the compatibility of each piece one by one. If he had to do it that way, spending an entire day on it would be perfectly normal. But with Tia by his side, she could help him fine-tune every function of the system and even offer crucial advice at times. She was practically a perfect assistant. Received host command. Initiating equipment compatibility scan. Scanning. Scan complete. Equipment meeting host requirements selected. Initiating fusion. Upon receiving the command, Tia immediately began execution without the slightest delay. With the assistance of the intelligent system spirit, the equipment inspection and fusion process, which might have taken a full day previously, was reduced to a mere half hour. Ultimately, he obtained 1 S grade item, 10 A grade items, 30 B grade items, along with roughly 100 C and D grade items that weren't fused due to compatibility issues, plus several defective items from failed fusion attempts. Based on the market standard of 1 million universal currency per mid-tier grade B equipment, the most widely circulated grade Suhan's current haul, even excluding the high-tier S and A grades, was worth over 35 million. Add to that 1 A grade piece worth over 5 million universal currency and the priceless S grade equipment, and he possessed assets exceeding 100 million. This fortune was more than enough to transform him into a moderately wealthy success story. Later, he had Tia assist him with skill fusion. Ultimately, he acquired 3 usable skills, 1 A grade and 2 B grade. Skill name, Sovereign's Deterrence. Grade, A. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Effect, creates a circular domain. Within this domain, the user can unleash an aura that causes enemies significantly weaker than themselves to faint. Description, as a sovereign above all others, one must possess an aura that crushes all before them. Skill name, Clarity. Level, B. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Effect, removes control effects and debuffs up to the skill's own level. Description, were it not for the hefty half-hour cooldown, this skill would easily rival A rank abilities in power. Skill name, Blink. Level, A+. Cooldown, 10s. Effect, instantly teleports the user to a designated location within a 10-meter radius. Cannot be targeted during teleportation, but uses a significant amount of mana. Description, a divine skill combining offense and defense. Used skillfully, it can be incredibly versatile. 3 skills. Sovereign's Deterrence handles minor threats, effectively preventing future encounters where the user is overwhelmed by multiple opponents. Whenever outnumbered, activating this skill saves significant time. Clarity fills the gap left by Suhan's lack of a control removal skill. After all, its instant recovery effect is incredibly powerful, but relying solely on it to counter every control skill encountered would be wasteful. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? It's wiser to conserve such overpowered abilities for critical moments. Clarity is perfectly adequate for routine countermeasures. Finally, the last skill, Blink, diversifies his offensive and escape options. It drastically reduces the chance of being kited by opponents, preventing unnecessary damage. In short, these 3 skills have greatly boosted Suhan's current combat effectiveness. Combined with his existing abilities, his overall prowess has undoubtedly reached a new level. Host, do you have any further commands for me? Tia sat perched on Suhan's left shoulder, swinging her tiny feet as she addressed her master. You've done well, Tia. There's nothing else for you to do at the moment. Suhan replied. Tia is delighted to serve you. The system spirit smiled sweetly, her pale green wings fluttering gently. She felt deeply honored to be of assistance to her host. After sorting out his gear and skills, Suhan pulled out his phone and dialed Jiningman's number. Upon receiving the call, Jiningman quickly arrived at the Awakened Association with her team. When she saw the vast array of gear Suhan had brought ranging in quality and including S-grade equipment she herself had rarely encountered, her pupils suddenly contracted. She then cautiously inquired. Benefactor, these are S-grade items, treasures beyond price. Are you truly not keeping them for yourself, but intending to sell them? Of course. Why else would I bring it to you? Suhan replied. After all, with his capabilities, S-grade gear was merely the starting point. I believe that in the near future, as long as he puts in the effort, he can fully equip himself with SSS-grade ultra-luxury gear from head to toe. Given that, it made sense to trade this S-grade gear for capital. It could become a catalyst for his development in the new city. After all, with the capability to craft high-tier gear now in his grasp, Suhan's ambitions wouldn't let him settle for the small town of Sanging City. He intended to expand his empire nationwide and eventually, across the entire world. Chapter 96, Collaboration. Since you place such trust in me, I assure you I will secure a price for this equipment that will satisfy you. Jiningman said no more, gathered the gear, and turned to leave. Her business instincts kept warning her, she absolutely had to board Suhan's ship. By staying close to him, the Jin family might one day reach unimaginable heights. For the next half-month, Suhan spent most of his time within the portal. His relentless stamina left Yang Jian, the dungeon coordinator, exclaiming it was downright insane. Today, it was time for another delivery. As always, Suhan handed the fused equipment to Jiningman. However, his luck seemed to have taken a downturn in the latter half of the month. In terms of skills he could utilize, he hadn't gained anything particularly noteworthy. Inside the training room, Jiningman stood before Suhan, dressed in a jade green qipao, and inquired. Benefactor, if I may ask, have you discovered a method to mass-produce high-tier equipment? Yes. Suhan nodded. There was no need to conceal it. With more and more high-tier gear flooding the market and auction houses, news of his ability to consistently produce S-grade equipment would inevitably spread like wildfire. The uproar it would cause would be nothing short of massive. So it was. Jiningman fell silent. Her brows furrowed, her expression hinting at words left unsaid. If you have something to say, just speak up. Seeing this, Suhan gestured for her to continue. Since you've put it that way, I won't beat around the bush. Have you ever considered leveraging your own abilities to become a major player in the equipment market? What do you mean? Suhan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You might not realize just how valuable your abilities truly are. Currently, there are only about 1,000 S-grade equipment pieces in existence worldwide, and SS-grade equipment is even rarer, just 100 pieces. If you could maintain a production rate of one S-grade item every 2 weeks, combined with a mature business model, our partnership could completely monopolize the consumer market for awakened individuals. By then, you could amass unimaginable wealth by the age of 20. Jiningman explained. It was clear from her words that she was desperate to see Suhan this car poised to leap over the dragon gate. As the saying goes, when one person achieves greatness, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Once Suhan rose to prominence, those who had stood by him would reap benefits beyond imagination. What you're saying is indeed tempting. Suhan's eyes lit up at her words. He had always intended to build a business empire through his own abilities. But such a vision could never be realized by one man alone. In the future, he would inevitably need to collaborate with individuals who had spent years navigating the business world, gaining rich experience, to jointly forge a legend. Jiningman, born and raised in Sanging City, had transparent origins and was known for her integrity and gratitude. Though she still carried some typical merchant traits, overall, she was undoubtedly an excellent candidate for a business partner. Moreover, her family currently operated within the limited sphere of Sanging City, a small fiefdom. From the perspective of profit distribution, this arrangement undoubtedly favored Suhan.
After all, if he were to seek partnerships with established, renowned merchant houses in the future, the concessions he'd have to make might be impossible to quantify in mere numbers. That's cold hard cash we're talking about. Who could genuinely be magnanimous enough to willingly hand over money that rightfully belonged to them? If you agree to partner with the Jean family, all future profits will be split 70% for you, 30% for us. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Jean Ingman quickly added. She knew her place well. She understood that within this business plan, Suhan's mass production capabilities were the most crucial element. Thus, she proactively proposed the 70-30 profit-sharing arrangement to sway the young man before her. I must say, you really have a keen eye for business. Suhan pondered for a moment before making his decision. I can agree to your partnership request, but all costs associated with manufacturing the equipment must be borne by your Jean family. However, I can assure you that in the future, I will not only provide S-grade equipment, but even SS-grade gear, the kind the world assigns serial numbers to if you need it. Deal. Jean Ingman didn't hesitate for a moment. Happy cooperation. The two shook hands. Afterward, they discussed the details of their partnership, stipulating that every 2 months, Suhan would supply the Jean family trading house with one piece of S-grade equipment, along with larger quantities of A-grade and B-grade equipment. To better facilitate the partnership, after settling matters with the main branch in Same City, Jean Ingman would lead the family's core members to establish a foothold in the capital. They would use this as an opportunity to expand the guild's influence. As for the precarious three-way balance Yang Jian had painstakingly maintained, it would not come to an end just yet. Beyond Jean Ingman, the family was supported by her younger brother Jean Min, the deputy clan leader. His competence was nearly on par with her own, so there was no need to worry that the family headquarters would face issues if the head left. The pleasant conversation concluded. After Kim Yong-man departed, Suhan remained in the training room to continue his exercises. After so much accumulated training, the power of his strongest strike now reached 3,400 attribute points, easily matching that of an ordinary level 63 awakened. However, considering his lack of combat experience and the need to awaken and master new skills after each level breakthrough, his true combat strength still fell short of an S-rank king-tier powerhouse. At least in sparring sessions with Yang Jian, he rarely emerged victorious. This clearly demonstrated why king-tier powerhouses earned their title. Their status isn't merely based on level, it stems from comprehensive, multifaceted, deep-seated enhancement. Only after breaking through the 50-level barrier do they earn the world's respect. Unable to level up, Suhan could only narrow the gap with these individuals through relentless combat and practice, accumulating experience and mastering his skills. For this reason, entering university became a crucial step. At Qingbei University, even the most ordinary lecturers were king-tier or higher. Dean-level positions were held by revered tier powerhouses above level 70, while the university president himself was a saint-tier powerhouse exceeding level 80. He believed that with their guidance, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. This filled him with a special anticipation for his upcoming university life. He hoped the coming years would bring him 4 unforgettable and wonderful years at university. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Today marked the day he would report to Qingbei University. Suhan and Yi Wanqing traveled together. Standing before the high-speed rail station entrance, they bid farewell to their families before departure. Chapter 97, Farewell and Commencement. Son, do your best in college. We're waiting for your good news. Su Wuming patted his son's shoulder, his lips curling into a rare smile. Even if you become the top scholar in the nation, always stay humble. There's always someone better out there. This world is full of examples of geniuses who fell from grace. Only through constant effort and continuous improvement can you truly succeed. Here, take these braised spare ribs your mother made. Share them with Xiao Yi on the way. Yang Jishio handed the prepared meal to Su Han and reminded him. Mom and Dad, I got it. Su Han took the heavy lunchbox. Brother, just wait. It won't take 2 years. I'll be at Tsinghua or Peking University to find you in just 1 year. Su Muyu stood beside her parents and added. To achieve the goal her master had set for her to catch up to and surpass Su Han, she would strive relentlessly, never allowing herself even the slightest slack. Alright, I believe in you. Su Han ruffled his sister's hair, smiling warmly as he spoke with evident pride. Having learned from Yang Jian that his sister possessed talent equal to his own, he naturally felt joy as her brother. Moreover, by the time Su Muyu entered university, his own career would surely have gained significant momentum. By then, helping my sister procure some rare elixirs and potions should be a piece of cake. It was another way to support my family. Once you're in the capital, I'll treat you to the finest food and drink. You won't be shortchanged, I promise. Who needs your help? Just wait and see, I'll catch up to you sooner or later. Su Muyu turned her head away, deliberately avoiding Su Han's gaze. If that's really the case, then swapping roles wouldn't be so bad either, ha ha ha. Su Han laughed heartily, teasing her. You're shameless. Su Muyu shot her brother a look of utter contempt before quickly turning her head away again. Alright, enough with the banter. Su Han spread his arms wide, gesturing for a hug. Before you go, give your brother a hug.
Hearing Su Han's words, Su Muyu stole a glance at the boy across from her. Then, turning her head away, she reluctantly opened her arms. Seeing this, Su Han smiled gently and wrapped his arms around his sister's waist. After their embrace, their parents stepped forward and hugged them both. Good luck! Her parents and sister said one last thing to Su Han. After the family parted ways, Su Han and Yu Wanqing entered the high-speed rail station one after the other. Congratulations! On the high-speed train, the two sat together, chatting while admiring the scenery outside the window. This marked their first departure from Sange City, venturing into uncharted territory for exploration. In such circumstances, having a fellow traveler from the same hometown felt like a stroke of luck. I should be the one congratulating you, Su Han, top scorer of the college entrance exam. Yu Wanqing stared into Su Han's eyes and said earnestly. After the college entrance exams ended, she had been busy preparing for her next level breakthrough and had gone straight home to get ready. She hadn't even had the chance to congratulate him then, so today was the perfect opportunity to make up for that oversight. Su Han felt the same way about this. You're already at level 25 now, right? How did you know? Yu Wanqing looked at him in surprise. In the 3 months since the college entrance exams ended, she had broken through the level barrier and then plunged headlong into the portals, finally managing to reach level 25. All to keep pace with Su Han as much as possible, lest she fall too far behind. Just a hunch. Su Han chuckled. With so many people on the high-speed train, he certainly couldn't tell Yu Wanqing here that he possessed a skill allowing him to probe others' specific information. Among the common skill sets, detection abilities were exceptionally rare. A C-grade detection skill book was easily worth as much as a B-grade universal skill book. All the passengers on this high-speed train were headed for the capital. To be safe, Su Han knew better than to flaunt his wealth. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Yu Wanqing understood the logic and didn't press further. After that, the two launched into a wide-ranging conversation, passing the time during the journey. The high-speed train moved swiftly, and within a day, they arrived at the capital. Stepping out of the station with their luggage, they quickly spotted the admissions staff holding signs bearing the Qingbei University logo amidst the throng of people. Hello, we're the new students reporting for enrollment this time. They approached and addressed the staff. Welcome, freshmen. Please present your admission letters and electronic documents. Once verified, we'll escort you to the university entrance where faculty will be waiting for you. A male volunteer in uniform politely addressed them. Upon hearing this, Su Han and Yu Wanqing retrieved their admission letters bearing the president's handwritten signature from their bags. They then pulled out their phones, located the digital verification documents, and handed both items to the volunteer senior. After verifying the information, the senior returned the documents and addressed them. Verification complete. Please wait a moment while I escort you to campus. My name is Zhou Hanjian. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me along the way. Thank you, senior. Su Han replied politely. 5 minutes later, after finishing his tasks, Zhou Hanjing bid farewell to the remaining volunteers and led the two out of the high-speed rail station. They boarded the exclusive shuttle bus for Qingbei University. Senior, what kind of fun activities are there once we enter university? On the bus, Su Han had little to ask and listened quietly. Yu Wanqing, however, was brimming with anticipation at the prospect of studying at the nation's top university. She couldn't wait to learn what challenges she might face over the next 4 years, what activities she could participate in, and what experiences she would gain. If we're talking about major events, Qingbei University organizes activities tailored for students of different age groups every year. Zhou Hanjian pushed his round-framed glasses back up his nose and replied. For you freshmen, right after enrollment there's the new old student exchange competition. Freshmen who excel in the competition gain the right to choose their own mentor, plus extra scholarships and subsidies for gear and potions. So we'll be competing against sophomores? Yi Wanqing asked. Yes. Zhou Hanjian nodded. But only a handful of freshmen from each intake managed to win these matches. After all, compared to those seasoned veterans who've already spent a year learning the ropes here, you freshmen are still too green. Besides the Freshman Upperclassmen Challenge, are there any other worthwhile events to participate in? Beyond that, there's the National College League during your sophomore year, the International College Championship in your junior year, and the internship program in your senior year. These are all crucial events during your 4 years at university, offering significant benefits for enhancing both your skills and broadening your horizons. Zhou Hanjian replied. Are there any important rules and regulations at the school? Regarding those details, after the freshman-senior showdown concludes and you're assigned to your classes, your respective advisors will explain everything thoroughly. I won't go into further detail here. Zhou Hanjian spoke while gazing out the window. Alright, the entrance to Qingbei University is just ahead. I'll see you off here. Thank you, senior. After getting out of the car, the two thanked Zhou Hanjian. It's all about earning points. Seeing how polite you are, I'll kindly remind you, in the new old competition, what matters isn't the outcome of the match, but the process itself. As long as the university lecturers and professors see your potential, even if you lose the match, you'll still have a chance to receive their specialized guidance. Good luck! With that, Jo Hanjian walked away without looking back. The two were left standing at the school gate with their luggage, waiting for other volunteers to come and greet them. Chapter 98, The Student Council President and Rachel. Freshman, this way. Barely 30 seconds after they stood there, a senior in a volunteer uniform came running out of the school gate to greet them. She pulled a small four-wheeled cart and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Let me help you with your luggage. Thank you, senior. Seeing this, Yi Wanqing felt it would be rude to refuse and politely accepted the offer. Su-han, standing beside her, also thanked the senior. It's the least I can do. The senior in the volunteer uniform wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled at the two of them. After arriving on campus, all new students must assemble at the school auditorium for the orientation ceremony. Immediately afterward, you'll proceed to the training grounds for the new senior exchange competition. After the matches conclude and dorm assignments are finalized, you'll follow the guides to your accommodations. What about our luggage? Su-han asked. Your luggage will be temporarily stored in a designated storage area. You can retrieve it after the competition concludes. As she spoke, the senior student had already led them to the luggage storage area. Here are your storage tickets. Keep them safe. If you lose these, retrieving your luggage will be a hassle. You'll need to go to the academic affairs office for identity verification. Okay. The two nodded. Afterward, the senior student took them on a brief tour of the campus, strolling around for a while. The opening ceremony starts at 9:30 a.m. Since there's still half an hour before it begins, you can explore the campus on your own. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll be happy to help. Senior, I heard there are many clubs and organizations at university. Do you have any recommendations? Preferably ones that help build skills. Yi Wanqing inquired. It was clear she was genuinely excited about college life and had done extensive research beforehand. If you're looking for departments or clubs to build skills, I recommend the student councils of our two major schools, as well as the university-wide student council that oversees them. These three organizations are busy but carry significant influence. Members get 10 days of free access to the training rooms each month, plus various other perks. I'm a member of the Magic College Student Union myself. As for clubs, they're more about following your interests. Just pick what you genuinely enjoy. So what are the requirements to join the student council? Yi Wanqing pressed further. If you can defeat a senior in the New Old Exchange tournament, you'll be exempt from the entrance exam and join the student council directly. Otherwise, you'll have to submit an application form and go through round after round of interviews and selections before being chosen to stay. Of course, there's also a special route, gaining direct entry through a recommendation letter from a designated faculty advisor. The senior replied earnestly. What about the university student council? Su-han, who had been listening quietly, couldn't help but speak up. To join the university student council, besides meeting the requirements I just mentioned, you must also pass the test administered by the student council president. The student union president? Su-han raised an eyebrow. Yes. He represents all students at Qingbei University. Among the student body, he symbolizes both capability and authority. After he took office as student union president, the previously lax atmosphere within the departments was completely transformed. No one dares slack off under his watch. He's practically an idol to most students, myself included. Hearing you say that, senior, this student union president truly is exceptional. Yi Wanqing mused thoughtfully. What's his name? Zhou Hanjiang. He's a junior at our school's magic academy. Upon hearing this, the two immediately turned their heads and exchanged glances. They never imagined the senior who had driven them to campus was such a prominent figure throughout the entire Qingbei University. They hadn't recognized him at all before. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The volunteer senior found their sudden reaction rather puzzling. Nothing. Yi Wanqing hurriedly waved her hands. It's just that when we first arrived at the high-speed rail station, it seemed like Senior Zhou was the one who brought us both to the school. Well, you're very lucky. Senior Zhou is usually very kind to people, but when it comes to work matters, he seems like a completely different person, exceptionally strict. The senior said. All right. It's about time now. We should hurry to the auditorium for the opening ceremony. Thank you, senior. Yi Wanqing replied politely. Then, the three waved goodbye. Su-han and Yi Wanqing headed toward the auditorium together. As soon as they pushed open the heavy wooden doors of the auditorium, a woody fragrance filled their nostrils. Su-han looked up. The center section of the auditorium was already densely packed with freshmen from all corners of the country. They whispered among themselves, their faces beaming with smiles. As students who had gained admission to the nation's most prestigious university, every one of them felt immense pride at that very moment. Directly in front of the auditorium stood a massive solid wood stage, with a lectern positioned at its center. The area behind the stage was obscured by a red curtain, concealing whatever lay beyond. Su-han and Yi Wanqing found a random seat and settled in, quietly waiting for the opening ceremony to begin. Hello, is this seat taken? After waiting a few more minutes, a female voice suddenly reached Su-han's ears.
He looked up to see a girl wearing a pure white blouse and a gray-black pleated skirt, her golden hair cascading down. She smiled at the boy, her golden bangs nearly brushing his forehead.
No. Suhan shook his head. Then I'll sit here.
Hearing this, the girl sat down beside Suhan with grace and ease.
My name is Ulysses Rachel. I'm an exchange student from the Holy Empire. You can just call me Rachel.
Hello.
Suhan replied. My name is Suhan.
I'm from Sanging City, Huainan Province. Yi Wanqing, from Sanging City, Huainan Province.
You two are from the same place. Are you classmates?
Rachel feigned surprise.
Yes.
Yi Wanqing replied.
As the most prestigious universities in the Dragon Nation, I've heard that sometimes an entire province can't produce even one student accepted to Tsinghua or Peking University. Yet your hometown has produced two at once, truly fascinating. Rachel said with an admiring tone.
Her naturally outgoing manner, paired with an innocent appearance, made it impossible for anyone meeting her for the first time to dislike her.
Compared to our hometown, the Holy Empire is the truly wondrous place.
After all, nowhere else in the world is as steeped in faith as the Holy Empire. Yi Wanqing agreed.
Indeed.
Our Lord watches over us always, granting us the strength to combat evil. Rachel clasped her hands together in prayer.
If either of you ever wish to embrace faith, you are welcome to join.
Her words were cut short by a jarring microphone crackle.
Silence in the hall. Chapter 99, Opening Ceremony.
The deep, resonant voice boomed through the microphone on stage, filling the entire auditorium.
The once chaotic venue instantly fell silent.
Rachel dared not continue her outburst. She shut her mouth mid-sentence and obediently turned her head away. On stage, a young man dressed in formal attire stood before the lectern, his posture upright and his demeanor elegant. With just 4 words, he silenced the crowd of privileged students below the stage. This man was none other than Zhou Hanjian, the student union president who had escorted Suhan and the others to the school. He had now changed out of his volunteer attire into a suit, serving as the ceremony's host to maintain order in the hall. The students seated before him were prodigies from every corner of the nation, yet none dared to act arrogantly. They knew this was Qingbei University, a place where geniuses gathered. In an environment surrounded by such brilliance, the person selected to stand out and host the freshman orientation ceremony must possess abilities far surpassing their own. I am Zhou Hanjian, host of this commencement ceremony, from the Department of Magic at Qingbei University. I now declare the 158th opening ceremony of Qingbei University officially open. The first item on the agenda is the president's address. After Zhou Hanjian finished speaking, an elderly man dressed in a black suit, his hair streaked with gray, emerged slowly from behind the red curtain. His identity was revealed by the nameplate pinned to his chest. This man was none other than Huo Qing, the esteemed chancellor of Qingbei University and a revered saint-level powerhouse. He walked to the podium, and Zhou Hanjiang instinctively stepped aside to make room for the venerable old man.
Good morning, everyone.
Huo Qing's voice was soft but exceptionally clear, each word resonating deeply within the audience. He scanned the audience below the stage, where one attentive student after another sat rigidly in their seats, their eyes burning with intense focus.
A faint smile touched his weathered face.
Finally, his gaze settled on Suhan in the crowd.
After lingering for 2 or 3 seconds, he withdrew his eyes and continued. This year marks my 30th year as president of Qingbei University.
Ever since taking this position, I have made it a point to attend every freshman orientation ceremony. Initially, it was a duty I felt compelled to fulfill as a new president. But over time, I grew to cherish this occasion. Seeing you all, fresh off the boat, full of youthful vigor, brings me genuine joy from the bottom of my heart. I believe that as freshmen, you must be filled with anticipation for the university life ahead, eager to throw yourselves into it wholeheartedly. You, whom our faculty calls the Golden Generation, have already produced dozens of prodigies who capture the nation's attention even before stepping onto campus. This number has already far surpassed previous generations. Here, I urge you to maintain this drive. At Qingbei University, only through relentless competition can you achieve what you desire. I had originally asked Hanjiang to prepare a lengthy speech for me, but upon seeing you all, I realized the words on that paper seemed utterly pale and powerless. Huo Qing raised the A4 paper printed with text, tore it into shreds, and flung them onto the floor. Therefore, for this opening ceremony, I refuse to follow the same old formula.
Please allow me to indulge in a little unrestrained improvisation.
Just as you are hailed as the most outstanding freshman in history, I aspire to be a principal who leaves a lasting impression on you. Huo Qing paused briefly, picking up a nearby water cup and taking a sip.
The auditorium fell silent, all ears tuned to the unconventional principal's next words. Our Qingbei University motto consists of 8 characters.
Enlightened virtue, broad learning, diligent practice, and resolute perseverance.
Mingda means cultivating virtue and tempering character. Our university nurtures talents who love their country and their families.
I hope you will cherish your homeland, become people of high moral character, and possess a spirit of dedication. Broad learning means reading widely.
Even in this era of universal career transitions, reading remains an indispensable part of learning. Students of the past read mathematics and physics books. Today's students should read books relevant to our times.
Whether writing about monsters or chronicling the history of our times, reading books that benefit you and drawing knowledge and experience from them is commendable.
Duxing means unifying knowledge with action.
I hope you become people whose words and deeds align, not hypocrites who say one thing and do another. Even if you excel academically or possess great strength, our prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua have no use for those of questionable character.
Hongyi means having lofty aspirations.
I hope you all embrace grand ambitions and strive relentlessly toward them, never losing yourselves amidst the vibrant tapestry of university life.
These 8 words embody the very soul of Tsinghua and Peking University.
I urge every freshman here to engrave them deeply in your hearts. Finally, I wish you all to precisely find your own path in the next 4 years of university life.
May you always take pride in being members of Peking University. That concludes my remarks.
Huo Qing concluded his speech.
As he fell silent, thunderous applause erupted from the audience.
Every freshman who heard these words was deeply moved by the emotion within them.
This is Qingbei University. This is what it means to be a Qingbei student.
It seemed the path ahead for them was indeed a long one. Thank you, President, for your heartfelt address. I also hope that all of you here today will remember the sincere words spoken by our esteemed former president. They will undoubtedly be of great benefit to your future development.
We now proceed to the second part of the ceremony. Please welcome the freshman representative to deliver their address. Zhou Hanjiang spoke in a gentle tone.
Immediately, under the gaze of the crowd, some curious, some puzzled, some astonished Rachel, seated beside Su Han, slowly rose and walked onto the stage.
She's the freshman representative? A hint of surprise flashed in Su Han and Yi Wanqing's eyes. Hello, everyone. Rachel's voice echoed throughout the hall. I am an exchange student from the Holy Empire, named Ulysses Rachel. It is an honor to speak as the new student representative.
I am well aware of my many shortcomings. It is only through the privilege of being an exchange student that I have been granted this opportunity. But as the principal mentioned earlier, I hope we young people can always maintain our drive. Over the next 4 years, I hope we can continuously exchange ideas, learn from one another, and strengthen our abilities, becoming students who bring pride to our families, our teachers, and our alma mater. The Pope once told me that as the rising sun, we are destined to blaze with brilliance. So, let us strive together. I believe everyone here will achieve what they seek. That concludes my remarks. After speaking, Rachel walked straight back to her seat.
However, as the freshman representative, she inevitably drew the attention of her fellow newcomers.
Consequently, Su Han and Yi Wanqing, seated beside her, also bore the weight of many complex gazes.
Chapter 100, New and Old Student Exchange Competition. She's this year's freshman representative? How is that possible? Does being an exchange student from the Sacred Empire alone grant her the top freshman spot?
Some murmured discontentedly, whispering with their peers.
Don't speak without understanding. The representative selection considers more than just strength. Character matters too.
I heard from the volunteer senior who brought me to school that only those excelling in both academics and conduct qualify to represent their year.
Then how did she get it?
She's not even from our dragon nation, yet she's the freshman representative at our nation's most prestigious institution.
Maybe it's to showcase friendship between the two countries.
After all, at prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua, it's quite normal for matters involving bilateral relations to come up alongside academics. Those two students beside the foreigner seem quite familiar with her.
I wonder what their relationship is. Isn't that Su Han, this year's top scorer in the National College entrance exam?
I saw news about him trending.
Why is he sitting with the exchange student?
A chorus of whispers filled the once quiet auditorium, gradually drowning out the silence.
Sorry for drawing attention to you all.
Rachel tilted her head, her expression apologetic as she addressed the pair.
It's fine, it's fine. It's not like he's going to eat us. We don't mind.
Yi Wanqing replied kindly.
You must be feeling more pressure than us, right? I'm fine. If they have any objections to the school's arrangements, they can come find me anytime. I never turn anyone away.
Rachel said confidently. Su Han turned his head to glance at the girl. Her confident words piqued his interest. If she spoke with such assurance because she was confident in her abilities, then perhaps he could seek her out for a sparring session later.
All right, quiet down, everyone.
At that moment, Zhou Hanjiang's voice echoed through the microphone, reaching every ear in the venue. His tone was calm and gentle, yet it carried an undeniable authority that commanded obedience. It sent a chill down one's spine. Was this the power of the student council president? Even without witnessing him take action, the freshmen dared not make a sound. They fell silent, returning to the orderly state the ceremony had begun in. Due to time constraints, we will now skip the remaining portions of the opening ceremony. Now, all students, please follow me to the training grounds. We will soon commence an exchange match between new and returning students there. Zhou Hanjiang continued. Receiving the command, the freshmen all followed him out of the auditorium. Su Han and the others stood up, walking amidst the student ranks.
Rachel had already blended seamlessly into their small group. Chatting and laughing along the way, they arrived at the designated location. A high-tech training facility immediately caught their eyes, dominated by shades of blue and white. Covering an area at least the size of a standard soccer field, the 5-story building appeared to house separate training rooms on each level, though they had yet to learn how to access them. Welcome to Qingbei University's training facility. As awakened ones, I imagine this place might become the spot you visit most frequently during your 4 years of study outside of the academic buildings. The training facility spans 5 floors, each divided into distinct zones and functions designed to help you hone your abilities. But good things rarely come for free. To use the training grounds, you must pay with points. These points serve as the hard currency for survival at Qingbei University and are extremely valuable. Detailed explanations and applications of the points system will be provided by your respective homeroom counselors after class assignments are finalized. I won't elaborate further here. Zhou Hanjiang stood at the front of the line, addressing the new students. He pointed toward the arena ahead, where several hundred individuals who clearly weren't freshmen stood on the opposite side. They looked relaxed, many still whispering among themselves. Upon seeing the freshmen, they waved at them. These are your opponents for this year's Freshman Upperclassmen Tournament, 1,500 second-year students from the Combat Academy and the Magic Academy. You may choose any one of them to battle. The matches will be streamed live to teachers and professors across all colleges. If you perform well and catch their eye, you could receive their specialized guidance. New students who win in the competition will also gain the right to choose their preferred mentor, along with additional rewards of points and elixirs. For this tournament, we have invited Senior Professor Li Lei from the Combat Academy to serve as the referee. He will also ensure no one's safety is compromised. Now, I declare the 158th Qingbei University New and Senior Student Exchange Competition officially open. Zhou Hanjiang waved his hand dramatically. From the crowd of sophomores, a young man wearing boxing gloves leaped directly onto the stage. I am Li Tianhu, a sophomore from the Combat Academy. Which of you juniors or freshmen wishes to be my opponent? He scanned the freshmen below, extending his right hand and beckoning them with a finger. The crowd exchanged nervous glances. Though they were about to face seniors who had entered university a year ahead of them, their eyes showed no trace of fear. Instead, they were itching to fight, eager to prove themselves. I'll take him. Before long, a freshman wielding a two-handed sword finally leaped forward. Greetings, senior. I am Dong Zimo, a freshman from the Magic City. I humbly request your guidance. Upon stepping onto the stage, Dong Zimo held his sword hilt upward and bowed respectfully to Li Tianhu. Likewise. Li Tianhu replied with a fist salute. The first match of the freshman-senior exchange tournament was about to begin. Compared to the relatively tense atmosphere among the freshmen, the sophomores seemed much more relaxed. Due to the event's open nature, students using the training facilities began gathering around as the matches commenced. They all wanted to see what excitement this year's competition would bring. It's Li Tianhu. I remember that guy ranked somewhere in the middle among the second-year students at the Combat Academy. Looks like this freshman is in for a beating. A student who recognized Li Tianhu shot Dong Zimo a pitying glance. The gap between freshmen and sophomores was no small matter. They had an entire extra year of training under their belts. Even the lower-ranked sophomores could easily handle most of these freshmen. Keep the fight within limits. I declare the first match of the New Old Student Exchange Tournament officially begins. Professor Li Lei's booming voice carried clearly to every ear present. He glanced at both combatants before stepping back below the ring. Specialized live streaming equipment activated, transmitting the students' performance in real time to professors and teachers scattered throughout the campus. The moment his words fell, the battle erupted. Chapter 101, The Freshman Who Got a Brutal Lesson. Senior, I'll make the first move. Dong Zimo's long sword glowed with a faint blue light as he charged straight toward Li Tianhu at the opposite end of the ring. Your technique is decent, but your speed is too slow. Li Tianhu stood rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. To his eyes, the opponent's movements appeared as if in slow motion, posing no threat whatsoever. It wasn't even worth shifting his stance to dodge. The pale blue sword energy appeared sharp, it seemed all bark and no bite. Li Tianhu clenched his fists, the knuckles of his opposing hands meeting with a sharp crack. An orange aura instantly enveloped his knuckles. He swung his fist, then withdrew it. Dong Zimo, who had initiated the attack, didn't even have time to swing his sword before being knocked flying out of the arena by a single punch. Li Lei, standing outside the ring, saw this and leapt into the air, catching the unconscious student. He then laid him gently on the cold floor of the training hall. Hanjiang, contact the medical staff and have them send someone to take the injured student to the infirmary for rest. Got it. Zhou Hanjiang nodded in agreement. Li Lei stood up and announced the result loudly to the audience present and the professors and teachers watching the live stream. The match is over. Li Tianhu wins. See? What did I tell you? The freshman couldn't even last a single move before getting knocked unconscious. Around the ring, students watching the exhibition match reacted with expressions of unsurprised acceptance upon hearing the professor's announcement. What's there to say? Didn't we get beaten pretty badly during our freshman orientation years ago too? True. I still remember President Joe taking down an SS rank freshman with a single strike back then. It was brutal.
Compared to those seniors, the ones they're facing now are child's play.
How many freshmen in this class do you think could actually beat the upperclassmen?
Someone glanced over at the freshman group and asked curiously.
If nothing unexpected happens, the ones with SS rank professions might stand a chance. The rest? Forget it. They're nowhere near ready.
I recall this year's intake, including exchange students, has 5 SS tier prodigies.
One of them even pulled off a miracle by topping the college entrance exams. You mean Soo-han, right? I saw his news on the trending list before.
His potential is definitely worth watching.
Well then, let's see just how capable this so-called golden generation of freshmen truly is.
The audience buzzed with excitement.
They'd all heard about the unprecedented scale of this year's college entrance exams. How could one not anticipate the freshmen's performance?
The competition continued.
Soo-han stood calmly among the student ranks, watching one freshman after another from his cohort fall in defeat.
Over a third of the exchange matches had already been played, yet not a single freshman had managed to secure a single victory against the upperclassmen. Most couldn't last more than 10 rounds. This clearly demonstrated the stark, visible gap between the new and old students.
However, he remained unconcerned.
Through information scanning, he had obtained precise data. The opposing group of sophomores were mostly around level 32, while the freshmen generally hovered between levels 25 and 28. Only a handful had broken through level 30 to reach a new tier. Even facing their upperclassmen, victory was far from assured. Therefore, overall, the freshmen's crushing defeat was a foregone conclusion.
However, among the freshmen, Soo-han stood out as a complete anomaly.
Possessing abilities comparable to those of a high-tier awakened individual over level 40, securing victory in a duel was practically effortless for him. It posed absolutely no challenge.
Soo-han, I'll go first.
When it was Yi Wanqing's turn to battle, her opponent was a sophomore senior from the Combat Academy, an S-rank long-range damage dealer. She had chosen this opponent specifically to exploit the weakness of ranged damage dealers in close combat, aiming to engage in a melee fight. In Yi Wanqing's view, gaining close quarters would give her the upper hand in this fight.
Go for it. Rachel encouraged her. Remember, winning isn't the main goal. As long as you show the professors your potential, that's success. Soo-han added as a reminder. I understand. Yi Wanqing nodded and stepped onto the stage.
Senior, I look forward to your guidance.
Likewise.
The sophomore senior opposite her drew a wooden bow from her back, its surface glowing with a faint white light. She aimed it at Yi Wanqing and drew the string taut.
A white light arrow materialized on the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. It shot straight toward the enemy standing at the edge of the ring.
Yi Wanqing dared not let her guard down, immediately activating her white tiger battle chi. Every cell in her body seemed to ignite, significantly boosting her 4-dimensional attributes through the skill's enhancement. With a light leap, she soared into the air, narrowly evading her senior's attack. Yet the arrow that grazed her skin seemed equipped with homing technology. After being evaded, it automatically redirected its trajectory, hurtling toward Yi Wanqing, who was now airborne and unable to react. Simultaneously, the senior drew another arrow and fired a second beam from the front. Caught in a pincer attack, unable to move, and facing a vast level disparity, the spectators watching the duel had all but conceded that the match was over. As a freshman, Yi Wanqing had no chance of landing safely amidst the barrage. Just as they shook their heads, preparing to watch the next match, something unexpected happened.
A deafening tiger's roar erupted from Yi Wanqing's mouth. Wave after wave of sound, growing from small to large, stacked in orderly layers, launched a multi-layered assault from above down onto the arena floor. The floor was pockmarked with layers of neatly arranged craters. Using the vibrations of the sound waves, she propelled herself another 3 or 4 meters into the air, successfully escaping what seemed like an inevitable defeat. The senior's 2 light arrows, unable to change course in those few seconds, collided mid-air.
A flash of light erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust, as the arrows exploded and vanished.
This junior's combat awareness is impressive. She actually thought to use displacement like that. Many spectators' eyes lit up upon witnessing Yi Wanqing's combat technique. The professors watching the duel in the livestream room felt the same way. After watching for so long, this finally gets interesting.
While Yi Wanqing undoubtedly lagged behind her sophomore senior in raw combat prowess, her ability to adapt on the fly and leverage her class's unique strengths were precisely what the professors valued. The professors and instructors were eager to see how many more surprises the students on screen would deliver.
Nice dodge.
Below the stage, Soo-han watched Yi Wanqing's performance and cheered her on with satisfaction.
Rachel, standing beside him, waved her hands excitedly. Chapter 102, instantly defeating the sophomore senior.
Yi Wanqing used her body's momentum to land successfully, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Before the dust could settle, the senior drew her bow again. Without clear sight, she fired another light arrow.
Triple light arrow. 3 arrows, each carrying immense power, shot straight through the dust. The wind generated by their launch miraculously dispersed the smoke. Yi Wanqing's figure reappeared. Her face bore bloody scratches from the arrows. Truthfully, she hadn't expected that even with dust concealing her movements, the senior before her could still strike her with arrows. Had she not reacted swiftly, mustering all her strength to punch and shatter the light arrows, she would likely be lying on the ground now. I admit you've got some skills, Junior. But if you want to beat me, you'll have to suffer a lot more. The senior acknowledged Yi Wanqing's skill, but as someone who had enrolled a year earlier than the freshman, she still considered that level of ability insufficient. She drew her wooden baotot once more, giving her opponent no chance to catch her breath. Seeing this, Yi Wanqing charged headlong toward her senior as the arrows converged. This was her only chance. If the senior managed to fully form her arrows, victory in this duel would be utterly impossible. White Tiger Divine Fist. All her energy surged into her limbs, propelling Yi Wanqing to new heights of speed as she closed in on her senior at the far end of the arena. White energy surged from her gauntlets, blazing like white flames. 10-shot light arrow barrage. As Yi Wanqing unleashed her final, all-out strike, 10 dense light arrows scattered from the wooden bow. Though initially scattered, the arrows mysteriously coalesced as they neared Yi Wanqing, forming a colossal beam of light nearly as tall as a person. There's no dodging this. Yi Wanqing knew she had lost this battle. Unable to execute her plan, she shifted her focus and swung both fists with all her might toward the light arrow. The intense vibration, combined with the blinding flash of white light, momentarily blinded the spectators. By the time their vision returned, the battle had ended. Yi Wanqing lay unconscious in the center of the ring. The duel is over. Li Lei stepped onto the stage to announce the outcome. Following the announcement, medical staff immediately rushed onto the stage, hoisted Yi Wanqing onto a stretcher, and rushed her to the infirmary for emergency treatment. They watched her depart. Though she had lost the match, there was no doubt that both students and teachers who witnessed the fight were deeply impressed. This young woman, possessing both exceptional combat skills and tactical awareness, would surely achieve great things in the future if she continued to train diligently. Next contestant, please come forward. Once Yi Wanqing was carried off the stage, Professor Li Lei resumed hosting the exchange match. A boy clad in red and white martial arts attire stepped onto the platform. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, he addressed the freshman section. I hear there's a legendary newcomer among this year's freshmen who's made history. Would the senior be so kind as to invite him up for a match? The moment the words left his mouth, the freshmen turned their heads in unison, their gazes settling on Su Han standing amidst the crowd. His achievement of clearing the 100th floor of the trial tower, a feat unprecedented and unmatched, kept him at the top of national trending searches for an entire month. He was known to everyone. Naturally, they recognized this exceptionally powerful peer. At the same time, they were deeply curious. 3 months had passed since the college entrance exams. How much stronger had Su Han become in those 3 months? Since the senior on stage had proactively issued a challenge invitation to him. This presented an excellent opportunity for them to witness firsthand just how monstrously powerful he had become. Looks like they're calling you up there. Rachel's bangs fluttered in the breeze as she nudged Su Han standing beside her with her elbow. Yes. Su Han replied with certainty. Aren't you going up? Of course I will. How could I not? They've gone out of their way to invite me. I can't very well refuse. Su Han lifted his head, and the system's detection function activated automatically. Level 35. Awakened class, Martial Arts Master S. Exclusive skill, Martial Arts S. Skill description, kill only, no showmanship. No feints, only lethal strikes. The system's detection accurately pinpointed opponents' levels and classes, proving invaluable for pre-battle preparation. The senior on stage possessed a higher level than the average sophomore, appearing to be at least a department-level student leader. Though far inferior to him, among ordinary students, he already ranked among the most outstanding. No wonder he dared to initiate a duel challenge. It's an honor to be your opponent, senior. After confirming his opponent's details, Su Han stepped out from the crowd. He ascended the stage and spoke courteously. I hope you'll give it your all during the match. Let me see for myself just how powerful the one who broke Master Long's record truly is. The senior's tone was utterly serious. As you wish. Su Han replied. By Jiayu, from the Combat Academy, currently serving as an officer in the Academy's martial arts club. I look forward to sparring with you. Su Han, freshman. I look forward to this match. The two exchanged brief introductions before taking their respective positions at opposite ends of the ring. The match officially begins. At the command, both accelerated simultaneously, charging fiercely toward each other. Su Han held nothing back, unleashing a fist enveloped in sacred flames that slammed straight toward Bai Jiayu. The fury of that force was enough to obliterate the entire duel. Seeing this, Bai Jiayu dared not take it lightly. He positioned his palms facing each other, forming the opening stance of Tai Chi, revealing the iconic black and white yin-yang symbol. Su Han felt a powerful suction force attempting to neutralize the energy contained within his fist. Alas, against sheer power, technique proved utterly worthless. His fist shattered the opponent's defenses, striking squarely against the right cheek.
After being struck, Bai Jiayu flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. By the time the crowd could make out his condition, his eyes had rolled back and he lay unconscious.
An eerie silence fell over the training ground.
No one had anticipated Su Han's strength to be so terrifying. Even Bai Jiayu, a senior academy cadre, was no match for him.
The match is over.
Finally, Professor Li Lei was the first to recover and declare the outcome.
No sooner had he spoken than the medical staff snapped into action, swiftly carrying the injured Bai Jiayu back to the infirmary. Damn impressive. Su Han, you nailed it. Truly the man who made history. His strength is undeniable. After Bai Jiayu was carried away, a sudden burst of cheers erupted from the freshman squad. Chapter 103, Holy Empire Civil War, 2 consecutive victories. Holy crap, I've lived 18 years and never felt this exhilarated.
The freshmen exclaimed. They had already fought over 500 matches, each one ending with them getting thoroughly beaten by the upperclassmen.
Though most sophomores remained courteous, many students still ended up carried off to the infirmary. This left the self-proclaimed prodigies feeling utterly disheartened.
Their once unshakable confidence had been gradually eroded by defeat after defeat, leaving little remaining. But then, Su Han burst onto the scene. Not only did he confidently accept the challenge, but he also used his overwhelming strength to knock out the senior they could only dream of matching with a single punch. At that moment, the pent-up frustration found its outlet. Like a dam bursting its gates, it erupted in an instant, creating the sudden uproar now unfolding.
He won just one match. What's he so cocky about?
The second-year seniors standing on the opposite side of the ring muttered discontentedly as they watched the freshmen's wild celebration. Though equally astonished by Su Han's prowess, a year of university life had tempered them.
Faced with extraordinary events, they could swiftly recalibrate their composure.
Su Han's prowess represented his individual skill at most, not the collective level of the freshmen.
His presence was like a tiger among sheep.
No matter how formidable the tiger, the rest remained lambs awaiting slaughter.
You're so strong.
As Su Han descended from the stage, the freshmen swarmed around him. He struggled to reach Rachel, who gazed at him with an expression of pure admiration.
You can achieve that too if you put in the effort, Su Han remarked.
He had already used his detection ability to learn Rachel's level and class. It must be said, Qingbei University truly had an excellent eye for selecting students. Far surpassing the average student, she had reached level 34 and held the SS class of Holy Knight.
No wonder Rachel had been chosen as the freshman representative.
Among the freshmen present, he was likely the only one who could match her. Of course not, Rachel declared, patting her chest proudly. I was handpicked from among thousands of outstanding students in the Holy Empire to participate in this exchange program.
A mere friendly match won't stop me from advancing.
Rachel patted her chest proudly. In matters like this, she was always brimming with confidence. Of course, all of this stemmed from the formidable strength she possessed.
The next match commenced.
Influenced by the freshmen's high spirits, the sophomores all began vying to step onto the stage. Being young and full of vigor, their pride ran deep. They refused to be outdone by these newcomers and were determined to put an end to their arrogance.
Finally, a female student secured her spot on the stage. You bunch of nobodies. Let this big sister teach you a lesson how to show proper respect to your seniors. Who dares challenge me? The freshmen stared at the senior clad in heavy armor and wielding an iron hammer. Inspired by Su Han's victory, the embers of their earlier dampened fire began to reignite. Many rubbed their hands together, itching for a fight. Why don't you go? Through his detection, Su Han learned that the senior on the stage was an S-rank Divine Heresy Inquisitor, hailing from the same system as Rachel, the Sacred Knight. Choosing her as an opponent for the exchange match seemed like a fitting choice. I was thinking the same thing. Rachel nodded and leaped onto the stage first. Hello, senior. I'm Rachel, an exchange student from the Holy Empire. You're from the Holy Empire? On the stage, the senior pointed her hammer at the girl before her, a hint of surprise in her voice. As it happens, I'm also an exchange student from the Holy Empire. Let me see what you've got. As my junior, show me what you're capable of. I won't disappoint you, senior. A set of silver white knight's armor materialized around Rachel's body. 2 shoulder plates bore the emblem of a red cross. It was the emblem of the Holy Church, the ruling religious authority of the Holy Empire. Additionally, she gripped a silver knight's sword in her hand, which faintly emitted a golden sacred glow. The match begins. Professor Li Lei waved his hand, and the battle between the Holy Empire's exchange students officially commenced. Upon recognizing the Holy Spirit Church insignia on her opponent, a flicker of surprise crossed the senior student's eyes. She immediately resolved to hold nothing back, committing her full strength from the very start. For in their Holy Empire, children admitted to the Holy Spirit sect were blessed by the gods from infancy, beings of boundless potential. Facing such individuals, even though she herself came from a middle to upper class background within the Holy Empire, she still felt a significant gap between them. Ingrained habits from childhood, coupled with her intent to teach her juniors a lesson, drove her to instinctively swing her iron hammer with all her might. The man-sized hammer was enveloped in golden divine power, pure force born of unwavering faith. Your faith power is quite impressive, senior. Rachel, unfazed, raised her longsword high. A golden light, even more dazzling than that on the hammer, flickered and gathered upon the blade. The spectators felt as though they witnessed a six-winged angel, eyes veiled, hands pressed together in prayer, appearing behind Rachel. You. The senior, who had launched her attack, froze upon seeing the angel. That was clearly one of the three most powerful archangels under the command of the supreme god, the deity worshipped by the people of the Holy Empire. Who would have thought that someone so young could receive the protection of a high-ranking angel? Was this the gap in birth? She refused to accept it. This was Qingbei University, where she had trained for a full year. Even if the girl across from her enjoyed divine favor, she remained convinced that her own strength absolutely surpassed hers. In the name of the gods, I now pass judgment upon you. The iron hammer and long sword clashed, sparks flying in a dazzling display. In terms of raw power, the two were evenly matched. Given this, they would likely need to rely on their divine power to determine the outcome. In this regard, Rachel, blessed by the angels, clearly held the upper hand. Her divine power was purer than that of her senior, who came from a middle to upper class background, and the force it contained was far more immense. For 3 minutes, the two forces of the same origin stood locked in confrontation. The faith-based power on the iron hammer gradually weakened, appearing precarious and on the verge of collapse. In contrast, Rachel's power seemed to absorb her opponent's faith, its radiance growing ever more dazzling. The overwhelming divine power erupting from the longsword transformed into a sword chi, striking toward the senior. Sending both hammer and senior flying backward, she crashed out of the ring entirely. The outcome is decided. This was a victory for the more noble side. Following this match, the new team secured 2 consecutive victories, further amplifying their unstoppable momentum. In contrast, the seniors were mostly grim-faced. Facing consecutive defeats, they felt their dignity as seniors had been challenged. Chapter 104, A Tense Atmosphere. So, how was I? Pretty impressive, huh? Rachel returned to Suhan's side, proudly seeking praise. Not bad, not bad. Suhan clapped his hands and praised her with a smile. Though Rachel's victory had been within his expectations, as the second win for the newcomers, it nearly ignited the atmosphere within the arena. The spectators watching the match grew increasingly eager to see what they could do next. Meanwhile, the group of second-year seniors wore grim expressions, seething with determination to thoroughly teach these cocky freshmen a lesson. A tense atmosphere spread between the two sides, the air thick with the pungent smell of gunpowder. Is this what they call the golden generation? Previous exchange matches between seniors and freshmen were basically just personal performances for the sophomores to vent their frustrations. The freshmen were mostly just crushed on the stage. For seniors to lose 2 consecutive matches this year is truly rare. Other students watching the match erupted into heated discussions around the perimeter. Suhan is one thing, he's the legendary college entrance exam prodigy who shattered myths. But I never expected even the exchange students from the Sacred Empire to be this formidable. I wonder when the 3 SS-ranked freshmen will step up. I can't wait to see them face off against the upperclassmen. Rachel's victory completely reversed the somewhat negative mood among the freshmen. They realized that if someone could truly defeat the seniors, why couldn't the next one be them? Thus, the roles of challenger and challenged abruptly shifted between the new and old students. The tables had turned. Some freshmen actually volunteered to step onto the stage. Such behavior was tantamount to a direct provocation against the sophomores, instantly setting the upperclassmen's ranks abuzz. One senior accepted the challenge. Furious, he beat the overconfident freshman senseless, only stopping when the boy was unconscious. Listen up, all of you. After the fight, the senior wiped the sweat from his brow and declared angrily, individual strength doesn't mean your collective power is strong. Aside from a few exceptions, you're still a bunch of weaklings, nothing but dumb pigs waiting to be slaughtered. What did you say? His inflammatory words ignited a powder keg. The freshman pointed at the senior's nose and hurled crude insults. Bull. Just you wait, your old man here will show you what I'm made of. You entered a year before us and got knocked out with one punch. How dare you stand here spouting this nonsense? Just wait and see. In the upcoming matches, we'll show you who the real dumbass are. Ha! Hearing the freshman's curses, the senior merely gave a cold chuckle before stepping down from the stage. Attention! Both teams, please control your emotions. This is an exchange match. You are not mortal enemies with deep-seated grudges against each other. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Professor Lillet immediately stepped forward and issued a warning to both sides. After his words, the students did indeed rein themselves in somewhat, out of respect for his position as a professor. Yet observing their eyes, one could still see that the embers of anger in both sides had already flared into a raging inferno, impossible to extinguish. They wouldn't rest until they'd beaten the opposing members soundly. Let this young master show you what I'm made of. A burly, 2-meter-tall male with a buzz cut and broad shoulders stepped onto the stage, wielding a halberd. You'll pay for your arrogance. Among the seniors, a boy dressed in plain white robes, holding a brush, accepted his challenge. My name is Zhao Hongyu. The martial world calls me Little Lubu. MOU, sophomore at Qingbei University's Magic Academy. Following protocol, they exchanged brief introductions. The next match was about to begin. Suhan used the system's functions to assess their strengths. To his surprise, Zhao Hongyu was also an SS-class awakened professional, having awakened as a spirit general, a class renowned for its top-tier combat prowess among SS-rank professions. This class could summon legendary historical figures from the Dragon Nation to serve as spirit guardians. These guardians not only provided guidance and enhanced the awakener's abilities but also allowed the historical figures to appear as summoned entities, assisting in combat. Seeing Zhao Hongyu wielding his Fangtian halberd with such imposing bearing, his spirit guardian was most likely none other than Lu Bu, the famed general from Dragon Nation's history. It's important to note that the greater the fame of the spirit chosen by a spirit general, the stronger their power becomes, granting their host combat prowess that borders on the supernatural. Lu Bu's fame in the Dragon Nation is practically household knowledge. Therefore, the enhancement his host would gain must be immense. Suhan speculated that while Zhao Hongyu was slightly lower in level than Rachel at 32, their actual combat prowess was likely on par. The other protagonist of this duel, Senior Mou, had awakened to the SS-class profession widely regarded as support-oriented, the Divine Brush Artist. This class could materialize drawings like the legendary Ma Liang, while also applying beneficial and detrimental buffs. It's a highly sought-after role in team battles, with players scrambling to invite such specialists. Yet in one-on-one combat, the combat capabilities of these two classes seemed disproportionate. If there was one advantage Senior Mou held, it was likely his level. At level 37, he ranks among the highest-level seniors. Who knows what hidden cards he might be holding? Go, Mou! Show that cocky brat what you're made of. Brother Zhao, use your Fangtian halberd to pierce their guts and show them what we're made of. Members from both sides cheered on their respective fighters. On the stage, they locked eyes, waiting for the professor's command. I declare this match officially underway. With that command, the battle erupted. Lu Fengxian. Zhao Hongyu bellowed. Behind him materialized a man clad in a 100-flowered battle robe, his hair bound in a golden crown. Wielding a square-headed halberd, he possessed sword-like brows and starry eyes, his bearing commanding and dignified. Unlike ordinary men, this figure stood 15 meters tall, a true giant. Lu Fengxian is here. He was Lu Bu. After accepting the call of the Hall of Heroes, his power underwent a radical transformation, and he became Zhao Hongyu's guardian spirit. You vermin, come forth and meet your end. The massive halberd shaft swept horizontally through the air. Zhao Hongyu and Lu Bu's movements now synchronized perfectly. A dark crimson energy shrouded their weapons, unleashing a savage aura that swept toward their foe. They charged toward Mou, raising their sharp fang halberds to thrust straight at their target. Chapter 105, Defeat. This strong? The audience sensed the immense power emanating from the weapons, surprise flashing in their eyes. If they had to block this thrust, it wouldn't be easy. If Zhao Hongyu could maintain the consistency of his attacks, defeating the second-year senior wasn't impossible. Below the stage, the two massive teams participating in the exhibition match watched the combatants intently, eyes fixed on the ring without blinking, afraid to miss a single moment. Watching Zhao Hongyu draw ever closer, Mou swung the brush in his hand. With each stroke, ink suspended in midair, his fluid, effortless brushwork swiftly sketched a thick earthen wall. Go! With a light flick of the brush forward, the wall transformed from a black and white ink painting into tangible, earth-colored substance. It surged toward his opponent, barring the path before him and halting his charge. Facing the earthen wall smashing toward him at breakneck speed, Zhao Hongyu remained unflustered. He swung his weapon, shifting from a thrust to a sweeping strike, instantly cleaving the obstacle in two. He himself slipped through the gap created by the severed wall. Behind him, Lu Bu swept his massive hand, grabbing the fragments of the shattered wall hurtling toward him and crushing them in his palm. A mere pile of yellow earth was nothing to him. Go, Zhao Hongyu! Behind him, the freshmen were practically shouting at the top of their lungs, cheering on their fellow newcomers. Seeing the earthen walls prove ineffective, Mou remained unflustered. His brush continued to dance through the air, conjuring one earthen wall after another to smash into the enemy. Simultaneously, he drew obstacles to slow Zhao Hongyu's charge while retreating to maintain a safe distance. Each earthen wall was shattered by successive strikes. But the immense energy expended on dealing with the walls had undeniably wasted valuable attack time. The distance between Zhao Hongyu and Mou remained unchanged. The two had formed a peculiar stalemate. This can't go on. Zhao Hongyu halted his charge. He needed to calm down and find a way to break the deadlock. If he engaged Mou in a protracted battle, he would inevitably be the one to suffer the consequences. For while spirit generals possessed formidable combat prowess, they also harbored a weakness at lower levels. That weakness was the time limit on summoning heroes. Currently at level 33, he can only sustain Lu Bu's summon for a maximum of 5 minutes. Once the time limit passed, his combat effectiveness would be severely diminished, inevitably leaving openings for his opponent to exploit. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu must settle the outcome within these final 2 minutes. He glanced up at his spirit hero Lu Bu, who happened to be looking at him as well. A silent understanding passed between them, and both instantly grasped what needed to be done next.
The dark crimson aura clinging to the Feng Tianhua Ji spear slowly crept up the weapon, spreading across every part of Zhao Hongyu's body. Under the aura's influence, his entire demeanor grew wilder. He swept the Feng Tianhua Ji behind him, unleashing a terrifying gale in its wake. "Senior, don't blame me for showing no mercy. I guarantee you won't be able to withstand my full power strike." Zhao Hongyu charged toward the enemy once more alongside Lu Bu. This time, however, his speed was faster, and the force behind his weapon's swing was stronger. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Mou. Now, no more than a meter separated them. The audience below held their breath, drawn into the intensity of the duel as if they were there themselves. At this critical moment, Mou remained as calm as still water. Holding his brush, he simply drew a vertical stroke, a horizontal, vertical, and diagonal stroke before him. "Open." The single word escaped his lips. The stroke acted like a key, miraculously tearing open a section of space before him. Much like the formation of a portal, the torn space gradually expanded until it was large enough for a person to step through whole. Zhao Hongyu noticed the sudden fissure, but the momentum from his powerful charge carried him forward. He couldn't stop in time and plunged headlong into the rift created by Mou. The moment his entire body fell into the fissure, the elliptical entrance swiftly closed. This forced Zhao Hongyu and his spirit companion Lu Bu to be separated against their will. What kind of power is this? Lu Bu distinctly felt the connection to his host fading. Without his host, his power would be instantly drained, leaving him exhausted and forced to return to the spirit realm. 3 minutes passed, yet Zhao Hongyu still did not emerge. Lu Bu's form began to turn transparent, and finally, with no other choice, he dissipated from the world, returning to the realm where all spirits resided. Only after witnessing Lu Bu's departure did Mou once again wield his brush, opening the gateway to the alternate realm and releasing Zhao Hongyu. What just happened? Zhao Hongyu, having escaped the alternate dimension, lay on all fours, terrified and gasping for breath. The moment he entered the otherworldly space, his connection with Lu Bu had abruptly severed. The power within him vanished almost entirely in an instant. Alone in the endless void, he had frantically swung his Feng Tian halberd, desperately trying to break free from the otherworldly space's constraints and return to reality. Yet in the end, even when he was utterly exhausted, it had not made the slightest difference. Only when the other party chose to release him did he finally escape his torment. Even then, he was too drained to fight again. "Junior brother, allow me to offer some well-intentioned advice." With the outcome decided, Mou stepped before Zhao Hongyu, his gaze calm as he spoke. "What is newly formed is easily broken. The power you possess is indeed formidable, but as a spirit general, your weaknesses are equally apparent. Take just now, for instance. The moment I severed the link between you and your spirit, your combat effectiveness plummeted. Even someone more support-oriented like me could easily handle you. So when facing different types of enemies, the first step is to analyze their characteristics and adapt your combat approach accordingly, not just charge recklessly. In this regard, you still have a long way to go." Hearing Mou's words, Zhao Hongyu fell silent. As the defeated party, he couldn't refute the other's viewpoint. He could only struggle to his feet, head bowed, and reply with a deep bow. "I've learned a great deal today. This has been an enlightening lesson. But I remain convinced that raw power trumps all techniques. It's just that my current strength hasn't reached that level yet. Perseverance is indeed a rare and valuable quality." Mou said no more. With their exchange concluded, the duel officially drew to a close. Mou accepted the cheers from the seniors and returned to his team, while Zhao Hongyu remained silent throughout. "You did exceptionally well. There's no denying this was a spectacular match." Among the freshmen, someone stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and offered words of comfort. One led to two. More stepped forward, offering words of encouragement to Zhao Hongyu. Clearly, his defeat hadn't plunged the newly confident freshman squad back into despair. They believed that as long as they worked hard to showcase their abilities, they would surely achieve what they desired. Chapter 106, The Golden Generation. A single match loss could at most be considered a minor setback. The exchange match between the new and old generations continued regardless. After Zhao Hongyu, more players stepped onto the stage. Each radiated confidence. While their combat prowess might not match that of the sophomores who'd spent a year honing their skills on campus, they possessed an indomitable spirit or resilience that refused to be broken by setbacks, something the previous freshman class had never demonstrated. This left both the spectators in attendance and the professors watching the livestream nodding in approval, impressed by their resolve. Truly worthy of being called the golden generation of freshmen. Even after facing countless defeats, they still refused to give up. It's truly admirable. Some students in the audience couldn't help but sigh in genuine admiration at their performance. Indeed. But to understand where such resilience stems from, we must look to Su Han, the most extraordinary prodigy in recorded history. Without his legendary one-punch knockout, even if someone like Rachel among these freshmen could secure victory, it wouldn't achieve such a terrifying effect. That single punch ignited the entire freshman squad, becoming the turning point of this year's exchange competition between new and old students. As the audience watched the match unfold, they engaged in heated discussions about why this unprecedented situation had arisen. Ultimately, they reached a conclusion: Suhan's personal charisma had infected the freshmen present. As a prodigy who shattered college entrance exam records, he naturally commanded the respect to lead the freshman pack. Now that the match had ended, his position as the top freshman was undeniable. His performance had earned the freshmen's genuine admiration. Thus, inspired by his decisive knockout punch, for the first time in history, the freshmen held their own against the upperclassmen without being intimidated. In past competitions, freshmen were invariably given a harsh lesson by their sophomore-seniors. After all, enduring some hardship was supposed to teach them the realities of university life. Yet the current situation defied everyone's expectations. Though the freshmen lost the match, their fighting spirit remained undiminished. In every match, even knowing they'd be knocked off the stage, they still gave their all, determined to tear a piece of flesh from their seniors. Such fighting spirit was truly rare and precious. It seems this cohort will become the most outstanding class in history. Inside a conference room, senior professors from Qingbei University sat together watching the live broadcast of the matches. Huo Qing sat in the seat of honor, watching the children's performance with a satisfied smile. Especially after witnessing the new students' reactions following Zhao Honyu's failure, he couldn't help but speak up. Indeed, I see in them a fierceness that most students in other grades lack. This is precisely the precious quality needed in today's society to withstand the invasion of monsters from the abyss. A man with fiery red hair, sunglasses, and a towering 7-foot frame, radiating imposing presence, chimed in. He was Ho Guoyu, vice dean of Qingbei University's Combat Academy and a revered powerhouse from the class of '73. As soon as he finished speaking, the other professors nodded in agreement. They all agreed wholeheartedly with Vice Dean Ho Guoyu's words. Having witnessed so many duels, has anyone identified candidates they wish to recruit? Huo Qing first scanned all the professors in the conference room before continuing his question. Well. The professors exchanged glances, then looked back at the president who had posed the question, all appearing hesitant to speak. I know what you're thinking. Huo Qing tapped the conference table in front of him with his left index finger. As for Suhan, everyone, there's no need to deliberate. I will personally guide him from now on. Understood. Hearing this, the professors couldn't help but look a little disappointed. After all, who wouldn't want to recruit an unrivaled genius of their cohort into their own program? Unfortunately, the principal had already spoken his final word. As members of the school's administration, they couldn't possibly go against the leader's decision. They could only reluctantly relinquish the opportunity for one-on-one guidance with Suhan to Huo Qing. But it didn't matter. Beyond professors offering private tutoring, the university provided a wide array of elective courses for students to choose from. They would still have opportunities to build rapport with Suhan during those classes. Besides Suhan, is there anyone else you've set your sights on? Huo Qing pressed on. That little girl who dodged attacks with sound waves, I think she's decent. Worth cultivating. A man with snow-white hair, full of energy, dressed in a black suit, spoke up. He was Bai Luhao, an honorary professor at Qingbei University, a formidable figure who had donated an entire building to the university. As the guildmaster of the White Tiger Guild, one of the nation's top 10 guilds, he commanded immense influence. His motivation for spending money to become an honorary professor at Qingbei University went beyond merely adding a prestigious title to his resume. More importantly, it allowed him to recruit outstanding talent for his guild in advance. Money talks. Since directly recruiting current students violated national regulations, many guild leaders opted to purchase titles to legally engage with promising students and make a favorable impression. That young man pursuing the spirit general profession is quite promising. He possesses formidable strength. With proper guidance, his future achievements will undoubtedly be boundless. Ho Guoyu leaned back in his chair, his hands folded. His own class, known for its devastating destructive power, made mentoring a raw newcomer a perfect fit for sharing his seasoned expertise. Leave the exchange student from the Holy Empire to me for guidance. A middle-aged woman clad in knight's armor and sporting golden hair spoke next. She was also a professor from the Holy Empire, named Karija. Beyond these three, other professors gradually began voicing their opinions. Overall, the quality of the Golden Generation freshmen was exceptionally high. Even those who appeared less capable at first glance left them thoroughly satisfied. It could truly be called a generation with limitless potential. The live broadcast in the conference room continued, indicating the competition was still underway. This time, representing the freshman was Yin Shi, the capital's prodigy who had already gained some fame. His performance on the college entrance exam, while not quite matching Suhan's, was still impressive enough to astonish many. What ultimately drove his decision to choose Qingbei University was watching Suhan's livestream on the day of the exam. Ever since, he had been determined to measure himself against this man. After the exams concluded, he leveraged family connections to obtain Suhan's college application choices ahead of time. Then, following in his footsteps, he applied to Peking University. Chapter 107, Surrender? Outrage ensues. The battle between Yin Shi and the sophomore-senior ended swiftly. As the undisputed runner-up in the college entrance exams and an SS-tier awakened professional, he had broken through level barriers after the exams. With his family's substantial wealth, he rapidly enhanced his strength. By the time university began, Inshur had already reached level 35 of formidable rank even among second-year students. Thus, the outcome of their battle held no suspense. He hadn't encountered someone like Mou, who was clearly among the strongest sophomores. His opponent was merely a senior at level 34 who had awakened an A-class profession. With the dual advantages of level and class, he secured victory swiftly. Woohoo, another win in the bag. The cheers from the freshmen below the stage rang out loud and clear, sounding almost more joyful than if they had won the match themselves. At moments like this, the sophomores invariably clenched their teeth in frustration, seething with the urge to curse every generation of those ill-mannered upstarts. As time ticked by, the tournament quietly approached its conclusion. Outside the training hall, the sun's halo no longer shone as dazzlingly as it had at noon. Instead, it had taken on a drowsy, languid glow. This meant the exchange match between seniors and freshmen had stretched from noon until the sun was about to set. Now, only one final freshman remained to take the stage. Through his detection, Suhan discovered that this opponent was the last of only 3 freshmen, besides himself, to have awakened an SS-class profession. Please have Wawak take the stage promptly. On the stage, Professor Lilei urged the last freshman to take the stage. Once this match concluded, he could finally clock out for the day. It could be said that Huawak's pace entirely determined when he would finally be able to clock out. Please have Huawak come to the stage promptly. Please have Huawak come up to the stage immediately. After calling out twice more with no response, Professor Lilei began to grow impatient. Logically speaking, once his name was called, if he were present, he should have already stepped onto the stage. Why was this student showing no sign of response? Could it be he hadn't even registered at the school? Please have Huawak come to the stage immediately. If this is intentional delay, points will be deducted according to university regulations. Lilei repeated the call. This time, he specifically emphasized the severe consequences of not participating in the competition. Huawak? That's quite an old-fashioned name. Could it be that he's awakened some kind of martial arts-themed profession? I recall a really old TV series or novel the male lead was named Huawak. Could this student's parents be fans of that show? Highly likely, ha ha ha. As the final match approached, the audience's nerves gradually relaxed, allowing them to crack jokes to lighten the mood. After Lilei finished speaking, a thin, listless-looking boy finally stepped onto the stage. His entire demeanor screamed the stereotypical gamer nerd, the kind who'd pulled too many all-nighters, sporting dark circles under his eyes as he played games day in and day out. If no one mentioned it, no one would have guessed that this seemingly weak-looking guy on stage was actually an SS class awakened with the support class. Alright, I now declare the final match of the New Old Exchange Tournament officially underway. As Lilei's words fell, the sophomore standing opposite Huawak had already prepared to charge forward, launching an all-out assault. But what Huawak did next made everyone's eyes widen in shock. He casually raised his hand and shouted in a voice loud enough to echo throughout the entire first floor of the training hall. I concede. Ding. The senior's spear, mid-strike, halted abruptly at his command. The abruptly halted spear tip still clanged rhythmically from the residual vibrations. What did you say? The senior withdrew his spear and demanded coldly. Do you even know where you are? What you're doing right now? Do you think you can just stop fighting whenever you feel like it? I'll let you take back what you just said and fight me properly. Senior, I'm not joking. I said I concede. Huawak lifted his lifeless eyes and addressed the senior with utmost sincerity. With that, he leapt off the stage alone, leaving the senior student standing there, flustered in the wind. What the hell? What the hell? Huawak's actions left everyone present, including Professor Lilei, who was serving as referee, utterly bewildered. The previous bouts had been fierce, every punch landing with brutal force, leaving no room for regret. The freshmen's high spirits had made even the spectators, who had watched so many matches, eagerly anticipate this final bout. They hoped it would draw a perfect conclusion to the 158th New and Old Student Exchange Tournament. Yet Huawak's actions felt like a stain on the exchange tournament's hard-earned reputation. It was nothing short of disrespectful to those students who had fought tooth and nail for victory. Such conduct not only disappointed them but also filled them with rage. How could someone just surrender like that? It was utterly incomprehensible. Huawak? He's supposed to be some TV hero? At best, he's a dreamless deadbeat. No, not even that. He's a maggot, a rotten, stinking maggot. Audience members who found Huawak's behavior utterly despicable came forward to condemn him. Exactly. All the other freshmen worked so hard, but look at him. Not only did he need the professor to call his name multiple times on stage, but once the competition started, he just gave up and walked off. Utterly irresponsible. What a rotten person. The crowd was in an uproar. Huawak's actions sparked discontent among both the audience and the second-year seniors. During the earlier matches, though they'd felt some irritation, it had remained within manageable limits. After all, the freshmen were desperately trying to snatch victory from their hands, and they were willing to invest extra effort and time to spar with these newcomers. But Huawak's act of surrender was undoubtedly an extreme disrespect to them, the upperclassmen. Anyone in his position would likely be furious. Yet despite the crowd's fury, their words were largely falling on deaf ears. Yet the impact on Hua Wuk himself seemed negligible. He stood calmly amidst the freshman ranks, ignoring the strange stares around him. He simply closed his eyes and rested his head. Interesting. Su-han, who knew Hua Wui's true strength, paid special attention to him. Seeing his calm demeanor, Su-han found himself intrigued. Chapter 108, the match concludes. I hereby declare the 158th New and Old Student Exchange Competition officially concluded. Professor Li Lei, though he too found Hua Wui's actions questionable, refrained from openly displaying any other emotions toward him. The sun was about to set, and all he wanted now was to be a ruthless clock-punching machine. With that, Professor Li Lei turned and walked away without looking back. With his departure, most of the senior students who had served as spectators quickly left the venue. As students of Qingbei University, time was precious to them. They had to make the most of every minute spent on campus to justify their status. Soon, the training hall was left only with the participating freshmen and sophomores still venting their emotions. Please control your emotions, everyone. Faced with the irresponsible Professor Li Lei, Zhou Hanjiang felt utterly helpless. Leaving such a mess for his cohort to clean up was downright bizarre. But as the president of the student union and the representative of Qingbei University, he had no choice but to take on the responsibility of managing the order on site. Now that this year's freshman upperclassmen exchange competition has concluded, I ask everyone to leave the emotions of the match on the field. Please refrain from taking out your frustrations on others or engaging in any extreme actions. Sophomores, the points you earned for participating in this event will be credited to your personal student affairs system shortly. Please check your accounts. Now, seniors, please exit the training grounds in an orderly fashion. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhou Hanjiang held the microphone, articulating each subsequent instruction with crystal clarity. After his announcement, the students gradually calmed down and fell silent. For the figure standing on the stage was none other than Zhou Hanjiang. A figure whom every student at Qingbei University respected and admired. If anyone else on campus had tried to stop him today, they wouldn't have let it go. Except Zhou Hanjiang. He possessed that kind of overwhelming personal charisma. Following his command, the upperclassmen filed out of the training hall one by one. Those who remained turned and headed to the upper floors of the training facility to continue honing their combat skills. Yet without exception, as they passed the freshmen, the looks they shot at Hua Wuk were filled with disgust and fury. The protagonist at the center of this storm, however, maintained an utterly indifferent expression throughout. Soon, the upperclassmen dispersed entirely. On the first floor of the training hall, only the new intake of students and Zhou Hanjiang, the student union president, remained. Freshmen and sophomores, you all did exceptionally well. Zhou Hanjiang first scanned the newcomers with his gaze, then addressed the students with a warm smile and a gentle voice. Hearing his words, the freshmen felt uneasy inside but reluctantly accepted their senior's encouragement. After all, those who gave their all deserved praise. Except for that one guy who admitted defeat. Next, I'll distribute a device to each of you. This is the exclusive identity symbol for students of Qingbei University. Zhou Hanjiang announced. He then retrieved a device from his storage equipment similar in size and shape to a smartphone. This is the exclusive device for Qingbei University students. It stores the basic information you entered when applying, along with your student ID and point balance. It's arguably the most important thing for our university life. From now on, whether you're eating or showering, you can simply open the device and scan the exclusive QR code inside. Therefore, please take good care of your personal devices. Because replacing this thing can be a bit of a hassle. Additionally, Zhou Hanjiang paused before continuing. Your dorm assignments were allocated based on your college entrance exam scores, from highest to lowest. All dorms at our school are quadruple rooms with bunk beds and desks below. You can use the campus map in your device to locate your assigned dorm later. If anyone is dissatisfied with their assigned dorm, wishes to switch rooms, or prefers to live off campus, you may submit a request to your counselor afterward. Once approved, you may switch rooms or move out independently. What about class assignments? Didn't they say classes would be assigned based on performance and results after the exchange competition? Someone raised their hand to ask. Class assignment information will be sent to your personal devices promptly at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please remain patient. After confirming your new class assignments, please assemble promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning at your respective classrooms. Your class assistants will be waiting to provide detailed explanations of school regulations. Zhou Hanjiang replied. One more thing, regarding the students who won today's exchange matches, after tomorrow's class meeting, you will receive a reminder to select your personal mentor. Please ensure you choose one on time. Failure to do so will result in automatic forfeiture of this opportunity. Any further questions? The freshman looked up at Zhou Hanjiang but remained silent. Since there are no further questions, freshmen, today's activities conclude here. It's getting late. Please follow the map directions, collect your belongings, and head to your respective dormitories for a good rest. With that, Zhou Hanjiang leaped down from the stage and left the training hall alone. Seeing this, the freshmen began to leave the venue in small groups. After the competitive matches and interactions, nearly all the students had become acquainted with those around them.
Making new friends is an essential part of university life.
Except for those who stood apart or had been isolated due to their own actions, most freshmen had found their companions.
Among them was Soo-han.
He had initially been closest to Yi Wanqing and Rachel, but since they were both girls, they were naturally assigned to the women's dormitory.
So they headed off together, leaving him to make his way alone to the men's dormitory. Why don't I walk you to the men's dorm first?
Yi Wanqing couldn't bear to see Soo-han all alone and offered.
No need, no need.
You're a girl, it wouldn't be good for you to come to the boys' dorm.
I'll manage on my own.
In the end, Soo-han declined Yi Wanqing's offer to accompany him and chose to walk alone. Logically speaking, his stunning performance in the exchange match should have been enough to draw most freshmen to approach him. But precisely because he had performed so exceptionally well, the freshmen were actually a bit intimidated to approach him. They all treated him like some kind of deity, someone to admire from afar but not to approach. Still, some genuinely yearned to connect with him. For instance, In-shur, who gained admission to Peking University because of Soo-han.
Chapter 109, Arriving at the dorm, Meeting Roommates.
Hello, classmates. Let me introduce myself, I'm In-shur, from the capital city. On the way to the dormitory, In-shur took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Soo-han.
Hello. Soo-han greeted him politely upon seeing the newcomer.
They shook hands and naturally walked together, side by side. I saw your college entrance exam results. They were truly impressive and they really got my blood pumping.
Thanks for the compliment. I think you're pretty amazing too. Soo-han looked at In-shur.
If you didn't count him, this guy who seemed to have a cheat code, In-shur was undoubtedly the strongest among the freshmen, hands down.
But still not as good as you. In-shur said earnestly. Before the college entrance exams, I thought I was already quite strong. But after seeing your performance, I realized that in this world, there's always someone stronger out there. My parents used to tell me this all the time, but I never took it seriously. Now I realize how naive I was back then. I think you're being too hard on yourself. Your strength is undeniable. Soo-han replied sincerely. I know my own limits. I'm definitely no match for you.
In-shur shook his head.
When we get the chance, shall we spar? Absolutely no problem.
I never turn down a challenge.
Soo-han said. Then it's settled.
Satisfied with the response, In-shur beamed like a child.
By the way, Soo-han, which dorm did you get assigned to? Building 7, room 303. What a coincidence. I think I'm in that dorm too. Senior Joe mentioned our dorms are assigned based on college entrance exam scores, right? Since we're roommates, your ranking must be pretty impressive too? I ranked second in the college entrance exam, right below you. That's still pretty impressive.
Given In-shur's capabilities, his response didn't surprise Soo-han much, it felt perfectly normal.
Looks like our roommates are all going to be pretty strong. Hopefully we won't end up with that guy who threw the match in the tournament? Not necessarily. Soo-han shot In-shur a meaningful look. Maybe they're actually powerful but just too lazy to show it? That's definitely possible. In-shur nodded. But it's unlikely. After all, who would pass up an opportunity to receive one-on-one guidance from a professor at Tsinghua or Peking University? You're right. Soo-han didn't deny In-shur's point.
Then let's make a bet on whether Hwa-wook will become our roommate.
Sure. What's the penalty for the loser?
In-shur readily agreed.
The loser treats the winner to a meal. How does that sound? No problem. I'll bet he won't be our roommate. In that case, I'll bet we'll see Hwa-wook in the dorm when we get there. Soo-han declared with confidence. Although Hwa-wook had appeared disinterested during the exchange competition,
the college entrance exam was different.
As the nation's annual mega-scale test, every student had to give it their absolute all.
Otherwise, not only would they risk failing the exam, but they'd also have to endure their families' disappointed yet forced smiles, along with the online community's skepticism and abuse. After all, he was one of the 50 SS rank awakened individuals in this cohort. There were people who genuinely believed in him and had consistently supported him. Therefore, whether for his own sake or to avoid trouble, Hwa-wook's performance on the Gaokao would undoubtedly be far superior to his showing in the exchange tournament. Chatting about this and that along the way, the two of them soon arrived at the dormitory. After confirming their details with the dorm supervisor, they hauled their luggage up to the third floor. The moment he opened the door, he saw Hwa-wook had already unpacked his belongings and was sitting on a chair. He glanced up at the sound of the door opening, then quickly lowered his head again, saying nothing. I won. Seeing the person in the dorm, Soo-han patted In-shur's arm and said triumphantly. All right, you did win. Faced with the undeniable evidence, In-shur couldn't deny it. He just hadn't expected Hwa-wook to be assigned to the same dorm as the two of them. Seems you really can't judge a book by its cover. My cultivation still isn't deep enough. When I get the chance, I'm going to make you pay dearly. A loss is a loss. Whatever you want to eat then, just name it. I can't promise elsewhere, but in the capital, I still hold some sway. In-shur patted his chest proudly as he declared to Soo-han.
Since you say so, shall we bring our roommate and go together tomorrow? No problem. The two chatted as they tidied up their sleeping quarters. What are you two talking about? Hwawak sat on a bench, overhearing his name in their conversation, and asked curiously. You guys bet on me? What kind of food? What are you planning to do? At this moment, he displayed a completely different personality from the one seen during the exchange matches. Though he still looked lifeless, his words carried a hint of warmth. Nothing much. We just bet on whether you'd end up in our dorm, and I won. Suhan replied with a smile. He'd been curious about Hwawak anyway, so he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. It's all your fault, kid. You cost me a meal. Inshur glared at Hwawak, feigning a look of gritted teeth as he teased him. But since you ended up in the same dorm as us, your skills can't be too shabby. Why did you choose to concede defeat in that earlier duel? After the banter, Inshur shifted his tone and asked curiously. I just found it troublesome. Hwawak, his face framed by those super-duper dark circles, answered slowly and deliberately. I don't see how competing against upperclassmen would benefit me or serve any purpose. So why waste my energy on something like that? But winning the match grants you private lessons with a professor, doesn't it? My awakened profession is rather unique. Before the college entrance exams, professors from Tsinghua and Peking universities had already approached me with offers. That person promised to take me on as his final disciple, so there's no need for me to fight tooth and nail for a private tutoring spot. Is that even possible? Inshur and Suhan had already made their beds and now sat on stools alongside Hwawak. They exchanged a meaningful glance and nodded to each other. Since the founding of Qingbei University, they had never heard of anyone else in a situation like Hwawak's. Clearly, there must be some earth-shattering secret behind the profession he awakened to, compelling that professor to break with tradition and take him as a disciple. Or perhaps Hua Wuwei had connections within Qingbei University that allowed the professor to recruit him directly. Either way, it proved Hua Wuwei was far from the pushover he appeared to be. Chapter 110, Dormitory Dinner. Since you're actually pretty skilled, maybe we can have a match sometime? Inshur looked at Hwawak, his curiosity gradually replaced by a desire for combat. No way. Why would I fight you? Too much trouble. Hwawak didn't even think twice before flatly refusing the request. He shot Inshur a disapproving look. Fine, no fight. I've already found someone to spar with anyway. Who? Inshur's gaze shifted towards Suhan. Not to discourage you, but in my opinion, the gap between you and Suhan is truly enormous. Hwawak drawled in his usual half-dead tone. I know. Inshur nodded in acknowledgement. But that's beside the point. I just want to know exactly how far behind Suhan I really am. Are you a masochist? Hwawak shot Inshur a look of utter disgust. Get lost, you're the masochist. I'm perfectly normal all over. Inshur frowned and waved his hand dismissively. Besides, I won't invite you to the dinner later. So you were planning to treat us? I thought you'd just pay for Suhan's meal since you lost the bet. Do I look like that kind of selfish person? Since we're in the capital, as the host, it shouldn't be hard to understand why I'm treating everyone to our first dorm dinner, right? Got it. Got what? You're the sucker. Get lost. Inshur roared. He feigned anger, making a move to stride forward and punch Hwawak twice. But he knew the other was just joking around, so he didn't take it seriously. Alright, you two stop arguing. Suhan stepped forward, acting as a mediator between the two. Having listened to the entire exchange between Inshur and Hwawak, he was surprised to discover that Hwawak was nothing like his outward appearance. Beyond his aversion to trouble, he was a complete and utter sharp-tongued individual. Inshur was no match for him in a war of words. Suhan, you be the judge here. This guy is completely unreasonable. The truly unreasonable one here is you, isn't it? Hwawak shot Inshur a glance. Paired with his lifeless eyes, the mockery cut deeper than any spoken words. You. Inshur pointed at him, yet couldn't force out a word for a long while. Honestly, you two should just cut it out. Instead of getting worked up over this, why not think about what we're going to eat later? Suhan smiled at the pair. How about skewers? I know a barbecue joint in the capital famous for its meat from beasts raised in portals. Everything there is fresh and delicious. Inshur suggested. You're the host. Whatever you choose is fine with us. I'm fine with whatever you choose. Hwawak raised his hand to vote. As they discussed, the dormitory door swung open once more. Stepping inside was a handsome man with golden hair, radiating an air of nobility from head to toe. Hello, everyone. He greeted the three roommates with a smile, speaking Mandarin with a slight British accent. My name is Tyr Wagner. I'm an exchange student from the British Isles, pleased to meet you all. My name is Suhan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Suhan responded politely, as he always did with others. My name is Inshur. Hwawak. The remaining two, upon seeing the newcomer, also adopted a slightly more serious demeanor as they addressed Tyr. I know you all. Your performances in the exchange tournament were truly impressive.
Tyr entered the dormitory, organized his luggage, and sat down on the last bench.
You flatter us. It was just luck. Suhan narrowed his eyes. He didn't recall seeing Till take the field during the exchange tournament. But didn't you skip the ceremony with the freshmen? Yes. Tyr didn't deny this.
Due to health reasons, I arrived at the school a bit later. By the time I arrived, the exchange matches were nearly over.
So I went straight to the principal, registered, and headed to the dorms. I see.
The others nodded, choosing not to press further.
But Suhan remained wary.
With his detection skill, he knew the other's strength was roughly on par with Insure's.
No wonder the principal had assigned him to share a dorm with them. It seemed this year's freshman class at Qingbei University truly harbored hidden talents. Enough about that. We're having a dinner gathering later, it's on me. Want to join us?
Insure cracked a smile, his tone friendly. I'd love to go, but Principal Wu Qing specifically instructed me before I left to strictly adhere to the school's rules and regulations.
It's so late now, will we even make it back before the dorms close?
Tyr was tempted, but still asked with some concern.
What's there to be scared of?
There's a saying online that goes, a college student who hasn't scaled the wall hasn't experienced real college life. If we can't make it back, we can always grab a cab to my place for the night and head back to campus first thing tomorrow morning. Insure couldn't care less about the so-called school rules.
What if we run into the dorm supervisor during their rounds?
Tyr pressed further.
That problem? I've got it covered. At that moment, Hua Wuk interjected.
He produced 4 wooden dolls from somewhere, took out colored markers, and began scribbling on them. In less than 5 minutes, he had created dolls that were exact, life-sized replicas of each of them. He then tossed the dolls carelessly onto the ground. Their bodies rapidly expanded, and soon, several puppets indistinguishable from them in appearance were created.
This is my professional specialty. How about it? Pretty impressive, right? Damn impressive. You saved our asses.
Insure gave him a thumbs up.
Now that the problem's solved, shall we go?
All right. The others replied.
The 4 of them arrived outside the dormitory.
It was now past 9 o'clock at night. By the time they finished eating barbecue and returned, the dormitory's curfew would surely have passed.
But it didn't matter.
Since they'd already secured an escape route, there was no need to worry about such minor details.
Chatting and laughing along the way, they arrived at the barbecue restaurant.
As they chatted, their understanding of each other gradually deepened.
Hey, boss, we're 4 people here. Set us up with a table. Following the staff to an empty table for 4, Insure then told his roommates.
If you see anything you want to eat, just help yourselves from those 2 big refrigerators over there.
If you say so, I won't hold back.
Hua Wuk raised his hand to signal the staff over.
Could you please bring us 5 skewers of every type of grilled meat you have? Hey, are you sure you want that many? We have quite a variety of skewers here, and it would be a shame to waste them if you can't finish them all. The female staff member kindly reminded them. Chapter 111, an unexpected business opportunity and a startup idea.
We can order some skewers and a few signature dishes to mix things up, that way we won't get bored. Then let's get 2 more of the restaurant's signature Jianghu dishes. For the skewers, just bring the amount I mentioned earlier. Don't worry, we can finish it all.
Hua Wuk said.
The way he looked, it felt like he was trying to fleece Insure.
You brat, you really have no manners.
Insure glared at Hua Wei with a dark expression, his teeth gritted as he spoke.
Just tell me, can we even finish everything I ordered? Hua Wuk retorted without a shred of politeness. But still, do you think this is right?
Insure rolled his eyes in exasperation.
Shouldn't we at least ask Suhan and tell what they think? Didn't you say their skewers are amazing? We absolutely have to try every single one. We've already ordered it.
We're all big guys, we're not afraid of wasting food.
What's there to worry about? Hua Wuk declared.
It must be said, his words perfectly hit Insure's weak spot.
They praised Insure's discerning taste, leaving him embarrassed to object, while also satisfying the group's cravings.
It seemed Hua Wuk's gift of gab was worth learning from at times. Soon, the skewers and rustic dishes they'd ordered arrived at the table. Alongside them came a crate of beer.
The aroma wafting from the skewers made their mouths water. They couldn't resist diving in.
A bite of meat, a sip of beer, and 4 roommate brothers. This was part of the vibrant tapestry of college life.
Cheers to the friendship of room 303.
Insure stood up, one hand holding a meat skewer, the other raising his beer glass.
Long live friendship.
Seeing this, the other 3 rose as well, clinking glasses in unison. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Drinking and singing together, how fleeting is life. Amidst the bustling atmosphere of the barbecue restaurant, the bond between the 4 roommates grew steadily stronger.
Suhan sat at his seat, munching on skewers.
As he finished one skewer and reached for another, the unexpected voice of the system spirit, Tia, suddenly echoed in his ear.
Host, the skewers in your hand can also be scanned using the detection function. Would you like to use the detection function? Use it. Driven by curiosity, Suhan agreed to Tia's suggestion. Immediately, the skewer's information appeared before him.
Item details: a visually appealing, aromatic, and flavorful grilled skewer. Made from the meat of a red wild bull, typically around level 10 in strength.
The meat is firm and chewy. Effect: regular consumption provides a slight boost to stamina.
Skewer recipe: 50g red savage bull meat, 10g salt, 10g cumin, secret sauce.
Cooking method: charcoal grill.
Not only did it include the basic information about the skewers, but it even listed the ingredients and preparation method.
Following the instructions exactly would allow him to replicate the skewers 1:1.
A shrewd gleam flashed in Soo-han's eyes.
He seemed to have keenly sensed a business opportunity. He promptly stopped eating, waved his hand, and called over the other 3 roommates. He addressed them. Hold on, everyone. Listen up. Has anyone ever thought about starting their own business? Start a business? What kind of business? How do we even start?
The moment Soo-han spoke, the 3 perked up with interest. Though they all came from prominent families and never lacked for money, who would turn down the chance to get even richer?
Here's what I propose: we could partner up to start a barbecue restaurant. Soo-han continued.
The 3 exchanged glances, each finding Soo-han's idea somewhat unrealistic.
Finally, Inshur spoke up.
Soo-han, I know you're incredibly skilled, but making money is a whole different ballgame from fighting.
We can't just decide to open a barbecue restaurant on a whim after eating here once, right? We need a plan first.
We have no recipe, no experience, and no skills.
Doesn't that make us look like a shady operation with no credentials? What if I told you I know this shop's secret barbecue recipe? Would that change your minds? Soo-han pressed on. How could that be possible?
I've eaten here dozens, if not hundreds, of times. The owner never shares his secret recipe with outsiders. And if it weren't for his family's traditional values, he'd have franchises all over the country by now. I heard companies approached him before to collaborate, hoping to build a skewered meat brand, but he turned them all down. Or when people tried to copy his recipe, they all ended up failing.
Given all that, how did you manage to get the recipe?
Inshur looked utterly incredulous upon hearing this.
I have my ways. Anyway, I do have the recipe. Let's find a time later to replicate the flavors of this shop's skewers and Jianghu-style dishes using my recipe. Then you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. But even if you have the recipe, Soo-han, wouldn't that constitute infringement?
What if we really stir up trouble and the owner finds out, then sues us in court? Tyr frowned, his concern evident.
It won't.
Given the barbecue shop's business model, it's highly unlikely anyone would specifically patent this. Even if the shop is extremely cautious and does patent it, we can modify the recipe slightly, adding our own unique touches to avoid any risks. Or we could just bring the owner on board as our partner.
The recipe's already in our hands anyway. He's got no reason to keep it secret anymore. He might as well join us and make a fortune together. Soo-han replied confidently. Now that you mention it, it does seem like it could work. Hwa pondered for a moment before speaking.
In that case, let's pick a time this weekend. I'll show everyone how the replicated skewers turn out. Let's finalize the flavor profile first, then discuss subsequent costs like supply chain expenses and so on.
Sounds good, I'm in.
Inshur had no objections.
I wholeheartedly endorse it. Hwa chimed in. Are you sure this won't break any laws?
Tyr remained somewhat concerned.
Relax, it'll be fine.
Soo-han's right, the boss said publicly before that he never patented his barbecue recipe because he believes no one could replicate his family's secret formula. Inshur reassured him with a grin.
In that case, I'm in too. With his concerns alleviated, Teal naturally joined his roommates in their entrepreneurial venture.
And thus, the embryonic form of what would later become a nationally renowned culinary giant was officially established. To our grand vision for the future, cheers.
Cheers. The 4 laughed and joked, the atmosphere feeling particularly harmonious. Chapter 112, The Importance of Points.
The next day, upon receiving the news, they rose early and headed to the classroom together. Unsurprisingly, as top students sharing the same dorm, all 4 were assigned to the elite S class. According to the information provided, there were 1,500 students in the grade. There was only one S class, along with 5 A classes, 10 B classes, and 20 C classes. The average class size was around 40 students. When they entered the classroom, a scattered group of students had already begun arriving.
Soo-han, over here.
Rachel's voice called out. Soo-han looked up and saw her sitting in the middle seat, smiling and waving at him.
Where's Yi-Wan-ching? Soo-han walked over with his roommates, naturally taking a seat beside Rachel before asking. She got assigned to Class A.
Their classroom is downstairs from ours, but we came up together this morning.
By the way, did you guys get the message about choosing mentors? I haven't checked yet. Didn't they say the message would be sent after the class meeting? Soo-han asked, puzzled. Rachel was referring to the reward following yesterday's victory in the exchange match. Me neither.
Inshur chimed in from the side.
Then you'd better hurry.
I checked with Yi-Wan-ching this morning and found the school released the preliminary selection notice early.
The deadline for choosing advisors is noon today. Every professor at Qingbei University is outstanding. I'm overwhelmed by the choices.
So we really should hurry. If we end up with a professor who isn't a good fit, it won't be worth it.
It's fine. Su Han replied calmly. Since all the professors are outstanding, I'm sure I'll learn something valuable no matter who I choose. That makes sense.
Hearing Su Han's words, Inshi's eyes lit up.
It must be said, no wonder he's the top student.
His mindset alone offered much for him to learn.
And who is this?
Rachel tilted her head, noticing Tyr, a fellow exchange student with similar features and a head of blonde hair, and asked curiously.
He's my roommate, also an exchange student like you. Su Han introduced. Hello, my name is Tyr.
Rachel. The two exchanged brief introductions. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was the agreed-upon time for the class meeting. As the classroom door swung open, a familiar figure entered their field of vision.
Good morning, everyone.
Zhou Hanjian walked up to the podium, smiling as he addressed the students below. He was dressed casually today, a red hoodie on top and loose black cargo pants below. He radiated youthful energy. Upon seeing Zhou Hanjian, the students largely stopped whispering among themselves and listened attentively.
I trust you all have some understanding of me by now.
Still, I'd like to reintroduce myself here.
Zhou Hanjian appeared completely at ease. My name is Zhou Hanjian. I serve as the president of our school's student union. I'm a junior this year, hailing from the Magic College of Qingbei University.
For the next 2 years, I will serve as your class assistant. Throughout your university life, no matter what challenges you face, whether in love, career, or professional planning, feel free to come to me. I'll share everything I know. By the way, our class advisor, Teacher Wu Ling, couldn't attend today's meeting due to an unexpected commitment. However, he mentioned he will arrange a separate meeting with each of you later. I hope we can build strong bonds before I graduate and create wonderful memories together.
As Zhou Hanjian finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Now, I will provide a detailed introduction to Qingbei University's regulations. The meeting continued. He turned around and wrote 2 large characters on the blackboard behind him, points. At Qingbei University, the most important thing is points. Everything you do on campus, even purchasing basic daily necessities, requires points. Taking a shower costs at least 1 point. Buying a 500 milliliters bottle of drink costs 3 to 5 points. Using the training hall equipment requires at least 50 points. You could say it's the hard currency of Qingbei University.
Yesterday at the exchange match venue, I distributed a device to everyone.
This device serves as your credential for life at Qingbei University, recording your current points balance.
The university has allocated a base amount of living points based on your college entrance exam rankings and your performance in the exchange competition.
You can now take out your devices to check your balances. I got 30,000 points. That seems like a lot. After checking her balance, Rachel asked the others. How much did you all get? I got 35,000.
Inshi replied.
20,000.
This was Tyler's base points. Since he hadn't participated in yesterday's exchange match, he'd missed out on the chance to earn more points.
Why do I only have 10,000?
Huawuk stared at the number on the device screen, his tone tinged with irritation.
You chose to concede in the exchange match. Now you regret it, don't you?
Inshi retorted without mercy. If I'd known the exhibition match was tied to this thing, I would have fought harder.
This is outrageous. Huawuk expressed his unwillingness to accept it.
Still, he wasn't overly upset. After all, 10,000 points, while not as much as his roommates earned, should be sufficient for daily life and training.
What about you, Su Han? You did so well, you must have earned a lot of points, right? Rachel asked curiously.
At her words, everyone turned their heads, fixing their gaze on Su Han.
100,000.
Without hiding anything, Su Han calmly stated the enviable figure.
Holy crap, how did you get so many? Is there no justice in this world? Huawuk grumbled.
But no one felt envy towards Su Han for his points. He'd earned every single one through his own strength. You big shot, treat us to a meal after homeroom ends.
Huawuk feigned excitement. No way. I'll treat you guys to a meal outside during the break, but using my points? Absolutely not. Su Han refused without hesitation.
Zhou Hanjiang had already made the importance of points crystal clear. He wasn't about to waste his points on something like treating people to a meal.
Then it's settled. No backing out. Another free meal secured.
The others teased him good-naturedly. They knew full well how precious points were, so they understood Su Han's reasoning.
Is everyone confirmed?
A few minutes later, Zhou Hanjiang spoke up again, cutting through the growing buzz of excitement among the students.
Chapter 113, Qingbei University's Competitive Rules.
As freshmen admitted to this year's S-class, your base points should be relatively ample.
However, I must remind you that points are consumable resources.
They possess a non-renewable nature. Even if you hold 100,000 points in your hands, they will eventually be depleted.
At this point, Su Han distinctly felt Zhou Hanjian's gaze flick in his direction.
He quickly averted his gaze and continued. To ensure everyone's basic survival conditions on campus, the university will distribute 10,000 points of basic survival points to each of you every month. This basic survival allowance is distributed in tiers. S-class students receive the highest allocation at 10,000 points, A class gets 8,000, B class receives 5,000, and C class students are left with a paltry 2,000 points each month. So even if you don't lift a finger all month, as long as you're still in Class S, you'll get 10,000 points deposited every month, enough to keep everyone living high on the school's dime. Senior. Upon hearing Zhou Hanjiang's words, someone raised their hand and asked doubtfully, "If the distribution of points is tiered, does that mean this standard could change for us at any time?" "Excellent question, student." Zhou Hanjiang replied with a smile. "That's precisely what I was about to address." He turned back and wrote the word competition in bold chalk strokes, adding an exclamation mark at the end. The class system at Qingbei University is not fixed. At the end of each semester, the university holds inter-grade ranking competitions. These ranking competitions are typically conducted on a class-by-class basis. Students who excel in the final competitions have the opportunity to advance to higher level classes and earn better point rewards. Zhou Hanjiang swept a stern glance across the assembled students. In other words, even though you're currently seated in the S-class classroom, if you don't strive to improve your abilities, you'll still end up packing your bags and leaving. Your current placement in Class S is only because you were marginally more outstanding than others before entering university. But the moment you become obsessed with material things and your abilities stagnate, the people behind you will surge forward like a pack of wolves, tearing at your flesh. Therefore, Class S represents not only privilege, but immense pressure. After all, no one can guarantee that even if you're at the top now, you won't be surpassed later. That said, the lifestyle you choose to pursue in university remains entirely your own decision. As your senior, I don't wish to interfere further. Zhou Hanjiang's words plunged the S-class students into deep contemplation. His words served as an early warning to this so-called golden generation, the most outstanding cohort in a century. Don't assume that because you're outstanding now, you'll remain so forever. Even among those assigned to Class C, there might be exceptionally talented individuals. It's just that before university, their potential hadn't been fully unlocked. Under the competitive system at Qingbei University, only relentless effort can preserve what you currently possess. Take these words to heart and reflect on them after class. Zhou Hanjiang continued. Next, there are a few important points I need to cover. First, after the class meeting, you will receive a notification prompting you to select your preferred college. After selecting your college, your personal page on the university website will display the corresponding required course schedule. Additionally, during the first semester of freshman year, each of you may select multiple elective courses to study. There is no limit on the number of electives you can take. As long as you have the energy and time, even if your schedule is packed every day, no one will say anything. However, I still advise you to pace yourselves. Because choosing more courses means you'll have significantly more exams to handle by the end of the semester. Zhou Hanjiang sincerely advised the freshmen below him. Everyone's energy is limited. What's more, if you fail an exam, you'll have to take a makeup test. Makeup exams are much harder than regular final exams. If you fail the retake, you'll have to pay to retake the entire course. It's both time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it will affect your final placement assessment. It's simply not worth the effort. The S-class students nodded frequently after hearing this. Among them were students who had planned to enroll in every available course. One more thing, after regular classes, if you want to develop your skills or meet like-minded friends, you can also join various school and college departments and clubs. I myself am a member of the University Student Union. The growth I've gained over these 3 years is something you simply can't get from just attending classes. Over the next 2 days, specific departments and clubs will be holding recruitment drives. If you're interested, we encourage you to sign up enthusiastically. Participating in activities will also earn you corresponding points as a reward. There's no doubt that more of these points is always better. I doubt anyone would turn down the chance to earn more points, right? Zhou Hanjiang's words carried a hint of enticement. Still, most students would choose to join a department or club if it meant earning points. This is an indispensable part of the vibrant and colorful university life. That covers most of what needed to be said. The class officer elections will be handled by our counselor. Those interested in volunteering for a position should submit their application forms to the faculty office on the 3rd floor of Mingda building by tomorrow. With that, our first class meeting for Class S is adjourned. Though what I just said might sound a bit serious, at least for the next semester, we'll all still be classmates. So why not chat with the classmates you'd like to get to know? The remainder of the afternoon is free time. Regular classes begin tomorrow. As Zhou Hanjiang's closing remarks faded, the classroom atmosphere instantly brightened. They chatted and laughed, discussing their upcoming college life and building a sense of class community. Everyone, listen up. A bespectacled, scholarly-looking young man stood up, raised his hands, and addressed the entire class. His name was Sunli, and he seemed to have an outgoing personality. Since our seniors have encouraged us to interact more, why don't we have a gathering this afternoon? It'll help us build rapport and prepare for the end-of-term class placement exams.
I'm in. Me too.
It must be said that Sun Li's eloquence, combined with his fairly good looks, quickly earned him a solid reputation among his peers. A portion of the class readily agreed to his proposal.
So, Soo-han, are you coming? Rachel stared at Soo-han and asked. No, I'm heading to the training hall. What about you guys? We're definitely not going either.
The remaining three replied.
Then I'm not going either.
I'll go hang out with Wanqing later. With that, the five of them left the classroom together.
Chapter 114, Choosing Clubs and Departments.
At noon, Soo-han took advantage of the final window for selecting mentors. Standing outside the training hall, he made his decision. Given the importance of points, he didn't waste time deciding after renting the training space. Instead, he chose to remain outside the facility for the time being.
His roommates and friends had already entered to begin training.
When he opened the selection interface, he found the avatars of Qingbei University professors densely packed across the screen, each accompanied by detailed profiles.
Among all those professors, the one ranked first was none other than Huo Qing, the president of Qingbei University.
Given the unique nature of Soo-han's profession, there wasn't necessarily a professor who was the perfect fit for him. Therefore, given the multitude of options, if he had to choose, he would naturally aim for the best. Thus, Huo Qing became his top priority. After all, as the head of the university, the resources and combat strength at his disposal were inherently the strongest among all candidates.
Coincidentally, just as Soo-han was about to press the confirmation button, a text message from Huo Qing arrived on his device.
It contained sincere words expressing a desire for him to study under his tutelage.
Wasn't this a mutual pursuit? With that, Soo-han needed no further deliberation and selected his mentor outright.
After making his choice, the device's interface shifted to display another text message. Please report to the principal's office on the 5th floor of Mingda Building every Saturday at 9 a.m. sharp for guidance.
Only after confirming the message did Soo-han step into the training hall. Please select the training facility you wish to reserve. An automated booking machine stood at the entrance of the training hall.
Students could operate it to spend points and reserve the training facilities they desired. The training facility spans 5 floors, each with distinct functions, though the cost increases with each level. The public area on the first floor costs 20 points per hour, while the exclusive personal training rooms on the 5th floor jump to 300 points per hour. Therefore, even students in the S-class must carefully consider whether their points are sufficient before attempting to use the most advanced training rooms.
However, these concerns were irrelevant to Soo-han. He possessed a full 100,000 points. Spending a little extra to grow stronger was perfectly justified.
Without hesitation, he booked 5 hours of access to the top-tier personal training room. Upon entering the training room, he noticed the usage guidelines and regulations posted on the door. After reading them, one couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of a facility costing 300 points per hour. The money was well spent. Inside the training room, not only were the most advanced materials used for the interior decoration and flooring. Beyond that, every piece of equipment represented the cutting edge of technology. It even featured dedicated AI that recorded your entire workout session and provided improvement suggestions. Gravity adjusting equipment allowed you to freely modify training intensity and difficulty. It was truly the training facility every awakened being dreamed of. In stark contrast, the training hall at the Awakened Association in his hometown of Sanging City was as rudimentary as could be. He remained in the training room until evening. Only when Yi Wanqing sent him a message did Soo-han cease his training.
Points, 2,100.
As he stepped out of the training hall, the system automatically deducted the points. Because the personal training room's capabilities were so powerful, Soo-han extended his session for another 2 hours after his original booking time ended. However, this made him realize a problem. The combined costs of training and daily expenses meant that if he wanted to regularly use the 5th floor personal training room going forward, the 10,000 points distributed monthly by Class S would be completely insufficient. He would have to earn more points during his free time. Thus, applying for clubs and departments, participating in various activities, and completing tasks became an indispensable part of his routine. Have you guys checked out the introductions for our school's clubs and departments? After training, Soo-han met up with his roommates, Yi Wanqing and Rachel. The 6 of them headed to the school cafeteria for lunch. During the meal, Rachel addressed the group. I plan to join a club to enrich my college life.
Which club are you thinking of joining? Hua Wuk asked while eating his cafeteria meal.
It must be said, though the standard cafeteria meal costing 15 credits was a bit painful on the wallet, the taste and portion size were genuinely quite good. I looked into it. There's a Sacred Empire Exchange Student Club on campus. Their description says they hold weekly worship services at the capital's cathedral and randomly assign tasks for us to earn points.
Rachel replied. The supreme deity always watches over us. Want to join me and feel the warmth of the divine? Who knows? After worship, you might just find yourselves wanting to embrace the Lord's embrace. Hearing this, the others looked at Rachel's gleaming eyes and suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Those from the Holy Empire, their devotion to the divine bordered on fanaticism. Rachel was no exception. Forget it. I'm an atheist.
I'll probably never get the chance to meet the supreme deity in this lifetime.
Hua Wuk waved his hand dismissively and continued. Does the school have any more laid-back clubs or departments? Like a travel club or an anime club? That's the kind of place I'd fit in. There is. I saw one on the school's official website, a global travel agency. Yi Wanqing picked up the thread. The promotion says the club organizes occasional travel activities where members' expenses are fully covered. You can even invite friends to join as tour guides or similar roles, earning corresponding points as rewards. This club sounds great, it's already got me excited. Hua Wuk clapped his hands and declared. I've decided to apply for the travel club. Anyone else want to join me? I've already decided to join the British Peninsula Exchange Student Club. Tyr replied apologetically. What about you guys? I want to try out for the student council. Su Han declined. Given his capabilities, no other organization could attract him besides the student council. Me too. I'd like to give it a shot too. The other two also declined Hua Wuk's suggestion. Alright, then I'll go alone. Don't be too upset. Su Han offered consolation. Anyway, the travel club lets non-members join their activities. We'll just tag along and cheer you on. You could even guide us around, which would be another way to earn points. Su Han, you've got a point. After hearing the reasoning, Hua Wuk instantly cheered up. As the member with the lowest points in their current small group, why wouldn't he seize such an easy opportunity to earn points? Chapter 115, The First Lesson.
The next day, formal classes began. As the first class for university freshmen, the school arranged a unified general education course.
Fundamentals of Portals and Encyclopedia of Monsters Within.
As the name suggests, this course introduced students to the portals that had appeared across the world and provided a basic overview of the beasts dwelling within them. Despite being a general education course, it was the first lecture of the semester. Combined with the naturally strong academic drive of Qingbei University students, the classroom was packed to capacity. All the students in Class S were filled with anticipation, waiting for the teacher to begin their first lecture of university life.
Good morning, everyone. I'm your instructor for this class. You've all seen me before, right?
As the bell chimed, a familiar figure entered the room.
Professor Li Lei walked in from the doorway. My name is Li Lei. You may call me Professor Li.
Besides this class, I'll also be teaching another general education course this semester called The Origins of the Awakened in Manhwa. I hope we can get along well over the next 6 months.
Now, let's officially begin the class. Professor Li Lei stepped onto the podium.
His unkempt appearance, stubble-covered face and disheveled attire was a stark contrast to his look just 2 days prior. His ill-fitting white lab coat dragged on the floor, and he showed no intention of adjusting it. His eyes were vacant, heavy dark circles under them, making one wonder if he had endured some inhumane treatment.
Professor, are you okay? You seem really out of it.
A student raised their hand, asking with concern.
Thank you, student. I'm fine. I just pulled 2 all-nighters gaming recently and am feeling a bit tired.
Professor Li Lei managed a faint smile, his voice weak as he replied.
Video games?
The students below the podium were stunned by his answer.
An 8 a.m. class the next day? As a professor, he actually pulled 2 all-nighters gaming? Was this something a normal person could actually do?
Combined with his apparent eagerness to leave work during the exchange match the day before, doubts began to surface about Professor Li Lei's teaching competence. However, even if they harbored doubts, he was still a professor recognized by Qingbei University. The students couldn't express their skepticism openly and could only continue listening silently as he finished the entire lecture. Portal tiers are classified according to the colors of the rainbow. I trust you all learned this clearly back in high school. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet from front to back, their difficulty decreases accordingly. Portals of different tiers typically manifest beasts corresponding to their respective tiers. But there are exceptions. Li Lei paused, took a sip of water, and flipped to the next page on the whiteboard. The Abyss portal, your understanding of it likely stops at the word horror. As everyone knows, the monsters in the Abyss are indeed more savage, but there are actually some that can control their own rationality. Our university's most distinguished professors have conducted extensive research and direct engagement with these creatures, successfully establishing agreements with them. This is precisely why, among all the prestigious universities nationwide, only our Qingbei University can offer you internship opportunities in the Abyss during your senior year. When the professor reached this part, the students perked up. This was the first time they had heard such confidential information. Even so, the Abyss remains fraught with danger. Thus, only a select few students ultimately gain access to the internship program. Some even voluntarily decline the opportunity once offered. Therefore, do not let our university's prestige blind you to the Abyss's perils. After all, it remains the gathering place for the world's most ferocious beasts. Next, I'll give you a detailed overview of the major beasts dwelling in the Abyss. As he continued sliding the whiteboard, detailed information and images of the major beasts appeared.
First, the malignant dragon Targaryen. It's a super beast exceeding level 90, inherently destructive. Anything within its sight, be it monster or human, will be consumed by its black flames. Second, the fallen elf king Ygritte. As Lilay detailed the major beasts of the abyss, the students felt the class time fly by. The 1.5-hour class vanished in the blink of an eye.
The bell rang, and Lilay's voice abruptly fell silent.
That concludes today's lesson.
Also, since we have 2 courses to cover together this semester, I'd like to select one of you to serve as my teaching assistant and help me deliver the content for both classes. Rest assured, though I may be lazy, I never overwork my students. I'll never skimp on the credit rewards you deserve. If any of you are interested in being my teaching assistant, please email me before the next class.
I'll review the applications and make a selection. Lilay wrote his email address on the blackboard. That concludes today's session. Class dismissed. With that, Professor Lilay turned and walked out of the classroom without looking back, leaving the still bewildered students holding their textbooks. So, anyone interested in being the professor's teaching assistant? Rachel looked at the 4 roommates in Suhan's dorm and asked curiously. I'm not going. Professor Lilay's style just doesn't mesh with mine. I'd never last if I took it.
Inshur waved his hand, refusing without hesitation.
I think Xiaohua and the professor would get along great.
When they're together, they seem like kindred spirits.
Tyre remarked. We agree. Suhan and Rachel chimed in.
It must be said that in terms of their decadent aura, Huawak and Lilay were a perfect match.
So, what do you say? Want to go?
The others turned their heads, fixing their gaze on Huawak, awaiting his response. Being a teaching assistant doesn't sound so bad. After a moment's thought, Huawak spoke up.
Though Professor Lilay seemed a bit eccentric.
In his mind, gaming and clocking out seemed far more important than teaching students. But precisely because of that, he needed a teaching assistant to help him prepare his lessons. As the professor's right-hand man, being a teaching assistant would not only hone his skills but also grant him access to the professor's extensive resources and, most crucially, the points rewards. It seemed like a win-win situation. If there were any reason for students not to vie for the teaching assistant position, it would most likely be due to incompatibility. But to Huawak, that posed no problem at all. Then let's congratulate Xiaohua in advance on becoming a teaching assistant.
Suhan smiled as he addressed the group. All right.
Since you all say so, I'll have to push myself and compete for that teaching assistant position.
Huawak said with a smile.
However, even though Professor Lilay had a strong personality, there were undoubtedly many students eager to compete with him for the reward. He didn't care about that. When Hua Wuwei got serious, he was utterly confident he could secure the teaching assistant position.
Chapter 116, The Battle Between Roommates.
On the school sports field, Suhan stood among the student ranks, gazing at the professor ahead, Hogwoyu. This class was an exclusive course assigned after selecting their respective colleges. Naturally, Suhan had chosen the Combat Academy. Besides him, Rachel and Inshur had made the same choice.
The other 2 roommates had entered the Magic Academy to pursue their studies.
Yi Wanqing, though also enrolled in the Combat Academy, was in a different class and thus did not attend lectures with them. I am Ho Guoyu, Vice Dean of the Combat Academy. This semester, I will be teaching you the foundational course, Combat Fundamentals and Weapon Selection, a core subject for all Combat Academy students. Ho Guoyu stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the roughly 20 students from Class S who had chosen the Combat Academy.
His gaze lingered on Suhan for an extra 2 seconds.
This was the top-scoring student in this year's college entrance exams, the one the principal had high hopes for. On the surface, he appeared no different from the other students.
Enough chatter. Let's get straight into today's lesson.
Ho Guoyu turned sideways, extending his right hand toward the rack of various weapons behind him. I know each of you has a weapon you're skilled with or have trained with since childhood. Now, pick them up and choose someone from the class as your opponent.
We'll start one-on-one sparring immediately. I'll observe the entire session and offer feedback.
If I see you're unsuited to the weapon you're using, I won't hesitate to demand you switch. If you insist on stubbornly clinging to your choice, then I'm sorry my class may not be the right fit for you. You risk losing credits for this required class, which could lead to a poor final grade.
Don't come complaining to me about missing credits then. Got it?
Ho Guoyu's imposing manner silenced the entire class. No one dared to argue back. Of course, a significant part of this silence stemmed from his formidable prowess and the students' earnest desire to learn.
If you've got it, hurry up and pick your weapon. My class has never been about empty theories. Practical combat is the only true test of truth.
Ho Guoyu urged them, his brow furrowed. At his words, the students sprang into action. Each began selecting what they believed to be the most suitable weapon for themselves.
Suhan, what do you say? Shall we have a spar?
Inshur selected a training grade 2-handed knight's longsword, walked over to Suhan, and raised an eyebrow.
No problem. You've been wanting to see the gap between us, right? Today I'll show you. Don't get too cocky. Watch out for a slip-up, it won't be me who ends up embarrassed.
Inshur rolled his eyes.
We'll see about that. Su-han replied confidently.
They quickly formed a team and approached Hogwoyu, explaining their request for a sparring match. As more students formed teams, Hogwoyu produced paper and pen out of thin air, recording each pair's names for the matches. Following the order of sign-ups, the first match began between Su-han and Inshur.
Practice matches end when one side concedes.
No lethal techniques allowed.
Any violation will result in immediate expulsion. Understood? Understood. The two locked eyes, their gazes brimming with fierce determination. All right, then.
The first match officially begins. No sooner had Hogwoyu finished speaking than the battle erupted. Inshur knew he was no match for Su-han, so he decided to strike first.
Dragon transformation activated, instantly entering his peak professional state.
A blood-red, frenzied sword aura erupted from the blade in his hand, slashing towards Su-han. The scorching airwaves stirred by the sword energy caused the students watching the match to grow solemn.
Each of them mentally assessed whether they possessed the ability to withstand Inshur's assault. This is somewhat interesting.
Su-han watched Inshur charge toward him, standing his ground without a flicker of panic.
He swung a fist, not even utilizing his flame ability.
What appeared to be an ordinary strike contained unparalleled power. Empowered by the Serious Punch skill, his ordinary punch alone boasted a staggering strength attribute of over 1,600 points, equivalent to a standard strike from a king-tier powerhouse. Compared to Inshur, still stuck at level 35, the difference was like night and day, utterly incomparable. On the field, their duels were polar opposites, one fiery, the other calm.
Yet the more unassuming one possessed the more terrifying force within his attacks.
The moment fist and blade collided, within a split second, Inshur was sent flying backward.
He crashed heavily to the ground, his weapon strewn beside him. The battle ended as swiftly as the previous exhibition match.
Though the spectating students had mentally braced themselves, witnessing Inshur, one of their top fighters, fall within a single round against Su-han still drew involuntary gasps of astonishment.
The match is over.
Hogwoyu stood nearby, frowning. As the professor teaching this course, his perspective naturally differed from that of the students. If Su-han was truly that powerful, capable of defeating every opponent with a single strike, then the purpose of this class would be lost. The purpose of arranging student sparring was to allow them to fully demonstrate their abilities during combat, providing him with a basis for assessment and correction of their weapon handling errors. Now, however, the fights ended before they even reached the stage of demonstrating weapon application.
Not even a ripple was stirred. This left him somewhat perplexed. Are you okay? Su-han remained completely unaware of Hogwoyu's thoughts.
After the sparring session ended, he walked over to Inshur and asked with genuine concern.
Honestly, you're incredible.
Inshur sat on the ground, hands propped behind his hips, looking up at Su-han. I told you before, you're no match for me. Su-han extended his right hand, playfully helping Inshur up from the ground.
Who knows? The gap between us is just too big. We're not even in the same league.
Inshur stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes, and said with a hint of annoyance.
It's okay. You're already pretty strong. Su-han offered reassurance. I won't give up on challenging you.
Today was a crushing defeat, but next time, I'll at least last a few more rounds against you.
You're always welcome to challenge me.
The two roommates, brothers in arms, returned to the student crowd, chatting and laughing. It was fortunate that Inshur himself had such a positive mindset. Had it been someone else, witnessing such a vast gap between themselves and Su-han might have sparked jealousy and resentment, potentially breeding discord.
Chapter 117, Rigorous Curriculum. Next group. Hogwoyu watched the two walk into the formation without further comment.
After all, it was class time now, with so many students lined up waiting for their turn to spar. He couldn't abandon a whole group of saplings just for two individuals.
Group after group of students began their sparring sessions.
Since you've chosen the long sword, you must learn to master its range. The sword isn't as long as a spear, nor is it a close-quarters weapon like fists. Its moderate reach makes the sense of distance all the more crucial.
And you stop fixating on relentless attacks.
While you're constantly pushing forward, your vulnerabilities become glaringly obvious to your opponent.
If you're using a whip, keep your distance from the enemy.
How can you leverage its advantages if you're constantly fighting at close quarters? You're simply unsuited for the spear.
Can't you see it yourself?
After all this time, your spear technique remains abysmal, hardly befitting someone who's wielded one for over a decade.
Switch weapons sooner rather than later.
It took nearly half the class period for all the paired students to complete their drills.
Throughout the sparring sessions, Hogwoyu cursed incessantly, practically lambasting every single student in the class.
In his eyes, every single one of them was full of flaws.
Have you all taken note of what I said?
Hogwoyu addressed the students with a stern expression. If the fighting you show in class over the next few weeks is still this pathetic, the entire class can get lost.
Got it?
Understood. Though scolded for nearly half the class period, the top students in Class S merely looked weary. Their responses remained loud and clear. Having worked so hard to gain admission to Qingbei University and secured spots in its top-tier class, they were not about to be defeated by a mere setback. To maintain their place in Class S, they needed to learn from this experience and strive for continuous improvement. Inshur stepped forward. Seeing the student's composed demeanor, Hogwoyu's furrowed brow finally relaxed slightly. Then, he singled out Inshur, who had fought against Suhan. Attack me with full force. Hold nothing back. Yes, sir. Inshur nodded. Though he didn't know why the professor had singled him out for intensive training. But given such a precious opportunity to spar, he naturally wouldn't pass it up. He employed the exact same strategy as when facing Suhan. Dragon transformation activated. He raised his longsword and swung it toward Hogwoyu. Decent destructive power. Hogwoyu simply raised his hand to block Inshur's strike, which was nothing short of a full power attack. He even offered a casual critique. Keep pushing. Let's see what other interesting moves you've got. Hearing this, Inshur roared, unleashing a crimson surge of energy from his entire body as he redoubled the force behind his sword strike. Not bad, not bad. Hogwoyu praised, sensing the frenzied energy radiating from the blade. Seeing his sword attacks had no effect, Inshur withdrew his weapon and created distance between himself and Hogwoyu. Then, astonishingly, he tossed the sword to the ground and instead lashed out at his opponent with his hands now transformed into dragon claws. Dark red dragon scales layered across his arms held immense power. But when Hogwoyu saw Inshur abandon his weapon, the look on his face instantly shifted from admiration to solemnity. He raised one arm to block Inshur's strike. With a forceful flick, Inshur was sent flying backward. The students watching felt an eerie sense of familiarity. They glanced at Suhan, then at Hogwoyu, before realizing this was exactly the same scene as when Suhan had knocked Inshur flying with a single punch earlier. Even the trajectory of the flight was identical. Enough. That's enough. Hogwoyu leapt in a single bound to where Inshur had been sent flying. Staring at the broken arm and the shoulder gushing blood, he pulled the man up from the ground without a word. Why did you drop your weapon just now? Hogwoyu asked, his gaze fixed on him. Reporting to you, master, I simply felt that a long sword wouldn't allow me to advance further in our combat. Therefore, I had to abandon my weapon and resort to what I believe to be a stronger method to demonstrate my true strength. Inshur said weakly, his right hand clutching his left shoulder. The side effects of the dragon transformation, compounded by the injuries sustained in the battle, left him utterly drained. While I appreciate your intent, I must point out that you've forgotten what this lesson was about. Now repeat after me, what is the name of this lesson? Fighting fundamentals and weapon selection. Inshur repeated it truthfully. Even though his wounds were throbbing, he forced himself to endure the pain and recited the class title as the professor had instructed. Since you know the name of this lesson, why did you abandon your weapon? Hogwoyu asked. His words left Inshur speechless. Not just him, the rest of you, listen up. Hogwoyu turned halfway around, pointing at the students attending his class, and said earnestly. Your weapons are like a second life for each of you. Unless it's a matter of life and death, you must never abandon your weapons. Every weapon possesses a soul. They have accompanied you through countless years and will continue to witness the ups and downs of your future lives. Only by treating your weapons with care will they repay you in ways beyond measure. Your weapons are like family, absolutely irreplaceable. Understand? Understood. Hogwoyu's words struck a chord, plunging the students into deep contemplation. Suhan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He thought of Yang Jian. Before the college entrance exams, the other had spoken the exact same words to him. With the passage of time, these words proved increasingly true. They had served him well. Now, do you understand why I was so angry? Hogwoyu turned his gaze back to Inshur. Among this batch of new recruits, the young man before him possessed formidable strength, rivaling even Zhao Hongyu, the spirit general who had singled out during the exchange matches. Facing these promising youngsters, as their teacher, he might appear stern on the surface, but deep down, he genuinely hoped they would grow stronger and better. I understand. Inshur replied, his head drooping. This lesson taught him a great deal and prompted him to reflect on his own shortcomings. It had been immensely beneficial. Good to hear it. Hogwoyu nodded with satisfaction. I'll take you to the infirmary right away. The rest of you, stay on the playground for free time until the end of class. Remember, you must wait until after class to leave. No one is allowed to leave the playground before the bell rings. With that, he hoisted Inshur onto his back and swiftly departed the field. The students stood there dumbfounded.